what else we're seeing over here, and what we're hearing, as soon as I got out of the car, I could hear the sound of metal moving. And so when we talk about the powerful winds in this area, it sounds like it is moving things and twisting metal in this area. There's looks like an auto parts store, and the side of this building is metal, and so you could hear it moving parts of that building. But just floodwaters, high winds out here, and already seeing these two cars that have been stranded here, this patrol car that just pulled out. And if we could look at really quickly, it is still, you can still see some of the water that is pouring out of this patrol car. Orlando, if we could show this right here, just in terms of the water coming out, you can still see some of the water that is pouring out of this patrol car. It pulled up right next to me within the last 5 or 6 minutes or so. Again, and all of this water started pouring out and still pouring out. Just that's kind of a snapshot of what we're seeing over here. Orange Blossom Trail, and Benita, I'll send it back to you.
Wow, that's crazy to see. And it just goes to show that's just one vehicle. That's a sheriff's vehicle,
Right.
obviously, that Randy is standing next to that is experiencing that kind of damage. That's going to be all over Florida.
Absolutely. I think if there's one theme from all the way from Fort Myers to here, people have underestimated how much water they're going to encounter.
And remember, as the storm moves, you know, people are thinking, oh, why is it still bad in Osceola County and Volusia County at the same time? It's because, first of all, the massive size of the storm, but the way that the storm is churning and moving and sort of in that counterclockwise direction.
Right.
That's the reason we're still seeing it. So
we were already saturated before this storm came. Then Osceola's been getting it for 2 days. Plus, this morning, it's just more than they can handle.
All right, we want to talk about Seminole County, which is still under a flash flood warning. 8:15 this morning is when that will expire, but they have been extending some of these warnings. First responders reminding you that you don't drive through floodwaters, don't walk through moving water, because even just 6 inches of water underneath your feet could knock you off your feet. Also remember this, because we did talk about the video of the guy swimming in his living room,
yes,
right?
Yes, in Naples, yeah.
But remember that, you know, this water could be contaminated. There's waste and chemicals. And, you know, you've got fertilizer, all kinds of icky stuff. Also electrocution.
Things that swim in our waters that you probably don't want to be with.
That's a good point, Ryan. Thanks. Electrocution is the second leading cause of death in a flooding situation, so you do not want to go into the water under any circumstances. Just be really careful.
Absolutely. Let's continue our team coverage. We've got Fox 35's David Martin this morning. He has ridden this out, of course, in Sarasota County. David, good morning. How are things there?
Ryan, good morning. We've moved south, actually, from Sarasota to a town called North Port. It's between Sarasota and Fort Myers. We are making our way south as best we can this morning to give you an idea of the devastation from Hurricane Ian, now tropical storm. And I can tell you straight up, many of the roads are underwater. So we've stopped by just to see briefly a Circle K that took some damage here. If you come over here, you can see as the wind continues to blow here on the west coast, this air and vacuum machine taking off its pedestal. All right. And then if you swish over here to the left, Paolo, with me, a lot of the cosmetic covering of the gas station here is completely mangled and taken off the structure. The pumps themselves seem to be intact. That's a good sign. But you see a lot of this after a storm in Florida, right? Where the awning, the canopy of the gas stations come ripping off and folding down. But at first blush here, it looks like the tanks themselves, rather the pumps, are fine. Over here on the left, you can see the water. This is a classic example of what we're talking about. This is right off the Tamiami Trail, something called Hoffman Street. All the streets are just little mini rivers here. And there are a lot of homes down this neck of the woods that are dark, where there's no power on these side streets, nobody out. We stopped to get a light. We heard someone scream to us, "Get back in your car." And they're afraid of looting here, naturally, right? That's what they came after us about. So once we established that we were TV folks, we got out of there and they understood. But we'll continue our move south here on the Tamiami Trail. Once we get into Northport proper, we'll get back on air with you. But this is a classic example of what we're seeing here in Southwest Florida, and this is just the beginning of it. Back to you all in the studio.
Wow, scary stuff.
A stunning amount of damage. We see it a lot with gas stations, the way they're built like that, but you can see it's widespread and flooding like here everywhere there.
Yeah, we're going to be doing cleanup for many, many months, with Central Florida seeing the worst of Ian in the overnight hours and this morning.
We're going to pause for the start of the 7 o'clock hour, and we'll bring that to you coming up.
Fox 35 News starts now, tracking Ian.
We have been talking about hurricane, now tropical storm Ian, for over 24 hours now, and the effects are still being felt.
We want to check in with Randy. She has been moving throughout Central Florida as well. And Randy, I can see from the image, she's watching what they're zooming in on there. There's an Osceola County Sheriff's car that was underwater there in this area. She's gone to Kissimmee there to see the flooding. And zooming in right now, it's hard to see. I believe that's one of the cars, one of many cars that they've seen stranded right now.
Yeah, the image that Randy was showing us just a short time ago was that you could actually see the water pouring out of the door.
That's a different one now.
This is a different
civilian
vehicle.
Car.
But again, we're going to be seeing images like this throughout Central Florida. There is some serious flooding in a lot of areas. And Randy, if you're able to hear us and you want to give us an update, what are we seeing right now?
What I did just now, I was talking to Miss Rosie. She owns this vehicle right here to my right. Again, she said she was trying to head to work. She said that this is not her first rodeo with a hurricane. She was here for Charlie, but was planning to head to work. She said that she was in the car trying to, again, make it to work, and the water started to pour into her car. And at that moment, she knew, I need to get out. It is no longer safe at all for me to keep going, and that my car needs to remain here right now. She said she's waiting for her car to be towed. She's waiting for the sun to come up, and she said she was told by an officer that they would take her back home. But this is one example of someone in the community who has been dealt the cards of flooding. In a situation, they tell you make sure that you don't drive through or walk through water like this, because this is something that can happen. And then I was also showing you the patrol vehicle that was pulled from the water as well. It was pulled from the water shortly before, and as you were describing, Amy, as soon as those doors opened to this vehicle, the water started pouring out, and it's the point where bottles like a Gatorade the patrol officer was drinking poured out onto the street. We've also seen a rescue boat that moved out of this area within the last 5 minutes or so, but you may be able to make out just how deep this water is. And again, this is what they tell you. This is why they tell you to stay at home, and this is why they tell you not to try to navigate through these waters. In terms of the wind that we're seeing around here, as soon as I arrived, I could hear metal twisting from this auto parts store over here, and I saw one of the signs over here really just shaking in the wind. And even navigating here, we were in Lake County with you early this morning and trying to get over here, tried to make a stop in Boggy Creek, and just about everywhere we were going, we were hitting floodwater, and wanted to make sure that we were navigating and getting here safely. In particular, we were to exit to try to go navigate to Boggy Creek. Was completely flooded. We could not make it through. That's an example.
All right, so again, we're trying to listen to Rainey there, but you can hear the heavy wind, and it's still raining there, and so that impacts her microphone, so it makes it a little difficult for us to hear. But Ryan was commenting, we saw it looked like an airboat, like a rescue airboat.
Yeah. That shows you the conditions. That sums it up well when they're using the airboat. And it looks like the truck is trying to pull their SUV out. There you can see it right now. That is, if it's the same airboat that came by before, you'll see the Osceola County logo. That is not what this is designed for.
No,
but they're going to use it here. And these cars are just totaled. I mean, those are going to be salvaged cars. And you wonder, when they parked on this street, they thought it was a safe place. That is clearly not the case. Just in that frame alone, we've got 2 Osceola County cars, one an SUV stuck. And these are people that know their way around hurricanes.
And I'm sure Osceola County was just like Orange County. We heard from Sheriff John Mina just a couple days ago saying that they would have double the amount of officers out and about just to make sure that the roads were safe and everybody was safe. And I'm sure Osceola County and all the counties did the same thing. So you have a lot of extra officers out there who are trying to make sure that the roads are passable. And in some cases, they get stuck just like these guys did.
Yeah, we just saw the parking meter, which is probably 4 feet tall, and it's at the top, just giving you a sense of how high that water is. And this would conceivably be, obviously, that's the sheriff's crew out there. They're looking to rescue people and do what they can in deep floodwaters, 4 feet deep floodwaters, deep enough where they can take that boat that is designed for waterways to be in the streets of Kissimmee.
We'll see if we can get the attention of Jamie or Allison to give us an indication of just how much rain Osceola County has seen over the last couple of hours, because I have a feeling that what we're seeing here is probably not isolated just to Kissimmee, but probably in many parts of Central Florida. But Jamie is at the desk with us now. What are we seeing as far as rainfall totals for Osceola?
I just checked, and we're at over 15 inches right now.
Wow.
Okay, in this one area. I mean, look at the way.
Did you think you'd see this?
We got an airboat.
An airboat in the middle of Kissimmee.
And, on that street right now, and good grief. I mean, this is incredible right now. I mean, we are looking at images right now that certainly aren't surprising with the amount of rain we've seen.
Yeah,
Florida
unless they have two out there, but that one's certainly from Wild Florida.
And I want to just give a shout out to the guys from Wild Florida, because they come on our air very often. Sam Houghton, a great guy, and they often they went out for Hurricane Harvey in Houston. They did a lot of rescues.
Sure did.
And they're located in Kenansville, which is just south of this area. So it's kind of out in the middle of nowhere. If you've ever been out to Wild Florida, it's a great park. But these guys go out and they bring these airboats whenever there's any significant flooding in a hurricane. And we've brought them on the air many times to talk about their rescue efforts. So kudos to them and Sam and the team for getting out there and helping today.
Well, no better way to save a life in a flood emergency than with an airboat, right? You're above the danger. You can go over. You can pluck whoever you need to get out of those vehicles. Boy, that is a dire situation. These guys are superheroes right now, live on your television screen.
What's your sense, Jamie? Downtown, we had the lake overflow. I mean, is this just way too much rain in a short amount of time?
Yeah. Well, ironically, we were talking to Ray Vieta, Brooks and I, when we were covering. I came back in after the morning show. I came back in at 7, and Brooks and I took it through again as we continued coverage. And Ray asked us. He said, "Hey, the area lakes, they're essentially they do act as retention ponds. There's a lot of drainage that goes into them. Lake Eola, Lake Ivanhoe, and sometimes, with the magnitude of rain we've got, you just." Ironically, again, we told them, it usually works out in our favor, but clearly this is not the case with some of the area lakes. The Lake Eola stuff, Brian, was shocking to see.
Right. Now, there's a salvage truck. Conceivably, they're going to pull out the 2 Osceola County vehicles at that point, especially the SUV. I mean, they send these out hurricane-proof, and it's still not hurricane-proof because they don't expect that kind of depth.
This is
incredible. Can I ask, Jay, what do we expect as far as the recession of the water? Because that's the one thing people are going to want to know. How long before the water starts to spread out again?
All right, well, so we think about that, Amy. It's all about infrastructure, right? I don't know what the drainage schematic is like that in that area there. I'm hoping they've got good drainage. Obviously, the drainage was overwhelmed by the amount of rain, how quickly it's been coming down. We're talking on the order of 3, 4, 5, 6 inches per hour. Now, it has been raining. I came into this building again at 7 p.m. yesterday evening, and it has sounded this way on our rooftop since then. So now we're going on 12 hours of focused tropical rain, courtesy of Ian.
And you can speak better. This was an area that was probably very wet before this storm happened.
Well, the rainy season has been rather robust. We've had daily rain. We've had some heavy-duty showers and storms around into the PM hours, which is, good for the garden, but a little bit too much, and it saturates our soils. Eventually, the soil could hold no more, and you can see proof in the pudding, as we say, with these live images right now here in Good Day, Orlando, that the drainage has been overwhelmed.
We heard the governor say that we would see catastrophic and historic levels of flooding, and that is certainly rang true with this storm. And I think back to some of the worst storms that we've lived through, and Hurricane Jean was one of the worst because that storm sat there and spun and dumped rain on us for days on end.
Right.
Her Tropical Storm Faye was another one, just a ton of rain. Right, and sometimes that's all it takes.
Slow-moving tropical storms are notorious heavy rain producers, okay? That's how it goes, and Ian is moving slowly, less than 10 miles per hour, kind of slogging along, and dumping rain. And Amy and Ryan, we all know the counterclockwise rotation in these tropical systems. It really is dependent on where these rain bands set up, how quickly they move, and they're setting up, but they aren't moving. They are moving. So it's a classic case of flash flooding. We're dealing with multiple counties now. My concern has also been out in New Smyrna Beach, coast of Volusia County, where Nestor is over on Canal Street. Big water rise there, and of course the flood emergency over there right along 434 and the Longwood Altamont area on the Little Wekiva River. Unprecedented flooding there, flood stage, or new flood stage now, record level at 30.6 feet. So people were advised to get out of the way of that, to seek higher ground. So multiple locations, myself and the storm team on this. We want to keep everybody safe. But again, when it rains, it pours when you have these type of tropical connections.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned New Smyrna Beach. We just heard from a viewer who indeed woke up and she was trapped in her place. We do have Randy's mic back now. And Randy, you're getting a front row view of this. I mean, you've got to be kind of shocked by what you're seeing with an airboat there. What are you seeing right now that we can't see?
All right, I don't know if Randy can hear us, but we have placed a call to Sam Hott, who is one of the owners of Wild Florida, to see if they can give us a little bit of detail about what they are seeing and how they managed to get out there and get to be part of this rescue today. I wonder if the sheriff's office might even have them on a short list of people to
contact them. They may just volunteered like so many people. Randy, are you with us now?
Yes, sorry, it was a little bit loud, but it looks like one of these rescue boats just pulled up, and they're taking people off. It looks like maybe a family of some little children who have been pulled over here, and they're being taken over here. This looks like it used to be an auto zone, but you can see what may be a mom carrying a young child and then stationing over here. And just to give you an idea of the flood waters that they are dealing with, you see how they are sloshing through the water over here. I'm going to see if I can try to catch the family. I know this is a sensitive time considering what they dealt with. Excuse me.
Randy's trying to get like a mom and some children who've been rescued out of the waters there. But can you imagine? I mean, just how frightening. You know, you're always told to not drive into these waters, but in the dark of night, and that's why we're telling people not to go out,
right?
Because the sun is still not up, and in the dark of night, you don't know what you're driving.
Well, you had to wonder when you saw that truck. They're not going to rescue a car. I mean, obviously they knew people were.
Some great coverage there from our Fox 35 team assessing the damage in the Orlando area. There you're seeing some pretty severe flooding as now Tropical Storm Ian does make its way through this portion of Central Florida. We do want to actually send you out to the latest update from our Fox Tampa team, because the brunt of this storm, the eye of this storm when it did touch down in Florida as a Category 4 hurricane, did hit, as we know, the Fort Myers area. And as the sun is beginning to rise here on the East Coast, we are finally able to assess some of that damage. Our Fox Tampa team are live on the ground with the latest updates. Let's listen in.
It's definitely shocking to see the first little bits of daylight. With the sun's not up, we still have so much to see, but the first little bit of daylight is really giving us a much clearer picture of what this looks like out here, because it was pitch black. The power is essentially completely out in Lee County. So even this little bit of daylight is just really highlighting the damage out here. We're at the yacht basin, the Fort Myers yacht basin, or I should say really what's left of it, because look, you can see in the distance there's the Fort Myers Yacht Basin sign completely on the other side of the bridge. This is a tender boat that is clearly not in the water anymore. That storm surge carrying it completely to the intersection here at the base of the Edison Bridge. Boats overturned. We have doors on the ground. All this debris. Don't know if this came from inside boats, residents, but you can just see that this is where the wind and the storm surge whipped through, leaving remnants all over the ground here. We actually just spoke with one gentleman who we're going to have on during our 8 o'clock or our next hour. But he is out here with a rescue group from South Carolina already starting to tend to those who need help. He told me that there is a boat stranded out in the middle of the water. They're out of fuel. He said they're not going to be able to get to them till about noon today. He just spoke with one gentleman who apparently rode out the storm out here. He's over 80 years old. He rode out the storm, said he was fine. Don't know how that's possible. He's in that boat right there in between the two larger boats. We're going to talk again with this rescue personnel and hear a little bit more of that story. But those crews are already hard at work because there are a lot of folks out here who are going to need some significant help when the sun starts to come up. Just in driving down here, I mean, this is just a small portion of the damage, but we have seen floating docks completely in the intersection of downtown Fort Myers, uprooted trees, down power lines, debris obviously everywhere. When we got down here, those floodwaters were still over the streets as well. They are beginning to recede, but you still just can't see the extent of what Hurricane Ian did to the Fort Myers area. But if you look behind me here, this stretch of road, you can just see the bare palm trees whipping through here. Obviously, the wind doing quite a bit of damage. And a little bit down this street here, there is a pole completely in the middle of the road. We were driving behind one gentleman who is a resident here in the area. He came on that pole. He did not see it. He hit it. He popped his tire. And so now he is left stranded in the middle of the intersection. And that's exactly why first responders, as they begin to do rescue missions out here this morning, they're asking folks, please stay inside. There are so many hazards out here, and they don't want to have more emergency responses to respond to in the midst of the chaos that they're already trying to manage. So a lot of recovery to do out here, a lot of rescues to do out here. And the day is just beginning. So as the sun continues to come up, we're going to be continuing to show you the damage here on the ground in Fort Myers. But definitely our hearts go out to the folks that call this place home, because we're going to be able to see when the sun comes up, it looks nothing like how they left it before this storm hit here, guys.
Excellent insight there from our Fox Tampa team, beginning to assess the damage done by Hurricane Ian in the Fort Myers area. As the sun does continue to rise here, we'll continue to send you out to look at the devastation that Category 4 Hurricane Ian did leave when it touched down on the Florida West Coast. We are back live, raw and unfiltered, into our coverage with our Fox 35 team as the sun is rising here in Orlando as well, and the eye of this storm is making its way to this portion of central Florida. We do know, of course, that now it is a tropical storm, but we're continuing to assess what is quite the scene in Kissimmee, Florida. There you're seeing that road completely flooded. We just saw a family being unloaded out of an airboat that quite literally went down this road. This is not a river that you are looking at. This is a business road that dozens of cars appear to be submerged under. We did just moments ago see a sheriff's vehicle also submerged there. So we'll send you out live, raw and unfiltered, to listen into this coverage.
Around the corner from, I stayed over here on Lake Emma and just drove around the corner here in Lake Mary.
What did that look like?
It was a mess. I mean,
that was the worst street I was on last night.
There were tree limbs down everywhere, and in some cases, whole trees down.
Really?
So one of the things we see with these oaks is that they have very shallow roots, and so so when the ground gets saturated, they topple over, and that could continue to happen throughout the day.
Well, yeah, and myself and the storm team, we're forecasting winds, gusts still over 50 miles per hour through and into the afternoon, even the late afternoon, early evening. It's possible as Ian clears the peninsula. So, Amy, just to shed light on that statement, is that the ground's saturated. There's going to be more rain, the gusty winds. Something's got to give, right? Yeah. So it's these root systems and these shallow-rooted trees.
I'm actually surprised they're pulling that car out of the water in these conditions.
Right.
It must be his company. That's all I got to think. I mean, to get out there in those conditions, because
point.
Everyone we really see there, they're emergency responders.
Look at that. That's like
the whole hood is buried.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. The truck feels confident they can get out of there.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I'd want that job right there, but kudos to the heroes who are out there doing this work today. And this is, again, Osceola County. We're also getting flooding images coming in from Volusia County, New Smyrna Beach, Edgewater. Homes are flooding there, water waist deep in some places. So, again, this is a situation that we are going to see throughout central Florida. Seminole County, as Jamie just mentioned, they have a flood warning now in effect to, you said 8:30?
7:30. 7:30. Look back at the alert board here. Yeah.
All right. So wherever you are, if you are still seeing rain, you definitely want to stay indoors. Wait for this to pass. It is not worth the risk to get outside. We heard from Sheriff John Mina a short time ago, who is urging people to please don't go out. One of the things we worry about is down power lines, and of course that debris. You don't want to step into anything and just There's
not a better example than what we're seeing right there.
We always say turn around, don't drown. That's the situation that comes to mind when we say that.
Absolutely. And again, just a reminder that there are rescue crews that are out and about. If you are in a dire situation, you can call 911. But Ryan was just talking to a viewer who said that when she called 911, they asked her, is your road passable?
In New Smyrna Beach, and they said contact the police department to see if we can even get to you at that point, because they know they might encounter this right here. And we say 15 inches of water. I mean, that's rain. That's deeper than that in some of those spots, obviously.
All right, it looks like the tow truck driver has got that car hooked up.
He's solid.
Poor guy, and so he's going to try to drag that thing out of there. But Jamie was saying it is going to take a while for these waters to recede. In many cases, the water is still flowing, so we will continue to try to get in touch with the folks. Oh, they're putting an airboat on the back of that truck is what we're being told. But we will continue to try to get in touch with the folks at Wild Florida to see if they can give us an indication of what they're seeing as well.
I've done a good job of blocking off the road to make sure no one else ends up there at this point.
All right, so Randy Hildreth is live for us, and she has been trying to look at that. You guys,
what is
there's
that?
Like something floating. It looks like a tree limb.
Yeah, tree limb
floating in the water. And again, this is why you don't want to be walking around in these floodwaters, because you don't know what's in there. But we can see several rescue vehicles that are in the back of this video here. And Randy can hear us again. Randy, can you hear us? Okay, were you able to talk to that mom and the kids?
Yes. So I was able to talk to, well, first let me say one quick thing. I was able to talk to the family. They had been rescued, and I was told that the mom didn't want to go on camera, and understandably, everything that they have just experienced being rescued from their home. She said that they live in the Delwood Park community, which is near this area, and they have already seen flooding. She said the demographics of the community, a lot of families are watching for more people to be rescued. We may start seeing more families than single people. So just to keep in mind of what we may start seeing behind us, but she said that there are some elderly people who live in that area, about 65 to 70 houses, but she says that center part of that community is lower, so they experience some flooding. She said, yes, they have flooded before, but nothing like what she has experienced today. And she said before she left that the water was already to her kneecap, and when I looked at her pants, all of this was soaked. But she's here with 4 of her children. She says that her husband, the deputy, got ready to go to work, got to his car and realized, wait a second, we seriously have a situation. At that point, the water was, this isn't his vehicle, but the water was already up to his tires. But again, she said by the time that they left from inside of their home, the water was already up to their knees. And just to give you an idea, and I just lost my hat, the extent of the flooding here. Orlando, if we could show that white car in the background, because you can see how deep the flooding is in this area of what people are experiencing up to the front of the car is submerged. So you can see this situation here. And then just to give you an update, if we can turn the camera a little bit, I know you guys have been talking about this vehicle that is being pulled out of the water. That's Miss Rosie. I met her when I first arrived on the scene. She was headed to work. Said that she, was on her way. Water started pouring into her car. She knew at that moment that she needed to get out because she wasn't going to work today. She said she's already talked to her boss to explain the situation. Obviously, the boss understood, but she is now waiting to be taken home by a law enforcement official. She said that she has lived in Miami. She lived through Charlie, so has experienced hurricanes, but has never experienced something like this. And she's hanging out, staying dry in our car. Just kind of a snapshot 30,000 feet of the situation here. A number of cars we watched being pulled. A number of cars that have been pulled out of the water. 2 law enforcement vehicles. And we've also watched some families get rescued. But I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, Randy, stay safe out there. Really scary situation. Again, those rescues will continue, not only in Osceola County, we're seeing rescues in Volusia County as well. And I just received a picture from my friend Tracy, who lives in Winter Springs, and he says, I now have waterfront property, and it's a photo of his street, which is completely flooded in Winter Springs, which is located in Seminole County. So we are going to continue to see these images throughout the day and maybe into tomorrow, too.
Yeah, it's just one of these deals, especially in areas that, like the Little Wekiva, for example, where we had that flood emergency, flash flood emergency. That's fed by a larger body of water that is the St. Johns River. So you have a lot of water that's flowing around, and sometimes you don't realize the connection that a certain neighborhood has to a certain waterway, or a dry, usually dry-looking creek can swell up and then turn into a raging river very quickly with these heavy tropical rains on top. So that's what's happening now. Again, I'm unsure of the infrastructure there as far as the drainage is concerned in that portion of Osceola County, but it looks like perhaps where Randy was standing was a little bit drier and then dipped down. So that may kind of bowled out a little bit, kind of like a bowl, a shallow bowl, and you get that water retention, and it's too much too fast. The infrastructure can't hang on. Again, it's unknown really what that drainage looks like there, but apparently it isn't very good at this juncture, so unable to keep up with the heavy tropical rains from Ian. Yeah,
and communities that have held up through a lot of rain, but as you said before, we've just not seen this amount of rain in many, many years.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, we always go back and we look at these certain cases of flooding or damaging winds or whatever it be, you know, the weather-centric, you know, whatever we're talking about, and it'll be interesting to see what experts that specialize in this type of what we call hydrology and meteorology, again, it's a little kind of an arm of meteorology, what they'll classify this as in terms of the heavy rain from Ian. Maybe this is historical for that portion of Osceola County, possibly, right?
Yeah.
We've never seen that. Have you?
No.
Have you, Ryan?
No,
Never.
there's no way.
Not in Kissimmee, no.
There's been some super soaker rain events here, and we've never seen anything like that. So that in itself is quite a spectacle.
This is Bonita Boulevard. Our producers say if you're from Kissimmee and Osceola County, to sense where that is right there. And I sense we'll see maybe not this dramatic in other communities, but we will see it in other places.
Yeah, you know, hard to say if it's going to be to that degree, but certainly, Ron, yeah, you're right. It's unfolding now. It's unfolding now. We've been tracking it real time in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Myself and Allison, Brittany's behind the scenes, and it's one of these things you have to really keep up with. Right. Because it's raining that fast. It's at a furious rate and pace, and the end result is what you see right there.
Good example. If you were with us hours ago in Orange County, there's an EMS that got stuck in about 3 to 4 feet of water. You know, that came because of a body of water overflowed. What was a small pond? Next thing we know, we have 4 feet of water on a street that can't handle that.
The flood warnings are being extended for this reason because the rain continues to fall down. And I'm just looking at the Fox Weather has a graphic right up behind you, Jamie. A flood warning right now in effect for Osceola County through 9:30. Seminole County looks like it's extended through 9:30 as well now. So they continue to extend these flood warnings because of exactly what we're seeing here.
Exactly. Yeah. You just never know. Last scan of radar was showing kind of a drier slot of air down in that area, but any little bit more of rain is just going to aggravate that problem. All right, so maybe we take it to that next level, whatever that be, with additional rain on top. But right now it looks pretty calm in terms of rain. Randy's mic was getting hit with all that wind, so the gusty winds are with us. I can tell you now in Seminole County, you hear it on the roof, and it has sounded like that since I walked in at 7 o'clock last night for that second dose of live
we've
team
got
coverage.
another boat coming in. It looks like one of the duck boats. This one looks like it's a terrain vehicle. I take that back. So so we've got looks like maybe National Guard or some type of vehicle, like a high-profile vehicle that is coming in to rescue some more people. And we heard Randy talking about how she went to a nearby apartment complex, and this woman, her children were in. She said a lot of families in that apartment complex. So we're going to be seeing more of this. This is kind of what Sheriff Chitwood was talking about up in Volusia County as well. They have a lot of these high-terrain vehicles, these taller vehicles that can get through these floodwaters and hopefully get to people and get them out.
Well, you know, lifted truck's always going to get it done, Amy. I'll tell you that.
Right.
And
That's why you got those big tires.
If this thing gets stuck, we're in trouble.
I drive one. I'll tell you that, you know, it's certainly quite helpful in these types of situations. But right there, that's golly, that looks like so military, doesn't it?
It does. And look, there are some families. You can see, look, a couple of dogs that are on there. There's
my goodness.
A family with their pets that just got rescued. And this is similar to what we were seeing in the Orla Vista neighborhood with Hurricane Irma just a couple of years ago. It looks like, trying to read the back of that guy's shirt, Fleet Services. So it looks like this is a sheriff's vehicle that they have brought out. So we do know that a lot of the sheriff's offices have these high-profile vehicles so that they can perform rescues like this in times of need. And this is certainly one of those times.
Yeah, we can tell you from Lake County to other counties, we have seen a lot of people go to the shelters. We don't know if these people went out this morning, but we know they are still being rescued this morning.
All right, there's another family that you could see there, and just imagine how frightened everybody is. You know, you're in your home, and you never expect anything like this to happen or the water to be this high. And so again, they're now on high ground, and it looks like there's no
Kind
water
of a
underneath
staging
the
area,
truck.
maybe,
So,
where they're
yeah,
taking
so
some of the
that's
families.
good news there, and hopefully all these families are going to be able to find a good meal and some dry clothes here in the next few minutes.
So bottom line, just stay off the roads. One of our team members just came in and told me in a message here that Seminole County, really no one on the roads, which is very good news.
That is good.
So I think people, we have empowered them with the information. We've updated our forecasts. We've talked about the rain potential, the flood threat. That is all playing out right now. So again, just stay off the roadways right now. This is an interesting scene right here.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what that building is. I thought maybe it was like an auto zone.
It's like an auto parts
like
store
an
of
auto
some
parts
kind,
store
yeah.
of some kind. But
High
anyway,
ground.
higher ground, and
Yeah.
that's good news for these folks so they can at least get to maybe some dryness. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell, guys. Like maybe an abandoned building of some kind. It doesn't look like there's much going on the inside
The
of that.
dog's just like, get me off this
Yeah,
truck.
yeah,
and
right.
get me in, yeah.
Wow. All right. If Randy can hear us, and we can bring her in to bring us up to date about what we're seeing. Is Randy able to hear us, you guys? Randy, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, Randy, what are we seeing here?
Excuse me, ma'am. Is this the rest of your family? Okay. Is everybody on here a member of your family?
Well, not all these people.
Okay. Okay. But these folks up here? Oh, okay. So in total, the family has been reunited. 3 dogs and the rest of your babies. How many children do you have?
We have 9, but only 8 that are with us.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Wow, so 9 children.
kids,
I heard
3
that, Randy. My
dogs.
goodness, that's a big family you found there.
Yeah, and we know Randy's mic's not perfect, but it is worth it for this shot. It's been through the elements also. 9 kids, 3 dogs, and they have all been rescued by the crews out there in water that it was at least 3 to 4 feet deep in the middle of that road.
Yeah, what a mess. This is again in Kissimmee this morning, and Randy Hildreth came up on the scene. 2 Osceola County cruisers were stuck in floodwaters. We've seen a airboat from Wild, Florida on the streets of Kissimmee as they are trying to help with rescue efforts in these high-profile vehicles that are able to help these families get to higher ground.
It's interesting, on their Facebook page, they said, we're closed today. We're going to check with authorities to see when we'll open. Maybe in checking with them, they said, no, but we need you. You
Right.
can come out to Kissimmee because we are in need of your airboat.
Yeah, wherever they are, it is an abandoned building. You can see the sign on the window behind them. It says whatever this was, maybe an auto parts store at one time, they've moved to a new location. So hopefully the family is going to find a shelter that they can get to with a dog-friendly shelter. That is something that a lot of the shelters were offering up over the last 24 hours so that any family that was in a dire straits or needed somewhere to go would still be able to bring their pets.
Just a day in the life of law enforcement. They're out there taking care of the dogs, getting people out, and that's what they do in
True
these
heroes,
situations.
yeah.
Wow.
That's incredible. What a scene.
Yeah, really incredible. Look at a Humvee type vehicle here
Right.
as well. And we do know that there, again, are FEMA crews that are stationed throughout the state of Florida, and that many of them have been called into action to try to help as well. But this really, storms like this, whenever we have a situation where people are in a situation like this family is right here, it is the true heroes that come out, that people who are just like the folks at Wild Florida who just say, you know what, we're going to come help you. We don't have
Absolutely.
to. We're not getting paid to do this. We're
Right.
just doing this out of the kindness of our hearts.
Yeah,
We appreciate that so
Good,
much.
good people in this world, you know. That's a heck of a rescue there.
All right, so Jamie, we were talking about rainfall in Osceola County specifically. Again, the flash flood warning for Osceola goes through, looks like 9:30 this
Okay.
morning. So we still have 2 more hours.
Here's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I got to go back to the storm center.
Okay.
I want to kind of gussy up the radar. I want to set a view here. We'll look at some forecast models and we'll see what's ahead for the day ahead, right? Because it's critical that we let folks know who's in the clear. And we need to let folks know who are possibly in that danger zone.
And if there are
like we
2 good
just
things
saw.
we can take from this, 1, they were rescued, and 2, it's not raining right now, there, which
Exactly.
is what they desperately need.
All right.
Jamie, thanks.
All right, so again, Randy Hildreth there with this family that has just been rescued. She was talking about an apartment complex that was nearby, right off Bonita Boulevard. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Fox 35 News starts now. Tracking Ian.
All right, we're back here at 7:30. What a half an hour that is. If you were just joining us, we're watching in Kissimmee, where they have rescued now a family with 9 kids and 3 dogs out of a waterway that, well, was a roadway that became a waterway.
Yeah, high-profile vehicles being brought in, airboats being brought in to try to get some of these people to higher ground. Jamie said at least 15 inches of rain in Osceola County so far, and it is still raining this morning. You can see the photographer still wiping off the lens, trying to get those raindrops off so that we can get a clearer view of what's happening. And Osceola County is not alone. We're also seeing significant flooding in Volusia County, and the Little Wekiva River is coming out of its banks.
Yeah, it snakes.
We are continuing to monitor Tropical Storm Ian now as it does make its way through central Florida. We are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to Fox 35's coverage of this storm. They have reporters stationed around Florida providing us with all of the latest details. But we are now taking a live look at our X-RAD radar because we do have a bit of breaking news to bring to you all. The Lee County Sheriff has said in an interview that fatalities are in the hundreds. This is obviously now the day after Hurricane Ian, which did touch down in the west coast of Florida at a Category 4 just yesterday. This is the day after, and as the sun rises here on the East Coast, we are going to be assessing the damage and unfortunately the fatalities as a result of this historic storm. While Ian is now a tropical storm with winds of 65 miles per hour and moving at a slow pace of just 8 miles per hour in the direction of northeast, we can report that now Lee County officials are assessing the damage, and he has said, quote, "We have fatalities in the hundreds." Just devastating news as we continue to monitor all of the fallout from Tropical Storm Ian. We are going to continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered to our Fox 35 partners as they continue to walk us through all of the latest details. And when we do have updates, we of course will provide those for you as well. It is worth noting that we're expecting yet another update from the National Hurricane Center to come down in 28 minutes, right at the 8 o'clock mark. So we'll bring you all of those details as soon as that information is made available. But back out to our Fox 35 team as you are seeing rescue efforts obviously still underway, even here in Orlando, as the eye and the mega system of this tropical storm now does make its way through central Florida. Let's listen in.
Down power lines, certainly flooding. We have seen that front and center over the last 3 hours or so, where all of these counties are overwhelmed. I mean, there are so many dangers out there, so many things closed today. Stay inside because this is the scene that you may or may not see. In this case, they were fortunate that Osceola County was able to rescue them, but that is not always the case.
We did hear from the governor yesterday before the storm hit, saying that we would get historic and catastrophic flooding as a result of this storm. And the reason being is that Hurricane Ian is a slow-moving hurricane, and it is now a tropical storm. It was downgraded this morning, but the effects of that rain are really what is causing so many problems.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us now, you saw the little girl there. There's some dogs there as well. When we started this about an hour ago, we saw cars that were stuck. What we didn't realize was a family was stuck either in one of the cars or on the other side. They have been rescued, and that's the family you're seeing right now being taken away by Osceola County Sheriff to a safer location.
Yeah, some dramatic images, not only of that family being rescued in one of the high-profile vehicles, their dogs in tow, 9 children.
Very well-behaved dogs.
Yeah, no kidding.
They just sat there very quietly on the truck.
Considering what they've been through,
yes.
Right? And then, of course, we were showing you the airboats earlier from Wild Florida as they were going down the streets of Kissimmee. We have been live not just in Kissimmee and in Osceola County, but also in Sanford this morning and in New Smyrna Beach, where we are seeing still flooding rains and flood warnings that in Volusia County go through 10 o'clock this morning.
Right. We are hearing from a lot of people that have dealt with that. And we talked about Seminole County. They've got a press conference right now, probably talking a lot about the dangers that are out there, including the flooding. Let's
through
check in now.
the emergency broadcast system due to flash flooding. Flash flooding started to occur around 3:15 and has continued throughout the morning. We have unprecedented historic flooding here in Seminole County. Communities reporting flooding include Altamont Springs, Geneva, Lake Mary, Heathrow, Wekiva, Winter Springs, and really just about anywhere in the county you can find localized flooding. Most all tributaries, the St. Johns River and Little Wekiva River, are all in flood stage along the Little Wekiva River. We are now at a historic level, never been at this point in recorded history. We have flood terrain vehicles from the fire department and law enforcement out in these areas right now, and have also requested that the National Guard, which was actually staging here in Sanford, to assist us as well. And they're sending 10 vehicles over to help us as we do rescues in those areas and save individuals as necessary. Our teams have been out this morning, and we are reporting dozens of traffic signals that are out. I want to say treat each intersection as a four-way stop, and I know that's going to be echoed a couple times, but that's how important it is for us. We don't want any loss of life because of a traffic signal issue. Only travel on the roads if it is extremely critical. So if you're a power provider, if you are a utility worker, if you work at a hospital and you need to get from that critical infrastructure, that is a reason, of course, to be out on the roadways. If you can stay off the roadways, of course, we are asking you to do so. Some of our lift stations are without power. Our water utilities are out using mobile generators to pump those stations, and then they move to the next one, and so on. And they have started that. As soon as the sun comes up, they'll be starting that process. Right now, we have over 80,000 customers here in Seminole County without power. Duke and FPL are positioned to respond once it is safe to do so, and we have great partnerships with them. They're sitting just right back here, prepared to respond with their teams. We ask you to please report damage to us. Individuals can report damage by filling out a form at prepareseminole.org. You can do that. It's phone friendly. If you go to prepareseminole.org and under the damage assessment tab, this will allow us to track any critical needs. Damage assessment teams are ready to respond after the storm. These damage collection numbers will help us to get assistance much quicker to those that may need it right after the storm passes and it becomes safe to do so. With that, I would like to turn it over to the Fire Chief for additional comments. Chief?
Thank you, Alan. Good morning. As Alan mentioned, we've had many residents without power. As we keep stressing, generator safety is of great importance, and you must keep them 20 feet away from your house and make sure they're never in an area that's not ventilated. Due to extreme flooding throughout the county, we are getting 911 calls this morning of stranded vehicles in the water. We're stressing again to everyone, we need your help. Stay off the roads. But if you have to be on the roads, remember, anytime you come to a flooded area, remember, turn around, don't drown. Do not attempt to cross flowing water. As little as 6 inches of water can knock you off your feet. Electrocution is the second leading cause of death in flooding situations. Do not go into the water. As always, our personnel are here to save and protect lives and property, but the safety of our first responders is also important. We don't want our first responders going through dangerous floodwaters unnecessarily. Call 911 for emergencies. Remember, it's easy to forget that you were using what you were using when the power went off. To avoid safety hazards, unplug or turn off appliances and equipment that you had running prior to the power going off. We've had fires start in the past from ovens being turned back on and things such as pizza boxes being left on top of them. The oven turns back on and that can start a fire. In the fire department last night, we had a total of 250 calls to 911. Predominantly, most of them pertain to downed power lines, some motor vehicle accidents, and a lot of mechanical fire alarms. We had a high volume of electrical hazard type calls with electric panels on houses. Some of these were dependent on oxygen tanks and needed that power, and we evacuated those residents. Currently, because of flooding and the number of 911 calls we are receiving, we have begun delaying response to non-emergency calls such as mechanical fire alarms, trees down, and power lines down. This will be a slow and steady recovery. Please be patient and keep yourself safe. Now I'd like to turn it over to Sheriff Dennis Lima.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning. Deputies and police officers throughout Seminole County were out throughout the night patrolling the streets, and again, I want to thank our citizens and our businesses for self-regulating. hardly any traffic that was on the road throughout the night and again this morning. I want to thank all of our businesses for, again, closing businesses down, securing. There's nothing going on out there. There's no reason why anyone should be on the roadway. All the businesses are closed. If somebody wants to get kind of a glimpse of what's going on, you just have to tune into whatever local news station that you watch, and they're giving good video footage of unprecedented flooding and some of the hazards that are out there. A lot of the stop signs that are normally positioned on poles are gone. Make sure you're being mindful of those areas, as well as, once again, treat any intersection that does not have power as a four-way stop. A significant amount of power loss means that these intersections are just open. And it's, again, if you're on the road, make sure that it's on the road for a purpose. You're working in one of these high-risk positions, you need to be in there, but just don't go joyriding around. Again, conditions are very dangerous out there. No wake. Alan Harris will be signing an executive order at our request here in a few moments that require that there be no wake on a roadway. Typically, we talk about wake, we're talking about waterways and other areas, but we have had problems in the past with people flying through roadways, shooting up a wake into people's yards, on their mailboxes, and potentially doing damage. It is incredibly dangerous to do that, so there'll be an executive order here in Seminole County that does not allow motorists driving up and down the road through water to throw a wake on other areas. In addition to that, we're also going to put an executive order in for no motorized boats on the roadways. And again, you know, we understand that there are certain circumstances where people may need assistance getting back to their home. Non-motorized boats are going to be perfect for that. The Seminole County Sheriff's Office stands ready to assist citizens when necessary with our heavy vehicle and equipment into flooded areas. We have 5 of those heavy vehicles. We've requested another 5 from the United States military, and of course the National Guard is assisting us with 10 of their vehicle trucks as well. So that executive order will be no wake on the roadways. And then again, no motorized boats on the roadways. The last thing we want people is going up 1792 or one of the other thoroughfares throughout Seminole County with a motorized boat. I want to then thank the public safety professionals that have been out working all night. Many of them have received damage to their own homes, and their families are at home. We had a deputy have a tree fall on a parked patrol vehicle, but it could have been a lot more damaging and a lot worse to human life here in Seminole County. We're not through this yet. The rain will continue, which means the flooding will continue, and all the dangers are still out there. But again, thank you for self-regulating. Thank you for staying off the roads, and thank you for being mindful of all of these hazardous conditions. That concludes our briefing right now. We'll come back to you when we have more information to share later today.
All right, we've been listening in there from Alan Harris, who is Emergency Operations Manager, and then, of course, the Fire Chief and Sheriff Lima. One of the more interesting things he said is that they are actually asking for an executive order for Alan to sign that would be no wake on the roadways. Now, there's something we don't hear often, but he said that, you know, if you're driving too fast through these floodwaters, that can cause damage to surrounding homes. You will get pulled over, and they will write you a ticket for that. So, again, an executive order. They don't want you out on the road at all. But if you have to get out in these floodwaters, you need to be extra cautious.
Yeah, I think at the beginning you heard him say 250 calls to 911. And we've said this a lot, but you heard it directly from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office there. They're not going to be able to get to you unless it's an emergency situation. They also talked about power outages where they've got 9,000 just with FP&L and another 50,000 with Duke Energy. So a good part of Seminole County is starting to lose power now.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pounding rain and the wind that has just been relentless over the last couple of hours is causing some of those power outages. And again, we are in a flash flood warning for much of Central Florida. Still, that continues. Volusia County goes until 10 o'clock this morning. We've got a camera of downtown Orlando on the left side. That's where Dave Puglisi has been out surveying damage, and he's with the Thunder Truck, and it looks like we're seeing some flooding roads there. We've seen a lot of damage in downtown with down power lights, right, as well.
Yeah, that's the Soto district there, and we've seen an EMS earlier that you can find that on our website as well, that was submerged in that water as well. And don't think if you're watching Seminole or Orange, these are all of our counties. We've been checking in from New Smyrna Beach to all these different counties, Volusia County. They are all dealing with this. On the right, of course, is Kissimmee, where they rescued a family just within the past hour.
We are hearing reports out of southwest Florida as well about hundreds of deaths in the Lee County specifically, which is where,
at least is what he
right,
said.
that's where the eye wall of Hurricane Ian hit yesterday about 3 o'clock. So many people stayed in their homes and they saw historic flooding, and unfortunately that flooding was so significant it probably claimed a lot of lives. Really sad to see that.
Let's check in with Randy now. That's the image you're seeing right here in Kissimmee, where, Randy, you watched them save this family. They have 9 kids. They have 3 dogs. What are you seeing out there right now other than a ton of water?
Oh, we did just see some people walk, trying to get from farther down the street to make it past these floodwaters. And I do want to bring in, tell me your name one more time.
Lena Harden.
Lena Harden. As I was standing here, I saw you pull up and hop out the car, take an assessment of the situation, but you were thinking about your family. Explain the situation for your family.
So my brother called me around 2 a.m. They said the water started. When they woke up, they had the water up to the waist. So around 4 o'clock, they called me. They're already on top of the dining room. They have a 1-year-old. Right now, they're holding the baby up. We're just waiting for somebody maybe with a boat to come and help us and get him out.
And I know that I can't imagine what you are dealing with right now, anxiously waiting for your family to come around that corner. I do want to let viewers know, and I reassured you earlier when I talked to law enforcement, they said they had a number of airboats, and I just saw them with the duck boat, but they're making their rounds into the community. In terms of your latest contact with them, what have they said?
Well, they're just scared because the baby started throwing up. And they just wanted to get out. At least the baby. Get the baby out of there. She's 1-year-old. The other 2 are 12 and 13, so they're fine. We just need to get the baby out of there.
And how many total are in the homes?
There's 6. 6 total.
And so as soon as you got that call, I saw you pull up. Talk about, I could feel your energy. The moment when we see them, come around the corner, talk about what that's going to mean for you.
Oh, it's awesome. My mom is freaking out. So I just wanted to come here so we can go to my house.
And tell me, where do you live?
Oh, Windermere.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I drove like 40 minutes to get here.
And you were saying that you just talked to them and they could hear
They hear the airboats, but they don't see it on their street. I told somebody to come outside at least and stand up onto one of the cars.
And just to give you a snapshot of what, in the Delwood community?
Yes.
Okay, and just to give you a snapshot, I spoke with law enforcement here who have been managing some of the rescues, and they say the water in that community, in some areas, it is up to the mailbox, so that you can imagine what the community is dealing with. But they say that they are actively working to get families out of those homes. They have a number of airboats, and we've seen the airboat arrive. That was that first family that we saw, and then they also have the duck boat, and we saw the rest of that family being taken off the duck boat, including those pets, and the rest of all the entire family. I think she said 8 children, or she has 9 children, but 8 children here, young children and old children. But you can sense the floodwaters that you see and the anxiety to wait for the families to arrive. But law enforcement tell us they didn't have a number on how many people that they anticipate having to rescue in this community, but they did say that they are in the community working to get people out safely. And so we will stick with you so that we can be here when the family is reunited. But thank you for sharing your story with us.
Thank you.
And so that's just kind of a snapshot of what we're seeing. Not as much rain, but we are still feeling the powerful winds in this community and the floodwater. We could just give you one more quick look at it before I send it back to you. But you can see that the floodwater doesn't look like it's moving down anytime soon. When I talked to the tow company that moved the car from Miss Rosie, who was headed to work, I shared her story with you earlier. They have moved her car, and they said that is the first one, and they are working on these 2 cars that you see in the distance. But I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, again, Randy talking to just some good Samaritans out there who have been helping these families try to get to higher ground. And we're just seeing historic images, Randy, of flooding all over the place. Give us an idea of where you are, because it looks like the water where you're standing isn't too bad, but just down the street, it's very deep.
Well, if you look at this white car right now, you can see that the front of the car is covered with flood water. Where I'm standing in, and you know, we tell people, you know, make sure that you're not standing in the flood waters. Where I'm standing in a safe area, I'm just standing in very shallow, just water moving under my feet. But even navigating over to this area, we encountered a lot of flood water where we could not pass. We could not keep going forward, and that was navigating from the Boggy Creek area over to this area in Kissimmee, where exactly when they say turn around, don't drown. I was talking to my photographer Orlando. I was like, yeah, no, we're not going that way. We need to find another way, because as you can see, you'll have situations like this where people will navigate through water and not be able to go anywhere.
Yeah, Randy, great job finding that family. It's a great outcome for them, but maybe the bigger lesson here is for everyone else. There's not going to be enough emergency crews out there to rescue you. And this is Osceola County, but we're going to see this in Volusia County, Seminole County, even Orange County.
Yeah.
You just saw an image near Universal Studios where the DoubleTree looks like a river out in front of that.
Yeah, it's incredible. The whole attractions area, a lot of flooding in that area. And we're seeing these flooding images coming in from all over. You were just showing me flooding images in Winter Park, Winter Springs, seeing significant flooding. The rain is continuing, and Jamie, you were talking about the way that this tropical storm turns. It turns counterclockwise. So what that means is it continues to dump rain.
Well, as Ian moves north and east, and you can see the image behind us here, that big band's coming back on down south. So northeast movement, and that is going to pivot that band a little bit more in a southerly direction back into a lot of areas that has experienced all this historic flooding now. So again, Allison and I are going to do a little navigation here on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Allison, you know, it's one of the benefits of having your own live radar is that we get down to the nitty gritty. We're tracking. We're getting rainfall estimates. It's a bunch of different types of benefits in having your own live radar.
Yeah, and every time that blue sweep is scanning those central Florida skies, we get new info into the Fox 35 Storm Center. So that's very, very important to see where the rain is and where the rain is going.
Right. So.
All right, some more airboat action. This looks like an Osceola County Sheriff vehicle that is coming in to try to do some more rescues. And we saw one of those high terrain vehicles pull through the screen just a few seconds ago, and it looked like there was another family on the back of that. Randy talked to a family earlier. They didn't want to go on television, but they had 9 children and 2 dogs with them. And can you imagine how scary that was for that family?
Right. Yeah, waiting to be rescued. Unfortunately, they were, but it's not always going to end like that for sure.
Yeah, just really crazy images of flooding that we're seeing all over. And again, we want to go back to what we knew about this storm before it ever hit. And we have been talking for days now about catastrophic damage, which we are seeing down in the Fort Myers, Bonita Springs area. Right. And we have talked significantly about the rain amounts and that this was going to be a flooding storm, right?
Exactly. And and Allison, we've been talking about the track shifting from the Big Bend to Tampa to Sarasota. And then point south, and it's all where that comes in, right? And that direction it takes, the angle it takes, right into the heart of Central Florida. And we have multiple counties now with flash flood warnings. We've had tornado warnings.
Right.
So the list of threats huge and ongoing at this very moment.
And it's the nature of just how slow this storm is moving, 8-9 miles per hour. I mean, you could walk faster than that. So it's just creeping so slowly, and with that counterclockwise motion, bringing that rain not only along our east coast, but now back around across the interior. So if at one time you thought, hey, it's just sprinkling outside now, that might not be the case within the next hour or so. And that's why it's so important. Don't walk through those flooded roadways. You don't know how deep the water is. And we're seeing that in some of the images coming out from our live reporters.
Could we see this from our northern counties, even Flagler, I think all the way up to Duval and Jacksonville, where they're going to continue, where we have a flooding situation all the way up the coast?
Well, how about we do our viewers a great service here? We'll use our own live radar here, Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Want to bring you up to speed on what's happening now with this. And you can see, guys, I'm going to head on over to the weather wall here for a little bit of an explainer as to what is going on here. You see the counterclockwise wrap. So Ian now a tropical storm, but it doesn't matter, right? The impacts are the same as a minimal hurricane. Super soaked, the counterclockwise wrap. You can see the wraparound here getting into the land, Deltona. Notice coming through Apopka and then trying to streamline back down into Kissimmee in the Osceola County, where we just had that flood rescue there. Our live reporter, Randy Hildreth, doing a fine job for us. You can see again the active warned area now goes to 9:30, so a lot of heavy rain has moved on through, and there could be more in the offing here as we watch. Now, what I did was did what we call a pixel query, where we can actually go into the radar scan. This is all historical radar data as to what's fallen over the last few hours, right? So this is the accumulation that we've got. Hard to depict exactly, you know, the exact location. It's giving us amounts though at around 9, 10, 11 inches, right? We estimated that scene to maybe have an isolated burst of a 14 or 15 inch rainfall maximum, as we say. And you can see how thick those floodwaters are here. You see folks in there, you know, about thigh high, waist high on some of the shorter folks that have been in the water. But you can see the rain amounts here around Kissimmee. Looking at Highway 500, Neptune Road, over to County Road 532, State Highway 530. That has kind of been the bullseye here for the super heavy rain. I also want to update you on Volusia County. Your rain amounts have eased. It was just a slog fest coming in off the Atlantic. Super heavy, very concentrated tropical downpours. I'm happy to tell you now, while it's still doing its thing out there, nowhere near the intensity we had. And those of you out at New Smyrna Beach, I know you know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you know it's eased on your rooftops. You're listening to it. We've been listening to it for 12 hours here at the station. After a while, it just gets plain old. But again, you can see that in each sweep of our live radar beam showing that Smyrna Yacht Club over toward the South Causeway at NSB, toward the boat ramp at North Causeway, Flagler Ave. I mean, it just like so many people have been inundated with that heavy rain, and then back out toward Casadega, Lake Helen. If you get into interior Volusia County around Orange City Hills to DeBerry, Deltona, and that's where we also had quite a bit of rain coming into the St. Johns River Basin. Now was fueling the Little Wekiva River and forced historic flooding on that. Those levels, by the way, are heading on down now. And if you look here at Heathrow, Bridgewater Drive, there's our Fox 35 studios, Lake Emma Road in Seminole County, out along I-4. That rain rate continues loading on up now. Another live scan shows Winter Park, Orlando to Oak Ridge, and on down into OIA. So, Allison, this is proving to be historical in nature. You've got our Fox alert system on there. Tell our viewers what we're looking at. It's a wonderful resource to keep everyone up to date. And when a warning comes down, we get information from the most powerful name in weather, aside from the Fox 35 Storm Tracker label. Fox Weather, okay?
That's exactly right, and it's something that we are always looking at, always monitoring for you. We actually have the alert center posted on our wall in studio, but also back by where we do all of our work. So I want to take you out to it. Number one, top of the line here is that flood emergency, and we're talking about the Little Wekiva River. So I'm going to wait till it loops back around so we can actually read exactly what is coming down from the National Weather Service. Little Wekiva River here is now at 30.6 feet. So that is going to be 1 foot above the record value there. So this is unprecedented flooding in that area. And you can see video on your screen showing flooding down in Osceola County as well. So I want to take you through a few of those locations where some flash flood warnings are until 9:30 this morning. That's going to be Volusia, Seminole, as well as Orange counties. Volusia County looking at another flash flood warning in effect until 10 o'clock this morning. Seminole looking at one until 8:45, 9:30 in Orange, Osceola, and Seminole counties, and then another going till 8:15. But like we've been talking about all morning, explaining as the center of Ian is slowly moving off to the north and east, we're going to be seeing that rain continue to wrap around in a counterclockwise motion. But again, the northerly track, so likely going to be seeing this moving into Flagler County. But I do want to take you out to our rain outlook, and we talk about where we could be seeing the most rain today, and we've been seeing that in Volusia County, Daytona Beach, and then later today going to be moving up a little bit closer to Palm Coast. So you can see a lot of our viewing area going to be seeing a lot more rain over the next few hours. And Jamie, like I was mentioning, you know, maybe if you aren't seeing a lot of rain right now, that doesn't mean that you won't be seeing more as we head throughout the next several hours. So we're watching this for you. And like we say, the power of our own Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar is so important during these times.
It makes a difference. It makes a difference when we're tracking flooding rains. It makes a difference when we've got a tornado on the ground. It just plain makes a difference, and people need to understand what makes us unique, what makes us stand out in this television market here in Central Florida. Nobody has the power we have here at Fox 35. No one. We have a lot of power outages, though. I'll tell you that.
We do.
If you guys want to come back to me real quick, I want to show you what's going on here. Again, you can see all up and down the state, the power outages, the numbers, boy, they continue to increase. So I'll take a little closer look at the viewing area. 12,000 out in Marion County, 10,000 out in Flagler County. I mean, the list goes on and on. Some of the bigger ones, you see 160,000 Eastern Orange on over into Brevard County, 70,000 there. We got 160,000 there. So again, the power outages continue. It does look like we're going to continue to see well, you can see we've got an airboat back there, Allison, right now, and that is over there in the Osceola County area there on the right, on the side of the screen there. You going to do a little more tracking now?
We will. We actually just want to send it out to our 8 o'clock hour of Good Day Orlando, and then we'll be getting right back to live tracking, so make sure you stick with us.
Fox 35 News starts now. Tracking Ian.
And we are following breaking news from overnight. We now know that one person has died in Volusia County as a result of Hurricane Ian. The sheriff's office says it was a 72-year-old man who went outside to drain the pool at his home in Deltona.
Yeah, so sad. This was about 1 in the morning. Deputies say his body was found in the canal behind the house. His wife said he never came back in. They apparently found his flashlight out there. He was trying to drain that pool, of course, probably trying to protect his home. There was a steep decline, and unfortunately, the grass was so soft, he slipped down into the rain as well. On the right-hand side is what we followed over the last hour as well. That is rescuing people in Kissimmee. What is normally a roadway has turned into a waterway where a number of cars were stuck. There was a family with 6 kids and 3 dogs that had to be rescued by airboats and big trucks there. There's that family right there. Very grateful that they were rescued this morning.
And that is just a snapshot of what we are seeing all over Central Florida. The flooding is not isolated to Osceola and Kissimmee. We're seeing flooding in Seminole County, in Volusia County, and even in downtown Orlando. And that is why we want to get to Dave Puglisi, because he has been driving all over downtown Orlando. And now that the sun is at least starting to peek through the clouds, Dave, you're probably getting a better perspective of how things look.
For sure, Amy. But you know what else, too? We're noticing that the rain is starting to ease up a bit, and it's helping out with some of the flooding. I can show you that here. Well, first, when we came, remember that ambulance that we saw? We came back out here to see if it was gone. It was, but we found another car here in its place instead. We did go down to see if anybody was in that car. Nobody was. But in the last hour that we've been here, the water level has actually dropped by about a foot. Originally, the water was sitting above that car's hood. It's now gone. And over here, you guys remember this sign from earlier today? That sign is now probably, I would say, the water's maybe about 2 or 3 feet. Before, it was almost up to the top there. And then also that van that I showed you, you could see more of that van now closer to the steering wheel. So the rains have improved. It's a lighter rain. The winds have eased up a bunch. We're at the tail end of it over here in Orlando, which is a good sign, but we still have a lot to dry out in the meantime. It's still very dangerous out here, as we've talked about. Don't go out right away. Let the water reside first. There's going to be some time before that happens, Amy.
All right, Dave, thanks. The fact that it's not raining is a good sign as well. I know you found flooding earlier this morning in downtown Orlando. Just give us a sense, Dave, have things gotten worse as some of those waterways have gotten even larger?
Yes, especially over by by Orange Avenue, where one of the lakes is. That area started to get really, really bad, to the point where originally we used to be able to drive through it, and then it started to get to a point where we couldn't do that anymore. But down here, like on Silver Court, it has improved quite a bit. It's dropped at least a foot, maybe 2 feet, which is awesome. I mean, I think a lot of that has to just do with the rain easing up quite a bit. It would be nice to see what some of the other lakes are doing here. But yeah, it's getting better. It's not great, it's getting better.
All right.
At this point, we'll take getting better.
Yeah, we are
Dave,
hearing
thanks.
about flooding in Winter Park as well. A lot of small lakes in Winter Park, and then we're hearing about flooding in the attractions area as well. So
I suspect a lot of people in Central Florida waking up to images they thought they would not see before, including in Kissimmee, for sure. Randy has been in the front row watching this as well. Randy, looks like they're obviously doing some power work there as well. They have got a lot of issues they're trying to put out this morning.
Yeah, so what you see behind me is they're working to cut the power because right around in this area, I believe it's called McLaren Circle is nearby. There are some people who need to be rescued, but they crews, I spoke with power linemen here who said that they have to cut the power first so that it is then safe for fire officials to be able to go in and rescue people who are trapped in that area. And this is, I checked on my GPS, it's literally 7 minutes of walking distance from where I am right now. And to just give you a quick update, because we shared the story about the family member who arrived here and has a member of her family members who were in the Delwood community. We just watched half of the family arrive. They came around this corner right here, and I could see the emotion on her face. She talked about that 1-year-old who the family, they were on the dining room table holding the baby high so that the baby would be okay, but saw half of the family arrive and the quick embrace. And she said the crews are headed back to go get the other half of the family. I think she said about 6 total. And so she said she would check in with me. They wanted to get the baby in the car, obviously, because wet situation, the water very high in that community. When I spoke with law enforcement officials about that area in particular, they say in some parts it's as high as the mailboxes in that community. When I first brought that first family to you, she was saying about 65 to 75 homes in that Delwood community, she says, but the middle of the street is an area that experiences the most flooding, more significant this time than she has seen in the past. But in total, we have watched 3 families. The first family we brought to you with the mother who had the 3 children, or excuse me, 3 animals who were rescued, 8 children rescued from the home, and her husband is a law enforcement official. He got ready to go to work and realized that the flooding was starting and it was getting bad. We saw another family be rescued, pulled in on a duck boat, and then we saw half of the family of the woman who had the 1-year-old who was trapped inside. Half of the family arrived on an airboat, and they sent the airboat back to go get the rest of the family. When I heard the conversation between law enforcement officials and that family, they say they started with people who had elderly or medical conditions, but they wanted to get right back as soon as they heard that there was a 1-year-old in that home. But that's it for what I'm seeing here: rain, wind, and they're still working to get people out of their homes safely. I'll send it back to you.
Randy, something that they're even turning off the power now to go rescue
yeah,
them.
can you imagine? But that just gives you an idea of just how dangerous it is to have that electrical current running through any floodwaters. That we've seen that time and time again. So better to be safe than sorry when you see another truck that is coming in there behind Randy to help out. We've got some new video out of Lake Mary as well. We're going to show you that in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, though, Tropical Storm Ian is still churning, and Jamie's all over it. Jay?
Yeah, we got you covered, Amy. Want to give you a look here at Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. You see that spin. Concern now is more heavy rain leaching in off of the Atlantic. You can see it plowing through Volusia and then coming back around, kind of sculpting onto the western edge there of the Orlando metro and making a beeline back down toward Osceola County. Of course, we had that flood issue down there in the Kissimmee area. Right now, it looks like there's some lighter rain around, but there's some heavier stuff lurking just to the west there. May try to get on in there over near Falcons Fire Golf Course and Lake Buena Vista down the Davenport. As you head on over to the Polk, you can see kind of just trying to skinny on in there. So we're watching that. Got an active flash flood warning for Osceola County now until 9:30 for you on this Thursday morning. I want to give you a look at the rainfall area where we had that big flood, where our reporter Randy Hildreth is located around Kissimmee. Big rain amounts. Again, this falling over just a span of a few hours. We all know, have become familiar, maybe I should say, with that sound on rooftops. Unrelenting rain. We told you it'd be coming. A lot of the modeling showing in Volusia County rainfall maximums over 2 feet of total accumulated rain. So it looks like that is coming to fruition now as you show you Port Orange down to Harbor Oaks, Ponce Inlet, on up to the Daytona International Speedway. Really no location really exempt. Everyone's super soaked on this Thursday morning, courtesy of Tropical Storm Ian. No longer hurricane, now a tropical storm. So I want to give you a look at the watches, the warnings. This is a tropical storm warned area now. Pretty much all up and down the peninsula. They got a watch up this way in Alachua and up the Gilchrist County area. That's part of our Fox 51W OGX family. We have a sister station up there, so we are responsible for watching and tracking and keeping you all safe up in that area of the state. And as we look here, you see the winds 65 miles per hour. Here's the track as Ian begins to scoot on out into the open Atlantic. A look at this Thursday at 2. Should be moving offshore and then making a beeline as a tropical storm into coastal Carolinas, just to the west of Charleston. If you're familiar with this area, they don't call it the low country of South Carolina for nothing. It's low-lying. It's subject and prone to flooding. There are going to be some storm surge issues out that way, and of course that heavy tropical rain on the order of, well, let's just say many inches when it's all said and done, especially if Ian slows down. It's a real soggy storm. You can see I-Drive right now. City Furniture Cam, it's weaving and bobbing all around. Northwest winds at 32, and this wind direction also shows us the airflow around Ian is beginning to change a little bit. For the most part for this event, we had some strong gusty east-northeast winds. Now as the circulation lifts up closer to the Atlantic, the wind field begins to alter, and winds should become more westerly a little bit through the day today. Here's a look at that canopy of winds beginning to move offshore with due time through about 2 o'clock today. Tracking this as it rides on up out toward northeastern Florida and in toward the coastal areas of Georgia and eventually South Carolina. Current winds for you now as we look at the wind speeds and the gusts. I've had a lot of inquiries coming in, so I want to update you on this. Looks like Ocala has shed gusts now, just a sustained wind at 22. Orlando gusts at 44, sustained 32 there. And it looks like Leesburg out in Lake County at 28 now, sustained with gusts to 53. I want to head over to Allison Gargaro now in the Fox 35 Storm Center. Al, we are busy watching, tracking, keeping everyone safe here in Central Florida. Take it away.
That's exactly right. So, Jamie, you've been doing a great job at showing where the heavy rain is, and it's going to be these red bands that you're seeing on your screen. Now, a lot of them over the Atlantic, but as we've been talking about, they are going to be pushing across the interior and then really starting to wrap down there as we head a little bit closer to home. So let's get you right back there. I do want to take you into our rain rate graphic. So that's telling you just how heavy this rain is. And if we zoom into Volusia County, that's where we are still seeing some of the heaviest rain just south of Port Orange, north of Ponce Inlet there, falling at a rate of 4 inches per hour. And some other areas going to be seeing some heavy rain as well, anywhere from about 1 to 3 inches. So I do want to mention that you are not out of the clear yet if you do live in Volusia County. They are still under a flash flood warning until 10 o'clock this morning. But like we've been seeing, all of these flash flood warnings have been not only extending, but also moving up to the north just a bit as that center of circulation of Ian is going to be doing just that. So I want to take you back into our Fox 35 storm tracker radar, and let's go down to street level in some areas. If you live along State Highway 415, this is going to be just to the east of downtown Sanford, Maytown Road. We have Ellis Road, and up in Deltona, Lake Helen, you can see that very heavy rain falling near Orange Camp Road. That's going to be just west of the I-4 corridor here. So we've been showing you pictures and video of exactly what is going on outside, and these conditions are not safe to drive in. More heavy rain is on the way and likely going to be seeing some of that flooding on the roadways. We've been seeing that on social media. If you head out to Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, likely seeing some of your neighbors talking about those conditions. But I do want to put this back in play mode so you can see these heavy bands of rain that are out over the Atlantic are going to be curving right back in. And I do just want to take you out one more time to those wind gusts, because not only is it the rain and the flooding, but also the winds. We talk about a very saturated ground. Some areas seeing more than a foot of rain in just a short amount of time. And then any of these strong wind gusts could knock over more trees and power lines. So just because the sun is out doesn't mean that we still aren't seeing some very strong winds and potentially dangerous situations on the ground. So we're looking at that. And then if we take a look at some rainfall totals, you can see where Ian has been down in southwest Florida, making its way across the Florida Peninsula and then up into our viewing area. So some of the locations that are shaded in white and purple on your screen, seeing anywhere from 6 inches up to potentially 2 feet of rain. So we're watching this very, very closely for you. Jamie, we have our own Fox 35 storm tracker radar, and let me tell you, it is coming in handy at this moment.
I will tell you, hands down right now. Our coverage of Ian has been top notch, and that radar has made all the difference.
Yeah, it really has.
Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah.
All right, we're all done over here, guys. We'll send it on back to you.
All right, thank you guys. Doing incredible work over there. And again, those flash flood warnings continue throughout the morning, and Good Day Orlando is going to stick with you throughout the morning. We want to show you, this is Sand Pond Road. Just about 30 minutes ago, strong winds and rain causing this transponder to lose power and the lines to spark there. This is in the Lake Mary area of Seminole County. And we have been seeing a lot of flooding in Seminole County.
We have, for sure. It's going to make it tougher for some of these power crews to get out there as well. Let's check in with David as well. He has been making his way around different parts in Sarasota County now. David, what are you finding right now?
Good morning to you, Ryan. Good morning as well, Amy. Well, let's give you a shot behind me here of what we can basically see at any juncture here in Northport, Sarasota County. Tree limbs down. This gentleman right here in this house had his windows protected by storm shutters. Unfortunately, though, the SUV parked in the driveway didn't fare too well with the tree limb coming down on it, but he'll be able to get that out of there, no problem. This is the time of the morning when the sun comes up here and people start surveying the damage to their properties and cleaning up, as this woman is doing right here and with her garbage.
All right, unfortunately, we've lost David's signal then. But David stayed the night last night over in Sarasota, Bradenton area, because they wanted to be a little bit off the coast. And it turns out, of course, that Central Florida is really one of the hardest hit areas.
Yeah, if you
right
follow
now.
David on Twitter, if you don't, I would recommend you do, by the way. He put an image of what he described as their safe house they were staying in. And the storm was whipping. You could see the flood waters already starting to rise there because they got so much rain there.
That's right. But the story right now is right here in Central Florida, and that is where we are seeing significant flooding that is happening all over. You can see one of our cameras here showing just a few cars out on the roads. The sheriff's office in nearly every Central Florida county are heeding the same warning, which is to stay off the roads. There's no reason to be out there. There is significant flooding, and if you drive into it, they may not be able to come rescue you.
No, and this is what they want to see, an image with hardly anyone there. Let's get back to David now. I think we've got the mic issue fixed, and we'll check back in on the damage. David, do you have us?
All right, everyone. We're streaming live now from Fox. The time is now 8:15 a.m. here on the East Coast as we are continuing to monitor Ian. Ian made landfall as a very powerful Category 4 storm with 155 miles per hour winds and a record-setting storm surge, devastating winds and fierce rain lashing the Sunshine State. Now, Ian is now a tropical storm with winds of 65 miles per hour as it makes its way through the Florida Peninsula at 8 miles per hour. But it is still a very powerful, dangerous storm, especially now that sunlight is showing and daylight is breaking. We're beginning to see the aftermath of the storm's effects. More than 2.5 million Floridians are now without power, and we're starting to see down power lines. As you can see here, streets that almost look like rivers, very severe flooding. And now that the rain has dissipated a little bit throughout Central Florida, the storm is continuing to shift northeast. Let's take a look at this video that we are receiving from Naples, Florida. You can see heavy flooding. People are performing civilian rescues. And again, the street just looks as if it has turned into a river. Now, law enforcement officials in a nearby Fort Myers received calls from people who were trapped in homes and worried about their residents. Pleas were also posted on social media sites with some videos showing debris recovering from entering people's homes. And we are getting a few tweets to our live now from Fox Desk. This tweet coming from the Army Corps of Engineers, because we're starting to see emergency officials and volunteers from other states lend their support to Florida. So this again coming from the Army Corps of Engineers, which is staged in Jacksonville. They are ready to assist when it comes to restoring communications to people in the area. We also have this other tweet coming to our desk from Robert Ray. He is showing us the destruction in Fort Myers. I mean, just take a look at this. People's boats completely destroyed as the water is now beginning to recede. And I do believe we have a few others coming to our desk. You can see the boats just completely destroyed by the winds there in Fort Myers. We are continuing to keep in touch with our news partners at Fox 13 Tampa. This tweet coming into our desk from Fox 13's Elizabeth Fry. She's saying that we're getting a first-hand look at the impacts of Hurricane Ian. that were left in the Fort Myers area. Significant damage, as you can see. And we're also monitoring the latest information from local officials and authority. This message coming from the sheriff in Lee County, Florida, saying that many residents are without power. Many residents are without power and unable to communicate. As long as the area is accessible, they will dispatch deputies to check on residents and to ensure that they are safe. We've already witnessed, again, both civilian and federal response agencies rescuing people now that daylight is breaking. This tweet coming from the Louisiana Cajun Navy. The team has been out since winds have died down, and they've already performed 30 civilian rescues. They're asking that you text or tweet them if you know anyone in your local area that needs assistance following this storm. So the real disaster response that's needed will continue to happen for the next few days, weeks, and months, sometimes actually years after the storm has ended. But at this time, we are getting another update from our colleagues at Fox 13 Tampa. We have activated teams across Central Florida as we continue to track the aftermath of the storm. Here's the latest from Fox 35.
To go rescue someone, to be the second water rescue we've seen in this spot. And we've heard from all the power companies saying we are working through the storm. This is the kind of condition they want right here, where it's dry and they can get out there for sure. But you got to wonder if some of the flooding is going to slow down in some cases. The case we see Randy there, if you had a sharp eye in front of us. So Randy, what are you seeing right now? That has been a very busy intersection with a lot of people from Kissimmee and Osceola County helping out.
All right, so we've got Kissimmee Fire Rescue out there. Their crews are out helping people. We've got airboats that have been out there and trying to, that one actually looks like an engine boat. But we've got boats out there that have been trying to get to people and get them to higher ground. Randy, are you able to hear us okay?
Yes, I'm able to barely make you out because it's so windy out here. Just to give you a quick recap, within the last maybe 10 minutes or so, fire officials have shown up, and I see an ambulance, and so we know that they are in the middle of doing rescues in this community, so trying to find out if there has been a medical emergency. We know that it's not just the Delwood community that is experiencing flooding in that area, and people are needing to be rescued. I spoke with linemen who are out here, and you watch them live cut the power because law enforcement officials also need to go to the McLaren community and need to be able to do that safely. In terms of the family that I introduced you to, half of that family has arrived. I just checked in with one of the relatives who is parked under or waiting under here. I can tell you that when that rumble comes and you hear it, to let people know that one of the airboats is coming around the corner, you can just get a sense, especially for the family that's still waiting on others to arrive. You can just feel that they are happy that their relatives are now in a safer situation. With that family, half have been rescued, and one of the family members was that toddler, that 1-year-old who was in the home with the rest of the family, and they were stationed on the dining room table, and family members were holding that 1-year-old so that they wouldn't be exposed to the flood water. I was told that the family half of the family has gone to another home, including that toddler, so that they can rest and dry off. And so another family member is here waiting for the other half of the family to be rescued. In terms of the priority, law enforcement officials are working to rescue people who are elderly, disabled, have medical conditions, and then young people, and then make sure that, they get everyone. I can tell you from the emotional side, watching people be rescued, obviously stepping off of these airboats or the duck boats, and they are drenched, and then also watching law enforcement officials literally pick up elderly people off of the airboat and place them onto the ground, grabbing their walkers to help them to dry land. You can just feel for the families who have just probably, can't imagine, but have been in a very scary situation as they watched floodwater rise into their home. Law enforcement officials say as high as mailboxes in the Delwood community, but to finally have a little bit of peace now that they are out of that floodwater and on onto dry land. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Yeah, just some heartbreaking images there, Randy. Seeing that person just kind of sad and slumped over, no shoes on their feet. So hopefully everybody's able to get to a shelter and get to some higher ground.
Randy, good stuff. And obviously that's in Osceola County. Mike Chitwood saying they rescued people all night with their boats as well. So we've seen this in multiple counties for sure. And in Seminole, just the opposite, where they don't want the boats to be out on the water because they don't want to move that water any closer to homes than it already is.
Yeah, we actually heard from Sheriff Dennis Lima a short time ago, and he said that he's actually going to have Alan Harris sign an executive order saying no wake on the roads, which is something we don't hear very often, and we probably will see something like that in Volusia County soon because, Nestor Mato, you look like you're standing in some water there.
At least it's not raining, though, for the first time all morning.
You know what, the rain has lightened up, which is great because this area is very much flooded. In fact, I want to show you right behind me. You can see there's a truck that stalled out, and we're seeing cars stalling out throughout New Smyrna Beach area. We were downtown. In fact, we moved our car because we were afraid that our news unit was going to stall out. And we know because of the conditions, if you stall out, you may not get help for a while. So we thought about that as well. We were like, there's no tow truck coming for us, you know, because we are still feeling the effects of Tropical Storm Ian. You can see this man walking down the street too. We are on North Dixie Freeway, right off the 44 to 95. So what we're also seeing is some power companies showing up as well. We know some people have lost power, but you know, guys, what we've been talking about all morning long is the concern about the high water. Volusia County deputies, we know, have their high water rescue teams deployed, and I was talking to them and they were telling me that they are going out to the extent possible. And of course, the sad update we heard earlier this morning was that one man has already died. Apparently, he was draining his pool at 1 in the morning. And you know, when I read that, it really hit me because at 1 in the morning, I was live on air talking about the storm. Well, he went out during the storm to drain his pool. Of course, the waters were rising. His wife noticed that he was gone for a while, a 72-year-old man. And now deputies say he slipped on the slippery grass, fell into the canal, and drowned. So these are the type of things that we're warning you about. Officials here are afraid that the floodwaters could reach upwards of 15 inches. And right now, as you mentioned, it has slowed down the rainfall, but it was relentless all morning long.
Yeah, Nestor, not surprising at all to see him standing in that water because it's the first time we've been with Nestor all morning. It's not been pouring there. Yeah. And unfortunately, I think this is going to go down as a very deadly storm. Nestor, the rain has stopped, which is good news. Just driving around, was it hard to navigate to where you guys are based on some of the flooding you've seen in New Smyrna Beach?
Yes, our photojournalist actually was telling me that he has a friend that lives in Edgewater, that the water was coming into their home. So we were attempting to go to Edgewater, but the roadway just would not allow us. The water was too high. We had to turn back. And as you can see, I mean, look at that truck right there. I mean, that's no Mini Cooper. That's a truck. And it's stalled out right there. So
wow. Yeah, we were just talking about, Nestor, I don't know if you heard us, Sheriff Limo saying, listen, don't drive fast on these roads because what's happening is you're distributing that water into people's homes, you know, which is really sad. The last thing you want to do is make somebody's problem worse.
Yeah, well, actually, I don't know if Jeff can do this for me and show this door here, but as people drive through A1A, the water comes up and you can see there's sandbags protecting this business. This business actually has their windows boarded up too, which many do not because the fear was not the wind, it was the rain. But yeah, you're mentioning it, the water does creep up into people's home, into people's businesses. So you want to go slow anyway because you want to try to make it all the way around anyway. So that's the other thing. But for many people, I mean, it's just not doable. Stay home. There's nothing open. There's really nothing for you to get to anyway.
Yeah, Nestor, you may have seen behind you, there was a huge power truck that came through there, and they were able to get through. It showed us how deep the water was, but that's what they're going to encounter in all of these counties, trying to get out there and restore power, and they're going to be dealing with flooding, and in some cases it might be too deep for them, but at least they got through where you were.
Yeah, you know, we've already been talking about it. There's already in the millions throughout the state of Florida without power. So imagine there are so many people without power. There are so many washed out roadways. Their hands are full. It might be a while before not only electricity gets to you, but if you need help, if you put yourself in a predicament where you need help, who's going to come? They have their hands full as well, and they're trying to take care of themselves as well, all the first responders out here. So it's just a tough situation to be in. You just want to stay home and watch Good Day Orlando. That's the plan.
Oh,
we recommend it.
Yes, thank you so much, Nestor, and thanks for all the great work you're doing out there. Well, you heard Nestor talking a little bit about things that are closed, and it's a good thing they closed the schools through Friday, because that was going to be a serious problem. So good that the kids are staying home the rest of the week. We want to bring you up to date on this. FHP Orlando just tweeting this out a short time ago. The Florida Turnpike shut down in both directions. Between mile markers 254 and 267. This is in Orange County. And the reason they shut it down is because they said there is significant flooding on the road, northbound and southbound.
Yeah, just look at this image. I mean, you can see a vast majority of that appears to be at least not ponding, but it only takes a spot like which is the closest far right part of your screen, which is that ponding. And that is a major issue, especially when you're traveling at a high rate of speed. And that's why they say, first of all, most things are closed, but do not get out and get in a situation where you potentially could lose your life. We saw this last night, a couple fatal crashes that may or may not have been tied to the weather, but you can even see with that car going by, the water that's coming up behind them.
Yeah, really scary situation. So again, FHP, look at, there's a semi truck out working this morning. It's probably somebody told him you got to get your delivery there on time, but it's just not worth it. So again, FHP Orlando letting us know both directions of the Florida Turnpike shut down in part of Orange County, and as soon as it opens, of course, they will let us know, but they say it will remain closed until the storm passes and the floodwaters recede.
On a positive note, this is probably the first time I've been in the studio in 6 hours. I've not heard rain up there. We checked in with Nestor. It stopped a little bit. So at least for the time being, we're getting a little break.
And that's the key for the time being, because we're still going to be seeing these rain bands moving in from the Atlantic and be very heavy at times. And as you heard probably on your roof, that it's falling at a rate of 2 to 4, potentially 6 inches per hour. So we take a look at all of our cameras on the roadways, and Florida's Turnpike included, that there is going to be a lot of standing water. And whether you're driving out on the roadways or just trying to walk through your neighborhood, you don't know how deep the water is. And I really think that that's the key from what we are seeing from all of our reporters out there. You do not want to walk or drive through a flooded roadway again, because it could sweep you away, and we don't want that today. And we're seeing a lot of water on a lot of roadways. I've been going through all of our DOT cameras, and there's just so many to look through, but it's not safe to go out there. Down near Universal, Kirkman Road, and I-4, we are seeing some of that flooding on this side of the road. Again, nothing shut down at the moment, but that's not something that you want to be
Not
driving
areas
through.
we usually say we're seeing flooding there.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm hearing from viewers who said we've never flooded before. You know, Winter Springs, Winter Park, some of these neighborhoods that are accustomed to, you know, having, you know, trees down, but maybe not rising water right outside their doorstep.
Yeah, and the water just has nowhere to go. I mean, we have our afternoon summertime thunderstorms, which you've been seeing for the last several months. And so with that already saturated ground and then more than a foot of rain in some locations, it's only going to go up.
So true. We're going to take a very short break and regroup here in about 10 seconds to get back going for the 8:30 as we continue to follow what is now a very bad flooding scene throughout Central Florida.
Fox 35 News starts now. Tracking Ian.
The time is now 8:30 a.m. That was the latest updates from our Fox 35 Orlando colleagues. At this time, we are going to switch gears and check in with our news partners in Tampa. They have reporters on the ground as we continue to cover Ian's aftermath.
Those roads are clear for emergency vehicles to get to emergency calls. But the dispatcher says that all those calls that were taken late last night and early into this morning are now being fielded and separated for crews to take care of. And this is what they told me about that this morning. Take a look.
They are separated. We do have dispatchers that are already designated for certain roles in there. We have some that have already been designated to take lists for power outages. They take lists for trees down. They take lists for traffic lights that are out. They call those separate departments. We have dispatchers who are already designated to coordinate with specific officers to work with those natural occurrences. We also have other dispatchers who are already trained to work with regular patrol units who patrol the areas along the city. And then we have our regular emergency call takers and our non-emergency call takers who just take phone calls all throughout the city.
And talk about. Now, I did ask them.
All right, guys, we are continuing our nonstop coverage as we continue to track the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. Let's go ahead and switch gears to our Fox 35 Orlando colleagues. It looks as though we have a live rescue taking place. Let's watch.
But you can hear the sound of dogs over here because it's, you know, mothers, grandmothers, pets rescued. We have one family right here. And I know that we were going to talk to Miss Lena, but we have some people who are just arriving. And you can get a sense of everyone who's here. Are you doing okay, ma'am?
No, she can't hear you.
Okay. Gotcha. But you all were just rescued? Yeah. Can I ask you quickly how? And I ask this with my heart thinking about you guys because I can't imagine what you just experienced. Talk about where you just came from and what you just left.
Circle.
And what was it like again?
We were deep in water in our house.
How high? How high was it?
Here.
Up to your thigh. How long were you in there?
2 o'clock in the morning. Yes.
And who all was in the home with you?
My daughter Cassandra, her husband Leo, my granddaughter, 2 granddaughters, a grandson and 2 grandsons and a son.
2 daughters.
2 grandsons, 2 granddaughters, daughter and son-in-law.
So about 7 people inside the home. Is this your mom?
Yes, that's my mom. We came here because she lives in a mobile home and brought her there thinking it was going to be safer, but no.
Talk about, and I know that you are getting your family together, but talk about how you're feeling now to get out of that situation.
Great. I'm feeling great. Yes.
Thank you so much for sharing your story with us, and I'm happy that you're over here. Thank you so much. But you can just hear some of the stories. I talked to Miss Lena earlier. That was the family member who had arrived because her family was trapped in their home in the Delwood community. She talked about the toddler that was being held. She says half of the family has been taken to another home, another location. The power is out over there, and so they are waiting for the rest of the family to be transported. They were told by law enforcement officials that they want to make the priority families who are dealing with medical emergencies or families that have older relatives to make sure that they are first taken out, and then they are making multiple trips. I was told by law enforcement officials that they have several airboats and also a duck boat that they are using for these operations. And it's not just the Delwood community. McLaren Circle, they are also experiencing some flooding, and they had to cut the power lines before law enforcement officials could move into that area. And we want to be very sensitive about showing people who have just been rescued because, as I said, I cannot imagine what they have dealt with being in their home and watching floodwaters rise and then have to be rescued and really just grabbing what they could to get to this location. But we're so appreciative of people giving us a snapshot of what they have been dealing with. But I can tell you, with the families that are here, I also get excited when I hear that rumble, knowing that that airboat is about to come around the corner with more people who have been rescued and are now okay. I'm going to see if I can check in with Miss Lena again to give an update on the family that had the toddler, and try to check in with you soon.
Randy, great stuff out there. Clearly, this is a rain event and a flooding event right now, but we've been looking in the break at some of the damage that we've seen. A lot of things blown down, trees uprooted that we're going to also find today.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, we're seeing trees down just about everywhere. And again, Randy is seeing images of flooding, but we are seeing flooding all over Central Florida. This is specific to Osceola County and the Kissimmee area, and she's been talking to some of the people who have been impacted there. But I'm getting viewer pictures from quite literally all over, near the Malt Millennia, in the attractions area, in Volusia County, all all over Seminole County, Winter Springs, Winter Park. We're seeing these flooding images all over.
Yeah, much more flooding than damage, though. You'll see damage out there as well. A lot of flooding. Let's go to Jamie and Allison. And we knew these rain totals would bring this kind of flooding, and we're really seeing the effects now.
Well, yeah. I mean, we got a tropical system here, Ryan, and, you know, this is what they do. They produce wind, and they produce a lot of rainfall, Allison.
Yeah, and with the slow movement of this storm, and it's continuing to make that counterclockwise wrap around our viewing area, that's why we are seeing so much rain. We saw a lot last night, Jamie, and a lot more is going to be making its way across our viewing area until that center of Ian has moved far enough away from the Florida Peninsula.
And it's that northeast movement now that is actually putting rain back in Osceola County down near Kissimmee. Let me update you now using our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. A live look for you right now showing the wraparound effect there and how some of that is still funneling on down into Osceola County. We have an active flood warning now. This goes till 9:30, so a little more than an hour on that, but you can see the scene here where Randy Hildreth is located. We've had, gosh, inches and inches of rain. That continues stacking up. I took this screenshot. There may very well be more than what you see here, but I took the screenshot about an hour and 20 minutes ago, and this is what our radar revealed that had fallen. Of course, there could be locally higher amounts as we typically find outside of that radar scope. So the outlook now, South Daytona, Port Orange to Allendale to Harbor Oaks and the Ponce Inlet and all the way up toward the Main Street Pier, Daytona Beach. Sugar Mill Estates, heads up. You got some heavy rainers there right along I-95. Here's 44, the gateway into New Smyrna Beach, the Smyrna Yacht Club there, and looking back up toward US 1 and the north and south causeways there right along the Indian River on the north side, and then back out toward Ponce Inlet. We connected dots with some heavy rain there. Also moving into Elk Cam Boulevard west of Alamana and out toward Orange City, Casadega, and Lake Helen as you work inland now across Volusia County. Heavy rain continues, and we pick up that Seminole County flood warning now. This is the Heathrow area, and some of this actually comes out toward us here at the Fox 35 studios right there at Lake Emma Road. Of course, Markham Woods Road on the other side, and then that continues on out toward the Wekiva area right now, where we do have a flood warned area in progress. You can see here the images are Randy Hildreth live over in Kissimmee. People being rescued now from automobiles and homes as floodwaters have risen to just crazy levels right now. Historic in some aspects of it all. But I'll tell you, one of the great things about having your own live weather radar, we could take you right there to the scene. We track it, we address it, and of course the warning's firing right now, so there is much ado to track as we take you on down toward the area now along 434, the Little Wekiva River. We had a sharp rise in water there. That too was at quote-unquote historic levels, according to the National Weather Service in Melbourne. So now we watch those floodwaters gradually receding, and they have as the rain intensity has loosened up its grip some. So our watches and warnings now, the tropical storm warned areas shaded here and these orange for you. There are no areas with active hurricane warnings, so that's good news. But again, the bad news is that we're still in a warned area for tropical storm impact. So we look at Ian now. You can see here on the satellite presentation that we've got winds at 65. That is going to jettison out into the open Atlantic Thursday today at 2 o'clock. So we start to separate from Ian, and that looks like it continues with the tropical storm status. In fact, it increases some, just shy of a Category 1 hurricane. That's a strong tropical storm Friday at 2 p.m., strengthening over the warm waters of the Atlantic. Water temps still in around the 80, maybe 82 degree Fahrenheit mark, and the Gulf Stream current out there as well. So it looks like it's going to ride that up into the Carolinas and make its presence known with heavy rain. There's some tropical storm warned areas up that way as well. Want to give you a look here at the camera. Again, what you're seeing here on the side of the screen are rescue units down in Osceola County near Kissimmee. We had water rescues. The water packed in real tight, and they started that rising level there. So cars were stranded, folks were stranded. So that's what we're doing. Randy Hildreth, one of our great reporters here at Fox 35, is live on the scene, bringing us clear, concise reports as to what's happening. There you see Randy right there in the box. The outlook again at iDrive, 72. That's a north wind at 43. And we look at the canopy of impactful winds from Ian now moving offshore. by 2 o'clock, and we track that out as it moves over the open Atlantic, destined again for the coastal Carolinas. Last check here on some wind speeds and gusts. Have a few inquiries on the social media platforms, so I want to let you know we haven't forgot about you out there. We've been juggling these flood warnings like crazy back here in the storm center. We have to address life-threatening situations. Of course, the wind's on the mind of many, so we show you 43 sustained Orlando, that latest gust at 62 miles per hour, 55 at Sanford, sustained 39, and Daytona Beach, a latest wind gusts as of late, most recent at 69 miles per hour, and a sustained wind there at around 55. I want to head on over to Allison Gargaro now. She's monitoring our Fox weather alerts board. Allison, much to do here in Central Florida with the flood threat unfolding, and you've got information on that right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I do want to bring you an update. So we are looking at a flash flood warning now in Lake County, Orange County, Seminole County, as well as Volusia counties. That is in effect until 12:15 this afternoon. So we've been talking about how likely that these flash flood warnings would be extended, and we are seeing just that. A few others that will be expiring anywhere from 8:45 until 10 o'clock this morning, but we could be seeing those extended as well. So even though you might be hearing a lull in the rain, which we're hearing right on our Fox 35 studios here, want to let you know that more rain could be on the way. So let's actually take you out into what we are seeing. Some heavy rain that's still offshore of Volusia County, but that's going to be making its way across the interior. So let's zoom you right on into Daytona Beach, Port Orange, Ponce Inlet, New Smyrna Beach. It looks like it's just light to moderate rain right now, but you can see some of that red, those heavier bands that are moving in. And if we actually take you into our rainfall rate, you can see just how fast and how much rain could be falling at a rate of 2.3 inches per hour just to the west of I-95 there, and in DeLand it's just under an inch per hour. So it could be light in some locations, but please do not let your guard down. We have seen a lot of rain in a very short amount of time, and as we head throughout the afternoon hours today, and we do actually see some of that rain start to push offshore into the Atlantic, you can see a lot has fallen in the path of Ian. But if I take you into our rain outlook, where we actually could be seeing even more rain throughout the afternoon, some of the highest threats this afternoon up near Palm Coast, that does include portions of Flagler and Volusia County, and then lesser amounts as you go toward the Orlando Metro. But like we've been tracking on our very own Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, still a lot of rain to talk about. So let's take you right back in to our loop, and you can see that that center of circulation is slowly making its way through Brevard County right now, but that counterclockwise motion going to be bringing even more rain across Lake County. I do want to mention it looks like I-75 is that stopping point. So if you are west of I-75 up through north central Florida, that does include Gainesville, you could maybe be seeing some sprinkles, but it's really the heavier rain that's not only going to be pushing in to Seminole and Orange counties, back into Osceola, Polk. We're seeing that in Lake, and then eventually making its way back into Brevard County. So I know we have some reporters out there saying, hey, what are we going to be seeing over the next hour or so? Well, until these rain bands actually move into your area, things are going to be quiet, but where the heaviest rain is moving into DeLand, Deltona, and toward Daytona Beach. And Jamie, this is impacting the roads as well, so we're continuing to monitor traffic conditions for you. That's something that I'm watching very, very closely. Florida's Turnpike is going to be closed. That's from Colonial Drive to the beach line. So there's a lot of water on the roadways, and we always talk about you don't want to drive through the flooded roadways because you don't know how much water is on the ground, and we don't want anybody getting injured from not only the standing water, but some of it could be moving as well.
Well, hydroplaning, you know, big issue. You know, you hit that at high speed, forget about it, right? Out of control you go.
Yeah.
Allison, thank you. Great job today.
Thanks, Jamie.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much. We have been looking at images on Twitter of just the devastation that we're seeing. And one of the areas that's really devastated is the area around Lake Eola, where the water has come up and flooded the surrounding streets.
Yeah, not an area of downtown we often see flood, but that has been the case today, like so many parts of Central Florida. Let's check in with Dave Puglisi. He's been finding flooded street after flooded street. And Dave, looks like a water behind you. This is Nestor this morning. He is with us this morning. Nestor, good morning.
Oh. Hey, good morning. Sorry about that. I was like, is it me? Yeah, so I'm at New Smyrna Beach, actually. And so just a couple minutes ago, you must have seen that truck that had stalled out. Well, just a couple minutes ago, right after I talked to you guys, he had a buddy pull up with an even bigger truck, and he was able to pull them out at least to the side for now. So that worked out for him. And actually, I just saw a couple minutes ago a tow truck go by. So we might start seeing people finally venture out, but for the most part, officials say stay home. The floodwaters are very high. You just heard Allison say that we are still under a flood advisory here in Volusia County for all of the morning till noon, I believe she said. And so we've seen the water rise, because when we first arrived to New Smyrna Beach, downtown area, Canal Street, there was no flooding. The street was dry. By the time we were live on TV at 5 this morning, it was up to almost my knees, mid-calf for sure, and we had to go ahead and drive our SUV out before we got stuck. So we're seeing cars stalled. The New Smyrna Beach police and Volusia County deputies, they say they're going to any rescue calls that they're getting, if possible, whenever possible. So it's not a good idea to set yourself out there. Don't take, also, it's a good thing to remember is don't take resources away from those who need it, right? If you say, well, you know, the sun's out now, the rain's a little lighter at this moment, maybe now's the time to go outside. If something happens to you, someone else who needs help now has to wait down a queue, you know? And so, again, the big takeaway also is there's nothing open. Even me, I've been craving coffee all morning. I've been up since midnight. There's no coffee. There's no gas. There's nothing.
Yeah.
So that's the situation as we see it right now. And you can see some folks trying to make the trek here. We're on Dixie Freeway right off State Road 44.
Yeah, just an unsafe situation. And these are trucks that are getting around. But again, as you mentioned, Nestor, where are they going? There's nowhere to go unless you're going to try to rescue grandmother from her house, right? But even then, you should allow the authorities to do it. And there's a sedan behind you that definitely shouldn't be driving through those floodwaters. You're going to get stuck. We heard Sheriff Chitwood say that they had these high-profile vehicles yesterday that would be out and about. Have you seen any emergency service personnel out there?
I saw one of the big vehicles that New Smyrna Beach rides around with the tires that are high up to purposely move around in floodwaters. They passed by. I'm not sure where they were going, but I've been in contact with the public relations officer, and that's when they told me, you know, we go out when we can, if we can. But another important thing to remember is most of the injuries and deaths that happen from a storm happen after the storm, right?
Yes.
So right now you're like, oh, it's moving away, you know, it's going away. Well, it's electrocution because of flooding. It is drowning. We already know a 72-year-old man fell into a canal and drowned himself today.
Yeah, Nestor, it's a great point, and probably a lot of those you got to figure people that have been through a lot of hurricanes, and they're all different. They all bring different things, and there's
a deputy
police
right
vehicle
behind him.
And Volusia County is such a big county. Their rescues are hard because it stretches for such a long area.
Yeah, just a short time ago, Nestor showed us the business that he's standing next to that had sandbags up next to the door trying to keep some of the rainwater from coming in. But again, as those vehicles are driving past Nestor, that becomes problematic because that pushes the water into the doors.
Yeah, I wanted to show you that again. We are seeing cars, and the thing is, because there are so few cars, some people with vehicles that are a little higher, trucks and stuff, they'll go quicker than they should, and that water will just come just like in waves right hitting this wall above the sandbags. The water will go above the sandbags. So thank God these people went ahead and put the sandbags up, because if not, they would be filled with water right now. And you know, the situation can only get worse because we know that Tropical Storm Ian is moving so slowly, but this is his exit ramp, right? This is where he's where Ian is moving as he leaves. So the only reprieve, good news we'll have is once we're past this, we can finally say Ian's over with.
Amen. Nestor, great job. Give us a sense, just for people that are watching, how close you are to water right now.
How close are we to water right now, Jeff? About 2.5 miles.
Yeah, they're at 44.
We're about 2.5 miles, and I'm telling you, you'll see some places not as flooded as others, but you need the whole street to make it to the other side. So it's dangerous. The only thing I will say is that it is so much better now that the sun is out, because during our 5 a.m. hits, when we were checking in with you guys, we could not see, and we didn't know where the street ended and water began, which of course is the other fear.
Yeah, no kidding. So Nestor in Volusia County, I'm getting pictures from viewers in New Smyrna Beach. All their yard is completely flooded, water coming up to the door there. So this is a significant problem throughout Volusia County. And again, that flash flood warning goes till 10 this morning for Volusia.
Nestor, great job. And we'll find that in all counties. Osceola, Seminole, Orange. You're going to find flooding issues there for sure. Let's get to Allison now. We've talked about the rain. At least we've been now 2 hits in a row with Nestor where it wasn't raining. So that's at least a positive.
That is a positive. But as you can see, some of that heavy rain is starting to load up out over the Atlantic and push on shore. So just south of Daytona Beach and just to the north of Edgewater there, and continuing right along the I-4 corridor. So I do want to take you out to some of our cameras that we have across the viewing area. This is I-4 near the Turnpike. Now, you can see that the wind has been moving the camera just a little bit. There is some flooding off to the side. I do want to mention that Florida's Turnpike is closed in both directions from Colonial Drive to the beach line. So that expands quite a long ways. That's just how much water we're seeing on the roadways, and they didn't see that it would be safe for folks to drive on that. So we're watching that. For right now, we're going to send things over to Governor Ron DeSantis. So let's listen in.
And great Coast Guard, Admiral McPherson, and they've been so good in terms of what's happened. So as soon as that storm passed in the very wee hours of the morning, first responders from the local, state, and federal level descended on Southwest Florida. The Coast Guard has been performing rescue missions on the barrier islands consistently since the wee hours of the morning. We have Florida Guard assets on the ground participating in efforts, and we have our USAR teams who they got there even while the winds were going. They wanted to get in there, get on the ground across Alligator Alley, and they are performing rescue efforts, again, starting with those barrier islands, but also looking at the places that had the most inland flooding, and these operations are ongoing. In total, there's 28 large, mostly Chinooks and Blackhawks helicopters between the National Guard and Coast Guard that are already performing these active rescue missions, and there will be more air assets brought in as the day goes on. We've also been working with hospitals overnight who've been on generator power. We're in the process of evacuating 2 healthcare facilities to safer locations north. We're also surging more medical personnel into the area. As of 6 a.m. this morning, they have 2.02 million reported power outages, but outside of Southwest Florida, we may have additional outages from Central and Northeast Florida impacts, and people should anticipate that. If you look, there's 1.5 million outages in 7 Southwest Florida counties. Lee and Charlotte are basically off the grid at this point. Sarasota has 250,000 without power. Hillsborough, 222,000. Pinellas, 150,000. Manatee, 129,000. The Charlotte and Lee reconnects are really going to likely have to be rebuilding of that infrastructure. And so there are linemen, there are crews that are on their way down right now, but that's going to be more than just connecting a power line back to a pole. The other counties likely are not going to require the extent of the structural rebuild, but of course that's going to be assessed as the day goes on. But we do have huge amounts of resources that are en route and are going to work to get people's power on as quickly as possible. We've also had interruptions in communications as a result of the storm, particularly in Southwest Florida. We have 100 portable cell towers being deployed into the area, and those will be put up once it's fully safe to do so. FDOT is on the ground working on making sure that the roads and interstates are open. Alligator Alley on 75 across into Collier and into Lee County is open. The traffic is flowing. I-75 south through Charlotte County is open and flowing. Portions of Lee County, they're still looking at. As you know, some of those areas, Cape Coral, city of Fort Myers, they got really inundated and really devastated by this storm. So the hope is that all of 75 will be open, but most of it is open, and it gives us what we need to be able to continue to move supplies into the area. We have 100 engineers on site to do bridge inspections, and they work in teams of 2. As they assess the damage and they can ensure safety, then bridges can be safely reopened. Now, of course, we do have reports of structural damages to bridges, such as the bridge going on to Sanibel Island, and I anticipate there will likely be other bridges that have suffered damage. But once bridges are inspected and determined to be safe, they will be reopened as soon as possible. But we know Sanibel Causeway, and we also know Pine Island Bridge. Those two are not passable, and they are going to require structural rebuilds. Right now, if you look in Central Florida, you're looking at potential major flooding in Orange and Seminole counties, St. Johns River, all the way up potentially into Northeast Florida and Jacksonville. The amount of water that's been rising and will likely continue to rise today, even as the storm is passing, is basically a 500-year flood event. And I know Seminole County has done evacuations. I know they've opened shelters, but we're going to see a lot of images about the destruction that was done in Southwest Florida, and obviously we have massive assets there. But people should just understand this storm is having broad impacts across the state, and some of the flooding you're going to see in areas hundreds of miles from where this made landfall are going to set records, and that's going to obviously be things that that will need to be responded to. We have, of course, massive amounts of food and water in the area. We're going to have probably close to 300 truckloads of food and water in the area today. Fortunately, most of our school districts will be able to reopen on Friday or Monday. Lee County is in a very difficult situation, Charlotte, so we're going to work with them and see when they can get back on their feet. But the damage there has been just so extensive that it's a very difficult situation. We have received a major disaster declaration for 9 counties, but we do expect more. I just spoke with the president this morning. He offered support. I told him thanks for this, but because the storm has moved inland and caused a lot of potential damage in the center part of our state, that we were going to be asking for those counties to be expanded and included there. But for now, we have approval for Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Hardy, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pinellas, and Sarasota. That will allow individual Floridians to seek individual assistance from FEMA. And that will be something that, as you have people that have been displaced due to the catastrophic impacts of Hurricane Ian, that's going to be something that's going to be necessary. We have been granted 100% federal assistance, Category A and B, up front for 30 days to ensure we can quickly move forward into this response and recovery situation. FEMA has, as I mentioned, activated individual assistance for those in need of help who qualify. You go to FEMA.gov, or you can call 1-800-621-3262. Make sure you take a picture of the water line in your home, because if you can show that, we're able to get assistance to you faster. As people have emerged this morning, particularly in the areas that were hard hit, just understand this is still a hazardous situation. Those folks that were in there in the wee hours of the morning were taking big risks as first responders navigating this. You have power lines that are down, you have trees that are down, you have a lot of hazards right now. We do anticipate a lot of the water will subside in some of the barrier islands and some of the coasts, but some of those inland places off rivers and off these inlets, you're likely to have standing water there throughout all of today and even in the days ahead. So that is a hazard, and just please be aware that is something that if you weathered the storm to this point, going and doing and getting involved in that is just totally not worth it, and we want to minimize any harm to anybody as a result of what we're seeing right now in the streets. We have had 26 states provide support. We really appreciate that. It's going to be put to use. This is, I don't think we've ever seen an effort mobilized for this many rescues this quickly, but we appreciate it, and we will make good use of it. We want people to be safe. Those who are in need of life support right now, help is on the way. What they were able to do is look to see where the areas that were the hardest hit, and they've been focusing assets there. So obviously the barrier islands, but then you also have places along these different inlets and different rivers where people said the water was rising. They were calling into the county or calling 911. And so they have a pretty good sense of where those calls were coming from, and they're focusing their rescue efforts on those areas that were most hard hit. And again, I just want to thank the urban search and rescue teams, the National Guard, the state resources, and the Coast Guard for not waiting around, but going in there and understanding that time is of the essence, and we got a lot of people we need to help. For those looking to help, people say, what can we do? Well, the First Lady is spearheading our efforts with Volunteer Florida to activate the Florida Disaster Fund, where people can donate. It's much better to donate financially rather than sending items. We've got a lot of items, and that resources, financial resources, can really help people get their unique needs met. We have everything we need in terms of supply, but if you go to floridadisasterfund.org or text disaster to 20222, you can provide some much appreciated assistance. And if you want to volunteer, you have official volunteer portal at www.volunteerflorida.org to find volunteer opportunities. The impacts of this storm are historic, and the damage that was done has been historic, and this is just off initial assessments. There's going to be a lot more assessing that goes on in the days ahead, but I think we've never seen a flood event like this. We've never seen storm surge of this magnitude, and it hit an area where there's a lot of people in a lot of those low-lying areas, and it's going to end up doing extensive damage to a lot of people's homes. So there's going to be a lot of work to do. Today is about identifying the people that need help, who may still be in harm's way, but also beginning the process of rebuilding some of the things that we need to have services restored, to have fuel, and to have the things that people need in terms of communications. I want to thank Kevin Guthrie for having these assets ready to go. We're going to use every bit of them, and we're going to be there until all the tasks are completed. So, Kevin, you want to come up and give an update?
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, First Lady, for your leadership across the state. Going into a little more detail this morning, obviously, as Tropical Storm Ian continues to move across Central Florida this morning, we have damaging winds and extreme rainfall expected throughout the Northeast Florida and Central Florida area. I want to emphasize that the storm still poses a major threat to the state, including Central Florida right now and Northeast Florida. Orange County Fire Rescue is actively conducting 9 wide area search responses on the water for rising water in the Central Florida area. That is happening right now as we speak. At this time, the division has received more than 1,500 resource requests from our local impacted partners, and we have filled or are in the process of filling 1,300. As the governor said, there are 300 plus truckloads of food and water that have been loaded out, and they are mobilizing to leave to the Southwest Florida area right now. In addition to the issues with cell phones, we are deploying cell phone towers, as the governor mentioned, over 100 assets in that arena alone. We want to reinforce, and we appreciate the fact that we have received over 15,000 inputs to our shelter-in-place system. So we want to encourage you, if you are sheltering in place, or you know someone that has sheltered in place, and you know that we need to have go out and check on them, please register that individual or register yourself at floridadisaster.org/report. That's floridadisaster.org/report. We have made that more specific. Yesterday it was info, but we made it a little more specific so you did not have to hunt around for that site. So again, I'll repeat it for the third time, floridadisaster.org/report to complete the shelter-in-place survey. I want to reiterate that is not a replacement for 911. If you are in an emergency situation, you need to call 911 in your local area. Our logistical staging areas in Central Florida have all the additional resources that we need to respond. We have tarps, we have medical supplies if needed in those warehouses. We want to make sure that all the available resources can get to the residents as quickly as possible. We are obviously in a situation now where we are starting our 72-hour clock, and that 72-hour clock is that we search first, we secure, and then we stabilize. So that is what the focus of the State Emergency Response Team is going to be over the next 72 hours. Again, that is search, secure, and stabilize. I want to thank the Governor and the First Lady for their continued leadership and support. They've been here nonstop around the clock. And again, sir, thank you for that.
Okay, First Lady.
No, I just want to say on behalf of the governor and myself, everyone here who's working at the Emergency Operations Center, all of the men and women who have not left since this disaster began, to all of those people across the state, our first responders, I want to say thank you, because the people across the state and the country have stepped up big to support our Florida Disaster Fund. So far, in less than 24 hours since we launched the fund, we've raised $1.6 million. I am in constant contact with two folks. One, the people of Volunteer Florida, to pledge that we are going to remove any red tape and bureaucracy from getting those funds deployed to the people who need them immediately. And then also we're working with a lot of businesses across the state to continue to build upon that. But thank you to the people across this country and this state for stepping up to help wonderful people who are in need. Again, there's a couple of ways that if you want to continue to donate, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, or you can also text disaster to 20222. But on behalf of so many wonderful people, thank you for stepping up, and please continue to do so.
So we will be having all assets marshaled until the job is done on this initial phase. I may be able to get down today to help to survey and talk to some of the folks down in Lee and Charlotte counties. But those were massive impacts, and so we are looking at. Kevin said, these 72 hours very important for safety for folks and rescuing people that need that, and eventually bringing some stability. But you're looking at a storm that's changed the character of a significant part of our state, and this is going to require not just emergency response now in the days or weeks ahead. I mean, this is going to require years of effort to be able to rebuild and to come back. These are fantastic communities down in Southwest Florida with a lot of fantastic people, and they're very tough and resilient. Of course, they didn't ask for this, but they need our help now, and we're going to be there for them. And we understand that this is going to be a very, very long process, and we also understand that these effects are going to go throughout the state today, and you're going to continue to see effects from flooding and these other ailments, not just today, but in the days ahead. So thanks for the support for everyone around the country who's donated, and thanks for everyone who's volunteered the time, and thanks for all the other states who have lent their support to us. Okay.
There have been reports that maybe there were hundreds of fatalities in Lee County. Do you have any clarification on how?
So none of that is confirmed. I think what that is there were 911 calls for people saying, hey, the water is rising in my home. I'm going to go up in the attic, but I'm really worried. Of course, those folks are now going to be checked on, and so I think you'll have more clarity about that in the next day or so as they're able to go to those locations and determine whether people need services or are able to be rescued. My sense is that that water was very, very high. But my hope is that if folks did go higher, if they were there, it's not comfortable, but now we're in a situation. I mean, if you're there, they want to come get you. And so hopefully we'll be able to see a lot of those people brought to safety. And I can tell you in the barrier islands, I mean, there have been a number of people that have been helicoptered to safety. And it's great because these folks sprung into action and they're doing it. We have had the 2 unconfirmed fatalities in the sense that we don't know that they're linked to the storm. I mean, our assumption is it likely is. And so basically FDLE will make that assessment and then that will be reported. But that's what we have. That number that was put out by Lee is basically an estimate of, hey, these people were calling, the water was rising on their home, they may not have ended up getting through. So we're obviously hoping that they can be rescued at this point. And I know the folks there locally, those were the areas that they wanted to spring into action to, and they really used the information that was coming, not just through those emergency calls, but also through signing up on the website to see. And I think it's safe to say, Kim, there's a pattern that's developed about where those calls are coming from and where those people are signing up from. And you can see the areas. I mean, no one wants to see. I mean, you see 3 foot of water in a road. I mean, that's obviously bad. That's going to do damage. But you see the places where the water was 4, 5, 6 feet in a residential area, and that is really the life-threatening situation.
Details of what you're hearing from Central Florida as far as flooding and other damages?
Yeah, this morning at 5:45 a.m. I received a phone call from Orange County Emergency Management Director Chief Laura Lee Avery. She's actually technically assigned to the fire department as a division chief over the Department of Emergency Management there. She called me to let me know that they were actively responding to 9 widespread areas along the Colonial Drive area, I-4, State Road 46 area of Central Florida, and that they were requesting assistance for stuff that we may have staged in Orlando. So very quickly this morning, our overnight crew sprung into action and started moving National Guard high water vehicles as well as other assets that were staged there for urban search and rescue elements, swift water elements, and they started moving into action this morning. I do not have a total number of potential saves that they have done, but what it's linked to is the massive amounts of rainfall that are happening there. We were receiving reports that some creeks, tributaries, the area around the St. John's, headwaters around the St. John's area, and unconfirmed, may have been rising at about a rate to about 4 feet in a matter of hours. So lots of rain in the area, lots of instant action water rise. There's a lot of lakes in Central Florida, especially in that Orlando Kissimmee area. And it appears that these lakes were filling up and overflowing into the neighborhoods around them. So that's what is going there on in the Central Florida region. I will say, as a part of Central Florida and also as a part of Southwest Florida, do not come in and tour the area for damage. We have 20,000, 30,000 responders coming into area that need access to those roads. Stay at home. Do not get on the roads. Let the first responders have the roadways. Let the power crews have the roadways. We will get things open up exponentially quicker if we don't have to maneuver around individuals that are just coming into area to look around. So please stay out of the area, both in Central Florida as well as Southwest Florida. Let the crews get in there, do what they need to do. We're coming in full force. We've got a lot of people coming in there. We need you out of our way so we can get our job done. Thank you.
But also just note, I mean, as this exits the state, it's going to go into the Atlantic Ocean, and it's going to impact other states in the country. And so you're looking at Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, they may be having impacts. This is just a lot of water, and you're going to have flooding in those other states as well. Of course, they're not going to have to deal with the catastrophic impact that Florida suffered on the southwest coast. But this thing is not done creating damage. I mean, this thing's going to continue to move. I know they've declared state of emergencies in many of those states, and they're going to have to deal with this storm, which is wreaking havoc across our state, but it's going to end up wreaking havoc in communities across the southeastern part of the United States. Yes.
Governor, you made a comment about a pattern for the 911 calls and the surveys. Is there an area that you're looking at that you can share?
So I would say, and then Kevin can come in and do, I would say obviously the places that got the catastrophic storm surge. So you'd be looking at the barrier islands in Lee, Charlotte counties, some of the coast, even in Collier County. And then you're looking at, as you go inland, in kind of that Fort Myers, Charlotte County juncture, where you've got the Caloosahatchee, you've got these inlets, you've got the harbor. those areas, because the storm surge can come on a barrier island, it's there, and then that is just the water is just building up. And so you see that they were absolutely consistent with Kevin posted. We have it in there in our room, the inundation map from 24 hours ago of what we projected. And what you'll see is some of those areas, you go inland even many blocks, and you have massive inundation that are off those areas. And so I think it was a pretty consistent pattern. And I think if you look at what's going on, it's going to be those communities in Lee and Charlotte counties that are close to those bodies of water that probably suffered the most severe flooding. And, there's people that had, the Coast Guard has had people that were in their attic and got saved off their rooftops in those areas because of the flooding. So that I think is pretty clear that was really that. But you also have, normally we would say, having 3 or 4 foot of flooding in some residential area was like a big deal. You see that in like Northport, I think I would say, in southern parts of Sarasota, but that's just a different degree than what we've seen in Lee and Charlotte counties. Okay, we will be back here likely later today, but we will be down in Southwest Florida as well.
All right, listening into the governor talking about just the extent of the damage that we are seeing here in Florida. He did speak to President Biden this morning. They were able to secure FEMA aid and assistance. He said that he broke down some of the counties that are going to get that, but he says we're going to need even more.
Right. So some of the counties he talked about: Charlotte, Lee, Pinellas, Sarasota, to receive individual funding from FEMA. And they're going to receive federal assistance as well for 30 days, 100% federal assistance for 30 days. Here's the other thing he said, Amy, and I'm sure it struck you as it did me. He said the historic impacts of this storm have never before been seen. Unprecedented events happening here in the state of Florida. He said this is an event that's not going to be over in a matter of days, in a matter of weeks, perhaps not even in a matter of months. We're talking a few years, to restore things.
And we saw that with Hurricane Andrew.
We did.
Of course, the extent of the damage that was done with Andrew many years ago, and how long it took for them to get everything back to normal. And we're seeing some of the images coming in from Lee County, and they're just horrific. And we have learned that a section of the Sanibel Bridge, which there's only one, it's a little causeway that connects Fort Myers to Sanibel, actually washed away. So even if you were able to survive on the island, you now have no way to get back and forth unless someone brings you in by boat or chopper.
Yeah, absolutely. And our coverage is going to continue coming here in just a bit. We're going to toss to our 9 o'clock hour. It's 9:18, but we're tossing to the 9 right now.
Fox 35 News starts now. Tracking Ian.
All right, so we have been bringing you up to date. It is now a tropical storm, Ian, that is still sending buckets of rain down onto Central Florida and causing major flooding concerns.
Right now, you are going to be taking a live look at what you see behind me here, which is that radar that still has a ton of rain. Let's get on out to the experts now with a look at what we can expect. Hey, guys, take it away. Allie.
Hey, Danielle.
Well, good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Allison, what a night it has been.
Yeah, it really has. We've been seeing so much rain, and still more is falling, with some wind gusts that are rather large, which we'll be touching on here with you. But Brooks, now that this is a tropical storm, we no longer have those hurricane warnings.
Yeah, the tropical storm warnings are up, and we're having a full-blown tropical storm right now. The tropical storm warnings continue until further notice. In many communities right now, the wind is blowing harder than it has done the entire storm, especially on the coastline, Volusia County, northern Brevard, Seminole County, on up through Flagler County, gusting over 70 miles an hour. Allison will show you the latest on that coming up. Let's get down to the stats on this right now. This is the latest 8 a.m. advisory. It is located now just along the shore off of Daytona Beach. It has winds right now of 65 miles per hour, so it is now tropical storm Ian. And that said, the wind impacts out there are significant. There are limbs down everywhere. Some roads are very difficult to pass unless you've got a big truck, and even then sometimes people are getting out and moving limbs aside to try and get through some of those areas. By 2 o'clock this afternoon, it'll be offshore, probably located 100 miles or a little bit more offshore. So we're going to start to see the wind conditions slowly starting to fade, but it's going to remain windy for the day today. It really won't be until later tonight that things start to really calm down as far as that's concerned. It'll then move north and then make a second landfall toward the low country of South Carolina, maybe near Charleston or maybe near Folly Beach, and then work up through the Midlands of South Carolina and eventually rain itself out in the Smoky Mountains, producing no doubt more life-threatening flooding in that area. So the legacy of Ian continues. It is not over yet. Latest is we've got this northeast fetch coming off of the water, and flash flood warnings continuing. The flash flood warnings are going to be in effect for some time. And Allison, you've been tracking right now on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, checking out the circulation and the impacts, and you've got our Fox Weather Alert System at the ready.
That's exactly right, Brooks. And we have a great partner with Fox Weather, and we get to see alerts come in directly as they do to our alert system. So let's take you into a few more of these flash flood warnings that have been extended. We've been talking about that. One in Volusia County now until noon, one in Seminole County until 11:45, and then we brought you this just about 30 minutes ago, a flash flood warning which does include several counties. That's going to be in effect until 12:15. The counties are Lake, Orange, Seminole, as well as Volusia. So we're going to continue to monitor things for you. I do want to take you out to a wide view of Ian right now on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. And I want to let you know it is so important that we have our very own radar with this blue sweep scanning those central flies. So we are giving you up-to-date minute-by-minute scans of what you could be seeing in your neighborhood. Now, something that I do want to mention is that heavy rain. And let's take you out to some rainfall rates, just how heavy this rain is falling. Now, right now, some of the heaviest rain is actually just offshore of Volusia County. That's falling at a rate of more than 4 to 6 inches per hour, but still some very heavy rain that's moving across Volusia County right now. We continue to monitor flood warnings there. Now, something else that I do want to take you into are some preliminary, and I'm calling it preliminary because we don't have any official readings on exactly how much rain has fallen within the last 24 hours, but we can give you a good idea. So let's take you through some colors on here. The purples is going to be 6+ inches, and the white shade that you're seeing on your screen is going to be 10+, potentially up to 24 inches. So that's more than a foot, if not 2, of rain in some spots. So just south of New Smyrna Beach, we've had a reporter out there, Nestor Motto, and you saw just how much rain is falling. So some preliminary reports of up to 15 inches south of Sanford. Just to the west of the 417, 12 inches, potentially 10 to 11 in Winter Park in Orlando. And we were talking about just yesterday how much rain we could be seeing. And again, on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, more is going to be on the way. So let's take you right out there, and I can actually go street level to show you some heavy rain that is falling. If you live in Daytona Beach, or South Daytona rather, on South Peninsula Drive here, Port Orange, we're looking at State Highway 5A, State Highway 421. If you live on Hensel Road, Devon Street here, any of the areas that I just mentioned, we are looking at moderate to heavy rainfall. So when we went out to Nestor Motto, one of our reporters, he was saying, hey, it's not raining right now. Well, I want to let you know some of these very heavy rain bands off the Atlantic are now moving into our viewing area. We do have a live picture of Nestor's camera right here, so you can see the rain that is falling and the water is moving on the roadways. So we talk about how it's not safe to drive in these conditions, and it's really not, and not even to stand in it. You don't know how thick and deep that water is. I want to just take you out to the back end of this system. So Gainesville, you haven't seen rain in quite a while, and it looks like that I-75 corridor still going to be rain free, but anywhere out to the east of that, that does include Lake County. We're seeing some showers and moving into Osceola County, just to the south of Kissimmee. So Brooks, we are continuing to see these showers going through. We did want to mention that we're not necessarily hearing any of that rain on our Fox 35 studios right now, but there's still some very, very gusty winds, and I can actually take you into those winds. Let's see right here. Okay, base reflectivity. Want to make sure I'm getting everybody the right view here. Just how strong the current winds are. So south of Deltona, we're looking at 58 mile/hour sustained winds. Now just to the east of Orlando there, 54 mile/hour winds, 42 just to the south of the beach line. So you can see these are some of the strongest sustained winds that we have seen in the last several hours, and gusts are even higher in some spots. So I'm going to send things back over to meteorologist Brooks Garner to take a look at how much rain we actually could be seeing from here on out.
Yeah, we're still in the thick of it right now, especially here across the northeast coast, but other areas will see considerably less rain. Daytona, you could see another 7 inches. Palm Palm Coast 6 inches. Ocala Villages, you're pretty much done with the heavy rain. Might see another inch down toward places like Sanford, about 4 inches into land. So we're kind of on the tail end of the rain stuff, but as far as the wind, it continues. Winds at 56 now in Orlando and gusts 24 in Melbourne, gusting to 58 in Sanford, gusting to 72 right now in Daytona. So we're getting these near hurricane force gusts continuing, and it is really, really rough out there right now. Let's take a look at the future winds. You know, as we head towards 7 o'clock tonight, we're still going to catch the tropical storm force winds here across Orlando and Daytona, and maybe some hurricane force gusts up toward the Jacksonville area. So this is really continuing, and we've just been enduring it. If you got power this morning, you're lucky because the power outages have just been prolific. Looks like hundreds of thousands this morning are in the dark. We'll have another weather update coming up. We'll track these winds, talk about the rain, and our Fox 35 storm team coverage will continue. From this corner, back to you.
All right, thank you so much for that, Brooks. Well, we can tell you that right now, Central Florida is feeling strong winds, experiencing heavy rainfall as well. All of this from now Tropical Storm Ian as it inches into our viewing area. It is here. It is still doing damage.
It is a lot of damage. Many neighborhoods are being evacuated throughout Orange County and in Volusia County. We know that there are neighborhoods that are flooded there as well. Fox 35's Nestor Mato is live from a section of New Smyrna Beach that has seen a ton of rain. Nestor?
Yeah, we've seen so much flooding. Really, pretty much, my shift started at midnight, and from midnight till just about an hour ago, it's been nonstop. Let's show you what's happening behind me. Now, because of the high flood waters, cars have stalled, which I've been telling you about for the last hour. You can see that sedan stalled right there. Right behind it, you can see some first responders. I'm not sure if they're going to stop for them or if they're just heading to another call, but they're coming out as well. Everyone very, very worried about trying to get to where you want to go. But really, as we've talked about all morning, there's really nowhere to go. I'm camping out right now outside of a gas station. There's no gas. It's closed. Nothing is open. And the floodwaters are still very high. As Allison Gargaro was just saying, it's not over yet. We do know that the rain is going to continue as Ian makes its exit that we are really looking forward to, but for now we are going through it. The rain has let up though, as I just mentioned, and that has really helped because we saw some residential areas that started receding just a little bit, just a tad, but it wasn't building. It gave it enough breather to recede just a little, and of course that's what we're hoping continues. But besides the cars that stall because of these high floodwaters, even if you get to a point where the road dries up some, there's debris because right there as well. So it is just not a driver-friendly situation. Stay home, as we've mentioned, Danielle. A lot of the deaths and injuries that happen with storms is after they pass. This little lull. Now people say, oh, we could step outside, and that's where you get into floodwaters. You can get electrocuted if you don't know where the street ends and the water begins. So this actually, while it may feel like the winds have died down, oh, yeah, I feel safer about it. It's actually maybe some of the most dangerous parts of the storm.
You know, I got to tell you, and I think, your situation is a perfect example of that, right? When we came on the air with you at 2 o'clock in the morning, there was no flooding, right? You were standing on basically dry ground. Just a few hours later.
There was electricity.
Right?
Yeah.
Completely saturated. You've got to worry about downed electrical power lines and so many other things. And I think that's really the message for folks out there now who may want to go out, as the governor said, and assess the damage. Nestor, this is not the time to do that.
No, and that's why I'm here, and that's why we have Dave Puglisi in the Thunder Truck, and that's why we have our crew all over Central Florida. And it's because we can show you what's happening so you can stay home and stay safe. And of course, you definitely don't want to venture out and then get caught up in a situation where not only have you put yourself in danger, but now you've pulled away resources from someone else, maybe someone who's elderly or someone who needed the help.
Yeah, it's a really scary situation.
Absolutely.
And we're glad you're safe, Nestor. And of course, we hope that people who are around you stay safe as well. We can hear sirens outside of our Fox 35 studios right now, so we know that somebody is in need. And Nestor, we want to thank you. We can also confirm that Orange County Fire Rescue says that they are aggressively trying to evacuate flooded flooded neighborhoods, about a dozen of them. So they really have their work cut out for them. We showed you images just a couple days ago of all of the emergency vehicles that were being stored inside of the Orange County Convention Center just for that reason, so that they can get to people as quickly as possible.
And that's one of the things you were talking about with the flooding. So let's get back to that severe flooding happening in Osceola County this morning. Fox 35's Randy Hildreth is live in Kissimmee. Randy, good morning to you. I know you're seeing a lot of vehicles stranded out there as well, but I also think you have the mayor with you too.
I have the sheriff here with me to talk about what we're seeing here. When we talked to you earlier, you told me that this is just one of a number of areas across the county. And give me those figures again about how many areas are experiencing flooding.
Well, when I was looking at the screen this morning, there's probably 40, 50 calls about flooding. I haven't assessed them. That's just people calling in. You know, this is just one of the larger ones that we got calls on when it started in their vehicles. We've already got the cars out of the roadway. We've got the people out. People are trying to drive through this, and if your car is not, you see the size of this truck, you know, you're going to have a hard time. We're recommending people to stay home.
And I know we saw the cars being towed out of people who have been stranded. We also saw the families who, I think it's the Delwood Park community, who have been rescued. So talk about some of the rescues from homes that you have had.
What we're doing is we're going in there right now because there's some flooding, and we've pulled quite a few people out in the 5-ton, and we're just giving them, if they want to leave, they can. They don't have to. We're just, once they do make contact with the ones that don't, we're telling them don't drive out because you're going to get stuck, and they're going to be on their own. Because we're really sending these resources to areas that people really need the emergency attention, like medical or people having you know, any type of medical ailment. Right now, I don't believe that this is going to come any higher unless we get more wind and rain. So we're just hoping that people stay home. Don't try to drive in this because you're put yourself at risk and you're putting us at risk.
And in terms of the response, we have seen the duck boat. You talked about we saw the airboat, and you called it the 500.
We have the 5-ton truck. It's an old Army truck. We have the airboats. We have our community service officers taking people that they pull from the neighborhood here and driving them to shelters. We have everybody working, civilians, volunteers, anybody at the sheriff's office that wanted to work this shift other than sworn. They're mandated. They're helping out, and they're doing a great job. They've been working all night long.
And in terms of power in the community, you said that when we look at this community, you said, what about power outages?
You know, like you can see a little power outage here, but we haven't really had big main complaints of wide county-wide power outages. It seems like it's pockets, and as we continue to go on, they're going to assess this, and we're going to be probably closing this off here soon. We'll probably leave a law enforcement officer in the immediate area in case people do walk out that need some type of help, but they can always call 911.
And you guys are wrapping up water rescues over here.
Yes, they're going back in right now. I believe they brought whoever wants to come out, and they've dropped them off here. They're taking them to shelters for now.
Thank you so much. And when I spoke to the sheriff earlier, he was saying that they did have law enforcement officials staged across the county in the community in terms of making sure that they had resources available because we saw those patrol vehicles that had been pulled from some of the flood water, but he was saying that they had people staged in the community so that they would be able to respond. We're going to move out the way because they are trying to get the fire truck out of here. We've seen fire, in addition, fire resources, emergency medical officials, along with law enforcement officials, but we're going to get out the way so that they can do their job.
Randy, thank you so much. And that's just a snapshot. This is what's so frightening, is that's just one snapshot. That Kissimmee area is seeing flooding, but we're seeing flooding throughout Seminole County, Volusia County, Orange County, just looking at video on Twitter from quite literally all over Central Florida.
And I think that's what's so scary when you've got that kind of flooding. One of the things people want to do is to go out and to assess the damage in their own homes, in their own backyards, and that kind of thing. And we saw that catastrophic situation that happened with the man who wanted to go and do what? He wanted to drain his pool and ended up losing his life in the process. Folks, not a good idea to do that right now. But stay with us right now because our coverage continues right now.
Fox 35 News starts now. Tracking Ian.
And we are back with you for our continuing coverage on the aftermath now of Hurricane Ian. It has turned into a tropical storm, and it is still doing a lot of damage.
Oh, boy, is it ever. So, for example, the Highway Patrol, they have closed the Florida Turnpike in both directions from mile markers 254 to 267 because of significant flooding there. The northbound lanes closed from mile marker 254 to 267 once again, just so that you are clear. If you need to go in that area, you do not want to do that.
That's right. And joining us right now to talk more about it is FHP Lieutenant Tara Krasinski. She is with Florida Highway Patrol. First of all, we hope that you stayed safe overnight, but certainly some scary situations out on the roads today.
Absolutely. It has been very dangerous out there, not only with the winds, but the amount of rainfall and the significant flooding. And as you guys expressed, we do have the Florida Turnpike closed in Orange County. Traffic is being diverted southbound at the 265, which is the 408, to help with traffic to be able to get off the turnpike. And again, northbound, it is closed at mile marker 254. And in addition to that, the Central Florida plazas are also remained closed.
All right.
So, Tara, tell us what you are seeing out there right now and what your folks are seeing right there out now.
So right now we're experiencing some flooded roads, and our troopers are out there to try to help with clearing the roadway, and that's why we want to express the importance that everyone should stay off the roads. Do not go outside until the storm has passed, until it's been deemed safe. Never walk even on flooded water just because you don't know what's underneath there. Even 6 inches of water can cause your car to stall, but it can even knock you off your feet. And a foot of water can float many vehicles, and 2 feet of water can even cause SUVs and trucks to carry away.
Lieutenant, we're hearing that all the roads around Orlando International Airport are also shut down right now. Are you guys able to get around the airport? We understand that there are no operations today. We know they shut down yesterday, but just the areas around the airport.
So there's many flooded streets here in Orange County, and we've been working with our DOT partners, our road rangers, and of course the sheriff's office and our city municipalities like Orlando Police Department to help clear these roadways. But that's why it's very dangerous to be on them, because we don't know what's underneath that standing water. It could be chemical, it could be debris, it could be down power lines, and that's why everyone should remain at home with their families in a safe place.
You know, there are going to be people who are going to be watching this and say, but I need to get out, I need to do this, I need to do ABC, XYZ. What would you say to people so that they know this is not the time to do that?
I mean, the images that you showed on your news media outlets and the various news media outlets in Central Florida shows the impact of this storm, especially with closing a major roadway like the Florida Turnpike. That does not happen often. Troopers said it's about 4 feet of water, and that's the reason why they had to close it down. And those are areas that typically aren't prone to flooding. So just imagine these areas that are lower level, you're not going to be able to make it through. And at that point in time, they're might not be able to get first responders to you to help save you.
Yeah, that's definitely the key there. Lieutenant, you guys posted a picture on your Twitter feed just a short time ago, and we're showing images of the video, sort of the upper view of it, but the picture you posted, you can see water completely flooding the turnpike, and then you can see a car that got stuck out there. Are you guys aware of anybody getting stuck in that water? Did you guys have to rescue people out of their cars, or what's the situation there?
Yes, Florida Turnpike troopers had a disabled vehicle that they helped get that vehicle off the roadway, but that is happening all around Orange County. We have troopers that are dispersed everywhere trying to get vehicles that have been involved in a crash to a safe location and making sure to attend to those drivers and make sure that our residents are safe. But again, that's why we express the importance that we do not want people out there, because it does cause scarce first responder resources when you're putting yourself in danger.
And that's the question I was going to ask you, right? And so, you know, if somebody is stranded because they've gone out because they've wanted to I don't know, try to go to the store or do something like that, and then they get stranded, right? And then they call 911. They may not be rescued right away. They may be waiting for a while.
Yes, because we want to be able to rescue everyone that needs it, but of course there's going to be levels of severity. You know, if someone that is trauma or critical, they're going to be first priority, or someone that's been transported to the hospital, we're going to be able to respond to them there. So we are using all of our resources. Our troopers are out there going to different locations to try to help where they can, but let's help the ones that already need help, and let's not cause more people to be out there that need help.
All right. Well, we know that you'll continue to keep us updated, and the Twitter feed is super helpful. So thank you so much, Lieutenant Krasinski, for updating that so that we're getting these images right to our screens. Stay safe out there, and thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, we also want to give you a look at some of the flooding that we are seeing across Central Florida, and boy, is there a lot of it.
It is coming in like lightning speed. So here are just some of the videos and pictures we are getting from you, our viewers, and continue to send that. Here's the photo I was just talking about with Lieutenant Krasinski. You can see it's a little hard to make out, but there is a car up on the road, and as you just heard her say, 4 feet of water in some places on the turnpike, which is why it is now shut down in parts of Orange County.
You know what's interesting about that is you look, you see there's no water there, right? And then you think, oh, it's okay, I can drive through that. And then you get in and realize that you can't. And so you want to stay out of any type of waterway, any type of roadway that has water on it. Take a look at these images. This is coming out of the Vista Lakes neighborhood. This is in Orlando, and they are experiencing flooding there as well. As you can see, that's somebody's, looks like their front yard there with a lot of flooding.
Really scary. Another look at some video. This is in Winter Springs. This is in the Highlands community. And as you can see, all of that rain turning their driveways and the road in front of their homes into a river.
And this is from the Tapestry neighborhood in Kissimmee. We know Kissimmee has been very, very hard hit, right? Take a look at this. A family member of our WOFL staff, they are seeing this right outside their own homes. That entire neighborhood is flooded.
And a look at some of the heavy rain and flooding in the Gulfview neighborhood. This is in South Daytona Beach. You can see this video was taken right in the heart of the storm because that significant rainfall is still coming down.
And it goes on and on, Amy. Take a look at this. This is a look at some damages coming out of Orlando after a tree fell onto a house. New video sent in shows a large tree, just the root, just completely out of the ground, smashed through the home. It just happened in the corner of Wagner and Westbrook Drive in Orlando. And what's interesting about that is people say, listen, I'm doing everything I can. I'm staying inside. I'm parking my car in the garage. I'm doing everything I need to do. And then look what happens. A tree falls on their home.
Well, one of the things that we saw a lot in Hurricane Charlie is that these water oaks have very shallow roots,
yes,
right?
roots.
And so what happens is that, and it looks like that's one of them. It's just those shallow roots. They just tip over in the wind. And sometimes it doesn't have to take much wind for it to happen. But I hate to see somebody's house damaged.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, Hurricane Ian made landfall, as you know, as a Cat 4, a very strong Cat 4 storm in Lee County.
And that area saw a lot of destruction. A Fox Weather multimedia journalist, Robert Ray, gives us a closer look at a marina where boats were just tousled in the waves.
Yeah, good morning to you here from one of the marinas here in Fort Myers, and you see the devastation takes your breath away. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at a woman behind the camera right now who is doing this because that's your first reaction to a scene like this. The storm surge and the hurricane winds from Hurricane Ian creating these scenes here, huge docks that are concrete. The boats, giant vessels here that people owned, crumbled and pushed as if it was a toy on a living room floor, like nothing. These hurricane force winds that persisted all day yesterday and made its way into here, finally destroying people's property, businesses, vessels, flooding downtown Fort Myers. Literally, the streets in downtown historic Fort Myers at one point, not to use a cliche, but did look like a river with bars and restaurants just sitting right there. And now people here this morning, as the wind gusts continue, actually, and the system moves up to the north, are monitoring and coming out here, and the search and rescue teams are going to be all over this, unfortunately. On the coastline, about 12 miles from where I'm at, is where much of the storm surge occurred. 12, 18 feet. We saw homes over there with the water at the rooftops, and mandatory evacuations were in place. If people did not evacuate, they were in harm's way. We started our day down there yesterday in the morning on the Gulf and saw the storm surge come in and left and went over the bridge and came to inland here 12 miles in because we knew what was coming. And this far in, even, you saw the storm surge off of the bodies of water and the rivers here and the winds that persisted. And Lee County officials making the statement that they think perhaps there are hundreds dead. We will see. Unfortunately, that may be true, but we may have hope. It may not be the case in the aftermath of this. Sometimes there are numbers that come out, and we need to listen to what they say, but we also need to take a deep breath and hope that that is not the case. but they will be putting drones up when this wind stops. They will be sending helicopters out. They will be sending boats out. They will be sending man and woman power on the ground to look and try to rescue people out that need help. And scenes all over like this in Southwest Florida. This is an historic hurricane that has come into this densely populated part of America, a beautiful part where so many people from around the country have relocated to retire or even just a better life.
You know, it's interesting. He said that because people relocated too during 2020, 2021, and now they're experiencing this for the very first time as well.
The time is now 9:45 a.m. We are continuing to monitor the aftermath of Tropical Storm Ian. We are taking a live now look from our news partners in Central Florida, Fox 35 Orlando, bringing us the latest. But at this time, we are getting some aerial shots from Fox Weather. They are flying, surveying the damage now that the sun is beginning to shine over a lot of areas that were impacted by the storm. At this time, let's go ahead and continue to listen into Fox 35 Orlando. We have Alina Shirazi. Looks like she is on the scene reporting on the aftermath as well.
Some of those barrier islands, we still are seeing a lot of flooding, and some of those warnings still remain intact. But if you take a look behind me, we are actually here at Cocoa, where a lot of people have their boats docked out there. People are coming out here to kind of examine the situation for the first time this morning. There's about, I don't know, a handful of people out here taking a look at their boats. Some people are breathing a sigh of relief, saying, thank God my boat is okay. Some of these people, they tell me, live on those boats. So you can imagine that is their home. If you take a look over to my right, this is the boat that we were showing you earlier. At first, we thought it might be abandoned. Here's the owner. He's inspecting what's going on right now. We were wondering if this was kind of pushed over from the storm, from the swells and the waves of Ian. He says he had 3 anchors inside of that boat. So either it was broken into, it drifted over, we don't know. She's still trying to figure it out. But again, this community coming together this morning, seeing what's left, seeing how their boats fared, seeing their houses, and just trying to just find some peace this morning, knowing that things are relatively okay. Unfortunately, though, this guy, he's going to have to fix his boat. So we're going to continue to keep you updated. Rain starting to come down, wind starting to pick up. We'll be here, guys.
All right. Thank you, Alina.
Well, there's some new video coming out of the Swan and Dolphin Hotel in Disney World. A viewer sent us some video last night where parts of the hotel were already flooded. We'll get to that for you in just a moment. But first, let's take a look behind us and get to the experts. We've got Brooks and Allie standing by with more on what we can expect as we move forward.
Well, we have had quite the night, and the wind continues this morning. Allison, yes. We're just remarking at how on the back side of this thing, the winds are howling, the building whistling, yes. And a lot of the trees are getting kind of loosey-goosey thanks to all of the really heavy rain that fell last night. The roots are not as secure, so watch out for falling limbs. Here's a live view. This is a live view from Daytona Beach. Look at this picture. This tells the story. It's that old phrase, a picture tells 1,000 words, and in this case, the video shows the full force of Hurricane Ian right now in real time, live, just raking across Daytona Beach. The water is over here. It's just foam right now, and this is a parking lot with all the, of course, landscape palm trees, but it really gives you an idea of how the winds are blowing. Those palms are just completely pushed over to the side with the wind blowing through the crowns, and it's a demonstration right along the coast there that, in fact, Ian continues with its wind and its rain. It's not over yet. Let's take a look at another camera. So this is Daytona Beach, and there's another camera just up the coast. See if I can make that switch for me. Here we go. Okay, here's a shot from, this is going to be Marineland, looking over at the water, and I know it looks kind of just like a whitewash because it really is. The water's down here, and the waves are just, it's like the ocean's white. It's just all froth. It's just that storm state of the ocean. And occasionally you'll see some darker clouds go by to give you perspective. I'll just step off the screen, show you that. You can see the land on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. There's looks like a little bit of some dune action. You can see the waves breaking now on the bottom. We got a little break between the rain. So Ian is just pounding the northeast coast of Florida right now, and the winds are really, really causing some problems there. And we've got some power outages as a result. 170,000 are now without power. are in Volusia County. And Allison, you know, we've been looking at the radar, and we've also been talking about some of these gusts. What are you seeing on your side using Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar?
Well, we are seeing very, very strong winds, Brooks. I do want to take you in. I've already plotted out some points here. So just to the east of downtown Orlando, we are looking at 48-mile-per-hour sustained winds, meaning gusts are even higher. 55-mile-per-hour sustained winds just south of Sanford, and then up in Volusia County, another 55. And you saw with that video that Brooks was showing out in Daytona Beach that gusts there are quite high. So let me actually take you into our wind gust tracker here locally, looking at 68-mile-per-hour winds in Daytona Beach. Just about 5 minutes ago, that number was up to 71. A little bit lighter in Leesburg, but not in Clermont, just shy of 60 there. 54-mile-per-hour gusts in Orlando. And then you can see where that center of circulation is, or in the eye of Ian, we're actually seeing much calmer conditions, so about 21-mile-per-hour winds. And I do want to let you know, if you head out to my Twitter page or Brooks Garner or the Fox 35 Storm Team, we actually shared what it looks like inside, and actually the sun peeking out just a bit, but that's not going to be the case across the peninsula right now. Let's take you into our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, and I want to let you know exactly what we are seeing. As for rain, some of the heaviest rain is offshore of Volusia County, but we are seeing that moderate rain still falling south of Daytona Beach through Port Orange, and then just to the inland of Ponce Inlet there, right along I-95. As we continue to go along that I-4 corridor down toward Lake Helen, as well as Orange City, still going to be seeing some rain out there. Now, yes, it's not heavy at the moment, but like you saw with some of those rain bands that are out over the Atlantic, they could be making their way on shore. And I quickly want to show you our Fox Weather Alert Center. This has been doing a great job at updating the Fox 35 Storm Team on these flash flood warnings, and they will likely continue as we head throughout the next several hours. This flash flood warning in Volusia County is in effect until noon today, and then the flash flood warning that includes Lake Orange, Seminole, as well as Volusia counties until 12:15. So, Brooks, we're likely going to be seeing these gusty winds continue, as well as that heavy rain, until the center of circulation of Ian actually makes its way offshore and takes all of its rain bands with it.
Allison, I found a camera in St. Augustine, and this tells the story. Ian is approaching this area right now. This is from the bay. You can see this boat moored and another boat here, and the winds are now just starting to pick up at that location. Ian now a tropical storm, but catching a wind gust over 70 miles an hour, and at times up to hurricane force on the beaches. Look at the seagull there flying by, trying to see him right there. Look at this guy trying to fight against that wind. One of the things that got me interested in weather when I was a kid is watching a scene like this, but the seagull was flying backwards because the wind was blowing so hard, kind of like that one right there. Look at him go, trying to fight that wind. Come on, little guy, you got this. Oh man. All right, so yeah, weather is just a powerful force. This is a live view right now from Daytona Beach. Look at the palm trees blowing in the wind. This wind is coming off the water, and you can just see the waves of rain, the sheets of rain being blown along. The rain gets compressed by the pressure produced by these mighty gusts, and it almost kind of like obscures your view, and it looks like a ghost flying across the parking lot. And right now, they're seeing a storm surge with this of anywhere between 2 and 4 feet, probably on the lower end of things, but there's also some astronomically higher tides around this whole region this time of the year. So as the water is pushed ashore and the tides do their thing throughout the day today, we'll see varying levels. But when you see scenes like this, it's a reminder indeed that it is still happening right now. It's winding down a little bit on the southwest side of our viewing area, but certainly on the northeast side, it is in the full process. It is still going. And in fact, by 1 o'clock, these are future wind gusts. We could see gusts close to 70 miles an hour continuing in Daytona Beach, Sanford, even Sanford, like say along the shores of Lake Monroe, about 70 miles an hour. And so we're at about almost 10 o'clock this morning. So you go forward, 3 or 4 hours, it's still going. Orlando could gust to 56, Titusville 57, and this presents a whole new thread, and that is as we're out exploring and maybe emerging from the house trying to survey some of the damage, just be aware of what's above you. If you have some trees up there, these winds could still knock down limbs, but more so if you get a really good gust coming through, and sometimes you can get these rogue gusts where it might be one of these weird things where suddenly it's 80 mile per hour gusts. Things happen, right? It's a tropical storm, unpredictable things happen. That can push these trees down because the root systems are in many cases on the weaker side. Water oaks, for instance, have a really shallow root root base to them, and so once the ground is saturated, they can get pushed over if the canopy is large enough and catches enough wind. Now, as we head through 3 o'clock, it'll finally push offshore, but look at the winds continuing. In Titusville, we could see gusts up to 72 miles an hour through 3 o'clock this afternoon. 34 in Leesburg, 33 Claremont, so things will start to wind down on the west side, but it is still going to be a full tropical storm, only slowly moving and sitting, by the way, over the Gulf Stream. So it's not like it's going to rapidly weaken. It's re-emerging over the water, and at the very least, it'll maintain its strength as a tropical storm. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually strengthened just a little bit. One of the limiting things about it is that it will be encountering a southwest wind shear, so at the upper levels of the atmosphere, so that should keep this thing somewhat tamped down as far as any kind of, we're not going to see a rapid intensification, and the forecast keeps it a tropical storm as it makes another landfall up in South Carolina. But look at these wind gusts. At 5 o'clock today, 76-mile-per-hour gust in Titusville. That's hurricane force. So even with a tropical storm, you can catch these big gusts, and that'll be one of those things where, hey, you know what? It's coming in from the north. It'd be ripping down the beach. Might see lifeguard stands get knocked over if they're still up. 73-mile-per-hour gust in Daytona on the way through this afternoon. And even from our studios here in Lake Mary, we can hear that wind blowing. So our hurricane warnings are over here locally. It's now a tropical storm warning, but obviously we are fully enduring a tropical storm at this time. Allison, what are you tracking right now on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar?
Well, we are seeing some preliminary rainfall totals, but I do want to let you know that we have a rain gauge here at Fox 35. We are located in Lake Mary, and just today, since midnight, we have received 8 inches of rain, and in total with this storm, 14. So you can expect some much higher values in some of these areas that are shaded in light purple and white on your screen. So, Brooks, we're going to continue to monitor this for all of the folks at home that are sticking with us here on Good Day Orlando. It's our commitment to help keep you and your family safe, and we will be doing just that throughout the remainder of the day.
Yeah. Allison, we're going to see this making its way offshore as a tropical storm. By 2 o'clock, it'll be located about 60 miles east of the Edgewater Daytona area, and then working up toward the waters off of Jacksonville, making a landfall in South Carolina, likely as we get into the afternoon on Friday. We got more team coverage ahead, tracking Tropical Storm Ian. Back to you.
Great job, Brooks. Thank you so much for that. So we do want to get now to that new video I was telling you about. This is coming out of the Swan and Dolphin Hotel in Disney World. A viewer sent us this video last night where parts of the hotel were already flooded and conditions are likely worse after a night of continuous rainfall.
Yeah, they're still dealing with those images even in the light hours now. And just into the Fox 35 newsroom, Vice President Kamala Harris is addressing the catastrophic damage that has been brought by Ian. She just landed at an air base in South Korea and talked about some of the federal aid coming from the White House.
There's no question the images we are getting back are devastating in terms of the damage and the impact. The president and our administration are fully committed to offering and supplying federal support to the state officials and doing everything we can to help them both in terms of recovery, but also whatever is necessary to ensure that folks are safe and out of harm's way. I would urge anybody who's watching this to please pay attention to and follow the directions and instructions of your local officials, including evacuation orders. And finally, it is important to understand that we will focus on Florida and we will continue to focus on Puerto Rico and the devastation there because of Fiona. But with that, we do want to just let everyone know that we're thinking about them and our thoughts are with them and support is on the way.
And as we've been reporting, more than 2 million people have lost power, and Ian has damaged the roof of a hospital's intensive care unit as well. The now tropical storm has brought significant flooding, and people across the state are being urged to find safety.
We'll take a look. We've got some new pictures showing Orange County's high water rescue vehicle en route to assist in evacuation. We've also got some video showing the Avante at Orlando had to be evacuated. That's right along North Cimarron Boulevard.
And so when you look at all of these evacuations and things that have happened, we can continue to take a look at this one. Okay, so this is at daylight hours, right? But this is Sanibel, the Sanibel Causeway. As we said, it is no more. The Sanibel Causeway is now gone. It has collapsed in parts after sustaining damages from Hurricane Ian. Several sections of the causeway are just completely missing. The causeway is the only way in and out of the island, by the way. And right now we can tell you that the Coast Guard is there looking to rescue anyone who may have stayed in Sanibel, including folks who may have decided, listen, I'm going to weather the storm and I'm not going to leave. Well, the truth is now they can't.
Right. That video that you were looking at is actually the Avante apartment complex where people were being brought out, some of them on stretchers, maybe people who have special needs or some other issues that are going on there. Orange County Fire Rescue working on that. We can also tell you that State Fire Marshal Jimmy Petronas has just announced they're sending 4 urban search and rescue teams down to Southwest Florida, because Danielle, you were just talking about Sanibel, the bridge being washed out, and just the significant damage that we're seeing in Lee County. The sheriff there saying just a few hours ago that they felt like there might be hundreds of people lost, but then Governor DeSantis came out and said they do know that they had 2 unconfirmed deaths. We, of course, know there's one confirmed death up here in Volusia County. Yeah.
All right, stay with us. Our coverage continues right now.
Fox 35 News starts now. Tracking Ian.
Central Florida is seeing the worst of Ian overnight, and you were seeing the worst of it right there, breaking overnight. 1 person is dead in Sanibel due to the storm. The sheriff's office says that the 72-year-old went outside to drain his pool at his Deltona home. In fact, this is in Volusia County where this fatality happened. Deputies say his body was found in the canal behind the house. Officials say the man was actually trying to drain the pool, and he fell down a steep decline to the canal, and the grass was very soft and slippery due to the rain. We want to also emphasize that video that you saw, that was Sanibel that we saw. As we know, parts of the Sanibel Bridge, no more. Parts of that bridge are just missing. This after Hurricane Ian.
Yeah. Sanibel was one of the first areas that was hit by Hurricane Ian. It came in as a strong Cat 4. There's just one causeway that takes people from Fort Myers over to Sanibel and Captiva Islands. Those 2 islands are connected to each other, and there's a little bit of a waterway that runs right between them. But these are areas, these are high-end, condominiums. A lot of folks from up north, moved to Sanibel and Captiva and the Fort Myers Beach area for their second homes, their retirement communities. And so we're hearing that many people may have been lost in the storm. We are waiting to get that confirmed.
Well, so let's turn things over now to our weather team, because they've got more on what we can expect as the storm progresses. It is now a tropical storm. That does not mean, though, guys, that the danger is over.
No. And Allison, I mean, we've been configuring some of these damage reports, and of course the potential loss of life. Southwest Florida, a completely different world than what we've had here, but the damage here has been extensive, and we've had loss of life here. The wind continues here on Daytona Beach, and it looks like we're not even done with the rain.
No, that's exactly right. We're going to continue to track a lot more rain that's making its way through the viewing area, so we're not out of this yet. And as you can see, the scene out in Daytona Beach right now is...
Yeah, this is the full force of Ian. We've got a live camera here. This is the Daytona Beach cam, one of our weather stem cameras. You can only get this here on Fox 35. The ocean's on the left and the inland's on the right, and the wind is just ripping off the ocean. Occasionally you'll see gusts here that just obscure the whole camera. Basically the rain gets kind of put together between the pressure waves of these gusts, and it just looks like a giant cloud crossing the parking lot. And you can see the gusts there. Sustained winds probably 40 miles an hour, maybe 45 miles an hour. It's gusting to about 70 miles per hour. So these are gusts that we're recording using our weather instruments around the region. And forecast wind gusts will be at hurricane force through this morning. This is 11 a.m. An hour from now, Daytona could easily gust to 74 miles an hour. That's an onshore flow. And you see this sort of wind barb, how it's showing it going right into Daytona and then wrapping around in Titusville. This is an indication that this is sort of the fulcrum of the circulation, where when tropical storms sort of morph and change shape, going from that concentric hurricane configuration to more of an elongated low, you get a wind out of the southeast, a wind out of the northeast, and they can kind of combine and create a little bit of a sting jet, as sometimes it's known. And that may be one of the reasons why we're catching some of these, I don't want to say rogue wind gusts, but gusts that are seemingly outperforming the strength of the system right now. And certainly at Daytona Beach, we've had gusts over 80 miles an hour, and the hurricane force gusts can continue. You can see the center of the circulation by 1 o'clock using our latest tech here shows probably off of Titusville, and as it moves away, Titusville could start catching some of those hurricane force winds. But our flash flood warnings continue. Allison, you're tracking that right now. It looks like the rain may be over on the southwest side of our viewing area, but it is pounding on the northeast side right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Brooks. We continue to see some moderate to heavy rain that's moving into Volusia County right now. So I do want to take you in to the power of Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. We can actually go down to street level. So all the folks that do live near I-95, that's going to be just inland of Holly Hill here. You can see LPGA Boulevard, Champions Drive. We have Madison Ave as well as Dunn Ave here. So light to moderate rain with some pockets of heavy is going to continue across the area. So I do just want to take you out to a wide view. This right here is the center of circulation of Ian. So it's starting to make its way out into the Atlantic. But all of those outer rain bands will continue to push on shore. So I actually want to take you county by county this morning and let you know exactly what we are seeing. Let's go into Seminole County. Some light to moderate rain is falling along that I-4 corridor. If you live in Oviedo or just to the east of it, you are seeing a lull in the precipitation for now. Likely going to be seeing some of the showers loading right on up. As we move into Lake County, you can see Umatilla, Eustis, Tavares, Leesburg, or you live in the Villages. This is just about the end of where we are seeing the rain from Ian. So I-75 looks to be clear right now in the Villages. You're right on the cusp. So as Ian starts to move off to the north and east, it's going to be taking all of its outer rain bands with it. So we are going to start to see some clearing on the west side of our viewing area. But Osceola County, we were talking about you under a flood warning until, let's see here, 10:30 this morning. Right along the turnpike, but you can see still some rain extending all the way down to Yeehaw Junction, and then eventually this is going to be pushing up into Brevard County. So right now, if you live in Satellite Beach, Palm Bay, Rockledge, not seeing a ton of rain. I do want to let you know some more is on the way, but the heaviest rain does continue to fall in Volusia County. And let's take a look at some of those rainfall rates so we can see just how heavy this rain is going to be. In the dark greens, anywhere from about 2 to 3 inches per hour. And that's on top of all the rain that you already have seen. So I do want to take you out to our rainfall outlook today. And right where we're seeing the heavy rain in Daytona Beach is going to be moderate to high risk for that as we continue throughout the next several hours. So it is something that we're watching and tracking for you right here on Fox 35. But winds also going to be a big issue. So Brooks, let's send it back over to you. What are some peak wind gusts that we've seen?
Well, the winds have been excessive with this. I mean, we had hurricane warnings all the way up to the coastline. It's now tropical storm warnings as this is weakened below hurricane force, but it was warranted. You know, some folks were saying, well, wait a second, the forecast was showing this becoming a tropical storm over Orlando. Why would we have a hurricane warning all the way to the coastline? But we've compiled a list here. Yeah, check it out. Let's take a look at this list. This is the latest out of New Smyrna Beach. Peak wind gust of 86 miles an hour. That is a serious wind gust. Daytona Beach, 81 miles an hour for a peak gust. Melbourne Beach, same story, 81 miles an hour. You get down to Brevard County, still hurricane force winds. Orlando officially at 67 miles an hour, and Cocoa Beach, 67 miles per hour. These were winds over the last 12 to 24 hours. Our tropical storm warnings continue as Ian very slowly tracks offshore. Here's the future rain, and this is going to be right about now, about 10:15. We've got the bands of rain circulating around. It'll be generally lighter now that the center of this tropical storm, the center of Ian, is over the coastline. We're in what's called the southwest quadrant of the storm. If you are to break the storm into quarters, the northeast quadrant is really the business end of it, where the worst weather happens. You get the heaviest rain and the heaviest wind, and that's why places like Daytona right now are catching these big wind gusts, and it is just so bad out there right now. I mean, it's just blinding rains. Now, as far as where this will go as the day progresses, by 11:30, we'll see the circulation continuing. We'll have squalls, like rain squalls coming through, where it's kind of quiet and all of a sudden starts raining, and then the wind really picks up. It'll go from kind of you might be walking the dog, right, getting out real quick, not a long walk, but just to let them out and let them do their thing, and it's kind of calm, and then all of a sudden the wind starts going. So just be aware of what's around you when you're out and about, and obviously I'm not saying go out, you know, right, but if you have to go out, put the little dog on the leash and walk. Just make sure you don't have trees where the wind's blowing from, because you might catch limbs and stuff. We've got active limb falls right now happening if you're out and about. I mean, you see them flying through the air like it's ridiculous, but it's a tropical storm right now, and we're catching these gusts over 70. Now, by 1:15, it's going to be sort of offshore. We're going to catch more of a north-northwest component, so that wind will change direction. Instead of coming in off of the water in places like Daytona, it'll be coming in off of the land. So that inherently will slow it down significantly. The wind will be subject to the frictional forces of the land, all the trees and buildings and whatnot. So if you would have had a gust of 60 miles an hour coming off the ocean, it'll be more like 40 miles an hour coming off of the land. So we'll see the winds generally decreasing. It's going to be breezy. It'll be windy today, but it's just not going to be quite as severe this afternoon as Ian pushes offshore. But notice how the band's continuing through at least 6:15 tonight before finally on this Thursday night, the rain starts to push offshore, and conditions improve rapidly. So, Allison, you know, this is a long duration event. We've been anticipating it. We've track it's ramping up, and now as it moves away, it's moving away very slowly. It's going northeast at 8 miles an hour.
Yes, that is very slow, and that's why we're seeing so much rain. And I do want to zoom you in now on our Fox 35 storm tracker radar to downtown Orlando. There's one cell of moderate to heavy rain, and you can see light rain extending out all the way to Princeton Street. But I just want to talk to the producers here. Is there any way we could get that video from I-4 at Lake Ivanhoe? Yes. Okay, here we go. I'm going to take a look. The road is flooding. You can see that there's what looks like maybe a right turn only lane, and you can't even see it because the water is now making its way over the road there. So it looks like this is actually the exit ramp to the I-4 express lane. So if you were traveling westbound on I-4 and you get off at the express lane there for Lake Ivanhoe, it looks like that is the intersection that we are looking at right now, and it is completely underwater. And as you can see, more rain is falling in the area. So this is why we say don't drive out on the roads, especially when they're flooded like this, because with the moving water, that could move a human if you're walking, and even is strong enough to move a vehicle. So we do continue to track some very heavy rain there. We do want to take you out to what we are seeing across the area. So as you can see in that picture, downtown Orlando looks like it's just some light rain, but that doesn't mean that we are still not seeing flooding conditions in that area. So we're going to be watching this very, very closely for you. I do want to take you out to our Fox Weather Alert System. These are our partners out at Fox Weather. And what we get to see is all of the flash flood warnings, really anything that's happening across the country, but these are the biggest warnings that we're looking at. Flash flood warning in Volusia County till noon. All morning long, we have been showing you the radar out there. One of our reporters, Nestor Mato, was out. You saw just how much rain that there was in the area, as well as those gusty winds. We're looking at a flash flood warning in Seminole County until 11:45, another in Lake Orange, Seminole, as well as Volusia till 12:15, and then some that are set to expire by 10:30, and then a few others for the next hour or so. So it's something that we're going to continue to watch for you. And again, if any new flash flood warnings do get extended, and Brooks, they've been getting extended all day long, and it's likely because of conditions that we are seeing right now. These live pictures of the very, very heavy rain. I mean, blinding at times, and it looks like part of this parking lot is underwater. Yeah, and it's interesting you were talking about the flash flooding, because another factor we hadn't touched on yet, but is a feature, is that we've got a little bit of a surge thing happening here on the East Coast because of this wind coming off of the water, and especially in the St. Johns River area, that entire basin. Remember, it flows from south to north. It flows from South and Central Florida up toward Jacksonville, kind of a backwards river, if you will, in the northern hemisphere. But when the wind comes in from the east, it essentially blocks the water from going out, and so it slowly backs up. There's nowhere for the water to go, so it starts to rise, and so the storm surge may be also impacting some of the flash flooding there, especially the riverine flooding happening. But yeah, this camera in Daytona Beach, palm trees are blowing around. It has been a wild scene. Let's take a look at what's going on right now as far as future rain. This is important because we're talking about flash flooding. It looks like for the most part, the heavy accumulating rain for the villages and for Orlando is ending. We're just going to have that sort of wind-driven, very light rain. It'll still soak you, but it's not going to be the kind that causes acute, severe flash flooding. However, Daytona Beach, you're not out of the woods yet. An additional 7 inches is possible, and additional 6 inches at Palm Coast. The latest stats on Ian: winds of 65 miles an hour. It is expected to move offshore later this afternoon, and as that happens, conditions will slowly but surely improve. All right, let's look at the weather forecast. Our team coverage will continue on this side of things. As new data comes in and new reports, we'll let you know here first.
All right.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much. Well, we can tell you that right now, Central Florida is feeling still, right? Strong winds, experiencing heavy rainfall from now Tropical Storm Ian. It is here. It is doing some damage still, as we've heard from our anchors and reporters, as well as from our meteorologists. So we've got our eyes in Volusia County right now, near the Atlantic coast.
And Nestor Mato has been in the elements for many hours. He's probably soaked all the way through, but he is live in New Smyrna Beach, bringing us up to date on what we're seeing. And Nestor, that road behind you has been flooded for quite some time.
And you know, so many roads all over New Smyrna Beach and Volusia County are flooded. And you know, you remember yesterday we went to Buc-ee's Daytona Beach, and we were talking to people trying to fill up with gas, and they were telling us, hey, you're on the wrong coast, that, you know, the storm's coming to the west coast. But you know what? One of the first reported deaths that we confirmed was right here in Volusia County. The 72-year-old man who saw the water rising, so he tried to drain his pool, went outside, and then slipped, on the wet grass and drowned in a canal. And so tropical storm Ian over us, you think, oh, it's not a category 4 anymore. It can be just as deadly. I want to show you how it's looking here, though, because we've seen cars and trucks stall here this morning. I showed you a truck about 2 hours ago. There was a sedan that was right here. I'm at North Dixie Freeway, right off State Road 44 and I-95. And the sedan was just pushed to the side by first responders. It was some New Smyrna Beach police officers. About 3 of them came and they went ahead and helped the folks, push them to the side. And Volusia County Sheriff just about 15 minutes ago asked everyone to just stay indoors. They say that their officials and deputies are on scenes of multiple rescues like that sedan who was just broken down in the middle of the road. And so they need everyone to stay home so they don't compound the issue. They're even telling people, if you have minor flooding inside your home, don't leave your home. Actually stay inside, just because it is so complicated to get out to the streets. The causeways and bridges over to the beach side closed until further notice, and we know that at 8 p.m. tonight there is a curfew. At 7 a.m. last night's curfew lifted, but between the storm and just the weather and maybe the roadways, people have been staying in. I mean, yes, we see cars pass by, but it looked like people were really adhering to that curfew, staying home for the most part. Even today, most people staying in. One car drove by and said, hey, do you know where I can find gas? Because there is no gas to be found. Everything's closed. And I said, all I know is Buc-ee's in Daytona Beach because I was there yesterday. And that's what they said, they were going to stay open. But yeah, pretty much that's the situation here. Washed-out roads are asking everyone to just stay inside. They say even if you have some flooding in your home right now, they say don't step out, stay inside. Do you see a truck trying to make that trek through the high waters right now, guys?
Yeah, such a bad idea, because as you know, once that water gets into your engine, it could completely ruin your vehicle. We're going to have probably, I can't even imagine, mass amounts of insurance claims.
Here's the other part of that. If that truck gets stuck, you're stuck. They're not going to come get you right away because they have more important things they have to tend to right now. Some real serious injuries that they've got to attend to. And so just if you don't need to be out, you really should not be out. Nestor Mato, thank you so much for that live report. You know, we've been talking about all of this severe flooding, right? So let's get back to that right now, happening in Osceola County this morning.
Randy Hildreth has been seeing that firsthand. She's been live in Kissimmee for many hours now. And not only vehicles stranded, people stranded, Randy, entire apartment complexes of people who are unable to get out, having to rely on rescuers to come and physically pull them out of their homes. Are you able to hear us, Randy? All right, I don't think she's quite connected yet. Looks like she's trying to get that worked out. But yes, we saw many families. We saw Wild Florida out there with airboats trying to help in that situation. We saw Osceola County with their airboats out. And then we saw those high-profile rescue vehicles pulling people out of their homes.
Let's get back to Randy. Now, Randy, are you there?
Yes. Yes.
Hi, good morning. Tell us what you're seeing. I know that there are a few people out there behind you walking around. Have you seen any more rescues? And what is the situation like there now?
And so I haven't seen any more rescues, but in the last really 2 minutes or so, I saw a couple members of the Delwood community, a family walking and getting shelter underneath. I asked them as they were walking by how high the water is in that area, and a woman said up to her waist. So that is what she was wading through to get over here. When we checked in with you recently, we talked about and we showed you how many people had hunkered down under here who had been rescued from the Delwood Park community. A lot of people have since cleared out because sheriff's officials brought vehicles to be able to transport people to a local shelter so that they could hunker down now since they have been moved out of their home. The sheriff did block off this road here. He says that he doesn't believe that the water will get any higher than it is, but just as a safety precaution, you can see law enforcement vehicles parked right here, warning people you can't go too much farther down this road. In terms of the flood water that we're seeing, we do believe, just from what my assessment is of being out here this morning, it does look like it's going down. Again, the sheriff said he didn't think it would get any higher, but it does look like it's going down right now. It's up to my ankles from where I'm standing right now. And what we've shown you throughout the morning are the rescues, watching people come from around this corner, the Delwood community, farther down that street, but come around this corner on airboats and duck boats to be rescued. The very first family we spoke to said that there are about 65, 75 homes in that community, and the people who live in the middle portion of that street, they experience the most flooding because it goes down a little bit. And when I spoke to other families about the process of getting families from outside of this community, they say that if you live on the farther end, some of the cars that were lining the streets started floating, and it moved and kind of created a barrier. So some of the airboats weren't able to immediately go and rescue families. I introduced you to Ms. Harden, who talked about her family members that were trapped, that toddler that the family was sitting on the dining room table holding that toddler up. She was saying that they were trying to get the airboats over there, couldn't get that. They had to send the duck boat and then send it around because they were having trouble getting over there. But one of the things that the sheriff's office officials have said is that this is some of the worst that they've seen. They have about over 25 areas in Osceola County that have experienced some flooding, streets and also neighborhoods. And the big message that he has given today is that stay home if you're home. Nestor talked about law enforcement officials in his area saying if you are experiencing just a little bit of flooding, if you can, stay home so that they can keep these resources available to help other people. I'll go ahead and send it back to you live. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
All right, Randy, thank you. You have so many people we were talking about just really in their darkest hour, you know, trying to just get through what has become really catastrophic damage throughout Central Florida.
And if it's your home, it is catastrophic.
Sure.
Right, Randy, is Randy still with us?
No, she's gone.
Oh, I wanted to ask her about a family there who had reached out on Twitter. Hopefully we'll get Randy back again, and I do want to ask her about that. But let's talk about Ian now dumping, several inches of rainwater all over Central Florida.
First responders have been coming to the rescue of those families, many of them stranded in floodwaters. Orange County Fire Rescue helping people out of their homes in the Rio Pinar neighborhood. They had to use boats to get in there. Firefighters carrying people out in their arms in many cases, trying to save them. They have been working all night long to rescue people out of some of these neighborhoods across the county.
But we have over a dozen specific neighborhoods in Orange County that the Fire Rescue Department is already in, has been in all night, helping residents who are experiencing the rain, experiencing the flooding, to get out of their residence and either get with other family members or to evacuate to one of our shelters.
Orange County Fire Rescue is also asking people to stay off the road if you don't need to be out there so they can get you out of stranded floodwaters.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay. Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking and we didn't want the station to burn down.
We're now unloading the truck.
Well, look at this. An entire house flooded in Naples. You just heard them say their fire truck started smoking, and so they pushed it out of the station in case it caught fire. The crew then spent several minutes hauling equipment off that truck through the floodwater back into the station. And you can see that water there, it is chest high.
Residents giving jet ski rides to firefighters en route to rescues in Naples. The Naples Fire Rescue posted that video to Facebook, thanking those good Samaritans who helped give them a lift, again, because many of their vehicles are flooded out. And as we continue to track Ian and the flooding, we've got some new video just coming into the Fox 35 studios.
Oh, take a look at this. Wind is getting stronger, rain is heavy, and as you look at our studios here, we can tell you we are still under a flash flood warning. We do recommend you to stay inside, which is what we are doing right here in the Fox 35 studios, but that gives you an idea of just how strong the winds are here in Seminole County.
Yeah, thankfully that was a while ago, and now it is calm, no rain outside. We're starting to get a little bit of a break.
At least for now.
Yes, right. We hope the break stays.
We hope it does stick around.
Yeah.
All right, there's also some new video just into the newsroom as well. So let's go ahead and look at this time lapse as the storm made its way to Orlando. You can see the change in the wind and just how heavy the rain gets in this video. We are still under that flash flood warning, so be sure to stay inside. inside, as we've been saying all morning long.
I just want to reiterate the importance of staying inside. I just heard from my friend Jason. He's a firefighter in Seminole County, and he says, Amy, if you guys are still on the air, please tell people to stay off the roads. Everyone is starting to venture out. They want to see the damage, but they are getting in our way. This is really important, right? Because they can't do their jobs if you're out, just trying to survey things for yourself.
And you don't want to say it's frustrating, but it is a little frustrating, especially when you hear from officials that we've just heard from on our air who say, please, we need to do our job. So we need to have the roadways clear so that we can get out and make the rescues and to do the assessments that we need to do to keep you safe. And so if you go out before they go out and now they've got to rescue you, you are keeping those resources away from people who really need it.
So please do your due diligence, stay indoors, and if you want to venture around your yard, of course, that's fine, but even that could be a little dangerous,
Best
so be
thing to
careful.
do is just watch us, because we're doing it all for you, right? So we appreciate you staying with us right here on Fox 35 as we continue to track what is now Tropical Storm Ian. Flooding is now making its way to East Orlando.
We've got some new video that is exclusive showing Fox 35's some of the major flooding that we have seen. This is in the Lee Vista neighborhood. This was taken last night when it was still dark. We are under a flash flood warning, as we have been talking about, and that has continued on throughout the morning. I think it has actually expired for most of us, but I'll check in with Brooks and Allie on that. The last flash flood warning we had was supposed to be through 10 o'clock this morning in Volusia County, so we'll double check and see if those flash flood warnings are still in place. But here's the thing. Areas are still flooded, regardless of whether the warnings are in place.
We've been seeing that in the live shots that we've been viewing, that there are some real floods still happening, and there are some real images still coming out of Fort Myers this morning as well. So take a look at this. This is downtown, the area downtown. They're also known locally as the River District. Boy, oh boy, is it a river indeed. That area is right next to the river, where some of that river's water has flown into the streets there, creating quite the scene in that area. You can only imagine those businesses are going to be completely flooded in that particular area.
Yeah, urban search and rescue crews have been deployed in Lee County because we just heard from State Fire Marshal Jimmy Petronos. He says there are many people who still need to be rescued out of their homes. They saw storm surge anywhere from 12 to 18 feet, and that is why many of these streets that have not seen water probably ever, in some cases, are now flooded this morning.
There is a phoner now with the South Daytona Police that we do want to get to right now to find out what is happening in that area. Good morning to you. Can you hear us?
Good morning, I can.
Brian, it is so good to hear from you. Amy, go ahead. I'll let you ask.
Well, Brian, we just were hearing from Sheriff Chitwood not too long ago, and he's pretty angry that there's people out on the streets because there is a curfew in place for anybody that is out and about in Volusia County. What do you want people to know?
They need to hunker down. They need to get off the roads. Majority of these roads are impassable. They're going to create a problem for us as first responders trying to rescue them. We're making our own rescue efforts for other citizens that are in need, and they just need to get off the road. Go hunker down.
And I guess my question to you is it frustrating that something like that falls on deaf ears? Because, we've said it a million times here on the air. You are saying it on our air as well. But I'm sure as you get out and about, you are still seeing cars out and about, not necessarily because they've got someplace to go, right? But because they want to look and see what's happening outside.
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, I get it. There's a morbid curiosity to this, but we just got finished. The chief and I just got finished with a couple of our officers making a rescue to a family, and we ran into several people out driving around, checking out the sites. And to be frank, they need to get off the road and get to safety. This is desperate times right now, and there's no place for it.
Brian, give us an idea of what you're seeing as you're driving around. You talked about having to rescue one family. Are you seeing a lot of flooding and people in need of rescue?
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting calls, by the dozens of people trying to get rescued. Unfortunately, they're in locations that we don't have the capacity to get them. We're reaching out to our comrades with the sheriff's office to get the high water vehicles to them. But for the most part, unless it's an absolute dire emergency and we have the ability to get to them, they're just going to have to sit around and wait. The family we just rescued had a 3-year-old child, and they were in a location that we were able to safely get to them. And so that worked out well, but in the meantime, we're just basically telling people to lock down, and we're going to get to them eventually.
One of the other things I want to mention, and I've been reading about this, that, you all also have to make sure your own homes are safe. You have to assess the damage in your own homes and take care of yourself. And in some instances, perhaps your homes have been damaged or flooded. So how are you dealing with that now as you make your way out to help other people?
Yeah, it really is. We all have families at home that are need us at the house as well. And we're split right down the middle. We're going, we're helping the city out. We're trying to help our families out as well. We're doing the best we can. I keep my fingers crossed, and I pray to God that my house is good and my family's good. I've been in contact with my wife and my kids. As of right now, knock on wood, everybody's good.
Brian, we're seeing images. It looks like our Hard Rock camera, which is in Daytona Beach, looking down at the beach, and it looks like you guys are still getting some significant weather up there. Can you tell us what you're seeing?
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I'm actually on Nova Road in South Daytona. We just got finished, like I said, rescuing a family, so we moved over to make this call. And, we're still seeing very, very strong wind. Lots and lots of trees down, heavy flooding. I'm hoping that it's going to let up really, really soon, but I don't know if you guys can hear it in the background, but these gusts and wind bands are hitting us really hard.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because we did hear that sort of crashing noise behind you. We wondered what that was, and so that's just an indication of just what you guys are still dealing with there.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that we do want to say is we want to thank you so much for everything that you are doing to keep that community safe, to keep the residents there safe, to keep your family safe. Certainly keep up the good work. We'll let you get back to work. I know you have a very busy day and days ahead, so thank you so much for joining us this morning.
You're very welcome, and last thoughts, everybody just be safe and look out for each other.
All right, thank you so much. Listen there to South Daytona Deputy Chief Brian Craig letting us know that they are still out actively trying to rescue people. I just heard from one of my friends who's a firefighter in Seminole County. Again, same thing, and they're saying people being out on the roads is hindering their rescue efforts. So if you don't need to be out, and you really shouldn't need to be out for any reason, please stay home.
And people are going to say, but I do have a reason to be out, right? But is that reason good enough that you are putting yourself at risk, and then that you're putting the lives of others at risk? So think about that before you head out on the roadways, which is something that we've seen. Look at Daytona Beach. They are still dealing, right, with heavy wind. They're still dealing with rain there, and you still have officials who are going out and making these rescues. So please be cognizant of that before you decide that you need to get out to the store, which are probably not even open today, right, or to do anything. It's best to probably stay at home.
Yeah, most restaurants and stores will not be open. And you can see on the radar behind us the way that these hurricanes, or now tropical storms, work is they continue to move counterclockwise. And so what's happening is that heavy rain is moving back around. And so some of the areas that thought they might be done with it could be getting more.
Absolutely. And we are continuing with more coverage right now.
Fox 35 News starts now. Tracking Ian.
And Central Florida is seeing the worst of Ian overnight. Right now, we can tell you that one person is dead in Volusia County due to the storm. The sheriff's office says the man was 72 years old. He'd gone outside at night to drain his pool in Deltona, and deputies say his body was found in the canal behind the house, because what he did was he was trying to drain that pool. He kind of slipped down a steep decline into the canal, and the grass was really soft and slippery due to the rain. He ended up losing his life.
Yeah, just a heartbreaking story. We heard from the governor a short time ago saying that he was aware of 2 unconfirmed reports of deaths. But we've also heard from the Lee County Sheriff, who said that he anticipates there could be hundreds of deaths because they have so many people who were caught in that storm surge and were in need of rescue. They do have urban rescue teams out looking for them right now.
And they'll be looking for several hours, if not days, for folks. And so we do want to welcome you back. This is the 10:30 half hour of a very special edition of Good Day Orlando. Let's get right on over now to Brooks and Alley. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Danielle.
I hope those numbers are, those estimates from that sheriff are not right. That would be a terrible tragedy. Any loss of life, obviously, but with numbers like that, it's obviously beyond sobering. This was a major hurricane for Southwest Florida, and it moved through Central Florida. It weakened to a tropical storm, and Allison, that's what we got this morning. We got big winds in Daytona Beach and big rainfall totals. So we're in the process right now where we're still in the thick of it. We've still got hours to go, but at least the worst here in the Orlando area is over, but it continues here along the coast.
Yeah, you can see that with our live camera right now. So let's take you right on in.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. So here we got the winds blowing. At the last check at Daytona, winds steady between 40 and about 50 miles an hour, gusting to close to 70 miles an hour. This live beach cam has been quite revealing of the true conditions there. A little bit farther inland, though, once you get, and this is a demonstration of the power of the frictional forces of the ground. Once you're inland, you got the trees and the buildings and whatever, and it kind of slows down those winds. This is a shot from this is going to be Volusia County, looking, I believe this is the Oak Hill area from one of the fire stations there, and obviously it just looks like kind of a wet morning in that location, but the winds are still gusting. Tropical Storm Ian packing winds of 65. The onshore flow definitely hitting these areas hard. Flagler County, do you see all this hot red on the satellite? That indicates heavy rain. Allison's going to show you that radar coming up in a second. The tropical storm located near Titusville now. The center of it will be pushing offshore by 2 o'clock. A slow trek northeast doing about 8 miles an hour. It'll then accelerate and make its way toward the same latitude as Jacksonville, but about 200 miles offshore by tomorrow early morning, and then eventually make a second landfall in the low country of South Carolina Friday afternoon. This will be tomorrow afternoon as a strong tropical storm, and that's going to bring a lot of flooding. This area is very susceptible from Charleston up through McClellanville. McClellanville is right here. It's very, very beautiful, but very, very low and a lot of canals, so they're also going to see inland flooding from the rain. But look at these peak wind gusts, 86 miles an hour at New Smyrna Beach. Hurricane force wind gusts. Daytona 81, Melbourne Beach 81, Orlando 67, Cocoa 67. And it continues. Tropical storm warnings are in effect until further notice, probably until this evening, and the rain will likely continue. The counterclockwise spin evident as Ian makes its way offshore. But we will find ourselves in the midst of these persistent squalls. I don't want to call them showers per se, because they're squalls. What happens is it starts raining and then the wind picks up. You might have a gust between 50 and 60 miles an hour when before it was only blowing about 15 or 20. You catch a little bit of a lull. When the rain starts, when the squall starts, then all of a sudden you get that tropical storm force wind, because what happens is that all the while at about 5,000 feet up in the sky, the wind is really, really howling. It's going 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. And as the rain starts to fall, it translates that wind down to the surface. So that's why when not much is happening, it's completely quiet. And then all of a sudden you get these ridiculous wind gusts. Here's a live view from, is this Charlotte County now? So you can see the damage. Oh goodness, look at that structural damage there. The hurricane hit yesterday as a Category 4 in this area. Winds estimated about 150 miles an hour. So that's devastating. You know, that's when not just storm surge can knock down structures, but also just the raw wind, if it's constructed maybe in a way that can't withstand that kind of just force. And then compounding that, if you have a push of seawater that maybe knocks down a wall or takes the garage door out, then the water gets in and the wind and the rest of the home becomes very susceptible. So you can see that just extensive damage there. Yeah, you can see the red along the water. So possibly there was some kind of a surge-related influence there. Yeah, you can see there on the horizon the boats and the debris from homes. So the cleanup there is going to be extensive. All right, let's talk about what else is going on here around the region. Our future rain, we're going to see between 3 and 7 inches in the Daytona area before this is all said and done through today. So it is still pounding rain in that area. Meanwhile, to the south, we're pretty much done with it. The Villages down through Orlando, we'll just have a couple of these squalls. It may lay down 1/4 of an inch of rain, maybe 1/2 an inch of rain throughout the day, but the really big accumulating stuff is now relegated to the coast. And for that, let's go back to Storm Team meteorologist Allison Gargaro. Allison, you've been tracking the swirl and also the flash flood warnings continue. So we're under active flash flood warnings. What does that mean for folks?
That's exactly right. Well, we're going to be seeing a lot more rain in a very short amount of time, so that could lead to even more flooding than what we're seeing across the viewing area right now. I do want to take you out to a live look at our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. Here is the spin of Ian. Looks like it is pushing out into the Atlantic right now, but I do want to show you just how far the rain bands are extending. If we can just zoom out just a bit, a lot of heavy rain still falling in coastal Volusia and moving into Flagler counties, but you can see some of those outer rain bands all the way up to Jacksonville as we speak. So let's take you in a little bit closer to Volusia County near Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach, right along the 44 there toward DeLand. We are looking at a lot of heavy rain that is still falling in areas that have already seen a lot of it. But I do want to take you into our Jacksonville radar so we can get a closer look at what is happening up in Flagler County. No active flash flood warnings now, but like Brooke showed you, they could be seen up to 6 inches of rain in total starting now, continuing through tomorrow morning. And you can see some of that rain is starting to push on shore. When we see these reds, that does mean that it is heavy rain. So we're going to be watching for that very closely. I do want to go in and take a look at some winds because they are strong. You saw some of the strongest wind gusts that we had across the viewing area were hurricane force gusts. They were more than 80 miles an hour in some locations. But let's take a look at current sustained winds that we can get from our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. radar. So it looks like just to the east of 1792, we're looking at 54-mile-per-hour winds and 56 just to the south of the 408. But I do want to share with you that the camera that we're looking at is at Jacksonville Beach. And I mentioned some of those outer rain bands already making their way up into that area, and you are seeing it right now. Not only are we seeing the rain up there, but also the gusty winds that we are looking at the moment. Now, I do want to take you into some rainfall totals. These are preliminary. We don't have anything official yet, but some areas shaded in light purple and white could be seen more than 10, 15 inches of rain. So that's nearly a foot, if not more. And I do want to take you out to another camera. This is going to be at Lake Ivanhoe, just under I-4 there. And I say under because if you've ever taken the express lanes westbound as you're heading toward downtown, you actually exit under I-4. And that's exactly what we are looking at. You can see that water coming into the roadways. This is exactly why we say it is not safe to drive right now, because that water is not only filling up, but it's also moving. So that could sweep away a person, that could sweep away a car. So we really do not want to see that here. I do want to take you out to some current wind gusts up to 72 miles per hour in Daytona Beach, 70 in Orlando, about 60 in Sanford, 62 in Palm Coast. But Titusville, you're still near that center of circulation, so you can really see that those winds drop off. And as we talk about within the eyes of tropical systems, it's very, very quiet, very, very calm. So that's why winds aren't quite as high, but you can see right on the outside of that, they are gusting. But as Ian is going to be moving out into the Atlantic, it's going to be bringing a lot of those rain bands with it. So I do want to take you back to our Fox 35 storm tracker radar and just take you county by county to let folks know if you do live in Claremont or you are in southern Lake County. It looks like a lot of that rain is now going to be pushing off to your north and east. Now, there could be some lingering showers here. You can see just back out to the west, but there's nothing else after that. So if you live in Sumter County, right along I-75 and Bushnell, the Villages, a lot of that rain is going to be clearing out as Ian is going to be taking it with it as it moves into the Atlantic. But I want to take you down to Osceola County. Still seeing some of that steady rain right along the turnpike here. Now, southern Brevard County, you're not seeing much, but again, Ian's going to be bringing these rain bands heading out to sea, well, toward the northeast. So we're going to be watching conditions very closely for you. Make sure you stick with us right here on Fox 35. Meteorologist Brooks Garner and I are here, as well as meteorologist Brittany Lockley.
Yeah, I mean, Allison, a 70-mile-per-hour gust in Orlando, like that's the biggest gust around the state. Looking at the state view right now, we're in the heart of it. Wow. Still, even though it's making an exit. So Danielle and we're just, Amy, we're going to have this wind continuing for about the next 12 to 18 hours. So we're going to track it for you here. We may have more power outages. If you have power now, make sure you charge your cell phone, maybe turn the air conditioning down to keep the house a little bit drier as far as the humidity in the house. And we'll toss it back to you.
Oh, very good advice. You know, we were talking about flooding a lot, and I do want to get back to that because I'm here on the Orange County Sheriff's Office Twitter, and they say there are some of the roadways that are still flooded right now. So please, if you don't need to evacuate your home due to rising flood waters, stay off the roadway. Specifically, they're talking about Pershing Avenue, Glen Village Court, Palm Creek Avenue, Curry Ford Road, East Colonial, Taylor Creek Road, Conway, Judge to Hoffner. So if you do not have to be on those roadways, you should not be. They are flooded. So you'll get out there and you'll find yourself stuck. And guess what happens if you get stuck? They're not going to come out and rescue you because they've already warned you not to be on the roads, and they have very, very serious situations that they have to take care of right now and the aftermath of this hurricane.
And those are smaller roads. We also have I-4, which is flooded right now.
As
we
well.
have the Florida Turnpike in Orange County. Both of those areas are flooded. So these are major roads that are flooded. And then in addition to the major roads being flooded, many of the smaller roads are flooded as well. One of the areas that is flooded is right around Orlando International Airport, and they just posted on their Twitter feed a short time ago that they are still assessing the damage at the airport. All of the roads around the airport are currently flooded. Of course, that means you can't get in and out to the airport anyway. So if you had a flight scheduled for today, check with your airline. The airport does believe that they will be able to hopefully reopen on Friday. They say as soon as their assessment is complete on the damage to the airport itself, then of course they have to get the flooding to recede on the roads around it.
And speaking of major flooding, boy, let's get back to that severe flooding happening in Osceola County this morning.
And Randy Hildreth has been in Kissimmee all morning long talking to many of the people who had to be rescued out of their homes. And it looks like the weather's starting to calm down just a little bit, Randy.
And not as windy as we've seen this morning. Still raining a little bit, but not nearly as heavy. In terms of this area, because this has been the focus point this morning, Orange Blossom Trail, where I'm standing now, the lane, this area is blocked off. The sheriff said that they plan to block this off to not allow traffic to move through this area. And then actually, if we also look farther down the street, headed towards Main Street, you can also see a law enforcement vehicle blocking that side. Now, this is the closest we've been able to get to this intersection where people were being rescued in the Dalewood Park community. When we first got here, we would not have been able to get to this point. This area was filled with floodwater. The sheriff said that he didn't think that the water would get any higher, and that it seems to be the case. It certainly feels like it's gotten lower. And even this turn lane right here, the arrow, we would not have been able to get this far. And this is the closest we've been able to get to that corner that was taking law enforcement officials down to the Dalewood Park community. This is where they were coming around in those airboats and in the duck boat rescuing people. We have seen a couple people really within the last 30 seconds, an SUV come down, literally slowly creeping, because you can still see that there is a lot of standing water out here, but slowly creeping out of this intersection to get out of this community. We did, within the last maybe 15-20 minutes or so, I did see a couple walking from their home down this street over to this awning where people had been rescued and they were staging in that area. And I asked the lady, how deep is it back there? And she was saying, you know, when she was walking, it was at least to her hips. And so that's still what they're dealing with in that community. When I spoke with, and just to get an idea of the wind that we're still experiencing, the flaps on this garbage bin just flapped up. So we're still feeling the wind out here. But just to give you an idea of still the flooding situation back there, I spoke to Miss Harden, who we had talked to a lot this morning. She arrived here because her family was trapped down that street, and she was saying that they lived in the back area, and because the flooding there was so bad, some of the cars lifted and had moved down the street, and so they were blocking the home. So law enforcement officials had some trouble even getting down to rescue people, but so they had the airboats couldn't get down there, so they used the duck boat to go around and try to rescue people. In terms of, we talk about the flooding. Osceola County officials say that they have not seen any major structural damage, so that is some good news. But the flooding, not just here. When I spoke to the sheriff, he said that there are about 25, upwards of 35 areas that have experienced some flooding, intersections like this, and also neighborhoods. But I'll go ahead and send it back to you. Still monitoring this area, but a lot of people who had been rescued this morning have been sent to shelters. Send it back.
Yeah, it might be a while before they're able to go home. Randy, thank you so much.
Thank you, Randy. Let's turn our attention now to the mayor. Mayor Buddy Dyer is standing by live, and we are so pleased you're joining us this morning, Mayor. Good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Oh, it has been quite the morning for us, as I'm sure it has been for you. Can you tell us what things look like now?
So I'm actually out in the field surveying right now, but we have about 65,000 OUC customers that are currently without power. They're doing an assessment of the best way to restore that when they can safely do it. We have localized flooding in a lot of areas around the city. Several apartment complexes that the first floors are flooded that we're making transport to shelters. So my advice would be for people to continue to shelter in place, and if you are out, there's going to be areas that are flooded and areas that the street lights are out. So be careful and treat those types of intersections as four-way stops. The other thing, our wastewater system is very taxed. So to the extent you can avoid or watch your water usage throughout the course of the day, that would be helpful as well.
Mr. Mayor, it's Amy. Listen, you've been in this city for a very long time, and you have lived through many hurricanes in this city. Is this the worst you've ever seen?
In terms of flooding, it is. We didn't have the type of winds we had during Charlie, so there's not the type of tree damage that we had in the course of that. But this is certainly the worst flooding that I've ever seen. I'd call this historic.
Yeah, I was just looking at some video of some of the neighborhoods around Lake Davis, Lake Eola, so many beautiful older neighborhoods. And many of the people who live in these neighborhoods say they've never seen anything like this before.
Yeah, I'm sure that's absolutely accurate in terms of the water. We got somewhere between 11 and 14 inches, depending on where you were in the city. So that's a lot of water, and you know that it's been raining for the last month or so. So the area was already saturated, so there's not a lot of places for the water to go.
Including Lake Eola. It's just so difficult to see that video of Lake Eola kind of overflowing its banks. And I wanted to ask you, are you pleased with the fact that people are staying put, or are you finding that there are people who are venturing out in Orange County, not necessarily to assess damage, but perhaps to get out, you know, for some fresh air, to just kind of looky-loo and see what's going on?
I think for the most part, people have heeded the advice to stay put, that it's still dangerous out there. So, and I think people took this storm seriously, as they should have. So I'm pleased with the overall response of our community.
Mr. Mayor, can you talk to me in terms of your communications with the police chief and Orlando City Fire as far as what they're seeing, and are you guys all in pretty good communication with each other?
We are. I've just been with the fire chief a good part of the morning at those apartment complexes that I was talking about, and I'm visiting some of the neighborhoods to look at the flooding. We're headed up to Rosemont to see how that is, and actually I'm going to give some advice right here that we don't know how deep the water is we're about to go through, so we probably shouldn't go through it. And that's good advice to anybody else that's out on the road. But yeah, we're in constant communication. We activated our emergency operations center yesterday afternoon, so we have all hands on deck right now.
And so, having said that, Mr. Mayor, are there any curfews in place or plans to perhaps put curfews in place?
We're still discussing that, but we haven't made a decision on that yet.
All right, and a state of emergency still declared in the city of Orlando. I know you opened up the parking garages, the city parking garages, so people could put their cars in there to keep them safe. Did you find people took advantage of it?
They did. When our information line told me that early during the course of the storm, most of the calls they were getting were asking about which garages they could park their cars in.
And very quickly, before I let you go, I do want to ask you about our tourists. I can only imagine how many tourists are here who may be visiting our first city for the first time, our city beautiful, and are wondering what the heck is going on. What would your message be to our tourists who are visiting Orlando right now?
Well, we can't control the weather, but we're doing the best we can, and you'll still find everybody accommodating and hospitable, and we will try to make your stay as good as we can.
All right, Mr. Mayor, thanks to you and Susie, and stay safe. I know you're out busy trying to take care of your residents today, so keep us posted, and thank you.
I'll do it. And Amy, thank you guys. We find that during the course of these storms, getting information out to the public is one of our most important jobs, and you guys do a great job in helping us do that.
We appreciate you.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much,
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We want to go now to the city of Winter Park, and my friend Clarissa Howard is going to join us live on the phone right now to give us an update. And Clarissa, can you hear us okay, first of all?
Yes, I can. Actually, we have Michelle Devalier, our assistant city manager, that'll be talking with you today.
Oh, great. Okay, if you would, I don't know if she's sitting right there next to you and you want to put her on the phone, but you know, we've been obviously hit in Winter Park hard many times. Really, Hurricane Charlie did quite the number on Winter Park many years ago, back in 2004. What are you seeing this time around?
So this time we're seeing a little different storm situation. We've got a lot more water. We do have quite a few trees down blocking the roadways, but much more flooding than we saw during Charlie.
And so with the flooding, are you seeing people are staying off of the roadways, or are you seeing people, as we've been talking about all morning long, venturing out onto the roadways to get some fresh air, to see what's going on, or perhaps even to assess the damage?
So far we're seeing people pretty much staying put. We have issued a curfew within our city limits, effective until 5 p.m. today. We're asking people to stay in and give us a chance to really get out and evaluate the tree debris and monitor the flooding. So we've issued the curfew and asking folks to stay inside until 5 p.m. today.
Michelle, Winter Park is sort of eclectic, right? You've got the older neighborhoods where a lot of the folks live right around the Park Avenue area, and then you've got some of the newer areas that are a little fanned out from that. Where are you seeing most of the flooding issues?
Well, as you know, we have quite a few lakes, and the lakes have already been full, and they're taking on additional water now. We've had quite a bit of rain, as many others have reported over the last 24 hours. So we are seeing it in the neighborhoods, primarily closely related to the lakes.
You know, the other thing I know about Winter Park that I absolutely love are the trees. There are so many trees in that area. Are you seeing a lot of downed trees?
We have about 20 trees down now, blocking the roadways. We have crews out working to clear those trees, and we're out further assessing. You know, our first goal is to get all the roads open.
All right. Well, we certainly appreciate you. Michelle and Clarissa, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us this morning, and stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we want to send it out to Brevard County now. That's where Alina Shirazi has been standing by for a long time this morning.
Well, we appreciate you standing by, but at least it's not raining where you are right now. Alina, good morning to you.
Good morning, Danielle and Amy. Yeah, you know, it's not really raining down as much right now, just a little bit of a sprinkle, some winds in and out. But again, like you know, we were saying earlier in the weather forecast, it looks like Brevard is starting to see some of this stuff clear out. But again, you never know. So officials are warning, you know, just be careful here and make sure you examine the streets before driving because of that flood water. You just don't know where it's going to pop up, especially in the northern tip of the county, close to where we're at right now in Cocoa. We are at Cocoa Village. So take a look over here. Let me hold on to my hat. There goes a little bit of a wind gust. All right, so if we take a look out over there, you can see these boats. A lot of people here, they tell me it's a really small knit boat community. There's one man, he actually says he lives on one of those boats. He came out to assess the damage. He was hoping his boat would be okay. Thankfully it was, because that's his home. He's got to go back there and he's got to live on it. So he's pretty happy that things are okay. But we did talk to one individual. I know earlier in the morning we were trying to figure out, hey, how did this boat end up here? Did it wash up? It was sort of a mystery. We can take a look. There's the boat. It's still there. The man that we spoke with, he says he's had this boat for 12 years. It's lasted through a couple of things, and he's pretty upset. He's trying to figure out what happened. Take a listen.
And I had 3 large anchors with the big swivel, and it's survived 3 other hurricanes. Should have not broken off.
So again, all throughout the morning, we've been with you guys. We've been trying to assess where some of the worst damage is. I think across Central Florida, one of the main concerns for everybody here is the rain and the floods. Here in Cocoa, Merritt Island, even Melbourne in the southern tip of the county, we've had a lot of issues with flooding in the past. So that's one thing that residents who live here, locals, neighbors, they're concerned about. They're horrified that these issues could really compound what they'd been experiencing since before this massive storm, this hurricane, now a tropical storm. They'd been experiencing a lot of those similar conditions with a lot of the rainwater and flooding. So anyways, we're going to continue to keep you guys updated out here, looking for a little bit more damage and checking out where those areas are that are safe and some that aren't. I'll send it back to you guys.
We'll take it. We do want to thank you at home very much for watching us right here on Fox 35 for this continuous coverage, and we are just getting started.
Fox 35 News starts now. Tracking Ian.
And we are keeping a very close eye on this tropical storm as it continues to push its way through Central Florida. And it has not left us yet. And in fact, we are still seeing copious amounts of rain in parts of Central Florida. So if you are dealing with that right now, of course, we are right here with you.
And, you know, as you woke up, I'm sure you, as well as a lot of people, have tuned in to us to watch what is going on and really start to try to assess the damage from all of this. And that does include our team of reporters who are out and about, including Fox 35's David Martin. He spoke to some people in the area who are picking up the pieces, and he joins us now live. David, good morning.
Danielle and Amy, good morning to you. Great to hear your voices. We have been touring northern Charlotte County and southern Sarasota counties, and the reason you haven't seen us all morning is because cell coverage down here is spotty at best. We found an intersection where we could power up, if you will, and talk to you. The intersection of US 41, otherwise known as Tamiami Trail. And I couldn't tell you what cross street we're at because the signs are all blown out. In fact, every intersection along Tamiami Trail looks precisely like this. No stoplights working, yet a ton of traffic. We are amazed at the amount of people who are out and about surveying the damage down here from Hurricane Ian at the time, now Tropical Storm Ian. And it's a little dangerous as you're coming through these intersections. Now, across the street there, you can see the flooding. On the east side of Tamiami Trail, all the side streets that take you back to 75 look like that, where that Amazon-looking truck is going through right now. Flooded out streets, and that is a passable street with that water. Many of them are much deeper and not safe, which is why we're on the west side of the trail. You can see over there on our south side of us right there, an RV that tipped over during the storm last night, and a real indication of just how devastating the winds are right here. This business at the corner of Enterprise Drive in Tamiami, it's called Light Ideas. It's a lighting store with fans and accessories. As we make our way across the wet grass to the parking lot, you'll see that all of the glass windows on the south side, on the north side, and on the east side of this store completely blown out. Glass everywhere, bulbs, chandeliers, fixtures, just strewn about. Isn't that amazing? Who knows when that happened? We don't, because the storm was so long, so big, so massive. And this is just one tiny scene of an incredible amount of devastation that we have witnessed all up and down the Gulf Coast in Charlotte County, Sarasota County, up in Manatee County as well, not quite as bad up there. Before coming down to Charlotte here, we stopped in Northport, where residents there say the eye, it felt like it stayed on that city for hours. And at least that's what James Rhodes told us as he was picking up his yard this morning. Take a listen.
So essentially we were in 150 mile an hour winds for about 8 hours. The devastation is amazing. Now I've been through Charlie, I've been through Irma, I've been through Andrew, and this was unique because it just kept going and going and going and going. It was scary. It was scary. My wife and I were huddled in the hallway of the house, and just with the dogs and prayed for the best. Like a war zone. Seriously, we have no water, we have no electricity. We're going to assess the situation. I have family in Melbourne. We'll see how they do, and if we got to bail, I at least get my wife over there, and I'll stay here to protect the family, you know, the house, and move on. It's going to take quite a while for us to get back to normal, you know, but we will survive. We're a resilient community, you know.
Charlotte County EMS with lights and sirens blaring heading south on Tamiami Trail. First that we've seen of that this morning. That's most likely because so many people have decided to come out and survey what they can. It's not a safe scene yet, though. You heard what James said. There's no power, there's no water, and cell coverage seems to be improving. That's a good sign. But as we take you a little closer to the store here, it's just incredible, the damage. I don't know how a small business like this recovers exactly. I'm sure insurance will help, but there's nothing to save here at this property. We've seen gas station awnings ripped apart. We've seen restaurant. We were just at a mall. You can't get into the parking lot because of all the palm trees. They've just collapsed onto the parking lot. And the parking lot itself is a lake. I've seen a lot of damage before, but this one goes on for miles, ladies, and I don't know. This is going to be a long cleanup process indeed. I'm going to send it back to you all in the studio, praying and hoping for the best for these folks down here in Charlotte County, Lee County, Sarasota counties.
And you know, David, what's so incredible about that is we are going to see scenes like that many, many times as the hours and days progress. We certainly do appreciate you. Thank you, David.
David, thanks, boy. Just devastating to see all that for sure. Let's get to Allison and Brooks this morning. They have got the latest as this finally is moving a little bit out of Central Florida.
Yeah, Ryan and Danielle, we've got so much going on out here. Allison, we've been tracking the radar and the storm surge that continues. This is St. Augustine right now. St. Augustine right now enduring the full force of Tropical Storm Ian, and this is A1A, a live picture. It's completely covered in water. So, Allison, you're tracking the radar right now. We've got this onshore flow. Looks like we're going to be seeing scenes like this on our northeast coast from Volusia County all the way up into the Jacksonville area for the duration.
Yeah,
today.
That's exactly right. I actually want to show you our rainfall outlook, and you can see that there is a high risk for that excessive rainfall, and that is moving from Palm Coast up towards St. Augustine. So we are seeing exactly that in the picture that Brooks is going to show in just a minute. So a lot more of that rain is going to be moving off to the north of our viewing area, but want to mention that folks here locally still going to be seeing that very heavy rain. You can see that center of Ian now making its way offshore, but I do want to take you out to our Jacksonville radar so we can actually get a better idea of what's happening just north of our viewing area. So you see Palm Coast and St. Augustine here, and all morning long we've been talking about some very heavy rain just offshore, and it slowly is pushing onshore. So Beverly Beach, Flagler Beach, if you live there, some very heavy rain and likely very gusty winds on the way, and that trend continuing up towards St. Augustine. But Brooks, let's send it back to you so we can actually see that live picture of what conditions look like out there. We have our weather stem cameras, so we can go through the entire state and look at what conditions are right now.
Yeah, it's an incredible resource. At Fox 35, they've given us really a cadre of tools that we can choose from, and one of these is revealing. I mean, a picture speaks 1,000 words. This is a live picture. This isn't taped. This isn't file video. This is happening right now, and we've got winds pushing ashore in St. Augustine and a decent storm surge. It's pushing right over A1A to the point where it looks like it might be a quarter way up some of these signs, just ballpark maybe 1 or 2 feet deep. You could probably slog through it, but you wouldn't be able to drive through it, and you certainly can't see where you're going if you're driving through it. But this is an indication that even though Ian now is a tropical storm, it is still packing a punch, and the onshore flow, thanks to the just raw size of this thing, is pushing a lot of water onshore. You see, when storms are big, this one was a Cat 4, and it was a very geographically large Cat 4. Even when they weaken, the vortex, the circulation is still big, and the eye of this is running about 80 to 90 miles. If you're to trace the circulation and basically draw where the eye would be, sure, there's a little inner circulation you can track, but the broad outer core of this thing expands 80 miles. It's almost what's called an annular system, annular being the word to describe a large circle in this context. And the bigger it is, the more fetch over the core, where you've got sustained winds of 60 or 70 miles an hour, the more water it's going to push on shore. So here's a tropical storm producing a storm surge that you would typically only associate with a hurricane. And to see these live pictures, the water just lapping up and making A1A impassable, the waves breaking against the shoreline there, the palm trees blowing in the wind, the water pushing against the camera. It almost looks like driving down the highway, and of course the camera shaking. One of those squalls currently pushing through the St. Augustine area. We've got other cameras in the area as well, and I'll take you next to our Daytona Beach cam. This is a live view from Volusia County. The ocean is right here, and it is a big foam mess right now. It's in a storm state. The wind blowing across the parking lot. You can see the palm trees, the crowns of the palm trees blowing in the wind as well. And we're catching gusts in this area, at least over the last 12 hours, exceeding 80 miles an hour. You know, Allison, right now, we've got a gust there at Daytona at 71 miles an hour. Wow. It's gusting to 58 miles an hour in Orlando. But to top all this, we still have active flash flood warnings right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we see that on our Fox Weather Alert Center. So let me actually take you guys right on in for what we're seeing with our partners there. So we are watching some tropics alerts, but you can see still flash flood warning until 12 p.m. in Volusia County, another one in Seminole until 11:45, and then the one that extends from Lake to Orange, Volusia, as well as Seminole counties there. It goes until 12:15 this afternoon. So we're watching that very, very closely for you. And I do just want to take you back out to our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. So I've been trying to tell folks that might be in the clear from some of this rain, and we're seeing that in western Marion County, our northwest viewing area, and Sumter. Now, if you live in the villages, there's still going to be the chance for a few of those showers to continue to move off to the south there, but it does look like the western side of Lake County, not seeing much rain right now, but you can see this outer rain band. Yes, it is light rain, but it's still more rain on top of all of the rain that we've been seeing over the last 24 hours, if not longer. So southern Brevard County likely going to be seeing some of that making its way toward you. And I do want to let you know that in Volusia County, Daytona Beach, Ormond Beach, Holly Hill, Port Orange, Ponce Inlet, down to New Smyrna Beach and Edgewater, still seeing that moderate, if not heavy heavy rain that is pushing onshore. Now, I do want to take you out to unofficial rainfall totals that we have been seeing over the last 24 hours, and most of the rain that's fallen has been in Volusia County. I mean, if you've been with us since very early this morning or late last night with Brooks, we have been watching some very heavy rain bands making its way toward your area. Now, I do want to mention that we had reports of rain here with our rain gauge out at Fox 35, just out back, 14 inches in total. Now, that was given to us about 2.5 hours ago, so I'm not sure what the updated total is, but we are in Lake Mary, so yeah, that is a lot of rain, and some other spots likely seeing even more than that. So we talk about flooded roadways. We've been showing them to you all morning long. It is not safe, Brooks, to drive in these conditions at all.
In fact, Florida Turnpike on my Twitter page at Brooks Weather, Florida Turnpike FHP Orlando had tweeted a picture of a flood over the turnpike in Orange County, closing it. So they've got up to 4 feet of water there as for the latest reports. You can see that picture there on the Twitter page, catching wind gusts of 58 miles an hour. And by the way, with the flash flood warnings continuing, that means that there's active flooding happening right now, that if you live in those flash flood areas, just be very careful out there. If you have to venture out, there could be water making some roads impassable. I mean, when we're talking about 15, 20, 25 inches of rain, that's a real deal. And if retention ponds or lakes can't support that rain, it has nowhere to go but flood. And we're going to see the rain for the rest of the day today. Future radar detailing that as Ian departs. We will catch wind gusts today with these squalls. I'm not calling them showers, I'm calling them squalls of over 60 miles an hour until this evening. All right, Ryan, Danielle, back to you.
All right, Gus, thanks. Of course, so much of the story is severe flooding that we've seen all over so many counties in Central Florida.
Many people are being pulled from their homes. Fox 35's Vicky Carr is live off of International Drive in Daytona Beach Forest right now, taking a closer look at the road conditions there, and we know it is still raining where you are. Vicky, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, it is extreme flooding out here. I'm standing kind of by the Speedway area right off of ISB, and I want to step out of the way and show you what the roads look like. It was actually difficult for us to even get here because there's just flooding everywhere. We were driving down along 92, and the entire one entire side of 92 was completely underwater. You couldn't even see the road. We were able to get through the side that was still above water, but right now this is what you're looking at. This is the intersection of International Speedway. For perspective, this is near the Waffle House. You can see there are still some people that are out here on the roads. Of course, that's not being recommended right now. We have seen some emergency vehicles that have been driving by. The Volusia County Sheriff's Office has big emergency vehicles that can get through these waters. But one thing I want to bring your attention to is this shopping center over here. This is where the Firehouse Subs is at, the Once Upon a Child, those areas, if you're familiar around here. That entire parking lot's underwater. You can't see anything. And that, you know, really shocked me when I got here, and the water is just continuing to accumulate. As far as debris, actually, let's move the camera around because I want to show you back here, kind of like on the other side of us. You can see all of the debris that this heavy wind has been tossing around. You're looking at the parking lot of the Crystals, and you can see some of that wind moving in right now, but just debris everywhere, all over the roads. But yeah, that's really what we're seeing out here. One thing I wanted to mention is we are seeing a lot of emergency vehicles, mostly, or people from the city and the county.
May have lost Vicky. We'll try and get back to her in a second.
She was having some wind gusts there.
She was having some wind gusts, and it's certainly raining hard there. It was a little break for a while in Volusia County. That's what I was going to ask her next. Has she seen beyond emergency vehicles, where they obviously, Chief Chitwood and others in the law enforcement community do not want cars out there?
And we knew Daytona was going to be hard hit kind of as this thing progresses and then turned into a tropical storm. That is exactly what is happening where Vicky is. One of the things that was kind of heartening to see, though, was we did not see a lot of cars, right, that were passing by behind her, because all of our officials, Ryan, have been warning folks, stay off the roadways.
Right. And if you look at the map, Volusia County is a real challenge for law enforcement because it's such a big county, from up and down the coastline. So they've got a huge area to respond to. And Chief Chitwood saying most of the night last night they were doing rescues.
And what happens is when you have a rescue, if it is serious, yes, they are going to come out and rescue you. If you have a rescue because you did what they told you not to do, which is to go out to kind of assess damage, drive around, you want to get some fresh air, you're going to be stuck because you are not their priority. Their priority is really to rescue people who are in flood-prone areas who need to be rescued. And so if you're not one of those people and you're just stuck and you're calling 911, you're going to have to wait. And sometimes I can only imagine, given what they have to deal with right now, that wait may be hours long.
Yeah,
So
we're starting to share some images, by the way, that we're getting in this morning. I mean, from Lake Eola to Volusia County. It's going to be interesting also to see the rainfall totals when it's all said and done, to see the staggering amounts of rainfall numbers these counties have seen.
And so interesting, I was looking at Twitter, and there was one woman who was saying that she is stuck in her home and she is under just about, 6 to 8 inches of water. And she said that she wanted to call 911, but she's like, listen, I'm just going to stay where I am because I'm not the priority right now, right? I can live in my home. Yes, I do have water that's come into my home, but I know that they are dealing with folks who are dealing with a lot more than we are dealing with right now. And speaking of people who are dealing with a lot, boy, oh boy, let me tell you what, Randy.
All morning long here.
Yeah, right, where she is has just been crazy. So let's get out to Randy right now for the very latest. Good morning to you once again, Randy.
Hey, good morning to you. And just piggybacking off what you were saying about people staying at home, when I spoke with Osceola County Sheriff, he says, listen, if you are at home and you only have a little bit of flood water, if you can, just stay in place, because they want to be able to make sure that those resources can get to people who really need it. And he definitely emphasized this is not the time to go sightseeing because there is still some flooding in some areas. Then they don't want you to get stranded because then they have to pull resources from somewhere else and come and get you, and then that takes away from people who really need it. So just a neighbor helping a neighbor, stay in place if you can. Just in terms of what we're seeing, we are on Orange Blossom Trail, cones in this area because they have blocked off the street. We have been here, watched the flooding and the flooding rescues. So we have this street that's blocked off because they don't want people moving through this area. And then on the very opposite end, headed towards Main Street, that also is blocked off in this area. This is that intersection where people were being rescued coming around this corner on those airboats that you saw live. This area is not nearly as flooded as it was before. When I spoke to the sheriff early this morning, he said that this area, he didn't expect it to get any higher in terms of flood water. We will definitely tell you from what we are seeing that it is definitely going down, because this is, even from the last time I checked in with you around 10 at the end of the 10 o'clock hour, I was not able to get this far. I referenced last time this turning lane and being able to see this part, this painting on the ground letting you know that you can turn left. We couldn't quite get here during the last time I checked in with you. I'm standing on it now, and this is as close as we've been able to get to this intersection, and we may be able to see down a little bit. Yeah, if we could come a little bit closer, you can actually see down this intersection, and this is where people were being rescued in the Delwood Park community. We do have a family that is now walking back into the community, but even about 2 hours ago, families who were coming out and actually walking, they were saying that the water was waist deep, and it looks like it's at least at their ankles. So we are seeing the flood waters go down in this area, but this is not a sign that they want you to go out and take a look at what's going on. They still want you to stay at home. Now, I introduced you to Ms. Lena Harden this morning. She was the family member who came here because her family was trapped in their home in the Delwood Park community. She was the one that talked about the family holding that toddler as the floodwaters were rising in their home. At one point, they were standing on top of the dining room table. And she said by the time they were rescued, it was halfway up their home. But she was saying that the operations to rescue them were a little bit complicated because of how high the water was in the community. Take a listen to what she told us.
Of the corner, so all the cars are floating and they're stuck, so the tugboat could not get out to that main road, so they had to basically go around the neighborhood to be able to come out.
And listen, I sat with her, well, not sat with her, I stood with her as she waited for that rumble of the airboat coming around the corner to see her family. And we're talking about a 1-year-old. She said that her brother's mother-in-law was also in the home, and I watched them pick her up off the airboat, get her cane, and put her on the ground to safety. And as she watched some of the airboats and the duck boat come around waiting for her family, I could feel her emotions. When I talked to her, she got choked up, understandably so, knowing that her family was waiting to be rescued and knowing that that toddler was waiting to be rescued.
Imagine what they must have been going through, Randy.
Yeah, Randy, it's just amazing to see that play out today where the floodwaters were so high and how quickly they've gone down. When you were talking to that family, do you sense that they were kind of almost astonished and shocked how quickly the floodwaters got to a point where they were really in a situation where they had to be rescued?
Definitely shocked. And we watched a number of families. The very first family that I spoke to said that they've lived in this area and they know that in this community, she said there are about 65, 75 homes. In the middle area, it goes down a little bit. And she says, yes, we do get some flooding, but what they saw today, no. She said that this is not what they've experienced before. She said her husband works in law enforcement, left the home and was like, wait a minute, we have a situation, because the flood water at that point early this morning was at the wheels of his car, and they knew that things are getting more serious. And so that's why, for some people they hunkered down, but for others they went ahead and called for help, especially people who were elderly, had young children, or needed medical attention.
And those are the people who do need the help first. All right, Randy, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for that live report. We're now at 11:18. Let's turn things over once again to Brooks and Allie. Hey, guys, good morning once again.
Hey, good morning. It is we got a new advisory with Tropical Storm Ian. Excuse me. Ian is a tropical storm. It's strengthening now. It's got winds of 70 miles an hour, up from 65. And this is a brand new track. And Ian is expected to become a hurricane later today. It's going to re-strengthen over the Gulf Stream. We talked about this as a possibility, that the Gulf Stream is an area of very warm water and that it could allow this system to re-strengthen. Tropical storm warnings for our region continue, but hurricane warnings have been issued now for South Carolina along the coastline. That'll happen as soon as 8 p.m. this evening, winds of 75 miles per hour. So Tropical Storm Ian will once again become Hurricane Ian and then make a run for the low country of South Carolina by Friday afternoon. Between 4 and 7 feet of storm surge is possible from Beaufort, South Carolina, up through the Charleston area, on up into McClellanville, and maybe even the Grand Strand where the Myrtle Beach area is. So hurricane warnings in effect from Horry County, South Carolina, all the way down to the Savannah River. Tropical storm warnings from the central Savannah River area all the way through the Midlands of South Carolina and the PD region where the PD River is, and into the Piedmont of North Carolina. It is expected then to work up toward Columbia, the capital of South Carolina, by about 8 o'clock tomorrow night, bringing with it flooding rains. So Tropical Storm Ian is going to become Hurricane Ian, and we're certainly seeing some of the impacts of this very strong tropical storm, and you can see why it's a certainty that it is going to continue strengthening. It's producing right now a storm surge in St. Augustine. These are live pictures. Let's take these pictures full. I can walk you through it, and then we'll track the radar. St. Augustine right now is experiencing the full force of Ian. Onshore flow, winds between 60 and gusting to about 75 miles per hour. This is a very telling story. This is A1A right here. That's right, A1A, and that's supposed to be a road. In fact, this is the edge of the water where those palm trees are, and the water's just lapping up. It looks like a lake, and it's rising. Earlier, it was just above the curbs. Now it looks like it's maybe 24 inches deep, and that is just so revealing of the kind of weather we're dealing with. Meanwhile, in the Daytona Beach area, look at this shot. This is from our weather stim cameras. You can only see this here on Fox 35. Look at the trees blowing. Look at the trees blowing. Daytona is catching wind gusts right now of between 70 and 80 miles per hour. And it is just a car wash there. Unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of run up too of the water there from the beaches. Let's track this using Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. Let's talk about where it is, where it's going, and an update on some of the warnings. We've got flash flood warnings in effect right now. The center of circulation, by the way, we can see it on radar, is right here. It's located approximately 10 miles east of the tip there of Cape Canaveral, and it is moving toward the north, and in doing so, it is going to re-strengthen by 8 o'clock tonight, approximately in this location as a hurricane. And what that means is that the storm surge we're getting here on the northeast coast, as you head up from Daytona Beach up through the Palm Coast area and Flagler Beach and into St. Johns County and St. Augustine, the storm surge will only increase. So we're going to keep checking out those cameras as long as they work. Wind gusts here will also increase, probably upwards of 80 miles an hour as you head up toward the Jacksonville area, especially St. Augustine, before the future hurricane, it's a tropical storm set to strengthen, works northward. All right, we've been talking about the winds, we've been talking about the rain, but we haven't been talking about as much of the impacts from the flash flooding. And at this hour, we have flash flood warnings continuing. There's a flash flood warning for Volusia County until 12:15. By the way, on the right-hand side of the screen, that's St. Augustine. More waves lapping up against the shore there, just relentless pounding of the waves as the onshore flow continues. But the flash flood warnings mean that flooding is either occurring right now or it's expected to set in at any time. And right now, we're certainly seeing that around the region. So the flash flood warning continues all the way south through the Dr. Phillips area. This includes the attractions. So the takeaway here is that the rain is not over yet. The rain is going to continue. It's not as heavy. We're on the southwest side of the storm now. So for us, the conditions will start improving, but we also will see with a now strengthening tropical system, wind gusts potentially increasing this afternoon. Right now, they're ranging between 50 and 60 miles an hour. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a hurricane-force wind gust away from the water before the day is out, especially if Ian re-strengthens over the Gulf Stream a little bit faster than expected. So what are you tracking right now? We've got Allison Gargara right now, and we've got the Fox 35 Alert Center. Looks like we've got some new alerts here popping up.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We are looking at a flash flood warning that just came up in St. Johns County, Florida. So that will end at 3:15 this afternoon and potentially could be extended. So, Brooks, we're going to send things back over to the anchors, but again, always watching these new updates that come in right here on our Fox Weather Alert
System. A huge development that at 11 a.m., Ian, now a tropical storm, is expected to become a hurricane once again and make a second landfall in the low country of South Carolina, bringing a 4 to 7 foot storm surge. That'll be one of the more impactful storms since Matthew for that region and also since Hurricane Hugo.
Allison, thanks. We were talking about moving north, and they would see the same things we've seen, and now we're seeing that play out.
Here we go. All right, let's turn things over now to Fox 35's Matt Trezza. He is live in Orange County for us this morning. Matt, good morning to you.
Yes, good morning. So we are at a nursing home facility on Cimarron Boulevard in Orlando called Avanti, and I'm here with the Orange County Fire Chief, who's going to give me some details about what exactly happened here. So, just kind of lay it out for me.
We got Orange County Fire Rescue received a call a little after 5 this morning from Avanti, advising us that they were taking water into the facility from the rains. So we got units out here, and once I got here, there was water. When I got here, it was coming up to about mid-thigh, getting into the facility. At that time, it wasn't too bad. It was about ankle deep, but eventually it got to some point where it was almost knee-high inside the facility. The water was still continuing to get in. But once we got there, we determined that there was 106 residents, not counting the staff, that needed to be evacuated. So it was just a matter of getting the resources requested and getting them en route, and then just waiting it out and getting until they got there. And once the resources got here, we were able to kind of start get things moving and getting the residents to a shelter, or if there's a handful that had to go to the hospital just due to medical conditions.
Yeah, what's the situation right now? Everybody out?
No, we have approximately 72, 73 that we have already evacuated to a couple of different shelters. So we still have a little bit left. Hopefully in the next couple of hours, we'll have them somewhere nice and dry in one of the shelters.
And while this was all happening, was there electricity, or have they been without power for the last?
There was electricity. At some point, we did shut the electricity off to the building because of the water getting through the electrical sockets and all. So we did at some point shut it down ourselves. So
are you working right now on getting the rest of the patients out?
Yes. As you can see, we still got some rescues, and we got Lynx has been helping us out immensely with their buses and stuff that help us get these residents to these shelters.
Okay. For any relatives of these residents who are watching right now, what do you want them to know?
No, I want them to know that everybody was in good spirits. Nobody, they were happy that we were here to assist them, and they were happy to get into the buses so they could make their way to the facilities or the schools.
Okay, now about the building itself, I mean, are they going to have to what's kind of the situation as far as the state of the building and its safety?
Well, I mean, I can just tell you what I saw when I came in. You know, they had sandbags down, but of course, as you know, it's, you know, with the storm, it's unpredictable. You prepare as best as you can, but they did what they could. But it was just the water, like I said, it was about almost to the knee throughout the entire facility. So what that's going to require, obviously, they'll get their maintenance out there and make that determination. But I just know they had some water damage, at least from that level.
All right. That's anything else you want to tell me or let me know about the situation here? How long do you think you're going to be out here for?
Hopefully we'll have it wrapped up in a couple of hours. Like I said, we don't have too many more residents to go, and we can get them, you know, to those nice dry locations. So maybe a couple more hours.
All right.
So.
All right. Anything else that you want to let me know about it?
No, just make sure everybody, you know, the storm's still out there. We still got the wind gusts. We still got standing water. Just, you know, letting everybody know. Please be careful going outside and just stay away from the standing water because you don't know what's up underneath the depth or anything. So just be safe.
Excellent. You're going to stay out here until the job's done.
Yeah, I won't leave until every patient or every resident is gone from the facility. At that point, then we'll start wrapping it up.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much for telling me those details. And that's the situation here at Avante in Seminole Boulevard. You know, where they're continuing, as you can see, if we push in there, I think I see a resident who's sitting on a wheelchair who they're probably going to be pushing out in the next few minutes. Like she said, there are a few dozen more people who are still to be removed from this facility, and we're going to stick out here and you know, make sure that you know, watch things as they progress. For now, live in Orange County, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Oh, Matt, that is so sad to see some of our most vulnerable citizens in need of help like that. Matt, I do want to ask you, so those residents are going to be leaving that facility and going somewhere else, at least for the short term. Are their loved ones going to be notified where they're going to be, or will they be back kind of in a couple of hours, and so that may not be necessary?
No, they are going to be in touch with their loved ones and letting them know where they're going. It looks like, from just my perspective, the situation is that the people aren't going to be coming back to this building anytime soon. So the staff of the nursing home is going to have to get in touch with their loved ones and let them know the various hospitals, medical facilities, or alternative sites where they're going to be transported from here.
It's just incredible. A few days ago, they would have never thought this was possible, but how quickly a storm could change things. Matt, thanks for interviewing her and showing us that they will be there. Let's talk about, Matt, just moving forward here. She's obviously going to wait. Have you sensed, what have you seen from some of these people coming out?
Sorry, could you say that one more time?
And I guess what you mean, and I think what you mean, and it's kind of the same thing I'm thinking, because, you know, we kind of think alike. We've been together for 6 years here now, right? When you have some of these people who are exceptionally vulnerable, right? Is this a facility for memory care? Is it an assisted living facility? Is it a retirement community? Is it all of the above? And so I guess the question is, how are they suffering? What are some of the situations and ailments they're dealing with that perhaps may make it more difficult to move them?
You know, Avante is a... I apologize. I need to get some more of those details before I pass that along.
All right, that's understandable, yeah, and you have to wonder, you know, what it is that they are dealing with. But if you are in assisted living, there's something, right? And that makes it, Matt, I know, more delicate to try to move the people there. Do we know how long, Matt, that is taking for them to get people out? I know you said that there was a woman behind you in the wheelchair, and we're looking at video right now of some first responders who are actually helping people get out, but it looks like they may be dispersing right now. Are they finished evacuating everybody?
Yeah, I think we may have lost Matt.
No, they are not finished evacuating people. They are a few dozen people left in this nursing home facility. You can see Orange County Fire Rescue crews are walking back in there, and they are, it looks like I said, there's one woman stationed by the door in a wheelchair. Presumably they're going to be getting her out soon, but there are other people still inside that they also need to evacuate. I'd say we've got a few dozen Orange County Fire Rescue workers. You can see that they're all walking into the building right now, so continuing the work that they're doing here. Like the chief said, you know, they're going to be out here for the next few hours, making sure that everybody is out of here and safe.
Yeah, Matt, and we can see it when they walk through. I mean, clearly they're at about 2 feet of water there, which would be really tough. If you're talking about a wheelchair or someone else that needs any assistance at all, they're not going to be able to make it through that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously these people need a lot of help to get out of here. They're in various states. According to the chief that I talked to, some of them need more care than others. Some of them are going to be going to medical facilities from here.
All right, Matt Trezza, we do thank you so much for that live report. We'll check back in again with you in just a bit. One of the things I noticed as we stay on Matt's shot there is the fact that the wind is still blowing, right?
Absolutely.
And you still have
after all these hours, yeah.
That is happening
and you
out
heard
there.
her say, look, I'm not leaving until everyone's out of this building.
Yeah.
And they know that they've got to use some help as well.
Absolutely. All right, so we do want to stay on some video that we do have for you as we continue to talk over this because there are evacuations that are still taking place out there. And look at this. This is a resident, and we had just talked about this,
yeah,
right?
how hard it is to get them through there. And obviously they're not going to go by themselves.
Absolutely.
But Orange County Fire Rescue, that is what they're there for, to get them out. And you got to think that all these people have already been through the storm.
They've been through
the anticipation and the stress that we all went through for a few days waiting for that. Then you watch the storm hit. It hits down south, and then they find out that all of a sudden it's an issue that's going to force them out of their place where they live.
And you know, the thing I always think about is, let's say you're somebody with Alzheimer's or dementia or Parkinson's or something like that, and you already can be easily agitated when your circumstances change. And so for those people now to have to be moved out of a place that they now know as their home to someplace else, you also are now going to have that added layer of having to deal with that once they get relocated into their new place. And as Matt Trezza said so clearly, they don't know how long they're going to be in this new location,
right,
of course, and then the relatives and family members have to be notified and figure out where they are. I think it's just going to be just a lot for everybody to kind of get
bringing another person out here as well. And you got to think with each person comes grateful family members as well, because you well could have family members that are out of town that are wondering about their loved ones, how they're going to get out of there. And you can see right now they're doing it with assistance. They're bringing 2 more out right now through the water that's about 1.5 feet right there.
And you see this lady here coming out. She's got her feet raised, trying to avoid the water at all costs. And you've got to give such kudos, right, to our fire rescue and the men and women who go in there and just do this kind of work. And they understand, because guess what? They likely have parents themselves. They likely have loved ones themselves, and they would want to treat these people just as they would want to treat their own family and loved ones. And so as those folks come out, I know it is a daunting task, but they are doing it just so well. And we so appreciate everything they are doing to try to keep all of those folks safe. And as Matt said, they are not done. They keep going in and out because there are probably several more people in there, if not more than a dozen people in there, who still have to be taken out. And then here's the other part of this. You've got to figure out where they're going to go. You've got to
well, and each person had one bag, so you've got to pack all their stuff and take care of those little details that they're not able to do right now.
But you can't think that everybody's going to the same place, right? Because some places may be full, right? So they may have to be dispersed to different places, and then you think, where do I take them? Do I take them here, here, or here, depending on what their needs are? So that is a daunting task. We can't overestimate how difficult it must be to move people who are suffering from perhaps debilitating conditions, in addition to being elderly, into new places while their place is repaired in the aftermath of Hurricane Ian. So that was a really, really good live shot from Matt, because it was just a reminder that it's not just the everyday people, right,
Absolutely,
who need to be relocated. We've got our most vulnerable citizens in our city, beautiful, in our area, who also need to be relocated in times of hurricane and times of tropical storms, and this is one of those.
And similar scenes playing out not just here in Orange County, but around numerous parts of Central Florida and certainly in South Florida as well, as they are aiding them as well. So that's Matt Trezza out there live for us this morning.
Matt, are you still with us? We'll get to Matt in just a little bit, but first let's move on to this story. So we were talking about all of the flooding, and you saw the water there, right? Downtown Orlando inundated with water after heavy rain overnight.
Yeah, we've seen it in so many different areas, and really, if you've been with us since 2 this morning, we've seen Dave Puglisi go from spot to spot, and he's showing us more damage now.
Hurricane Ian brought significant rainfall to downtown Orlando. One of the big issues had to deal with lakes. This is Lake of Woods, and it is overflown down Silver Court here, where you could see a car is trapped in the middle of this flooded lake. Earlier today, we saw an ambulance stuck in here. Emergency crews had to come to get those drivers out. We then saw some other crews try to move that ambulance while they were wading through chest-deep water just to get to it. Now, this isn't the only lake that was flooding out. Even major lakes like Lake Eola and Lake Ivanhoe were flooding as well. Now, even though on the bright side, the rain is starting to ease up, which means the water level has dipped, which we have seen quite a bit of. But it's still not safe to go out and cross any of these until the water has fully resided. That's the latest in Orlando. Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
And Dave certainly has been up and down the coast. And having said that, let's set the scene here, shall we, of the record-breaking hurricane that was Hurricane Ian. It made landfall at 3 p.m. yesterday near Cayo Costa. That is off the coast of Lee County near Fort Myers. It reached maximum winds of 150 miles per hour. Now, we do want you to keep in mind here that landfall was at just about 3 p.m., but the storm was causing storm surges and extreme winds for the area for hours before that time.
Yeah, Ian is now considered the 4th strongest storm to make landfall in recorded Florida history. But we mentioned today as well, while you put it right next to Charlie, there is no comparison in the size of these storms. It made the landfall, of course, as Charlie, the same back in 2014, 18 years ago, but a much, much bigger storm. And this one moves slow as well. Ian and Charlie's wind speeds and pressure exactly the same, but as we said, a much different in size. And we saw it this morning and all throughout today with the amount of rain it brought with the slow move upward north.
And continues to bring rain even at this hour. Right now, you're taking a look at the daylight at the Sanibel Causeway, which has collapsed in parts after sustaining damage from Hurricane Ian. Several sections of the causeway are missing. You cannot get in or out, and that really is the only way in and out of that area. The causeway is the only way you can get out of the island, in fact. And so right now, the Coast Guard and search teams are there. They're looking to rescue anyone who may have stayed in Sanibel Island during the storm.
I think we heard it from the governor earlier. I mean, a lot of these things will take years to repair.
Absolutely.
This is going to be a very lengthy process in many places. Well, coming up at noon, President Joe Biden's going to make remarks on Hurricane Ian at FEMA headquarters. Fox 35 is going to have that. We'll carry the response for the state as well as they look for federal assistance. There will be a lot of it coming from FEMA.
And so we'll have that for you. Also, we've got some all-new video into the Fox 35 newsroom. Tropical storm Ian damaging the exterior of the Westgate Palace Resort on I Drive. This video was shared by somebody who's vacationing in Orlando from England. It also shows an entire parking lot completely submerged. Take a look at this by floodwaters. Now, just to give you a little bit of reference here, the Westgate is just south across I-4 from Universal Orlando. And we want to give you a look at some of the flooding that we've been seeing across Central Florida as well.
Yeah, here's some videos and pictures that we're getting in from our Fox 35 viewers. So many of you have sent those to us. Florida Highway Patrol posting this new picture as well on Twitter. It shows the turnpike closed in orange there. You can see that because of the water and significant flooding. The northbound lanes were closed there at mile marker 254. The southbound closed at mile marker 267. You can see the large amount of water that was over the turnpike.
And so many roadways are closed because of flooding. And take a look at these images. This is out of the lake, the Vista Lakes neighborhood in Orlando. They are experiencing flooding there.
And take a look at this video as well. This is from Winter Springs. It's the Highlands community as well. As you can see, a lot of rain there. This plays out in communities all across Central Florida. Roads that they say never flooded before, and the roads look more like rivers after the amount of rain we have had.
And here's some video from the Tapestry neighborhood. This is in Kissimmee. A family member of our WOFL staff are seeing this right outside their homes. Take a look at that. It just looks like a river in front of their homes there.
I want to show you some look at some of the heavy rain and the flooding. This is in the Gulfview neighborhood in South Daytona Beach. We just checked in with Vicki not long ago. They're still getting hit, and that is the image there in Daytona Beach.
Yeah, wind and rain still happening there. And a look at some damages coming out of Orlando after a tree fell onto a house. New video sent in shows a large tree out of the root just smashing through the roof of a home. This happened at the corner of Wagner and Westbrook Drive in Orlando. And, you know, I always say it's so interesting when you have things like this. Go ahead and take a listen.
This is the Orange County Sheriff's Office. If you need to be evacuated, step out of your front door.
Because you do everything you're supposed to do. You evacuate, you put your car in the garage, and the tree still falls on your home, right? The Orange County Sheriff's Office just posted this video saying they're driving around Orange County neighborhoods asking if anybody needs to be evacuated. They are asking anyone who needs help to step outside of their front door.
Yeah, just countless we have seen today.
Fox 35 News starts now. Tracking Ian.
I want to show you some all-new aerial footage of Sanibel Island as well. The bridge collapsed. Anyone who's still on the island could be trapped there as well. Of course, the causeway is the only thing connecting Sanibel to mainland Florida as well. So much damage there. This shows water and covering stretches of the bridge. There's also a portion of the bridge that has collapsed there. There's also a length of the road that has been battered so badly you couldn't even drive on it at this point. More footage shows buildings and homes submerged in water there.
So let's get you out to our weather team right now. Boy, oh boy, guys, when you look at what's happening there, you can only imagine what those folks are dealing with. And you talk about the calm after the storm. That is not the case here. It is the storm after the storm. Good morning once again.
Oh, good morning. Yeah, I've seen those images of the fire there. You know, first responders can't get out to put them out. Sometimes if folks are out of power, they have a candle on. And, you know, sometimes that can get out of control and fires can happen. But Allison and I have been tracking the latest. We're going to go to Allison for the radar in a sec. But we've got a new track on Hurricane Tropical Storm Ian. It's set to become a hurricane. Again, that's the new track. We've got tropical storm warnings in effect continuing for Orange County and the coastline. They've been dropped for Sumter County and Lake County. They do continue for the offshore waters of the Gulf. Hurricane warnings have now been issued for the low country of South Carolina. Ian set to become a hurricane, once again strengthening by 8 o'clock this evening with winds of 75 miles per hour, and then making a run toward the Charleston area in the low country of South Carolina with a 4 to 7 foot storm surge along and especially right of the track, which includes the McClellanville area all the way up through the Grand Strand of South Carolina. That's like Myrtle Beach, and flooding rains through the Midlands and eventually the upstate and the PD region of South Carolina and into the Piedmont of North Carolina, eventually raining out there in the Smoky Mountains. But this is a very significant storm, and the wind gusts continue. All right, that said, we're going to get back to the weather in a second. Ryan and Danielle, we're going to toss it also now to this press conference with the mayor of
there either. We had been anticipated to receive approximately 24 inches of rainfall, and so far what we have measured here within the area is about half of that. The average rainfall across the county was 8 to 12 inches. However, there were some areas that got as much as 16 inches of rain. In terms of what will happen between now and the remainder of today going into tomorrow morning, it's projected that we will receive an additional 1 to 2 inches of rain before the storm leaves the area, and I'm talking about right here in Orange County. Some of the surrounding counties and areas are likely going to have a little bit more rain than that, but that's the news for us here within Orange County. I also want to share with you that for the remainder of the day, we're going to continue to have some flash flooding in various places within the county, but we should see that begin to dissipate as the day goes forward. One of the most significant rescues that we had in a flooded area was the Orla Vista area, which is in the West Orange County area and the area of Kirkman Road and Old Winter Garden Road in that area. Our fire crews, assisted by law enforcement personnel, evacuated approximately 30 people who live in what we call the Hope Circle area there in the Orla Vista community. Those individuals were evacuated to Ocoee High School, which is one of our shelters that's open at this time. You may recall that yesterday we had fire crews that worked with our Lynx public bus system to also go into the Orla Vista area, and they evacuated people yesterday. And I'm told that there was some 300 people that were evacuated from our mobile home communities and the Orla Vista area and some low-lying areas into our shelters. And today we have approximately 200 people with special needs who remain in our shelters. We have another approximately 1,300 people who are in the current shelters. Those numbers are going to change. They may go up or down as the day goes on, but our shelters remain operational if you need to have shelter. Orange County Utilities has indicated that they do not have any customers without water at this time, which is good news. And I will tell you that Orange County Utilities, OUC reported that they do not have any customers without water. So Orange County Utilities, nor does OUC have any customers who are presently without water. However, we do have a significant number of persons in our community who are without power. We have between the two main energy companies, the Orlando Utilities Commission and Duke Energy, we have approximately 200,000 customers in Orange County who are without power. You're going to hear a little bit more from Duke Energy in just a few moments, who will talk to you about their customer base. The Orlando Utilities Commission did not send a representative here at this time, but they did provide a statement that I want to read for you that The statement is that there are approximately 70,000 of their customers who are without power in the Metro Orlando area, and about 11,000 of their customers in the St. Cloud area. OUC storm assessors are actively assessing our system or their system and will continue to do so while conditions remain safe. Line technicians will pause their work when wind speeds reach 35 miles per hour. Storm assessors will continue up until 45 miles per hour, and all crews will be mindful of flooding and other unsafe conditions. The Orlando Utilities says they are grateful to the OUC line and water technicians, as well as the many in-state and out-of-state crews who are supporting their efforts, including the more than 100 who are already here within our area and the many others who will join in the area tomorrow. They said that they'd like to remind everyone that they should never touch a down power line or wire, and instead they should report it to their utility provider. The OUC goes on to say that customers are encouraged to visit the ouc.com/storm center website for important information. They ask that you also sign up for their weather alerts if you are or outage alerts, I should say, if you are an OUC customer. They are able to provide these alerts in English and Spanish by texting REG to 69682. In other words, REG to my OUC. And so with that, I'm going to ask Sheriff Mina to come forward to say a few words, and following Sheriff Mina, we're going to have the Duke representative also come up, and then we'll open it up for any questions that you may have. All right, Sheriff Mina.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning to everyone. I want to reiterate to everyone to stay indoors, stay sheltered. As the Mayor stated, there's a lot of standing water out there. We've had a significant flooding throughout parts of Orange County, and we're still having some pretty strong wind gusts, so I'd encourage everyone to stay inside at this time. Our deputies have been responding to calls all morning, mostly check the well-being calls, but they're out and about assessing some of the damage, and they too assisted with the evacuation with the residents at Orla Vista, including some pets as well. As you know, we have many high water vehicles that at our disposal, boats and other things. So if anyone needs help because of the flooding, please don't hesitate to reach out. Our deputies and our first responders are doing, once again in this community, a tremendous job. So I want to thank them, all of them, our firefighters and deputies and our dispatchers here. We have dispatchers here sleeping that have worked some long hours. And one I was talking to, she doesn't even know what kind of damage she has at her home. So, and I know we have several deputies who have their homes flooded as well.
Good morning, everyone. If you are watching us here on Live Now from Fox, you are watching a news conference underway with officials there in Orange County, Florida. They are discussing what lies ahead for the county and the types of damage numbers that they have seen so far. Our extended coverage of Ian does continue here on Live Now from Fox. Ian downgraded from a hurricane to a tropical storm overnight, but has now moved over the Atlantic Ocean and is expected to strengthen back into a hurricane, then make landfall again, this time in South Carolina. The coastal area around Charleston is now under a hurricane warning, and Georgia Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency for all counties in his state, asking for resources ahead of the storm's arrival. The latest update from the National Hurricane Center, released at 11, so about 50 minutes ago, shows that the storm has strengthened just slightly, with maximum sustained winds up to 70 miles per hour. That is 4 miles per hour shy of a Category 1 hurricane. I do want to send you over to Fox Weather's coverage, as they are outside. It looks like in the Kissimmee, Florida area, where there is quite extensive flooding.
from some of them and their experiences. One of them right behind you, walking toward you. Is he available?
Yes. Excuse me, guys. Are y'all able to? We're live on television for Fox Weather. Y'all are. I got to do the good work. There we go.
That's true.
So they are very busy today, guys. Yes.
It's about
very
lives.
busy out here trying to make sure people are safe.
Absolutely. It's about saving lives and doing the rescues that are out there. Thank you so much, Brandy Campbell. We'll check in with you a bit. I know that you're following them. So thanks for all your hard work and being out there. These are the stories that we keep bringing you that we continue to follow as well. Meantime, we also have another Fox reporter out there, Fox Weather reporter Nicole Valdez. Nicole Valdez, we've been checking in with you as well. Now from Tampa, how are things looking where you are?
Craig, still a bit windy here, but I got to be honest, a majority of the worst of that storm seems to have spared the Tampa area. I know a lot of people here are very grateful, especially seeing the images we are seeing coming out of the Orlando and the Southwest Florida area. But I want to point out really a unique impact that we're seeing here, not just specifically to the bay in Tampa Bay. And you'll notice what you have all described as kind of a reverse storm surge effect. So when Hurricane Ian made landfall yesterday on Florida's Gulf Coast, instead of seeing all of the water from the bay pushed onto shore and flooding some of the homes and businesses behind me, instead you saw it get sucked back in deeper into the bay. And this is the result, these dry patches all along the shoreline here. It's a very interesting impact, something that some have told me they remember seeing about 5 years ago when Hurricane Irma moved over the Tampa Bay area as well. So not something that many are used to seeing, but absolutely not nearly as horrific of an impact as we are seeing in other areas. I do want to tell you, we're hearing about a lot of focus to try to get help and the resources that were here in Tampa Bay, as many of them prepared to potentially see that direct impact. A lot of those are being sent down to Southwest Florida, hopefully to help a lot of the water rescues that we know are really the priority right now. So overall, it has been much better news. Tampa Bay very much had fared much more favorable in this storm, but of course we know that the focus really needs to be in those areas that are either still seeing the effects of that storm over on the east coast of Florida or more to our south that absolutely need the help right now, Craig.
It's so good, and thankfully I don't imagine more people have gone out there. I know you saw that yesterday, Nicole Valdez. Hopefully we were saying, hey, this is not what you want to be doing, because that water will be coming back.
Oh, we know it will. It's just a matter of time. We've seen the water level kind of ebb and flow today. So this is actually a lot more water than we saw yesterday when we literally saw teens. I know you and I were talking about this yesterday, walking all along this area here. Some of them grabbed some of this mud and were writing their names and their initials on the side here. And we were so nervous for them. Again, really just not sure how quickly that water was going to start to rise again, as really Hurricane Ian was just moving on to shore there. So it's something that we never want to see happen. We want so many people to stay safe, and knowing that there are, again, people's lives who are still at risk, thousands that may still need to be rescued in so many areas in Florida. We're thankful that, again, the people of Tampa Bay can feel a little bit more at ease, but they are so focused as well to getting the resources and the help that Southwest Florida needs down to that area.
And behind you, Nicole, I see a lot of traffic, a lot of cars. There are people starting to get back and assess their damage, get back to their way of life, if you will, now that things are a little more calm in Tampa.
We did just get an update from Hillsborough County officials. So the emergency order for the Hillsborough County area has been lifted, and evacuation orders have also been lifted. So it seems as if, you're right, people are starting to get out again. They want to check on their homes. They want to see if anything was blown away by some of the winds we saw here. Some of them may be going back after knowing that they did evacuate, which is really good news. I'll tell you, earlier this morning, we heard about 7,000 or so people were waking up in shelters today because they really listened to the warnings from those emergency officials who told them it is best to get out, knowing that Tampa Bay area could have seen a direct hit from Ian, especially with how strong those winds are and how much water we were expecting to fall. People listened. They got out. They got to a safer place and went to a shelter. So that's great news. But yes, it looks like as things start to calm down now, as people recognize that the damage here, not nearly as significant as it has been in other places, are starting to try to not only return to their lives, but again, do what they can to help their neighbors in the state of Florida.
All right, Nicole Valdez, thanks so much from Tampa, Florida. Thank you for all the reporting, the stories you're bringing us as people head back to their homes and maybe picking up their pets too if they left them in shelters. We'll check in with you again in just a bit. Nicole Valdez from Tampa, Florida. Meantime, new video just to Fox Weather of Ian's aftermath in Gasparilla Island there. Boy, just look at this, how sad this is here in Florida. A lot of these mobile homes, manufactured homes, just gone. This is just north of Cayo Costa, where Ian made landfall just about 3:05 yesterday afternoon, Eastern time, of course. And the winds, the rain were whipping through there, just taking apart a good portion of this neighborhood. Tough to see. This is when you look at the aerials that happen here. Look at some of these homes have just been leveled in some cases. A lot of these people, I hope, evacuated, heeded the warning, and took off. Remember, as the winds were coming on through, the storm surge was incredible. We talked about the chance for tornadoes in and around with some of these storms, but the winds just goes to show how much destruction came through here. That, again, new video coming in to Fox Weather. Tough to see these images now that the sun has come up. Of course, we are finding more of the images that are coming through, more of the destruction, more of these heartbreaking stories of people who don't have homes to come back to. We're hoping that they were gone and took advantage of the evacuations. A lot of these islands, remember, could be cut off from a way to get back to the mainland there. So once the storm is coming through, a lot of these fire and rescue first responders saying, we can't get to you, it's just too dangerous. So this is one area that we are getting some of the video that's coming in. We will continue to get more video coming in as we continue to watch this storm. We're tracking Ian, now expected to become a hurricane again once it goes over the warm waters of the Atlantic and back toward the Carolina coast, South Carolina coast. We leave you with this live shot right now of St. Augustine, Florida. The road no longer there. It is covered, submerged in water.
What you're watching right now is the live coverage from our partners over at Fox Weather. I do want to remind you, you can download Fox Weather's app. Go to the App Store or Google Play Store, and you can just search Fox Weather. They do have a radar. They have a lot of different options there, so you can stay up to date on the latest information related to the weather in your area. I do want to send you back over to our Fox 35 Orlando team. They are speaking with officials in Orange County about the damage in that area and repairs, as we do expect Ian to become a hurricane once again later on today as it moves over the Atlantic and then over South Carolina.
A lot of standing water in place. There are still some strong wind gusts out there. There is no need, and we've been saying this all morning long, there is no need for you to go out right now. And then when you talk about Jerry Demings, Mayor Jerry Demings, he said the exact same thing. Stay sheltered in place. I mean, a lot of you and a lot of us have done our shopping and things like that we needed before this storm. So there really is no need for you to go out right now. The other thing he talked about was flash flooding. It does still remain an issue. He said there are still many flooded areas. We've been telling you about some of those areas all morning long. He also talked about fire and emergency vehicles needing to get through. So they really are our first line of defense, right? And so they've got to get through to get to where they need to get to for people who really and truly do need assistance because they have an emergency situation.
We will continue to watch, check back in with him. We need to get to David Martin, where just in the last half hour we checked in some of the most devastating damage that we have seen, certainly over the last day or so. David, good morning. Good to see you again.
Hey, Ryan. Hello, Danielle. We are currently in Port Charlotte, Florida. That's in Charlotte County, one of the two counties hit really hard overnight, that and Lee County. Charlotte County's north of Lee County, all right? We came south from Sarasota County this morning and stumbled upon the Port Charlotte Town Center, which is their local mall. A Charlotte County Sheriff's deputy stopped us at the light store we were at in the last hour and said, you need to check out the wall that fell at the Dillards here at the mall. And you can see not only has the wall fallen at Dillard's, but you can see the sky through the wall, which means the ceiling has collapsed in there as well. Couldn't tell you what the devastation is on the inside. Don't want to get too close. We've had mall security around all morning here, as well as the Dillard's emergency response team. There is such a thing, and they're here surveying, taking notes, and wondering what they're going to do next. I'm sure this is not the first time they've had a store collapse, but this is really quite a sight. Something happened in the past. Well, speaking of which, there's one of our members of the DERT. ask one quick question. Sir, how are you? Pretty good. So, are you with Dillard's? So, what do you make of this when you walk around?
Well, we actually have a team, emergency response team that specializes in responding to hurricanes. So, this is something that we train for, practice for. So, it's not uncommon for us. Right. They assess a scene, contact back headquarters in Little Rock, and make sure we set it up and get this store back up and running for the citizens of this community.
Have you been able to get inside?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I got in this morning about 2 a.m.
So what's it look like inside? Outside it looks pretty bad, but does it work worse inside?
There's some things that we're working through, but not too long. We'll be back up and running for business.
Good for you. All right. Glad you're safe as well, sir. Thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right, there you have it. It's not the first time it's happened, Ryan and Danielle, and they know what they're doing, which is good. But this is a scene across all of Charlotte County and Lee County. So as we continue to take a tour here, we'll stop and give you more information when we have it. But in the meantime, we'll send it back to you back at the headquarters in Seminole County.
Did bad, but there's just not much left of that store behind you.
Oh.
Yep, I apologize. I think you said something about the store. I didn't hear it. I apologize.
Yeah, I can imagine when he comes out, he's expecting bad. But to look at that, I mean, they've got a big, as you go up and down that street, that's a lot of damage behind you for that Dillard's.
It is, and if you look around behind us, Paolo, the parking lot around the entire mall is surrounded by water. There are only a few in and out points for us that are safe, but this, and unfortunately I can't see it from this angle, but there are palm trees like that, almost hitting the ground all over the place here. So they have so much cleanup to do here. But you know what? The spirit all morning long has been great. People are already starting to clean up. They feel that they can get this done if they stay unified, right? The good old American and Floridian spirit. They'll do it.
That's great to hear. Such a beautiful area, and they're going to rebuild it the same way.
Yeah, thank you so much, David.
Yeah.
And Danielle and I just did the switch out,
That's
so everyone's like, what happened to Danielle? So anyway, we just did the switch out. But I think what was also shocking to me was just to see sunshine behind David, because we haven't seen that in a couple days. We still haven't seen that here in Central Florida.
Waiting for that, but good to see they've got it down south. And we're going to start our next hour of coverage here as we kind of move in now to what we're going to watch, and that's tracking Ian, of course, at the hour. The storm is moving into the Atlantic, and with that comes a little sunshine in different spots, certainly not here.
Yeah, here's a coastal view for you, just to give you an indication of, we're going from David Martin, who is in sunshine, over on the Gulf Coast side, and this is what the Atlantic coast side looks like. This storm is still nasty and still doing its number on some of our sort of north central counties right there along the coast.
St. Johns County up by Jacksonville getting ready. Of course, South Carolina getting ready for this as well. So we will continue to watch that. We kind of get a sense of what's coming for them.
We also have a live look for you in St. Augustine, also expected to take quite a beating from this storm as it continues to make its way up the coast. One of the things we always talk about is how tropical storms, which is what it is now, can still do just as much damage as a hurricane based on the amount of rainfall.
Yeah, and especially, St. Augustine's such a treasured city there, and they have had their share, of course, in Flagler County and up farther north of hurricane damage throughout the years. Now they will get a tropical storm today.
All right, we want to talk to the storm team because they have been standing by for 24 hours now, some of them without a break in a long time. And so we certainly appreciate you guys, all the hard work you're doing. Allie and Brooks, take it away.
All right, so here's the latest. Ian, a tropical storm, is now expected to re-strengthen into a hurricane off of the Atlantic and make another landfall in South Carolina. This is St. Augustine. Significant storm surge being pushed over A1A at this time. This is supposed to be a road. This is about 20 inches deep. And we're getting reports now from the National Weather Service in that area that there is damage occurring from this high water. Allison, what are you seeing right now from the National Weather Service?
Yeah, I do want to take you out. So it's a local storm report from St. Augustine. St. Augustine Fire Rescue reports that storm surge flooding currently at or exceeding Hurricane Matthew levels. So I just wanted to take you in reading that directly from the National Weather Service.
It's going into homes now.
Yes, that's exactly right. I mean, you can see with the view that Brooks is showing behind there, this is a lot of rain, and you can see all of those winds bringing all of that rain, looks like across the interior there.
Significant storm surge happening right now from what is currently Tropical Storm Ian, but a strengthening tropical storm, which means it's going to start pushing even more surge up toward that first coast. All right, let's get right to the map. So that's one location that's experiencing the really bad weather right now and the wind blowing. This is Volusia County. This is Daytona Beach, where the winds continue. But we're getting reports down in Orlando that the winds are starting to tamp down just a little bit around the downtown area that may be a temporary effect because as the wraparound comes through our region, any kind of rain showers will become rain squalls where the wind will really start to pick up. Because of that, we are under tropical storm warnings for the rest of the day today until this evening. The center of Ian now pushing offshore of Cape Canaveral, expected by 8 o'clock to become a Cat 1 hurricane and then make landfall tomorrow in the afternoon in the low country of South Carolina near Charleston, bringing a 4 to 7 foot storm surge from Charleston through McClellanville and over to the Grand Strand where Myrtle Beach is. From there, working inland toward the Midlands of South Carolina, Columbia, the PD region up to the upstate and finally into the Smoky Mountains. It's going to cause a flood all the way through. So Ian's impacts continue. Let's talk about those winds. We can still hear them whistling from where we broadcast here in Lake Mary, gusting up to 54 miles an hour in Sanford, 60 at Daytona Beach, even bigger gusts, and we'll effort to get those latest gusts there on the first coast coming in probably well over 70 miles an hour. But you can see the broad circulation with a little bit of a stinger jet kicking right in there to Flagler County. That's what it's called when the winds converge, and they have been producing. Look at this, New Smyrna Beach, 86 mile per hour gust, Daytona 81. These are maximum wind gusts. Melbourne 81, Orlando 67, Cocoa Beach 67. And our storm totals, we've been dealing with the rain, and the rainfall totals have been pretty extreme in spots. We've had more than 20 inches in a couple of spots. Reports down at Union Park of about 16.7 inches. Lake Mary from our studios here, right here where we broadcast, over 16 inches of rain. Oviedo, over 15 inches of rain and lots of flooding. Allison, right now, we've got the rain continuing. We've got flash flood warnings continuing. How long are those flash flood warnings in effect for? What does it mean to have a flash flood warning? I know we've been smothered with all these watches and warnings and advisories.
We have.
Talk to us about a flash flood warning.
Well, and we're seeing them actually. The trend has been clearing from south to north, and that's exactly what we're looking at right now. So flash flood warning in effect for not only Lake, but portions of Orange, Seminole, as well as Volusia counties until 12:15. So about 5 minutes from now. But as we've been seeing that storm surge moving into St. Augustine, rather, we are looking at a flash flood warning in St. John's, Florida. Now, that is going to be expiring at 3:15, but honestly wouldn't be surprised if it is extended and potentially pushed up to the north. So the center of circulation for Ian is right over here, but most of the heavy rain is now continuing off. I do want to let you know that if you live in southern Lake County here, so Claremont, it does look like things are clearing for you, but I want to mention that some of that moderate to heavy rain is still falling across the Orlando Metro, Winter Park, Altamont Springs, up through Sanford, Deltona, and even along the coast in New Smyrna Beach and Daytona Beach. But do want to mention that still tracking that flash flood warning until 12:15 this afternoon. And like Brooks was saying, we've seen a lot of rain, more than a foot in some locations. And we've been seeing live pictures from across the entire area. So it's just not safe to drive through flooded roadways. We want all the officials to get out there and just make sure that, you know, nothing is moving in them, that we're not seeing any down power lines too. That's going to be a major issue.
Yeah, the winds keep blowing. Flash flood warning, meaning that flooding is ongoing or expected soon. So we know it's happening, and we can see another 4 inches at Daytona and up toward Palm Coast as Ian strengthens. All right, Ryan and Amy, we're going to send it back over your way. This is a developing situation. We just can't write this thing off. It's going to be a long duration event. We may not see the wind ending until probably later on tonight. And so we're watching and we're waiting and we're tracking Ian as it heads up toward the Carolinas as a hurricane yet again.
Wow. We could hear the rain on the roof again, too.
Right.
So,
after a little break for a while.
Well, streets and homes in Orange County are flooded. The Orlando area right downtown is just a mess. A lot of people have had to be evacuated.
Yeah, some of the images looking around Lake Eola has been something. One of the evacuations got national attention is where Matt's at a nursing home where everyone is still being pulled out. Matt, what a story there. I know they're waiting to get the very last person out.
Yes, apparently, according to the chief here, that we've got 95 people, 96 people of 106?
Yes, that is correct. I just got the updated count a few minutes ago.
All right, very good. And what's the situation looking like in there?
It's looking good. You know, that we're just double checking, making sure, walking through the facility, making that we got everything, and just getting the last bit of the residents out. So we still got a couple of them that have to go by rescue because they're bedridden, but so it takes a little time.
All right, and where are most of these people going?
We have these special needs shelters that we have set up. So there's a couple of the high schools that they Freedom and University for special needs. So the majority of them went between the two of those schools. Like I said, a handful went to the hospital.
Got it. And you've seen some pretty dramatic rescues here. I mean, tell me about this boat that's set up on the back of the pickup truck over there.
So, as I'd mentioned earlier, when we're calling for our resources, we know they don't come right away, due to the conditions and possibly where they're coming from. One of my lieutenants came up and said that we had a John boat out there that said that we could use if we needed it or if we could use it. I said, absolutely. I go, bring it in. So we would utilize the residents that could walk and move on their own, because the water was high enough. We didn't want them going through the water, so we put them in the boat and brought them out over to the roadway so we can get them to the Lynx bus.
That's amazing. How many residents do you think you evacuated that way?
About 30. I mean, rough estimate, 30. Because we got additional equipment after that, we were able to utilize that as well.
Okay, so considering you were using a boat to get people out of the nursing home, how high was the water there?
When you're walking in, it was about mid-thigh, at least mid-thigh, and then when you got into the facility itself, it was up to knee high. So we were able to actually bring the boat. We took the boat all the way up to the door, and we had it just right up by the door, and we would have the residents step into the boat.
And tell me about the residents. I mean, do they seem in good spirits, all things considered?
Yeah, no, they all seem in good spirits. They're appreciative and thanking us for being out here and helping them and getting to a dry place into the shelters.
How many firefighters and crew do you think you have on hand here?
I would say anywhere from 30 to 40 we had out here working.
Have you had any other calls like this during the storm, or is this the first one?
No, I know that there's been multiple locations where we've had the issues with the water, and we had strike teams set up, and I know that strike teams have been sent out to various locations throughout the county. I don't know what the details of those specific rescues, but I do know that they were used throughout the county.
What's the risk of electricity and problems with it here in the building? I understand you cut it off?
Yeah, we did, because we had water, because the electric sockets, and they were getting water from like I said, it was knee high, and we did start smelling a little bit like a burning smoke, but we cut the power to it, and as soon as we did that, everything cleared up. So everything was good. Nobody was in any danger at any time. So, because they had power when we got here, they never lost it. It wasn't until the issue with the water getting into the electricity that we shut the power down to them.
And so I did some research, and I see that this center provides memory care, full service. It's essentially a full service nursing home for any kind of situation that a person needs. So for the relatives, how are they going to find out where their loved ones are going?
That'll be through the staff at Avante, because they've been assisting with us side by side as we're bringing them through to send them to the shelters, accounting for who's going where. So they will be the ones that reach out to the family members to let them know where their loved one is at.
So if a family member is watching this and wants to know where their loved one's going, they should contact Avante.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, very good. That's basically all the questions that I can think of at this point. Is there anything else you want to tell me or let me know about the situation going on here?
No, not at this time. Just the good news that we almost got it all cleared out and into a shelter.
All right, very good. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for speaking with me. And yeah, we're going to stay out here. We're going to talk with some of the folks who are helping out here and bring you more information as we can. Live in Orange County, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
Yeah, Matt, important now that the families know they can contact them, because obviously communication is big here. They want to know their loved ones are okay as well. And this made national headlines. I think seeing people being carried out and seeing people coming to the need of people that desperately need help that they didn't need 48 hours ago. I know I had to feel good for all the members of that team that have been rescuing them.
Yeah, I mean, the people here have been helping out. They've been tremendous. The residents, as the chief that I just talked to mentioned, seem to be in good spirits. They've been wheeling them by me. Some of them have been waving to us, giving us thumbs up. Certainly, they're appreciative of the help that they're getting here. And again, they're all going, like the chief said, to either special needs shelters or hospitals if necessary. So they are getting the help they need. And again, like she said, family members who may be watching this or learning about their loved ones getting taken away from Avante right now, please contact Avante and they'll let you know the shelter or hospital or medical facility where they're headed.
God bless them. Yeah, thank you so much, Matt. Thanks to all the heroes who are out doing this work and rescuing these people and getting them to higher ground and to safety.
You got to think there's a lot of nervous family members out there. It's not always easy to communicate in these times, especially when it might not be easy even before this happened.
Yeah, and so many of these heroes, we heard Sheriff Mina just talking a short time ago about how, he was walking around dispatch and one of the dispatchers was like, I don't even know what's going on at my house, or a deputy who had damage to his house, but he's out working, so we know everybody is doing the best they can. We certainly appreciate
They drop everything to serve the public as well. I want to show you this video as well, showing someone kayaking down a flooded roadway. Boy, you could put this in about any community right now. This was actually in East Orlando at the Ventura Country Club there as well. You can see the water up to the tire there of the SUV near the driveway there. I bet I've seen a dozen of these pictures of streets that were once streets and became somewhat of rivers today. Hopefully some of that is going down with the communities that might be drying out. Well, Fox 35's Marie Edinger, by the way, is out in the Storm Team Thunder truck as we check some of the conditions in other places.
Yeah, she has switched places with Dave Puglisi, who's getting some rest now. And Marie, I understand you're on your way to Orla Vista neighborhood, which sadly, Orla Vista, this is a neighborhood that just got, reamed with water back during Hurricane Irma 5 years ago.
Yeah, 5 years ago, almost to the day. I think that anniversary for that 5 years just passed last week, and that community is getting hit pretty hard. I do want to show you what we're looking at right now on the roads, because last I was out here was around 2 a.m. last night, and it was looking much worse then. So it seems the rain, at least for the time being, has lightened up quite a bit. You can still see some debris along the sides of the roads. Fortunately, we have not yet crossed anything major in the middle of the road that could cause a big problem. Like we said, that we are on the way to Orla Vista, and we have video of that rescue that the sheriff's office has been performing throughout this morning. That was because of the intense rainfall we have seen throughout all day yesterday, throughout the night, and that continues into this morning. This happened after all of the county's efforts to avoid it. They had been pumping water out of the area just to try to increase their rainfall capacity. That came after millions of dollars in investments into canals and ditches and things that would avoid something like this. But that was before Hurricane Irma. It didn't work then. They got about 10 or 11 inches of rainfall in a single day during Hurricane Irma, and that led to similar flooding. Today, we're seeing it again. And the county supervisor there did actually warn people to evacuate, saying something like this could happen, and unfortunately it has. We are going to try to talk with people who chose to stay and who are now clearly struggling, having to evacuate. We'll try to talk with county officials to hear about that cleanup plan, how they're going to get that water out. We do know they have about 70 pumps in total available for, I believe, 20 large ones to get water out of homes or get water out of areas that need it quick, and 50 smaller ones that they are able to provide to try to clear out that water. And again, they did invest in larger pumps for the area, and they had been pumping out water. So we're going to see what it's like over there. We're going to see what they're doing moving forward, and we'll bring all of that news to you throughout the day.
Wow. All right. So much going on. Marie, I know that you're sort of new to Florida, and I was thinking about you yesterday, having just moved here from California just a couple of weeks ago. I imagine this was quite a shock to you to experience your first hurricane.
So funny you say that. I am actually from Gainesville, Florida, which is why I came back to Orlando to be back home with my family. My family is in Gainesville right now. We lost power through almost every hurricane. It's a really common event, and so far they're doing okay. I also have family in Brevard County. A couple of them lost power. Others are doing okay. No flooding for that family there. But for me, coming from California, I did get pretty used to wildfires, and I was talking with a retired firefighter over there just yesterday who was telling me that as a firefighter, he's used to being able to make a difference, because if you stay home, which is not advisable during a wildfire, but if you do stay home, you can lay some hoses down. You can actually make a difference and try to protect your home. He lives in the Tampa area and was saying he had to evacuate for the very first time because he was realizing that he just is not going to be able to make a difference in something like this. I do want to flip the camera around really quickly and show you what we're looking at here. We can see crews on scene. We do know that the Army National Guard was coming in. I'm not sure if this is them, but we'll have to ask. It appears to be the Army National Guard. We know they're coming in to help with evacuations, and we can see people coming out of their homes right now. So I think we'll go talk with them and check back in with you in a few just to learn more about what's going on. But you can also see the flooding in the road there, and it seems like the water is moving pretty quickly. So we'll have to see how bad it is in this area and how much they're able to.
I mean, seeing those trucks out of Orla Vista again, though. Yeah, I think it's a much better situation this time. They've made improvements, but tough to even see those trucks back where we saw them just a few years ago. Hopefully a much better situation for them.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue, and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay. Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking, and we didn't want the station to burn down.
We're now unloading the truck.
Well, incredibly, this video is from yesterday. This is right after Ian struck Fort Myers, Naples area, an entire firehouse that was flooded. You heard them talking about the fire truck was smoking. They had to push it out of the firehouse just in case it were to catch fire because they didn't want the whole firehouse to catch fire. But a lot of folks have been talking about this because some of the firefighters actually needed to be rescued from their own situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Chest high.
Well, residents giving jet skis rides to firefighters en route to rescues in Naples. Again, the Naples Fire Rescue posted some video to Facebook thanking some of those good Samaritans who helped them out yesterday as those floodwaters rushed in.
Yeah, speaking of floodwaters, we have seen it all throughout Central Florida today, really creating some headaches and some real dangerous situations in Central Florida.
Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith has a look at some of the roads and the neighborhoods in Seminole County that are underwater. We are going to be checking in with her coming up in a little bit. Here we go.
Here in Altamont Springs, several neighborhoods underwater. Take a look at the flooding here. You can see crews from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office that are now going into these subdivisions, bringing people out who are trapped in their homes underwater right now. If you can just take a look at the scene, the response here is incredible. People coming out, people who are stuck in their homes. There are boats, there are trucks that are making their way down there. It's an incredible response. Just take a look. There are kids coming out of this truck right now. I mean, it's hard to imagine what's going through their heads right now as this response is massive again in Altamont Springs. We are joined now by the city manager of Altamont Springs this morning. I want to go ahead and bring you in so that we can talk a little bit about the efforts and just what you've been seeing this morning.
Well, what you're seeing this morning is an incredible combination of Seminole County Sheriff's Office resources, Seminole County Fire Department resources, and Altamont Springs Police resources serving these residents. This is a terrible situation. The area in Spring Oaks in Altamont Springs is in a floodplain, and it's flooded like this for millions of years. It just so happens that these homes were built before there was a FEMA and before there were floodplain maps. They wouldn't be allowed to be built now. So whenever we have a hard rain, this is definitely a hard rain, a record-breaking rain, we have flooding in this area, and we're just thankful that all these folks are able to get out, and we're thankful for the agency coordination that allowed us to get them out.
Absolutely. I mean, if we were just to take an estimate, we'd say the water's about 3.5 feet high in some parts of this neighborhood we're standing in. What's your message to people living here right now?
I think the most important thing, people who live in a floodplain need to recognize when there's a hurricane coming, that floodplain is going to flood. That is where the water goes. And the water is coming in from Orange County, and it's coming down about 30 feet when it gets to Altamont Springs, so it's really moving. Typically, we have about 380 million pounds of water going through the river a day. We're at 4.4 billion pounds of water right now.
Incredible. Frank Martz, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We certainly appreciate it. We'll be thinking about you all throughout the day. Again, recovery efforts happening here, people making sure, rescue efforts, I should say, happening here in Altamont Springs. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on this situation as it continues to develop. For now, reporting in Altamont Springs, Marlisa Goldsmith, Fox 35 News.
Marlisa, thanks. That's reality today. So many communities not realizing they had flooding issues, and they do today. This is a view, by the way, from high above Kissimmee, showing the extensive flooding that is impacting the area there. The city of Kissimmee sharing this video online, saying the area remains in a serious situation. Officials asking residents to stay at home as the first responders are already performing some water rescues. The good news, the one we saw earlier today, that water is at least pulling back a little bit today. Well, the northeast part of the state feeling the impacts also of Tropical Storm Ian.
And Fox Weather's Jonathan Siri is in Atlantic Beach. That's near Jacksonville. He is sharing the conditions they're seeing there right now.
Take a look behind me. You can see the Atlantic Ocean, the waves just churning out there. And late yesterday, some heavy equipment came in, started shoring up these sand dunes, in particular this public access area, shoring it up with sand in hopes of preventing the waves from crashing over. Well, just minutes before we came on, a large wave came and a small amount of water spilled over. We're not experiencing any flooding in this city just yet, but it's certainly concern along these coastal areas, the beaches off the coast of Jacksonville. And although there are no mandatory evacuations here in Duval County, the mayor of Jacksonville is urging people in low-lying areas, such as these beachside communities, as well as parts of downtown Jacksonville that flooded back during Hurricane Irma in 2017, to take the threat of this storm seriously, to safeguard their lives and property, and consider voluntarily evacuating any flood-prone areas. Take a look at these palm trees blowing in the wind. They've been doing this since yesterday afternoon, well in advance of the arrival of the brunt of this storm, Ian, as it continues to head across the state of Florida. A weakened version of what it was when it hit the West Coast, but still a formidable threat. Back to you.
And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are watching Fox 35 Orlando's coverage of Tropical Storm Ian. We have learned over the last hour or so that Tropical Storm Ian is expected to re-strengthen into a hurricane while it is over the Atlantic, likely sticking with a Category 1 status there. We know that Ian was downgraded from a hurricane to a tropical storm overnight, but has now moved over the warm waters of the Atlantic and is again expected to strengthen into a hurricane, then make landfall over in South Carolina. The coastal area around Charleston and really the entire coastal area of the state is now officially under a hurricane warning. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency for all counties in his state, asking for resources ahead of the storm's arrival. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but more of our coverage of Ian right after this break. Welcome in on Live Now from Fox, 1229 if you are joining us over on the East Coast and 929 on the West Coast. Thanks so much for joining us here. We are continuing to track Hurricane Ian, now a tropical storm expected to once again strengthen over to Category 1 hurricane status as it does head next for landfall in South Carolina. We have been checking in with our Fox 35 Orlando team for their coverage here. I do want to listen in raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Vehicles making their way through. We saw the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, a big vehicle that can go through these floodwaters, passing by just a little bit earlier. But of course, the Volusia County Sheriff's Office telling people to stay off the roads. Reporting live in Daytona Beach, Vicki Carr, Fox 35 News.
Vicki, thanks. Boy, great indication there are some of the big bursts of wind that we've seen. By the way, Volusia County has extended its curfew. People are going to have to stay off the roads until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. That, of course, because of all the flooding we've seen. And we've had the pleas earlier from the Sheriff's Department, of course, Sheriff Mike Chitwood, to stay off the road.
We do have some live images to show you from State Road 417, of course, which runs right over Lake Jessup. And it looks like, look how high the water is, Ryan. Right. It's almost as if the alligators could crawl across the bridge.
That's the concern.
We hope that doesn't happen. But the bridge is still open. Cars are driving on it, but you're going to want to be careful. Again, this is Lake Jessup, which is right between Sanford and sort of Redbug Lake Road in Oviedo. The lake levels are expected to rise in the coming days. So you're going to want to keep it right here. The Fox 35 storm team is all over this. But that is scary. I've never seen the water that high, you guys.
Yeah, and you know where that is where that herd of cows hangs out, those cattle that graze there. And they're, I'm sure they're moved because they'd be up to their shoulders right now. Yeah. And probably wouldn't be very pleasant.
And we could be seeing wind gusts there, too. So just be careful while driving in that area.
All right. Crossing the bridge yesterday in the morning, it was buffeting. We've had so much rain. Let's talk about the rain, and we'll get into the metrics, the nuts and bolts of this. We've got a lot going on right now. Union Park's picked up over 16 inches of rain. Oviedo over 15 inches of rain. We have extensive flash flooding out there. Earlier this morning, before dawn, there is a flash flood emergency. It has since expired. This was for the Little Wakaiwa River in Altamont Springs. It peaked at about 31 feet, major flood stage. It's now back down to the minor flood stage. These little creeks will often respond really fast to heavy rain. That's why that flooded so quickly. The St. Johns River, a much bigger body of water, may crest early next week. We'll take a look at that coming up. This is a live view from St. Augustine. This is A1A. Covered in storm surge. There's the ocean, and it is surging right now because we've got a strengthening tropical storm Ian with winds of 70 miles an hour now offshore over the Gulf Stream, expected to become Hurricane Ian yet again this evening and then make a run at the Carolinas. In fact, by 8 p.m. it'll be a Cat 1, if not sooner. And then it's forecast by tomorrow afternoon to work into Charleston in the low country of South Carolina, along and east of its path from roughly the Beaufort area through McClellanville and up into Myrtle Beach along the Grand Strand. There could be a storm surge of between 4 and 7 feet. Now, a lot of this area is very low. Edisto Island, Keogh Island, Folly Beach area, all of these places could be inundated. So folks there need to think about evacuations. If you got friends or family there, the storm will then work into the Midlands of South Carolina, up around Columbia, flooding rain possible. Also the PD River region. That's the river that runs from Florence down through Horry County and then into the Piedmont of North Carolina before it finally peters out. But I mean, this system continues, and the winds also on Daytona Beach. 64-mile-per-hour wind gust at Daytona Beach. But to the west of the system, things are starting to quiet down now. We've got winds of about 18 to 20 in Leesburg. Ocala, not too bad, about 20 miles an hour. But we're still getting buffeted in Sanford with winds over 54 miles per hour. You can clearly see the circulation now moving out over the warm Gulf Stream. That's why this is going to strengthen. But oftentimes with the strengthening tropical storm, you can catch wind gusts that are kind of rogue in nature. Well, it'll have been really quiet for a while. Then you get a squall, you get a shower that's wind-driven rain, and then all of a sudden you catch wind gusts over 60 or 70. So we could see gusts that could knock down trees, especially on our east coastal counties through the day today. New Smyrna seeing a wind gust of 86, Daytona 81, Melbourne Beach 81, and Orlando 67, also Cocoa Beach. So Allison, the rain continues out there, and we've got some flash flooding issues continuing as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's actually moving up our coast. So I do want to mention that the aerial flood warning that does include portions of Lake, Orange, Seminole, Osceola, Brevard, as well as Volusia counties has been extended until 2:30, meaning we are seeing flooding in that area, and areas that don't see it still could. So we're keeping a close eye out on that, but I do want to take you up in Flagler County. A flash flood warning just started and will be expiring at 3:15. But I do want to mention with these flash flood warnings, like we saw this morning, that they continue to be extended and pushed up to the north. Another one in St. Johns County. That's going to be near St. Augustine. Brooks has been doing a great job at showing you the live picture of that storm surge moving in. So likely going to be seeing a lot of flooding in that area. But I do want to just take you out to our Fox 35 storm tracker radar. Now, the center of circulation with Ian is out over the Atlantic, but you can still see some light rain that is moving
over portions of downtown Orlando. We're seeing that into Seminole County, Northern Lake, Volusia, Flagler, as well as beyond. But we do want to mention that we still could be seeing some strong wind gusts from that. So I'll take you out to our wind gust graphic here, and we're looking at about 28-mile-per-hour gusts in Kissimmee, 55 in Claremont, 54 in Sanford, down a bit in downtown Orlando at 38, but still along the coast, not as much friction there. So we are seeing a lot stronger gusts at 64 miles per hour in Daytona Beach and about 63 in Palm Coast. But Brooks, let's take things out to a live look at Daytona Beach. Right now, we've been watching this camera, but for good reason.
It is really blowing. The winds here are gusting. I mean, Daytona right now is experiencing the full force of Tropical Storm Ian. Often with a strengthening tropical storm, you catch hurricane force wind gusts. This may become a hurricane well before 8 p.m. as it's over the warm Gulf Stream waters, but we're getting pounded here with torrential rains, unrelenting wind off the waters, and occasionally, indeed, you'll get a wind gust well over 70 miles an hour. And we've also been looking at some birds getting, I think they're birds. You'll occasionally see like a black spot race across the screen. I'm guessing they're birds, but they're flying quickly along the wind there in Daytona Beach. I want to take you also back to St. Augustine. Well, actually, we lost our camera there. We'll check it out again when it comes back if it does. But St. Augustine has been enduring a storm surge up there in the St. Johns County area. Oh, here it is. It's back. Here it is. So the camera's been kind of coming in and out, but this is the edge of the water. This is A1A, and it's under about 20 inches of seawater just being wind blown, and kind of like a lake. You can see the wind direction coming right down A1A from that direction, the north-northeast toward the south-southeast. That's actually changed. It was coming directly from the east. So as Ian works north, the winds are going to start curling around. You start to see evidence of that with this. But I mean, this is extensive. The National Weather Service says, not only is this storm surge obviously impactful, but it's now going into homes in the St. Augustine area, as is the flash flooding from the fresh water of the rain pelting. We are far from, unfortunately, over with Ian for Florida, and the first coast right now is definitely the worst coast as far as Ian's impacts. Future rain right now. We're almost done with all the really heavy stuff as far as major impactful accumulation. We could still pick up in downpours over the next few hours in places like DeLand and Pearson, 1 to 2 inches, maybe 3. But it looks like most of it will be from Palm Coast down through Daytona. And if you hear it raining, and we hear it raining right here from our studios in Lake Mary, yes, it is, of course, pouring, but it's really just a wind-driven rain. So maybe it's not going to accumulate as much as the earlier truly tropical downpours from this earlier in the morning and late last night, because as the core moves out, we're going to be on the west side of the storm. So generally speaking, conditions will start to improve, and we'll start to see our winds finally dying down. But at the coastline, they will not. And in fact, that's why the National Weather Service has continued and extended their tropical storm warnings from St. John's down through Flagler, Volusia, Brevard, all the way down through Indian River, St. Lucie counties, and Martin County to the south. We're still looking at here in Seminole, Orange, and Lake counties. So expect tropical storm force wind gusts to continue, with the winds moving off toward the northeast and not clearing the coast until after 10 o'clock. Look at this shot from iDrive, Allison. It is blowing out there. Northwest winds sustained at about 30 miles an hour. What are you seeing on the winds out there from your perspective using Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar?
Well, I want to take you up to Volusia County and Flagler counties. We are seeing sustained winds at just shy of 60 miles per hour. That's going to be just to the west of I-95 and up toward the northern border there. 47 mile per hour sustained winds. So as Ian does start to make its way up the east coast of Florida, we're going to be seeing those winds as well as rain, like we were showing you, moving up into Flagler County. So that's an area that now is under a flood warning, at least the area that is blinking in green on your screen, and then that also up towards St. Augustine. So we're going to continue to monitor conditions on our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar and bring you some rainfall totals as well as those wind gusts that Brooks has been doing such a great job at sharing with you. And Brooks, we're going to try to find even more cameras, but the one that we've been monitoring in St. Augustine showing that storm surge moving right on in, as we are going to be seeing even gustier winds there for the next several hours.
Thank you for your analysis on that. That was a great job as well. And I want to show you a couple of winds here in the future. Look, going ahead to 2:15 this afternoon, we're talking about how winds are going to start to calm down here across central areas. Orlando sustained at 25, gusting to 43, still a factor, but by and large, we'll see the largest wind gusts here in Daytona and Palm Coast. Daytona 60 mile per hour winds, Palm Coast 65, and it continues through 3:30. We could see winds gusting over 70 miles an hour at Daytona Beach. So power outage is still a possibility, and with all the rain still falling there, we could see some trees falling again. And I say again because we've had trees falling and the ground is so wet, the root systems get really weakened, and it doesn't take much. You get these breaths, these squalls coming from these storms, and the wind can really blow almost unexpectedly. So Ryan and Amy, we're going to continue tracking Ian, as it is expected to go from its current tropical storm status, winds of 70, to become a hurricane. Once again, it only needs 4 more miles per hour, and it's possible by the 2 o'clock advisory that it's once again Hurricane Ian as it heads for the Carolinas.
Wow. All right, thank you so much, Brooks. I got to tell you, we've covered a lot of hurricanes together, and I have been overwhelmed with messages from viewers. And these are the messages we're hearing over and over. And here's one. This woman texted me just a short time ago. She says, my mom's house is flooding. She can't get out. Are they still rescuing people in the Rio Pinar neighborhood? And then she texted an update an hour later saying that thankfully Orange County Fire Rescue came and got her. We're getting these messages
dozens of
over
them.
and over again.
Beyond what we saw in Dorian and some of these other storms, for sure.
It's really scary. Well, even though it is now a tropical storm, it is still causing major problems, and the impacts are far and wide.
We've been talking about this as it moves up the coast of Florida before the storm goes back into the ocean. And Rebecca Castro is live from Atlantic Beach near Jacksonville. Rebecca, I used to live in Jacksonville. I know the anticipation of the storm moving there. They've got to be nervous seeing what happened here and what happened in South Florida.
That's exactly right, Ryan. And let me show you the waves that we're seeing out here. I mean, you know from living here, this is not the norm for the Jacksonville area beaches. You can just see the storm surges. It's coming up pretty significant over the past several hours this morning. We've even seen some of the water pass those sand dunes and come up into the walkway. So we are watching the storm surge very closely. Now, we're also here feeling those tropical storm winds that your meteorologist was talking about. We're expecting winds here to reach over 70 miles per hour today as well. So we're bracing for that here as well. And of course, as you guys know, most beaches on the East Coast today are closed to the public. We have seen a few onlookers this morning coming out to check out the waves, but for the most part, people here are heeding the warnings and they're staying away from the beaches. You know, with storm surge, you just never know when the beach that you're standing on, it could be swept away right underneath you just within a matter of seconds, and it could reach up to 6 feet today. So like I said, we're watching that closely. In Jacksonville area, it's not expected to take a direct hit from Ian as it goes back out into the Atlantic, but you can see, Ryan and Amy, the impacts here are still pretty significant. I'll send it back to you guys.
Rebecca, just a quick question, if you could still hear us okay. Was Jacksonville prepared for this? Because I know here in Orlando, as soon as that storm came in, you know, down in Southwest Florida, we knew it was going to be worse for us.
Well, the city of Jacksonville didn't issue any mandatory evacuations, but we did see a lot of businesses down here closer to the beach get ready with those sandbags. You know, here the city doesn't give them out like in other areas in Florida. You have to do it yourself, but these business owners took the preparations that they needed, and hopefully these businesses down here will stay up after today.
Rebecca, good to see you this morning, or this afternoon. It's been that kind of day for sure. So stay safe up there. Appreciate the update. So we'll watch, you know, Flagler Beach, St. Johns County, all those areas that are bracing for this now. By the way, viewer video coming in from Winter Park. We've seen a lot of this as well. Karen Fuentes sent us footage from the district in Baldwin Park, the apartments there. This is at the corner of Cimarron and Baldwin. You can see the water line on the fence surrounding the apartment complex, and we have seen literally dozens of these kind of videos. People saying we've never seen this kind of flooding before.
Well, Hurricane Ian made landfall as a very strong Category 4 storm, 3:05 yesterday afternoon, and that gave Fort Myers a direct and powerful hit.
Yeah, as we know now, nearly 24 hours later, crews are checking in the destruction that has been left behind. And Fox Weather's Robert Ray's in Lee County, where they took a lot of that damage.
Here in Fort Myers, Florida, the devastation is in every area, really. You see these boats that are piled up, that were pushed in by the wind and storm surge like toys. They are on top of each other. The smell of diesel out here is unbelievable. There is splintered wood. These big docks that are concrete have been pushed around and pounded into each other with these hurricane force winds and the surge that came into Fort Myers yesterday as Hurricane Ian made its way, hit land 20 miles to the southwest of here. Just a tremendous scene. Downtown Fort Myers taking storm surge and flooding. It was block after block of what looked like a rushing river, and businesses taking it, windows broken in, palm trees down, power outages, and homes underwater on the coastline, unfortunately, because of the surge. Search and rescue teams are out today making sure that people that were trapped are okay. Lee County official here says that there potentially could be could be hundreds of deaths. We shall see about that number as time goes on and the search and rescue teams are out there. We hope that is not the case at all. In the meantime, Sanibel Island Causeway destroyed by the surge. It is unpassable at this point, so you know that choppers will be in the air as well as drones and search and rescue from boats and on the ground trying to get people to safer spots. Meanwhile, there are over 2 million power outages in the state of Florida as I speak right now, as Hurricane Ian continues to trek up the peninsula, causing damage in its entire path. This is as bad as the aftermath of a hurricane can get, and we just hope that the numbers of fatalities are not what Lee County officials are predicting, and that people will be rescued from harm's way and put into loved ones' hands. Reporting in Fort Myers, Florida, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Robert, thanks. And boy, you know you're going to see those images, but it's so hard to see anyway. By the way, our partners at Fox Weather tracking the power outages across Florida. So here's a look at this. You can see DeSantis County, 100%. No one has power there. These are all the hardest hit counties in the Southwest. You see Charlotte, Lee, Hardy, Sarasota, and then you can see the middle, of course, that is Central Florida. We've also got a number of power outages, nothing like what they've seen to the south, but between Duke and OUC, 2.2 million across the state have been without power as they work to restore that.
Just checking the FPL Twitter feed. They're saying, oh.
Go back inside!
Well, this is a video just into the newsroom showing sparks flying at a home in Ocoee. According to the viewer, they say this happened about 10 o'clock last night when their power supply ripped from their neighbor's home and was on fire for about 7 minutes. We are seeing scenes like this everywhere because of the amount of water.
Absolutely.
So much water, some of it getting into the transponders. And I was just going to say real quickly that FPNL saying they are out in their communities right now doing the best they can to try to restore power where they can. They're having a news conference down in Collier County here in a couple of minutes. That is one of the areas where you were just talking about, Ryan, where they are almost completely without
and
power.
You may have 30,000 linemen ready to go, but they've got to wait. They're getting better weather down south, but we took that shot with Vicki 20 minutes ago. Volusia County, they're not going to be doing any work with those kind of conditions, so we'll continue to watch that. And certainly some people have been without power since yesterday in the Central Florida area as well. We're going to continue to watch that, and we'll continue to get. We got an update from Mayor Demings on that before, who said they know it's an issue. You just have to be patient, let them know, and then you just kind of have to wait, like we do often in these times.
And I think the other thing we're going to notice is that as long as the floodwaters are there, the ability for the line one to get in, and to the danger of trying to repair lines when there's floodwaters, it might not be safe. They may have to wait for some of those waters to recede in order to truly get in
So
there.
many of us have been in that spot. When you get that back on, it is a great feeling for sure. We want to check back in with David Martin again. We've been watching throughout, of course, this morning and now into this afternoon with some of the damage he's seen.
And he was in Northport in Sarasota County. That was an area that got a lot of damage from the storm. Let's take a peek.
So essentially, we were in 150 mile an hour winds for about 8 hours. The devastation is amazing. Now, I've been through Charlie, I've been through Irma, I've been through Andrew, and this was unique because it just kept going and going and going and going. It was scary. It was scary. My wife and I were huddled in the hallway of the house, and just with the dogs and prayed for the best. Like a war zone. Seriously, we have no water, we have no electricity. We're going to assess the situation. I have family in Melbourne. We'll see how they do, and if we got to bail, I at least get my wife over there, and I'll stay here to protect the family, the house, and move on. It's going to take quite a while for us to get back to normal, but we will survive. We're a resilient community,
All right, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it is 12:48 over on the East Coast and 9:48 on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us. We are tapping into all of our different affiliates and partners across the country right now as they cover the latest on Tropical Storm Ian, now expected to re-strengthen and become a hurricane at some point today. Possibly, you did hear a forecaster say that could happen in the next hour or so. At the 2 p.m. advisory. They are releasing advisories every 3 hours, so we'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. We also know that President Biden is being briefed as we speak on the situation in Lee County, Florida, where the storm made landfall, as well as other areas that have been impacted by this incredibly powerful storm. He is expected to speak in the next little bit at FEMA headquarters, and we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. But for now, I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. On Ian coming up in just a few. Stick with us. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It is 12:51 on the East Coast and 9:51 in the morning if you are joining us over on the West Coast. Thank you so much for starting your day with us here at Live Now from Fox. I do want to bring you the latest information here as we do continue to track now Tropical Storm Ian, expected to re-strengthen at some point today into a hurricane. We have been tapping into our Fox 35 Orlando team and their extensive wall-to-wall coverage. That's what's great about Live Now from Fox. We do have affiliates all over the country. I do want to listen in raw and unfiltered right now on Live Now from Fox.
Wind every now and then, and it's just continuing, and they're going around in this city, especially around areas that have bodies of water near them that are more prone to flood. So there you go, you can see them bringing in a couple of people. It's going to be a little loud via airboat. So this is the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department here in Kissimmee. So we're going to continue following the story as they continue to rescue people after Hurricane Ian passes through the state. Guys?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of those rescues in Kissimmee. Thank you. Look at this, Lake Eola in downtown Orlando. Have you ever remember seeing it like this before? Look at the amount of water there. This has been shared a lot throughout this morning because people are shocked by how much water is downtown.
You know what shocked me the most is when the photographer pans over and you can see the bandshell, the Lake Eola bandshell, which is of course a very popular place for people to hang out in Lake Eola Park. And you just think about how long it's going to take for this water to recede.
Absolutely.
It could take weeks or months.
This is from about the vantage point of World of Beer that's about 50 yards off the water. That's how far up that water has come.
Yeah, it's truly incredible. And this is not the only downtown Orlando neighborhood that looks like this. This is all over the place. Hurricane Ian damaging 2 bridges along the Gulf Coast side. The Sanibel Causeway, we've talked a lot about that. That is the only way to get over to Sanibel and Captiva. A section of that was washed away. Governor Ron DeSantis says that causeway and Pine Island Bridge, they're both impassable. They suffered structural damage. They will need to be rebuilt. We can tell you that they have been sending helicopters over to the island to rescue people who are over there who need to get off the island because Sanibel really has been truly decimated.
Absolutely. It's such a beautiful place. When you heard the governor saying some of these projects will take years, this is what he's talking about. Think about Flagler County and A1A and rebuilding all that.
Absolutely. This is also scary. The governor saying that the electric grid for both Lee and Charlotte counties will likely need to be rebuilt. He described Hurricane Ian's devastation in the area as a 500-year flood event. And you and I were just talking about how you often hear somebody describe something as a 100-year flood.
Right.
How often do you hear 500-year flood?
First time I've ever heard it. The 200 I've heard before, but and if you've seen the damage we've shown you, we're not through the state of Florida yet. We still have North Florida that's going to get the hurricane tonight, or at least it's right on the verge of becoming a hurricane again. I want to show you some new video from Nassau County. That's up near Jacksonville as well. 2 people rescued from the sailboat in Fernandina Harbor last night as well. Now, no one was injured there, but certainly could have been much worse, and now they're waiting for the storm. Ian also brought down trees and power lines across the state. We've seen a lot of those images today.
So many trees. Fox 35's Alina Shirazi joining us. She is in Brevard County. And Alina, a tree came down on a house there. That is something we are seeing just about in every county.
Yes, that's right. We've been driving around in Brevard County for the past couple of hours that we've been with you looking for some damage, and unfortunately we did find some. This is a home in Cocoa. You can actually take a look over here to my left. This tree fell, toppled over at 1 in the morning last night. The couple who lives here told me, look, their front porch is completely destroyed on the left-hand side. They were actually trying to make some improvements to their home because they're trying to sell this in a few months. So come over here and walk here with me as well. Look at the carport. Another tree a few hours later fell. You can see half of it's missing right there. Fell, toppled over. The tree was just laying here earlier. We see one of the boyfriend of the homeowner, he's here right now. He took that away. But look at this 1979 Camaro. We were wondering if there was any damage on it, a little bit to the back. But again, this carport was really destroyed when this tree toppled down in front of it. There was a motorcycle behind it as well. But again, you know, I think the one thing that really stands out about this story, about this home and this couple, is that they have lived through a couple hurricanes in Florida. They're from here. They were born and raised in the area. And surprisingly enough, this is the one that quite literally hit them the hardest.
I lived through Hurricane Charlie, and I never had a tree ever hit any of my other houses. I feel devastated. I feel like I'm lost. I don't know, there's no words.
If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, you can see that Fox 35 is now cutting into President Biden's speech. He was just briefed by FEMA not too long ago, so we do want to listen in to see what he has to say about Tropical Storm Ian, now expected to re-strengthen into a hurricane later today and then make landfall in South Carolina tomorrow.
Because they wonder whether or not the institutions work. When you're coordinating all these institutions, people understand exactly what's going on. They look at the television.
The president did speak to Governor DeSantis this morning. Governor DeSantis talked about that in an earlier morning press conference, saying that he got a chance to talk to the president, that they did release immediate FEMA aid. He rattled off all of the counties, but he said we're going to need more than that.
Yeah, millions of dollars and millions of items have been sitting in Alabama waiting, not knowing exactly where it needs to go. But this will be a big effort. If you've seen any of our hurricanes in the past, this will be a multi-week, if not multi-month effort from FEMA.
And if you've ever had a hurricane damage to your home from FEMA in the past, you know that this is not an easy process. Sometimes it takes a long time to hear back from them. Let's go ahead and listen into the president.
Well, folks, I'm here at FEMA headquarters to thank Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas, Commandant of the Coast Guard Fagan, and the Commanding General of the Army Corps of Engineers, Lieutenant General Spellman, and the FEMA administrator who's become the MVP here these days. I spent a lot of time in this room. Griswold of FEMA and the entire workforce, and many other federal agencies that are working together here. You know, they're always. Most people want to run away from it. These guys run toward it, and it really matters. And it really matters. And they're helping survivors that are really in desperate need. And that's what we're doing as we focus on delivering help to the people directly impacted by Hurricane Ian. I'm going to use this. It made landfall yesterday, and it is still moving across the state today. This could be the deadliest hurricane in Florida's history. The numbers are still unclear, but we're hearing early reports of what may be substantial loss of life. And parenthetically, I should note I've spoken with the governors and the mayors and the commissioners. I've been on the phone with the governor this morning. I spoke with the commissioners and mayors, and they are worried, but every one of them are telling me what an incredible job is being done to save their cities, their towns, their counties, their ports, their bridges, etc. And in the face of serious danger, search and rescue operations got underway before dawn this morning for people stranded and who are in desperate shape. Water rescue is critical. Coast Guard deployed 16 rescue helicopters, 6 fixed-wing aircraft, and 18 rescue boats and crews. That's just one element of the many federal search and rescue teams that the pre-staged in Florida. And the governor talked about how impressed he was with what the Coast Guard is doing this morning. These are dangerous missions, and I'm grateful for the brave women and men in federal, state, and local governments working as one team, risking their lives to save others. And we're going to learn a lot more in the coming hours. But we know many families are hurting. Many are hurting today. And our entire country hurts with them, because it's been all over the country. We've seen so many crises. But in Florida today is the epicenter. We're continuing to see deadly rainfall, catastrophic storm surges, roads and homes flooded. We're seeing millions of people without power and thousands hunkered down in schools and community centers. They're wondering what's going to be left. What's going to be left when they get to go home, quote unquote home, or even if they have a home to go to. Some of the folks have been through this before, but that doesn't make it any easier. Actually makes the anxiety even higher, in my view. My message to the people of Florida and to the country is, at times like this, America comes together. We're going to pull together as one team, as one America. First thing this morning is when I talked to Governor DeSantis and again offered the fullest federal support. Earlier this week, I approved his request for the pre-landfall emergency declaration to provide direct federal assistance to the state for emergency protective measures to save lives, including search and rescue and shelter and food. Earlier this morning, I approved the governor's most recent request for the expedited major disaster declaration. That means the federal government will cover 100% of the cost to clear debris and for all the costs that the state has to engage in and expend to save lives. The federal government will also cover a majority of the cost of rebuilding public buildings like schools and state fire stations. And folks in Florida who have destroyed or damaged homes, you don't have enough insurance. It means the federal government will provide individual assistance of $37,900 for home repairs, another $37,900 for lost property, for everything from automobile to a lost wedding ring. That's what we mean by lost property. I've also spoken with mayors across the state, both Republican and Democrat, and I've told them the same thing. We are here. Whether you need, and whatever you need, I indicated to call me directly at the White House. They know how to do that. We're going to do everything we can to provide whatever they need. We've dispatched over 1,000 FEMA personnel and pre-positioned major federal capacities and capabilities and supplies. That includes millions of liters of water, millions of meals, and hundreds of generators. I deployed dozens of search and rescue teams, along with high water vehicles and rescue helicopters to help get survivors to safety. Thousands of National Guard members have been activated. And in my direction, the Department of Defense is providing surge capacity on multiple fronts in support of FEMA's efforts. I also want to say again to everyone in Ian's path, the danger is real, to state the obvious. Please obey all warnings and directions from emergency officials. And while the water is receding, don't go outside unless you absolutely have to. It's risky for you, and it impedes first responders from doing their job. I also want to say again to the oil and gas executives, do not use this storm as an excuse to raise gasoline prices or gouge the American public. The price of oil has dropped in recent weeks. The price of gas should be going down as rapidly. It's not. My experts inform me the production of only about 160,000 barrels a day has been impacted by this storm. That's less than 2% of our country's daily production. Its small and temporary impact on oil production provides no excuse for price increases at the pump, period. If a gas station companies try to use this storm to raise prices, I'm going to ask officials to look into whether or not price gouging is going on. America is watching, and the industry should do the right thing. I expect them to do the right thing. And while we're seeing the devastating images in Florida, I want to be clear. To the people of Puerto Rico, we're not gone away. I am committed to you and the recovery of the island. We'll stand by you for however long it takes to get it done. I know the folks here at FEMA and across the federal government are working nonstop around the clock. That's why finally, I want to thank the first responders, the National Guard, the Coast Guard, service members, and the search and rescue personnel who are working to get people to safety and to restore power, water, and phone lines. And I want to thank everyone here at FEMA and other federal personnel. I've seen you in action all across the country, from the West Coast to the Northwest to the Northeast to down in Louisiana, all across this country. And just in the last 2 weeks, you've been working 24/7. No matter what and when emergencies happen, FEMA is always there. You deserve the nation's gratitude and full support. And right now, if you're in the National Guard and you get called up, you can still keep your job. But if you're in a FEMA reserve, that's not the case. That's why early this morning, I signed into law the Bipartisan Crew Act, championed in the Senate by Gary Peters and Rob Portman, in the House by Dina Titus and John Katko. And we signed it. That law will ensure that FEMA reservists have job protection just like military reservists. So when you're called up to help with a disaster, you can now focus on that mission without worrying you might lose your job, your day job, or receive some other penalty at work because of this national service. That's what the Crew Act guarantees. And it's going to help people become gain more civilian reservists out there. And it's going to make FEMA stronger. It's going to make America stronger. That's who we are. Every time disaster strikes, emergency crews from all over the country, from across the federal government show up to help like they're doing right now in Florida. That's America. A country of women and men willing to serve, willing to leave their own families to help a stranger's family. Everyone hard at work in Florida right now deserves our thanks. And when the conditions allow it, I'm going to be going to Florida to thank them personally so we don't get in the way. I'll do our best. We're going to do our best to build Florida back as quickly as possible, but we're not going to be leaving. We're going to build it back with the state and local government. However long it takes, we're going to be there. That's my commitment to you. I want to now turn it over to Secretary Mayorkas.
Mr. President, do you plan to meet with Governor DeSantis when you're down there?
I'll meet with everybody who's around.
And Mr.
The answer is yes, if he wants to meet.
Do you plan to go to Puerto Rico as well?
That's my intention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Our hearts go out to the people in the affected areas. At DHS, our highest priority is the preservation of life and safety. DHS is working with our federal, state, local, and non-governmental partners to support the needs of the areas that are and may be impacted by Hurricane Ian. I want to thank the President for his leadership in signing the major disaster declaration that unlocks critical assistance to help jumpstart impacted Floridians' road to recovery. FEMA and the United States Coast Guard are focused on life-saving and life-sustaining response operations, and we are launching the recovery mission. The Coast Guard has completed extensive preparations in advance of Hurricane Ian to minimize impacts to maritime commerce ensure public safety, and position ourselves for a rapid response. Currently, the Coast Guard has aircraft, cutters, flood response assets, and response personnel staged throughout Florida ready for immediate deployment. FEMA has teams in place who are ready to help those who need it most. We have thousands of our personnel deployed throughout the Department of Homeland Security, not only from FEMA and the United States Coast Guard, but also from our Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and from TSA. Today, I will be activating the DHS Surge Capacity Force so that we can bring to bear additional personnel from across the department to support disaster survivors in Florida. When a catastrophic event hits, DHS approaches response and recovery work with a full expanse of our resources and our capabilities. Our work in support of those affected by Ian will continue in the days, weeks, and months to come. This is not just a here today and gone tomorrow. We are here, as the President has articulated, throughout the need for full recovery. In that regard, with respect to Puerto Rico, as the President mentioned yesterday, I approved a temporary and targeted Jones Act waiver to ensure that the people of Puerto Rico have sufficient diesel to run generators needed for electricity and the functioning of critical facilities as they recover from Hurricane Fiona. We are in it for the long haul. Now, it's my pleasure to turn it over to Administrator Deanne Criswell of FEMA.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would first like to, again, begin by thanking the President for being here in FEMA's National Response Coordination Center. This is the heartbeat of what we do right here. This is where we bring the federal family together. These are some amazing public servants. I'd also like to thank the President for signing the CREW Act earlier this morning. Mr. President, behind us here are dedicated public servants from across the federal family. Behind us are the dedicated public servants who have been working tirelessly, day in and day out, to get help to those who need us most. These are the dedicated public servants who have put the needs of others before their own. And these are the public servants that we count on to respond to America's worst day. This is what the full force of the federal family looks like right here behind me. I'd like to recognize every single person here, as well as those on the ground in Florida and those supporting from our Region 4 office in Atlanta, for the extraordinary efforts that they have put forth during this historic emergency response. So we have been brought together here in a moment when millions of Floridians are navigating the aftermath of what is going to be one of the most catastrophic events they've experienced. My heart aches for those people who have been in the path of Hurricane Ian, for the lives that have been forever changed by this storm, and for the communities that will simply never be the same. America woke up this morning to images like Naples, Punta Gorda, and Cape Coral submerged underwater. Homes across Fort Myers that have been torn from their foundations, and boats that have been found blocks away from where they were moored. But Hurricane Ian is still a very life-threatening storm. We are expecting the storm to continue making its way to Georgia, South Carolina, and into North Carolina, maintaining tropical storm force winds, deadly storm surge, and rainfall of up to 12 inches. As many have said, Hurricane Ian is going to be a storm that we talk about for decades. But from the moment Hurricane Ian became a threat, we already had the right teams in place who were ready to answer the call of those that need us most. To the heroic first responders and search and rescue teams that have been running towards danger to save lives, to the brave medical teams providing compassionate and life-saving care, to the local, state, and federal emergency managers working side by side to tackle challenge after challenge, to our meteorological partners who have been providing us with critical weather data hour after hour, and to the voluntary partners providing food and shelter to those who have just lost everything. I thank you, all of you, We thank you, and our nation thanks you. Now, we know that the next few days are going to be difficult. We have some very complex problems that we are going to have to solve. But like I said, we have the right teams in place who are ready to help those who need us most. And as I shared with the President just moments ago, search and rescue missions are already taking place across the impacted areas by land, air, and sea. We have teams ensuring critical health facilities like hospitals and adult care facilities have the support they need to care for their patients or evacuate them if still needed. We have power restoration teams making their way into devastated communities that help bring communities back online. And while we are focused on life-saving and life-sustaining response operations, we are already launching our recovery mission. An interagency recovery group is already planning for the long-term recovery needs, such as housing, debris removal, and critical infrastructure repair, as we know this is going to be a complex recovery. As you heard already, the President signed overnight a major disaster declaration that unlocks critical assistance to help these communities jumpstart their road to recovery. Individuals and families right now in Charlotte, Collier, DeSoto, Hardy, Hillsborough, Lee, Manatee, Pinellas, and Sarasota, they can now register for assistance and begin their recovery process. You can register by visiting disasterassistance.gov, through our FEMA app, or by calling 1-800-621-FEMA, 1-800-621-3362. And now that the sun is up and we are continuing to do our assessments, we will add more counties for individual assistance. The next few days, they're going to be difficult. We have some very complex problems to solve. But like I said, we have the right teams in place who are ready to help those who need us most. And regardless of how bad it is, I commit to everyone here today that FEMA and our partners across the federal, state, and local levels remain ready and prepared to help these communities in their greatest time of need. Thank you.
Let me add one more thing. We didn't mention the Red Cross. The Red Cross is there. They're always there. They stepped up and they continue to step up. So I want to thank them as well. Thank you.
President, how would you describe your relationship and your conversation with Governor DeSantis?
It's totally irrelevant, but I'll answer it, okay? In fact, very fine. He complimented me. He thanked me for the immediate response we had. He told me how much he appreciated it, said he was extremely happy with what was going on. This is not about whether anything having to do with our disagreements politically. This is about saving people's lives, homes, and businesses. That's what this is about. And so I've talked to him 4 or 5 times already. And it's not a matter of my disagreements with him on other items.
Do you hold Russia responsible for the rupture of the Nord Stream pipeline?
Let's stick with this, okay?
Well, this is an important international issue.
There's a lot of important international issues, but we're here to talk about America. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President.
What you were listening to right there was President Biden speaking after he was briefed by FEMA on the effects of now Tropical Storm Ian in Florida. The president said, quote, "This could be the deadliest hurricane in Florida's history." While there is no official number of people who did not survive that massive storm, Biden did say early reports indicate a likely, quote, "substantial loss of life." During an interview this morning, the sheriff in Lee County, Florida, where the storm did make landfall yesterday, said, quote, "We have fatalities in the hundreds." However, he explained that he could not provide an exact number. As we get the latest information, we, of course, will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. Time now is 1:18 over on the East Coast and 10:18 on the West Coast. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Afterwards, we will come back with a live look at the latest here as Ian does continue. Stay with us on Live Now. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. I do want to tap back in to our Fox 35 Orlando affiliate. We have been checking in on their coverage here. They have reporters all over the state, especially those areas that were heavily impacted by Hurricane Ian, now a tropical storm, but expected to re-strengthen over the Atlantic into a hurricane once again, a Category 1, then making landfall over in South Carolina tomorrow. I do want to listen in back to the coverage of Hurricane Ian there. This is our Fox 35 Orlando team.
They have dealt with some elderly folk who they had trouble getting into the trucks in order to evacuate them. Some of those people are going to stay with family members. Some are going to be staying in shelters. But you can just see how far this flooding extends all the way down that road. You can see, just for a point of reference, how high it comes up in comparison to the cars, how high it is in comparison to this stop sign right here. There's debris throughout the water, so we're asking people not to walk barefoot through this because we don't really know what lies underneath. You can see that trash can there. I saw just some toys floating through. But really astonishing is just, we see often little pools of floods. This entire neighborhood is gone. And again, people living here said they just went through this 5 years ago. So the city actually did make some investments in trying to have better drainage systems. And in the days preceding Hurricane Ian, they brought in extra pumps to pump out water from the area that was already lying here and raise the flood level so that they could get a little bit more rain and sustain a little bit longer. But as you can see, it did not work. The city does, or excuse me, the county does have extra pumps available now. They've got, I believe, 20 large ones to pump water out of homes and 50 smaller ones, but it seems like this is going to take just a massive effort to get the water out and then to get the power restored. John and Amy?
And Marie, when we think back to comparing this to just 5 years ago and just, what those folks went through, I'm sure a lot of those people are thinking, they shouldn't have stayed, or they should have moved out. I think this is what's so hard, is that you think when something like this happens, it's sort of a once in a lifetime event, but this is a once every 5 years event for them now.
At this point, yeah.
So what's interesting that you say that is that a woman I spoke with brought up she would have liked to leave. She wanted to leave after Hurricane Irma, but she just doesn't have the financial capacity to do that. Not everyone can buy a new home. So if this is the home she has to move back into it after insurance is able to make the repairs. Now she says her house is gone. She was in water waist high, she said. She said that was even worse than last time, and she told me now she's homeless. She doesn't know what she's going to do.
How was it as you were getting to this neighborhood? How are the roads trying to get out there? Because I assume they're shut down everywhere around there.
The roads getting into the neighborhood are open. We actually spent a good bit of time on another side street that's also flooded. That's where the Army National Guard was originally, still pulling people out. But this one is worse, and we can see, I'll spin you around just for a moment. You can see some of it is blocked off, so that entry point is not available. There are different ways into the neighborhood, so you can kind of get in depending on where you live. But of course, if you're going to live in an area that looks like it does over there, where it's basically a river now, you're not going to be able to get in.
All right, Marie, thanks so much. We'll talk to you in just a little bit. One of the issues coming in as well that I saw them dealing with was the drains were all full because so much stuff washed out, clogged up the drains. And so you could see neighbors just out there digging them out, trying to get the water to go down.
I was watching you and Luann last night, and you guys had a live shot with Marie, and she was showing just how clogged the drains were. She was herself trying to pull branches out of the drains.
I did one in front of our house this morning just to get the water down. And that's another one of these issues for people who are new, and they're like, why doesn't the water go away quickly like it does up north? It's all flowing into the St. Johns. And the St. Johns is very slow, and it's flooded, and it's going to continue to flood over the next week. It's not even close to how bad it's going to get. So the water at this point has nowhere to go. It can't soak in because we've already had the rainy season. So it's going to be sitting for a long time, and it's about to get hot again. This is the part that gets nasty after these storms.
Right.
The sun's going to come out maybe tomorrow, I guess, or maybe what is tomorrow? Friday, maybe Saturday, and then it starts baking, and then the cleanup begins, and that's the difficult part. So that's where neighbors got to help neighbors.
Right.
That's what happens next.
You just talked about the St. Johns River, and we just talked to Brooks about that a short time ago and said, what's the situation with the St. Johns? He said he thinks maybe we'll hit flood stage by Monday, and again, as you pointed out, because all the water runs in there. And then Seminole County Fire Rescue has been out pulling people out of that little Wekiva River area, which we had been talking significantly about the flooding in that area, and that those folks who live along there, that's between Altamont Springs and Markham Woods. Anybody along that tributary, that water rose very quickly today.
And it's just everywhere. That's what I think think is blowing people away. I just saw some images. One of the flights went over Key West today. The Florida Keys are underwater still. I mean, that's a mess. Then you get over to New Smyrna Beach, and we're getting ready to show you some pictures in a bit of the water rolling down Flagler. The guy who owns Ocean Breeze, I was just texting with him. He said, we're going to try and open up by this weekend, but there's still water going backwards down Flagler Avenue, down towards Flagler Tavern, all the other bars and restaurants along there. So they got a huge cleanup. I mean, it's everywhere.
It really is. And you were talking about those frightening pictures about Flagler Ave. A friend of mine sent me some photos earlier just showing the devastation and saying they can't get a hold of people in Volusia County. That's how significant this is. We're talking about people whose power is out. You know, you lose your phone and then you can't call anybody. And it's a scary time right now.
It really is. But I will say, on a positive note, if you think about, you know, some of the hurricanes we've been down here for in the past, how many people in this area lost power. I mean, kudos to Seminole County, Orange County that I know of. They all did the tree trimming. They got everything in place. Even when there were supply shortages, they got all the materials here so they could replace quickly. So I think part of the reason that a lot of people haven't lost power is their efforts leading up to this. So they did a great job planning to get ready for this. Now down south, there's nothing you could do.
No.
When you get wiped out like that, it doesn't matter how much planning you do. So again, that could take weeks before they get power back. So like we've been talking about, Ian caused widespread flooding, not only along the coast, but all across Central Florida too.
Fox 35's Marlisa Goldsmith has a look at some of the roads and neighborhoods in Seminole County. We were just talking about that, especially along the Little Wekiva that are underwater.
Here in Altamont Springs, several neighborhoods underwater. Take a look at the flooding here. You can see crews from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office that are now going into these subdivisions, bringing people out who are trapped in their homes underwater right now. If you can just take a look at the scene, the response here is incredible. People coming out, people who are stuck in their homes. There are boats, there are trucks that are making their way down there. It's an incredible response. Just take a look. There are kids coming out of this truck right now. I mean, it's hard to imagine what's going through their heads right now as this response is massive again in Altamont Springs. We are joined now by the city manager of Altamont Springs this morning. I want to go ahead and bring you in so that we can talk a little bit about the efforts and just what you've been seeing this morning.
Well, what you're seeing this morning is an incredible combination of Seminole County Sheriff's Office resources, Seminole County Fire Department resources, and Altamont Springs Police resources serving these residents. This is a terrible situation. The area in Spring Oaks in Altamont Springs is in a floodplain, and it's flooded like this for millions of years. It just so happens that these homes were built before there was a FEMA and before there were floodplain maps. They wouldn't be allowed to be built now. So whenever we have a hard rain, this is definitely a hard rain, a record-breaking rain, we have flooding in this area, and we're just thankful that all these folks are able to get out, and we're thankful for the agency coordination that allowed us to get them out.
Absolutely. I mean, if we were just to take an estimate, we'd say the water's about 3.5 feet high in some parts of this neighborhood we're standing in. What's your message to people living here right now?
I think the most important thing are people who live in a floodplain need to recognize when there's a hurricane coming, that floodplain is going to flood. That is where the water goes. And the water is coming in from Orange County, and it's coming down about 30 feet when it gets to Altamont Springs, so it's really moving. Typically, we have about 380 million pounds of water going through the river a day. We're at 4.4 billion pounds of water right now.
Incredible. Frank Martz, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We certainly appreciate it. We'll be thinking about you all throughout the day. Again, recovery efforts happening here, people making sure, rescue efforts, I should say, happening here in Altamont Springs. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on this situation as it continues to develop. For now, reporting in Altamont Springs, Marlisa Goldsmith, Fox 35 News.
Hey guys, it's me again, your favorite hurricane girl over here in Naples. Now we have a truck issue and the guys are pushing the truck out of the bay. Because why, Chief?
It seemed like the truck was going to catch on fire. It was smoking and we didn't want the station to burn down.
We're now unloading the truck.
Yeah, this is crazy video. This actually happened yesterday. This is right as Hurricane Ian hit, and so this video has sort of gone viral, so we're still talking about it a day later. But an entire firehouse flooded. This is in Naples, and you heard her chief there say that the reason that they pulled the fire truck out is because it was starting to smoke, and they didn't want the whole, station to burn down. So Naples really got hit in a bad way, and some of the residents even there gave jet ski rides to some of the firefighters so that they could get out to rescue people. So we've been seeing some of those images, and a lot of people have been talking about it.
And it just shows good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you're joining us. It is 1:31 over on the East Coast and 10:31 on the West Coast. You're watching live now from Fox, and we're listening in to Fox 35 Orlando's coverage of Tropical Storm Ian, which is now in the Atlantic. It is strengthening, and it is expected to grow back into a Category 1 hurricane at some point today, then make landfall in South Carolina tomorrow, eventually downgrading to a tropical storm and tropical depression as the days do continue. But as you can see on your screen there, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency for all Georgia counties ahead of that landfall in neighboring South Carolina. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back with more of our coverage of Hurricane Ian, now a tropical storm, but expected to become a hurricane. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. Want to get to the latest here on Hurricane Ian, now a tropical storm. Ian was downgraded overnight, but is now moved, as you see, back into the Atlantic Ocean and is expected to strengthen back into a hurricane today, then make landfall in South Carolina at some point tomorrow. The coastal area around Charleston is now under a hurricane warning. Essentially, the entire coast of South Carolina is under that warning. And Georgia Governor Brian Kemp has declared a state of emergency for all counties in his state. The next official update from the National Hurricane Center is expected in just under 30 minutes at 2 o'clock Eastern Time. And we do expect in about 10 minutes we will get an update from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. We will bring all of that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But we have been streaming our affiliate there, Fox 35 Orlando, as they have reporters that are all over the state covering the damage from each and every angle. I do want to take you back out to them, raw and unfiltered, here on Live Now from Fox.
talking about a little bit ago. That is Flagler Avenue right there, and these are actually taken by Jimmy Mason and Barbara Mason. They are the managers there at Ocean Breeze, and you can see the damage left behind along Flagler Avenue. So much damage there, and yeah, the vehicles driving through.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And when you think about that, I mean, it's again, they said they think they can get Ocean Breeze open up again tomorrow.
Wow.
But you know, maybe in this case they had the surf and then it just went back out. We'll see. I don't know how they're going to Rip Curl. Everybody's been in that shop.
Oh,
Have
sure,
you been there?
yeah. The kids all love that store.
And you can see the windows are broken out. I think that's Flagler Tavern probably off in the distance right there. The water's up to them, and that's pretty high. But trees
you
on
wonder
the beach,
about
all that.
how much first floor damage is in some of these businesses, and maybe they might be able to salvage, you know, things within the business, but you still have to get all the flood water out of there. And then we keep talking about this, but the flood water is nasty. I mean, this is what you have to remember, is that when you don't know what's in that water, there's all kinds of stuff in there, chemicals and, you know, snakes, whatever.
Yeah.
You don't want to be walking around in it.
Yeah, so again, we'll see if those restaurants are able to get back open and get back to business there. So that's a big cleanup to do. So, all right, so I think we're going to check in now with our meteorologists. We're going over to those guys.
Yeah, and
All
just
right.
quickly talking about those restaurants, Flagler Tavern, the Beacon is right next to it. I know the Beacon's a lot lower than Flagler Tavern is, so something that we'll be watching across the street from that is Peanuts and some stores. So hopefully we can bring you some updates on exactly the conditions.
Yeah, hopefully the businesses weren't impacted. Amy, you bring up a good point as well. You never know what's in the water. There could be sewage in the water. There probably is in a lot of cases. A lot of times during these big flood events, if you're in the water, you may even want to consider a tetanus shot. I know with Hurricane Harvey back in 2017 in Houston, we covered that. A lot of the reporters and a lot of us that were out and about all got our boosters after that, because that's one of the things that can kind of linger. It's one of those things in the floodwaters. It's nasty stuff. We've seen pictures behind me. This is St. Augustine right here, and this is A1A. It's completely covered in floodwater. This is a live view, and this is a mix of storm surge, which is coming in from the water, and also just all the freshwater flooding we were talking about from the copious amounts of rain. Totals anywhere between about 15 and 20 inches, a couple of higher totals closer to 2 feet. That was the forecast, and that's about what happened. Not everybody getting it, but a lot of us getting soaked, and this is the result. You can see just all this water. Now, folks are kind of checking things out, walking through, and high water vehicles also out and about. We've seen some kayaks. Just a reminder, you know, not to tell you what to do, but it's not always advisable to do this because you just don't know what you're stepping on, whether it's live wires. Sometimes stuff can be hot. Let's be honest. I mean, sometimes the infrastructure isn't prepared for this, and there's also fire issues, and you never know if you fall into a hole that's opened up from the floodwater or a manhole or something like that. So you got to be extremely careful up there. Not to mention it's dirty. It's sewage water. Oftentimes, especially in a cityscape, it works up. That's a look at where it is right now. You know, this system not just producing storm surge here, but it's also producing a pretty nasty setup here. This is Volusia County live shot at Daytona Beach, where we've seen hurricane force wind gusts on and off all morning and all of this early afternoon. By the way, we should get an updated advisory on this coming up at 2 p.m. Tropical Storm Ian is strengthening. It's now worked over the Gulf Stream, and it's forecast to become a hurricane again. So with a strengthening tropical system, we expect wind gusts to also strengthen up here on the first coast from Nassau County down through Duval and then working up into St. Johns County. Category 1 hurricane by 8 o'clock, and then eventually making a run at the Carolinas. All the while, because it's such a big circulation, there are hurricane warnings posted for the Golden Isles of Georgia, St. Simon's Island, up to the Sapelo, and into Tybee Island, into Kiowa Island up here in South Carolina, all the way through McClellanville and Myrtle Beach. Eventually, this will make its way up into the Midlands of South Carolina, the upstate, the Petey River region, causing a lot of flooding and storm surge. We've had a lot of rain. Reports that are being updated now, and again, it ranges from about 15 to 20 inches, a couple spots getting more than that. Oviedo over 15 inches, Union Park 16 inches. I want to also reiterate with these rainfall totals, these are just individual reporting stations. For instance, in Oviedo, you could be on the northwest side of town and get 18 inches of rain, or you could be down toward UCF and get 8 inches of rain. There could be a huge variance. So don't look at just one town and say, oh, we got 16 inches of rain, because you might have had more than that, or you might have had less. New Smyrna Beach, 86-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this is a stout hurricane wind gust. These are solid, not on the border of tropical storm wind gusts that continue. Daytona Beach, 81 miles an hour. So Allison Gargaro, you're tracking, you got the rain over there, and also
power outages. If you're watching us and you've got power, you're lucky. A lot of us are not so lucky.
That's exactly right. I do want to take you into some of the counties that have the most power outages. That's going to be the one shaded in red, which is Volusia, Seminole, Orange, as well as Polk. We're looking at 240,000 out of power in Volusia County, and just under that near Orlando, and others between 10 and 50,000. That's going to include Marion County, Lake County, Osceola, Brevard, as well as up in Flagler. But I do want to take you into our Fox 35 storm tracker radar this morning as we continue to monitor conditions. The center of Ian is offshore, so just a few areas that are in the clear. That's going to be southern Lake County, and you can see Kissimmee and south in Osceola. Any of that rain is now going to be pushing off to the east, still falling through the Orlando Metro, Seminole, Volusia, as well as up in Flagler. I do want to mention just inland of Palm Coast, we are looking at a flash flood warning in effect until 3:15. But Brooks, we actually could be seeing these extended, not only in time, but also location. That's exactly what we've been seeing throughout the morning today.
And it's inside of those bands of rain, those rain squalls, that we're also catching those hurricane force wind gusts, where you might have a time where it's 20 miles an hour, not too bad, then all of a sudden you get a 50 or 60 or 70 mile per hour gust.
And we've seen that with reporters live on the air.
You know, when we're seeing that storm surge also, it's important to note that the St. Johns River runs from south to north. It comes from mid-south Florida, central Florida, and it runs north to Jacksonville. And there's a storm surge preventing it from flowing. So the rainwater that's running off now toward the St. Johns River basin is leading to very rapid river rises on the St. Johns River. And some folks living along it are alarmed at how fast it's rising. And we've got information on its crest when it's expected to reach its highest point when that happens, so you can plan accordingly. Right now it's at 9.25 feet. That's considered a moderate flood for the St. Johns. Again, the storm surge essentially blocks the river from flowing, so all the rain that filters into the river just makes it rise rapidly. And we could see a crest of as high as 10.7 feet occurring about noon on Sunday and continuing right through Monday and Tuesday. It'll be a crest that isn't a brief crest. It'll stay in that major flood stage for at least several days before the storm surge settles down. We've got to wait for future Hurricane Ian, currently a tropical storm, future Hurricane Ian to finally make landfall again in the Carolinas, and for everything to kind of settle down and the waves offshore to settle down for it to start flowing again and that crest finally fall. The record's 11.1 feet. The record high crest on the St. Johns River, 11.1 feet. This is going to crest a little less than a foot below that. So if you've ever seen the St. Johns high,
Thank you so much for streaming live now from Fox. It is 1:42 over on the East Coast and 10:42 on the West Coast. You are listening to Fox 35 Orlando's incredible coverage of now Tropical Storm Ian, once again expected to re-strengthen into a hurricane. We know at 2 p.m. Eastern time, so about 18 minutes from now, we are expecting the next update from the National Hurricane Center, and Fox 35 meteorologist said, honestly, we shouldn't be surprised if that is when it strengthens into a hurricane again, but it will happen at some point today. Coming up in just a couple minutes here, we expect an update from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis on the efforts, recovery efforts, I would say, here in Florida as a result of Ian. First, I do want to step away, though, for a quick 2-minute commercial break. But once we see Ron DeSantis take the stage there, we will bring that to you raw and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back on Live Now from Fox. You're looking at our XRAD radar system where you can see a current look at Tropical Storm Ian, expected to re-strengthen today into a hurricane. In about 15 minutes, we do expect an update from the National Hurricane Center. They will provide the maximum wind speeds as well as the location precisely and how fast the storm is moving. We do know right now that the storm is expected to make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane tomorrow in South Carolina. So the entire coast, a hurricane warning has been issued for that area, and we have seen Governor Brian Kemp declare a state of emergency for his entire state. We are waiting for Ron DeSantis, the governor of Florida, to provide his update on Ian, but I do want to listen back in to our Fox 35 Orlando coverage because they have reporters who are all over the state covering this from each and every angle.
But it looks like we can at least be cautiously optimistic for areas south and west of the center of circulation that things will improve. They are improving, but it's going to be a little bit of a slow improvement because, after all, this system is going north at a very slow pace, only about 8 miles per hour as it strengthens. There's that live view from the parking lot there in Daytona Beach, Volusia County, the trees blowing around. Allison, it was quite a night. A lot of people right on the edge of flooding, and a lot of people not as lucky. A lot of people did flood, so the winds continue.
That's exactly right. Well, thanks for all those explanations,
Oh, yeah.
Brooke. And for Brooks. And for now, we'll send it back over to the anchors.
All right, thank you so much, Allison and Brooks. With the northeast part of our state really feeling the impact, as you just heard Brooks talking about, with Tropical Storm Ian as it is churning his way up.
Yeah, Fox Weather's Jonathan Siri is in Atlantic Beach, which is near Jacksonville, and he's giving us a look at the conditions up there right now.
Take a look behind me. You can see the Atlantic Ocean, the waves just churning out there. And late yesterday, some heavy equipment came in, started shoring up these sand dunes, in particular this public access area, shoring it up with sand in hopes of preventing the waves from crashing over. Well, just minutes before we came on, a large wave came and a small amount of water spilled over. We're not experiencing any flooding in this city just yet, but it's certainly a concern along these coastal areas, the beaches off the coast of Jacksonville. And although there are no mandatory evacuations here in Duval County, the mayor of Jacksonville is urging people in low-lying areas, such as these beachside communities, as well as parts of downtown Jacksonville that flooded back during Hurricane Irma in 2017, to take the threat of this storm seriously, to safeguard their lives and property and consider voluntarily evacuating any flood-prone areas. Take a look at these palm trees blowing in the wind. They've been doing this since yesterday afternoon, well in advance of the arrival of the brunt of this storm, Ian, as it continues to head across the state of Florida. A weakened version of what it was when it hit the West Coast, but still a formidable threat. Back to you.
All right, Jonathan Siri, again, we are monitoring flooding events that are happening all over Central Florida. And there's an old historic cemetery in Oakland that we have reported on in the past that has flooded way too many times.
Yeah, that area right around Winter Garden is really low anyway. And so we got all the flooding issues there. We have Marlisa out there in Oakland right now with the latest on what's going on in that area. Oh, well, we already hear the chainsaws going. So the cleanup's begun, but there's a lot to do, Marlisa.
It has, and I have to tell you all, this is a very emotional setting right now. As soon as we got here to Oakland Cemetery, we found a group of people. I have to tell you, it's a mess out here. These are people who have loved ones who are buried here in the Oakland Cemetery. You can see that trees have come down behind me. These are family members of people buried here trying their best to begin the cleanup process. There are graves that have actually been picked up. This grave over here, obviously we're not going to show you for obvious reasons, but this grave, it's broken. Inside, there's a wooden casket that has been broken. The body under, I took a look, one of the family members out here brought me over there to take a look with my own eyes. The body's exposed. There's covering over the body. As you can imagine, a very emotional day for the people who have loved ones buried out here. There was a woman who just ran up. She was in tears.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to Fox 35 Orlando's coverage of Tropical Storm Ian. But if you look to the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you can see the room that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is expected to enter in the next little bit here to provide an update on Ian. So Florida Governor Ron DeSantis about to speak, providing that update on now Tropical Storm Ian and the damage it caused, making landfall as a powerful Category 4 hurricane yesterday. Let's listen in.
North and south. We were able to talk with the folks here in Charlotte County at the Emergency Operations Center, EM Director, Sheriff, some of the local officials. We're also able to go out and tour some of the areas in Charlotte County and inspect some of the damage. From the wee hours of the morning, there have been people that have descended on Southwest Florida to be able to offer assistance. And so we've seen a number of efforts on the barrier islands to bring people to safety, particularly in Lee County, but also in Charlotte and in Naples and in Collier County. And you have people, the electrical, the power, they're all here. We have Eric Szilagyi from Florida Power and Light, which he'll give an update on what they're doing. But from the minute they could get in here, they've been in here working on being able to get people connected again. I've talked to two of the major CEOs for the telecom companies about their restoration services. And fortunately, some of their infrastructure has done okay. They do more our DEM is also putting the mobile cell phone towers to be able to help restore communications, and we've got an inordinate amount of food and water that is either here or is very close on the way. Life safety, of course, is critical. Anyone stranded on one of those barrier islands want to make sure that they're safe. And I know here in Charlotte, any of the neighborhoods that experienced a lot of wind or water damage, these folks are there. They're working to make sure people are safe, and that is true in Lee and Collier County as well. So that's really, really important. We also got to just stabilize the area with these key services, and so we've got a huge amount of resources that have been brought to bear to be able to do that, and we're going to continue doing it. This is going to be a 24/7 operation because we realize how important it is. We also understand there's a lot of people that have asked what they can do to help the people of the state of Florida, particularly down in this region, and the First Lady will talk in a minute, but we have a fund, FloridaDisasterFund.org, FloridaDisasterFund.org. You text disaster to 20222. You can make a contribution, and at the end of the day, we've got supplies that have been pre-staged that are being used, and that's important. We don't necessarily need people to send us stuff. What we need is to be able to help those relief organizations help the folks. I mean, there's obviously, we're surveying the damage right now. Some people that evacuated, they're going to go back and look at their homes and see, is there flood damage? Is there wind damage? Is it going to be habitable? And so all those things, as those happen, we're going to get a clearer picture of some of the unique needs that individuals in this region may have. And so your financial contribution can make a world of difference. And so we're happy that so many people have done. I think we're over $2 million already within less than 24 hours, and I know many more people want to do. But I'm really impressed with the resiliency that we're seeing here in Charlotte County. This is not anything anyone wanted to deal with. I mean, if you go back 72 hours before landfall, most of Southwest Florida was not even in the cone. And then you have a situation where you're staring down the barrel of a hurricane making landfall at 155 miles an hour. So the response here and just the way people have reacted has been very, very impressive. And we understand this is just the beginning. There's a lot more that's going to need to be done, and the state of Florida is going to be good partners with the folks here at the local level. I'm going to let the First Lady talk about relief efforts, and then we'll have Kevin Guthrie, and then Eric Szilagyi from FP&L will give an update on the power situation.
No, I just have to echo that. We are just so proud of the people of Southwest Florida, the resiliency and the courage and strength that you're exhibiting, the people here at the Emergency Operations Center, and frankly, people across the state of Florida. We just couldn't be not more proud of what you have done to support your fellow Floridians and also the people across the country. So the governor mentioned a second ago the Disaster Recovery Fund, disasterrecoveryfund.org. You can donate there. It's a 501c3. Why that's important, again, is because we can take those resources and micro-target them and get them directly to the ground as quickly and efficiently as possible. As I said this morning, and I reiterate this, we are going to cut through any red tape and bureaucracy because we know people need those funds and they need help. And so we're really committed to making sure that we do that. The other thing is you can text disaster to 20222. Those funds will obviously go to the same spot, and we'll be able to deploy those resources very quickly. But again, on behalf of the state of Florida, and the governor, myself, all the people, the first responders, the EOC, thank you to the people across the state and the country for stepping up big. We are at $1.6 million, less than 24 hours after we launched the fund. That was at 8 a.m. this morning. We are well over $2 million as of a little while ago, and I think we're going to have even more funds at the end of the day. And again, that goes directly to the great people here in Southwest Florida and all the way across the state. So God bless you.
Yeah, thanks. And you know, some of the responders, you know, who are ready, the storm has got to go before you can really get in there because it's very hazardous. And some of these guys are coming across Alligator Alley like midnight, like literally knocking on the door of tropical storm to be able to get in and help people. And so you look at these USAR teams that we've had over from Miami-Dade. We want to thank them, thank the National Guard, thank the Coast Guard. They've been able to do a lot of successful missions already, and it's really been great to see everybody working together. Part of the reason that happens is because of the coordination at the state level, and that's under the direction of Kevin Guthrie, who's our Emergency Management Director, and he's going to provide an update.
All right, thank you, Governor. So I got here first thing with the governor, obviously talked to Sheriff Promo, talked to the fire chief, talked to Emergency Management Director Patrick Fuller. Obviously, everyone very thankful of the resources that have been provided. There were a couple of handful of missions that have just come up in the last couple of minutes. I'm proud to report that we are already mobilizing personnel for those missions and also providing the resources. One of those is a generator. So that is already been sourced and already being mobilized. So we hope to have that here by midnight tonight on the generator at a minimum. The mechanic for the generator that's in question, that is having some issues, is already only 30 minutes out. So I'm very, very proud of the men and women in our logistics section, specifically at the Florida Division of Emergency Management. They have been very, very flexible, and they have been very, very responsive, and far exceeding our expectations in a normal disaster like this. So to have a mechanic almost 30 minutes away when you make a request about an hour ago is just fantastic. So again, that comes from great leadership, and it starts with the governor, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
Great. Part of the preparations for this storm was to have as many resources pre-staged that could go in and help with critical infrastructure like power. And we were able to go meet with some of the linemen up in Lake City in North Florida, thank them. These are people coming from all over the country. I mean, they're coming from Louisiana, Alabama, Texas, and we had over 42,000 at landfall. I'm sure there's more in the state right now. When we were going back to Tallahassee from Lake City, you know, you saw truck after truck after truck on I-10 eastbound coming in to be able to help respond to this. And part of the reason we're able to do that is because we've got a lot of utilities that this isn't their first rodeo. They take this very seriously. They learn from past storms, and they put that knowledge to good use. And so Florida Power and Light has the biggest footprint of personnel that have been brought into the state to help get everybody back. And Eric Szilagyi is here, who's the president of FPL, and he's going to provide an update on their efforts.
Thank you, Governor. So we have deployed about 20,000 crews across the state of Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power. But we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now. We have about 1.2 million customers who are out of power, but we have been able to restore over 700,000 customers before the storm has even left the state, and we're going to continue to work 24/7 to do so. I'm actually pleased with parts of the system that are Florida. Just to remind you, the storm is still battering the northeast part of the state. Daytona is being hit right now.
Accommodation, something like that, they're going to be able to do. Jimmy Petronas, who's here, our CFO, as part of those recovery centers, they're going to have insurance villages. If you look at what Lee County had to deal with, these are massive, massive flood events. And so most of these people who have mortgages and they're in a flood zone probably had to have flood insurance. So they're going to have people that could help with those flood claims. You also have wind damage with the traditional homeowners insurance policy. So that's going to be important. In terms of the overall infrastructure, obviously we'll seek federal support for that, but we're also, Florida, we're well positioned financially right now to get through this. I mean, we have the largest budget surplus we've ever had. We've worked very hard, of course, to keep the economy open and make this a state people wanted to be in. And so we're seeing historic reserves, even as we've continued to break records with the revenue coming in with no income tax and low taxes. They revised it in August saying, okay, Florida's getting more revenue. And then in September, we're like $300 million over what they estimated. So we have put an emphasis on infrastructure, partially because the state is growing, but we understand in a situation like this. We had a bridge knocked out with Hurricane Sally because you had a barge that was left loose and it rammed into the bridge. So we were able to fix that, but it's not something that happens overnight. So to me, I think the more issue is, we'll have resources between federal and state and local. I'm pretty confident of that. But it's, okay, this is an island that you're not going to be able to access by car until that is done. And so what's going to be the plan to do? And that's just going to be something we're going to consult with the local leaders at the city level and at the county level to try to figure out what the best is. But when you deal with these things, you stabilize, you provide the help with people, but you want to get back to some semblance of normalcy as quickly as possible. And it's going to be harder in some areas than others, but I want to, let's work on Sanibel and let's bring it back to where it was as soon as we can.
Governor, for properties that were totally wiped out, how should it be determined if flood insurance or wind coverage should be appropriate, and how was that determined during Mexico Beach?
Well, so that's kind of an age-old thing on these storms. I mean, you'll have disputes because obviously if you have both policies and you file a flood claim, the flood is going to want you to file the wind claim. The wind is going to want you to file the flood claim. What I would say is when you have surge that's 10, 14 feet, when you have 6 feet of water in somebody's home, to me, that's a flood claim. And it doesn't mean that they may not have also suffered wind damage, because as we know, it was a really significant thing. But wind alone is not going to cause the 6 feet of water. I mean, that's a flood event. And it's not just in the barrier islands, which of course had a lot. You go in some of the places in Lee County, that are close to the river and some of these inlets, you had massive, massive rising waters. And so that's just something we do. I mean, that's what was happening with some of the folks who did not do the evacuation. They were hunkering down, and their homes, I think, were totally fine to handle even a really strong wind event. The problem is if the water is rising, you're in your living room, it's a foot, 2 feet, 3 feet, they're the ones that were calling saying, hey, this is a big problem, and of course it is. So I think at the end of the day, in Lee County, I think most of the claims are going to be flood claims. I think in Charlotte, maybe the mix will be a little bit different because I did see, some wind damage, and I think that those claims would be appropriate. But clearly, when you're in those flood areas and you have the water rising like that into your living room, that is a flood.
Governor, speaking to people today about the insurance, they worry, sometimes, the insurance companies will shuffle their feet on a normal stance, on a normal situation. Now we have this where everyone's going to be flooding the insurance companies. What's your message to those people who might be worried that the insurance companies might not be acting fast enough?
Well, Jimmy, where's Jimmy at? Yeah, so, and I'll let him say, but part of the disaster recovery are these insurance villages. He's done a great job of leading. He's getting the carriers all together. They're going to have a footprint in all these affected counties. People are going to be able to go and they're going to file claims. There's already been things done with our insurance regulation agency. Go back 10 days, none of those cancellations are valid, and you can't cancel going forward for another couple of months. So there's already actions being taken, but I'll let Jimmy come up and do that. And look, at the end of the day, we've had a lot of issues with property insurance, but a lot of that is because of lawsuits and a lot of things that don't focus on the core business. This is the core business of paying these claims, and we understand that time is of the essence.
Thanks, Governor.
Yeah.
So we've got a preliminary site set up. We'll make sure it's coordinated with Kevin Guthrie's team in the county, but we'll probably pick a large spot. Initially, insurance carriers will come in. We'll probably have somewhere between 20 and 25 carriers come in. They'll probably set up in RVs, and they will start writing checks initially that will be living expense money. This will be the dollars just to help people go find a place to live, sustenance dollars. Then you'll be signed up where adjusters will come and inspect the damage. Now, here's the most important thing I need you to take away from this conversation is the predators that are going to come up, that are going to initially try to sign up construction management contracts, public adjusters. They're going to come in like a bunch of locusts, and they're going to try to hit the neighborhoods, and people are vulnerable right now. They're going to look for a solution, and their solution is always going to be important, but that solution is not going to be knocking on the door every time. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. So please, that first phone call that you're going to make needs to be to either your agent, your carrier, or to my office at 1-877-MY-FLCFO. If one of the first 3 phone calls you make in your house in order to get an insurance claim solved is to one of those 3s, there's almost zero chance you can be taken advantage of. But Panama City was my hometown. I lived through Hurricane Michael. We did 12 insurance villages there over a year span. So we're going to be here bringing the carriers back, and they will write checks on site, okay? But when you start complicating the claim because you've allowed predators to get involved with your claim, you're going to drag it out. So the best solution is between you, your carrier, and us. The more people you bring into it, the harder it's going to be to get a settlement that's going to be fair for everybody. And look, at the end of the day, if your carrier doesn't want to work with you, that's when you'll call my office and we'll take them to task.
And I think and what I've asked Jimmy to do is also, have people with assistance for the National Flood Insurance Program claims. They obviously have their homeowners policy. Many people have both. But I think the issue is that some people live in areas where they're told you don't need flood, and so they don't do it. Well, now they may be in a situation where that is. So, but bottom line is those who have the flood insurance, we want them to be able to file those claims. Take pictures of the damage of your home and have those so that you can present those and so you can get paid quicker. If you took pictures of the water line, if you have 4 feet of water, you took pictures, bring that with you. If the water's gone down but you see where the line was, take pictures and document that so that you can go in, present it, and there's not going to be any questions. But Jimmy made a good point. You start signing up, some of these people will swoop in and they'll want you to sign this stuff. It just hasn't worked out well in the past in Florida. Unfortunately, when you have disasters, there's some people that want to prey on people when they're in vulnerable situations, and we do not want that. The other thing I would also say, just from looking at some of the images that we've seen on TV, there's going to be a lot of automobile insurance claims potentially. I could tell you, my wife, we lost a car in Irma, and thank God we had USAA because they literally cut us a check very quickly. So hopefully all the auto insurance are going to be able to do that. But we literally we're seeing cars washed away, cars totally submerged, and so we understand that people are going to need to be able to get that claim. But when we did it with Irma, we got the check within like a week. They came out, they did it, they gave us the check, and honestly. It's not like losing a car only is like the worst thing in the world. I mean, we were fine, but I mean, to be able to have that, what you have to do. You need to buy a new car, you need to do. So I appreciate what Jimmy's doing. I think it's important to get the carriers in to let people go, to make these claims, and let's get these things processed as quickly as possible. All right, thanks everybody, appreciate it.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping things up, continuing to keep people updated here as recovery is now going to be underway for the state of Florida. This storm still making its way now up to the Carolinas, and it's going to gather strength once again now as it goes back into the ocean and gets its mark ready to hit South Carolina. We know that is expected then to be about a Category 1 hurricane. President Biden speaking earlier here today saying that he understands that there is a lot of damage to be looking at, and also after we just heard from our Florida officials about now a official first death confirmed. Unfortunately, it looks like there could possibly be more, especially when you think about all that catastrophic flooding. That's really going to be where a huge problem lays. Our Fox team's out there gathering more when it comes to the cleanup, and also they're going to be surveying damage over the Sarasota area once our chopper gets those images images. We'll be bringing them to you right here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to give you full coverage right here on the recovery and where we do know Ian is headed next. So Governor DeSantis speaking just a few moments ago. We'll continue to give you all of these latest press conferences right here on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break. Good morning, and thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I'm Christy Larson here, giving you always the latest looks and information when it comes to covering Hurricane Ian, now a tropical storm, but it is going to re-strengthen, according to our National Hurricane Center, back into a Category 1 hurricane. So name changing a little bit. It's still Ian. We're still tracking it. Let's go ahead and take a latest look here at the path that it is now continuing on. You can see it has made its way across the state of Florida, bringing a lot of those high winds, a lot of rain falling down all across the area, and leaving behind a lot of destructive damage and a loss of life as well. We just heard from our officials with Governor Ron DeSantis as they confirmed the first death from this hurricane. Of course, as we've heard, sometimes it's after the storm that it can be sometimes the most dangerous time. There's water rescues going on in areas that were hit the hardest. Some islands off that Gulf Coast not even able to get back onto because of all the damage and destruction that has been left behind in this path. And Ian, again, is going to continue to make its way northward. It is expected to make landfall in South Carolina, right there along the coast tomorrow on Friday. Live Now from Fox is going to be your destination to continue to get full coverage, just as we have been here this entire day. I do want to just give you another live look that we have here of St. Augustine, because they are ones who have definitely been seeing a huge impact from this storm. That storm surge is still huge and great in the area. And we just heard from Governor DeSantis. He even mentioned that storm surge, well, it is worse than when they had Hurricane Matthew. So we continue to keep track of always the latest right here for you on Live Now from Fox. National Hurricane Center also expected to be giving us a briefing here within this hour. And until that time, let's go ahead. We're going to go back into some of our coverage with some of our stations who have been keeping us up to date. They've been doing such a great job with all of their reporters out in the field, their meteorologists who've been keeping people up to date for 24/7, and also their anchors there along with them. So we do appreciate our teams, both at Fox 13 and Fox 35 Orlando. Right now, we do have Fox 35 Orlando. They're speaking with one of their reporters who's out at, unfortunately, a grave site that has just been washed away, a lot of damaged graves there. So getting back into some of their coverage here, let's go ahead and bring you the latest as they go into some weather coverage with their meteorologists.
We still have a tropical storm, a strong tropical storm right off the northeast coast of Florida, and it's expected to even intensify a little bit back to a Category 1 storm before eventually making landfall to the north. So let's talk about the conditions outside right now. Look at the view from our camera in St. Augustine. Winds have been pushing onshore that storm surge, and there you go. We got a guy wading through the water there with his kayak, and we've had just a lot of rain here as well, and on top of that, the storm surge that's brought the water onshore. And this is going to be a familiar sight for many that are along the northeast coast of Florida, as we're going to see a strong onshore flow. Those winds are going to continue to bring in that water onshore. Here's our view from our Daytona camera, or at least Daytona Beach, and we have those gloomy skies. We still have the winds. Volusia County, you guys are going to get winds probably gusting up to 60 to 70 miles per hour today, maybe even a little bit higher right along the shoreline, as we are going to have that intensifying storm. So those winds are going to continue to push onshore and lead to more issues. In addition to the rain that is expected, we are going to continue to see those rain totals rise up a few more inches over Volusia County, which is, I think, one of the areas that are probably going to end up with the most rainfall here over our area. Wind gusts right now, Orlando, 36 miles per hour. We are still experiencing tropical storm force winds over central Florida. 33 mile per hour winds in Ocala, even on the other side of the coast. 40 mile per hour winds in Tampa. This storm, the scale of it, it was a large storm. That was the concern, was just that this wind field would be so large. That would mean that this would have a greater impact. And oftentimes when we have these larger storms that are scooping up more of that water, that can lead to bigger storm surge, which they're going to continue to see running up from Flagler County to the north, up to Duval, and up to parts of Georgia and South Carolina. Now, the winds, as we go on through the rest of today, if you're wondering when will the winds start to lighten, when will we start seeing improvement in the winds, we are still going to see some really strong winds, 60+ mile per hour winds through this afternoon. We are going to continue to see those strong winds in Daytona Beach, up into Palm Coast. These are 61 to maybe even up to 80 mile per hour winds Thursday, 5 o'clock. The afternoon will be very gusty, and we will continue to have that strong storm surge moving in along the northeast Florida coast. To the west, 53 mile per hour winds in Claremont, 48 mile per hour wind gusts in Ocala, and we're going to be in the 40 to 50 mile per hour range over central Florida, with those tropical storm warnings lasting through the night. We will have more of those winds. Then later into the evening hours, still the strongest winds found all the way to the south in Brevard County and Volusia County, 73 mile per hour wind gusts, Palm Coast, 61 mile per hour winds, with lighter but still gusty winds farther to the west. It won't really start to improve until we see the system pull away from us. So overnight, conditions will start to lessen, where we are going to see those strong wind gusts, but they are still going to be very gusty at the late hours of the night, where they'll start to lessen from west to east and improving going on into Friday, which I'm sure many just want to have an opportunity to go outside, evaluate without these winds, without the rain, and this will be pushing offshore and then heading to the northeast. Right now, our current wind gust, 56 mile per hour winds in Daytona Beach, 63 mile per hour wind gusts there up in Palm Coast, 24 mile per hour winds in Titusville with the storm to the east. And we do have that storm that has at least strengthened, or is going to strengthen, to a Category 1 storm. And the big legacy that tropical storm or Hurricane Ian will have over the greater Orlando area, and obviously down in southwest Florida, where they received devastating damage. And the images coming out this morning showing you the storm surge, the historic storm surge that they got, and that is going to take a while, unfortunately, to recover there. The rain with the system, it's slow moving. It went right over central Florida. It was slow to move. Charlie, years back in 2004, was a much faster storm, so it didn't drop rainfall totals that were high. It obviously brought the winds, and that led to power outages that lasted a few weeks for some, even on the east coast of Florida. But this system had an opportunity to just pull in so much rain. So here I have a few points showing you those heavy rainfall totals. Volusia County, you're going to probably see rainfall totals flirting with 20 inches. These are record rainfall totals. 14.2 inches that are felt in far western parts, in between DeLand and Deltona. The Orlando area, most of the Orlando area, greater metro, saw about 10 to 15, even up to 16 inches of rain. It, of course, will all depend on where you are located in your town. The stripe of the heaviest rainfall was running from northeast to southwest with the path of the storm. Now, we do have flood warnings that will continue here into the night. In fact, flash flood warnings that are going to continue as we go on into tomorrow, or at least into the late hours of this evening. We are looking at flash flood warnings that are expected to last over the course of this evening, with more rain expected. But we have the update on where the storm's going to head. This is the latest, the 2 o'clock update, moving north-northeast. It is offshore. The system is offshore now. It is not over Florida. 70-mile-per-hour winds moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. It's still taking its time, and it's going to continue to move to the north, 987 millibars, where we have tropical storm warnings that run all the way down the eastern half of Florida, and then hurricane warnings to the north. So Brunswick, hurricane warning there, all the way down, extending to parts of Flagler County, where you are under a hurricane warning, because we could see those stronger wind gusts where we're getting into the 80-mile-per-hour wind range and higher. So this will go to the north, and then eventually will make landfall probably near Charleston. And I know that's a very popular vacation site. They're going to get a Category 1 storm here with some storm surge, hurricane force winds. Ian is not done with its path. It's going to move back into South Carolina and then up to Columbia, bringing rain, expected to bring rain there as well. Now, our issue here is that we've received so much rain that some of our rivers, like the St. Johns River, it's going to absorb all of that water over a period of time. And major flooding hasn't even occurred yet. That is expected to occur by tomorrow afternoon. The latest measurement, 9.25 feet, and that is above Lake Harney, if you're familiar with that, Route 46 that goes over the St. Johns River. All the houses that are along the St. Johns River in that area, you could be experiencing some flooding here in the next day to few days, because it won't even crest until we get to Sunday afternoon. So this is going to be an extended major flood event along the St. Johns River. If you have any properties along there, you might be dealing with some of these issues here over the course through the weekend and into next week. That is something we will be monitoring. So well after the system's gone, it still leaves behind those issues. Now, for the rest of the day, we're looking at rainfall totals that could get up to 2-3 inches of rain from Flagler County to the south into Volusia County. Most areas, I think, will have a chance to dry out. So Oakland there, not expected to get much more rain, but we are going to get more of that, or those bands that move through the course of the afternoon, pulling away. The heaviest rain starting to lessen as the storm goes north, and that will be bringing up to the north towards Georgia and South Carolina, expecting to get all that rain. So we're going to see that rain turn to the north, moving away. Coming up, I'll have a look at how things are going to play out as we go on into tomorrow and this weekend, and when things will really start to improve across our area. John, Ray?
All right, thanks a lot, Ian. All right, let's take a look at this one. Daytona Beach police sharing pictures from a water rescue. This detective was able to rescue people who were trapped by the floodwaters. As you can see right there, he is carrying a child to a safe location.
And you know, it's not just in Daytona Beach. Right. We are really we're hearing about rescues everywhere. Again, Orlando telling us that they've gotten 11 to 15 inches in the past 12 hours and that they are still doing rescues. They've rescued 250 people from 2 different apartment complexes.
Yeah, that was the bulk of them right there. Yeah. But like you live downtown, you said where you were, though, 2 blocks away from Lake Eola, nothing.
No flooding. So it really goes to show you how this is it's haphazard. Some parts are getting a lot of flooding, other parts are lucky enough to not get that flooding.
Well, even up here in Seminole County, and this is one of those issues you don't expect. So I was trying to get to work today after I had to go home and take care of some things, driving down one lane on International Drive. We couldn't get back the other way. I had to turn around and go at traffic, which is dangerous, but thank goodness there was no traffic. But those are the issues you don't know until you get out. That's why they say don't go out right now.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny. It's not funny, but you mentioned that, and not only are we seeing that, we're seeing a lot of branches down in Seminole County on roads, making those roads not passable either. So
it felt like I was driving old country roads.
Exactly.
I mean, there was you couldn't even see the road. It was all leaves and everything else out there. So, all right, of course, turn around, don't drown. We've all heard that by now. That's the big message from law enforcement today in places like Daytona Beach, where water is actually deep in a lot of areas too.
Fox 35's Vicky Carr is there right now and spoke with one driver who got stuck because he just couldn't tell how much water was in front of him.
Hey guys, I'm in Daytona Beach. I'm by the I-95 I-4 interchange, and I want to show you just how bad the flooding is here. This right here is the parking lot of the Best Western. So this little road right here leads to the Best Western, but I kind of want to demonstrate to show you just how flooded it is, and it doesn't appear to be flooded. It looks kind of shallow, but it's not. Check it out. I'm stepping right now on the curb. I'm gonna step off. You can see if I were to step off, it would fill my rain boot with water. So this is how deep these floodwaters are. So they might look shallow, but they're not. In fact, I talked to a man. He was on his way here to the Best Western, evacuating from his home. He lives in Ormond Beach. He tells me the wind was just way too bad over there. So he felt safer coming out here to the Best Western. He actually ended up getting stuck himself. People had to push him out. Take a listen to what he said. What happened?
I didn't even see water, period. I thought it was level with here.
And we did hear from Sheriff Mike Chitwood during a press conference this morning. His big message is for people to stay off the roads. He's saying if you need to get anywhere, any type of business, everything is closed. So he's saying stay off the roads and stay safe. Reporting in Daytona Beach, Vicky Carr, Fox 35 News.
All right, thanks a lot, Vicki. Take a look at this graphic, and we did some crunching numbers here. Ian now considered the 4th strongest storm to make landfall in recorded history here in Florida. Exact same landfall as Hurricane Charlie back in August of 2004, 18 years ago. Ian and Charlie's wind speeds and pressure were nearly exactly the same, but Charlie significantly smaller, and it went a whole lot faster. As we know by now, Ian took its slow trek about, what, 8 miles an hour across the state here.
Yep.
So we're living through history right
we
now.
are.
Which is
And you were saying that the history is kind of changing too. We may see that the numbers are even greater than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, they always evaluate these storms after the fact too. They look at all the numbers. There's so much numbers that they crunch, and it's a chaotic scene having to deal with a major hurricane making landfall. But after the fact, they're going to look at these numbers, and there is a possibility that it could be a Category 5 storm. But for the people that live in Southwest Florida, whether it was a 4 or 5,
right?
it doesn't matter. You know,
damage is done.
It was the storm surge that they experienced with the storm. We saw this storm that intensified very quickly, and this has been common over the last 5 years or so. We've been seeing these storms that intensify so quickly right before making landfall. You know, you got it with Harvey, you got it with Laura, and so this has become an issue, and a lot of it probably has to do with how warm the waters are.
I will say one good thing is how far the technology has come, because what Noah talked about this story last week, and all we could see as lay people is like, that's just a mess of clouds out there right now. But it came together exactly like they said it would here.
And thank you to our Fox 35 meteorologist. A live look back here in St. Augustine. You can see each and every single few hours that we do have officials coming out here, just making sure no one's out there trying to catch a wave, because obviously that'd be a very dangerous thing to do, especially as we're still having the back end of Ian affecting areas like here in Florida. It is moving into the ocean, then going to go back into South Carolina. Our officials in South Carolina, in Georgia, and other states along the East Coast are getting prepared for what is still to come. Live now from Fox, trying to keep everyone up to date on the very latest. That's why we're staying in our full coverage here for you as well. We will be continuing to give you more looks at the damage as well as the path of this storm right here for you on Live Now from Fox after we come back from this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are now getting over some of these areas that have been impacted by Hurricane Ian when it had crossed over Florida's Gulf Coast and made its way eastward. You can see some of the damage that has just been left behind in these areas. This giving us a look at Sarasota County. Again, Sarasota County, just one of the areas that have been reporting some of this damage. I did want to let our viewers know, again, I shared it yesterday, my family also down in that area just outside Sarasota on an island there in Anna Maria Island. They were under the mandatory evacuations. My parents had left a day before it had hit, and they are going to try to make their way back to the island tomorrow. What they're hearing right now is that power is still out on the island, even though they did reopen it so people can start to make their way back to assess some of the damage. They're going to go back tomorrow. They said even with no power, even if it gets restored, they're going to take their time to assess everything that they're seeing and then possibly stay in hotel another night, and then they're going to be flying back to Minnesota later in the week after they get everything handled there. It's been something that we've been hearing from homeowners all across Florida is they have to take their time to document everything, get in touch with the right people. And we did have National Security Council advisor John Kirby. He was speaking with our Fox News teams as well, saying that FEMA is working with the state officials to try to lend a hand. We know FEMA is with President Biden this morning. He took a visit to their center, was talking about what they're going to do to help with this recovery, especially since we know it was such a catastrophic storm when it first made that landfall as a Category 4 just yesterday afternoon. Let's go ahead and take you back to those live pictures as our chopper is still showing us some of these different views of homes that have been just damaged and destroyed. You can see one whole half of this home here just ripped apart, especially as that roof had been collapsed in. And that's what we've been seeing, and we just had been hearing from some of our Fox meteorologists as well. It's just been how different the damage can be from one location to the next. You could go over one neighborhood and see such a different story than what you have in another nearby neighborhood. Boats tossed around. I know yesterday we were showing some video of an RV in someone's backyard, and that person saying, we don't even know whose RV that is. We don't know whose cars are in our backyard at this time. They still had a lot of flooding. Here it looks like over this area, again in Sarasota County, it looks like they don't have as much flooding going on, but this could be on some higher grounds because there has been multiple streets and areas that have had lots and lots of deep water. Rescues going on also when it comes to water affecting some of these homes and some of these areas. Our fire officials as well as other first responders saying, you know, you need to do the proper precautions ahead of time so that they don't have to go in harm's way to try to rescue later. Obviously, now it's a little too late for some of those who had chosen to stay behind. Maybe they got hit harder than they expected to be, and those are the ones who are having to be rescued here today. We do actually have our Fox 35 team continuing to give us coverage. They're talking about some of the water that has been hitting these areas and just what some people are trying to do to make it a bit more doable. Actually, let's take a look here at these mobile homes. It looks like a lot of damage and debris tossed around here, especially as we know those strong winds were just really hitting areas, ripping apart roofs, uprooting some of these trees, and also just with the movement of the wind and the water, it really carried some people's properties and belongings far away from where they originally had been. And so right now, our chopper again giving us some different live looks. We're going to keep this up in a double box here for you. Go back into our Fox 35 Orlando coverage, especially since they're continuing to talk about what's still to come here these next few days because it's not entirely done. Governor Ron DeSantis had mentioned that the other day. You can't just think that because you're not seeing anything happen now that there won't be something happening in a few hours from now. We know that there could still be some rain showers and other effects that people could be dealing with, especially if they're along the east coast of Florida. So let's go ahead and get back into our weather coverage with our Fox 35 team. Thanks so much for being here with us again on Live Now from Fox.
powerful storm, and to me, and this is kind of an aside here, because I've been up into the areas where the others have hit. So you go up along I-10, a lot of the damage is right there on the shore, but also inland. This area here, not many areas of Florida have these barrier islands, so thousands and thousands of homes, and let's be honest, these are million-dollar homes.
I was going to say, these are some of the most expensive properties in the state.
You're not going to replace these very easily or cheaply, if you do at all, because you can't even get out there. The bridges are gone going out onto some of those barrier islands. So,
and I'll be curious to see how long it takes to get to those barrier islands.
I don't know how you do.
The water, well, yeah,
how long it takes to build a bridge, right?
Exactly.
To get back out there. So they've got big issues down in Southwest Florida for sure.
And from Southwest Florida to downtown Orlando, it is inundated with the water after heavy rain overnight.
And Fox 35's Dave Puglisi showing us some of the damage there today.
Hurricane Ian brought significant rainfall to downtown Orlando. One of the big issues had to deal with lakes. This is Lake of Woods, and it is overflown down Silver Court here, where you could see a car is trapped in the middle of this flooded lake. Earlier today, we saw an ambulance suck in here. Emergency crews had to come to get those drivers out. We then saw some other crews try to move that ambulance while they were wading through chest-deep water just to get to it. Now, this isn't the only lake that was flooding out. Even major lakes like Lake Eola and Lake Ivanhoe were flooding as well. Now, even though on the bright side, the rain is starting to ease up, which means the water level has dipped, which we have seen quite a bit of, but it's still not safe to go out and cross any of these until the water has fully resided. As latest in Orlando, Dave Puglisi, Fox 35 News.
And the flooding continues to be the story in Orlando.
Well, that's what they say. A lot of the damage and a lot of the deaths come after the days, right? Sky Fox once again over the Sarasota area right now.
Look at that.
They're driving through it.
Yep, driving
Are they driving, or are we just...
No, that looks like they're driving through it. Yeah, driving through a street that really looks almost like a river. The water is pretty much up to the tires there as that pickup truck makes its way through that neighborhood, and you can see the debris floating around there.
So maybe they're one of the assistance trucks. I'm trying to see exactly what that is, because that's not very smart unless they really have to get out into that mobile home community. Look at the roofs, by the way, these mobile home communities here.
And you can see the shingles off the roof right there on that house right there. So what I'm guessing is happening right here is a recovery effort of some sort. They're trying to see who's around.
Well, so one thing they were talking about last night, and I can't remember which emergency management official said that, but people driving into this don't realize that it can stall your car. As soon as the water gets over your engine and can't breathe, that's when you're sitting there sitting ducks. So I don't know who's doing that, but unless they really have to be in there, that's not the smartest thing to be doing at this point. So again, Sarasota, by the way, didn't take the brunt of it. They got a lot of damage, which you can see, but I guess for them, the good news is the storm went a little bit south just before it got to them.
And it looks to
All right, so our Fox 35 team taking a look at the same chopper that we have as our chopper is up in the air assessing some of that damage. Again, Sky Fox surveying Sarasota area, but you just heard our anchors saying there that they didn't even get the worst of the storm. So more damage going to continue to be filing in here through video and pictures, and also live reports. We'll continue to keep track of it. Coming up here at the top of the hour, we'll be speaking with Fox's Rebecca Castor. She is down near Jacksonville, Florida. She'll be giving us a look and an update on what they've been having to deal with, not only from those winds, but also from the storm surge. So let's go ahead and send some viewers out to a 2-minute break. We'll continue listening in here with our Fox 35 weather team and their whole entire team when you return right here on Live Now from Fox.
Issue there too. It's receded in this area, but boy, it's leaving behind some damage.
But interestingly enough, you just saw there lake or a retention pond right next to this community, a community that's by the water. So already that's a double negative situation for these folks who are pretty close to the water, and there's a retention pond that may have caused more flooding instead of helping them.
Yeah, right. And think about this one again, because if the water has receded there, and it's impassable unless you had a truck like the guy that just got in, how high the water had to be in those homes. Hopefully everybody got out. And again, they had warned this whole area time and time again, it's time to evacuate, especially in those mobile home and low-lying communities. So you're seeing some of the devastation left behind today.
And it was interesting, we were talking to, now that we're moving away from Sarasota, we were talking in general about the southwest portion of the state and the barrier islands that you were talking about, how hard it was to get any space there to begin with.
Right.
That was before the hurricane came into came into our area.
Well,
here.
I'm one of those guys. I'm like a Realtor.com junkie, right?
Yeah,
I
I
love
think we
looking
all
at the
are.
different maps. And so I was just, Luann and I were speaking the other day about vacation areas, but, maybe a month ago, looking around this area, and you see how many properties, because...
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
look
wow,
at that.
you're not getting through
That
there.
goes to show you the damage right there. Look at all of that flooding. That whatever community is right there is definitely hard to get to because that road is underwater.
So again, this is a great example right here of why this storm is going to be so much more devastating than even 2004, because these areas are all wooded. Probably some of them used to be conservation areas, and now there are houses everywhere in all these areas. So 3 million people.
That looks to be a water rescue right there that you're seeing Skyfox. This is in the Sarasota area. And you can see what appears to be, oh no, that is a truck. That is, not a boat, that is a truck. A truck making its way through very deep water.
Look at the wake it's leaving, even in front of it.
That's pretty impressive. So I'm guessing it's going over what was once a road that is now filled with water to the point that looks like a river, and I'm guessing they are trying to get to one of those neighborhoods that have been cut off by this flooding. Yeah, I could see the road right there under the...
It's under there.
Yeah, you could see from the distance. He's driving on the median, which is, I mean, that just goes to show you there, whatever, and it looks like the truck may have stalled.
Right, because the medians are soft too, and it sinks you even further down there. So yeah, he's not moving at this point. Road could be, that's the other thing they say, you don't know if the road's even there anymore because you can see the current.
And the person's getting out. The person's getting out of that truck.
I wonder if they're going to zoom in.
Let's see, it looks like the water is not too high as far as that person is appearing to be walking.
Well, is that also a bridge there? It's hard to tell, but so he's walking at this point. Maybe the truck did stall out.
It does look. It looks like the person's leaving the truck behind and just getting to that neighborhood. But look at the water in the back. Wow.
All right.
So once again, there are more trucks coming in. That actually looks like
that's National Guard.
Yeah, the National Guard coming into that neighborhood. They're pushing that truck. Wow, they are pushing that truck. So do we think that's the National Guard, Eric? I'm asking our producer right now, just because it does look like a Humvee, but we're not sure if those, but it's...
Yeah, it is military. So I'm guessing it is National Guard going into these areas. Well, and again, we look at these vehicles going into these neighborhoods, and they do have police checkpoints, even here around Orlando. So you can't really get in unless you can prove that, one, you live in there, or two,
that you're going there to help out.
Yeah. But back to the numbers we were talking about, 3 million people have moved to Florida since 2010. 300,000 a year.
Zoom in on there.
Yeah.
And
so
it's filling up. They're building up these
Everything
areas.
has been filled that used to be areas. And one of the guys we had from Seminole County earlier, he was with the EOC, he said the houses that they're looking at right now along the Little Wekiva could not have even been built several years ago because, well, they were built before FEMA put out the floodplains. And so they had built before there, and now they're flooding.
Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 people right there pushing that vehicle that appears to be a National Guard vehicle through the water in fatigues, and possibly pushing it through a median to try to get. That is impressive, to try to get to some of these neighborhoods that have been cut off because of the flooding. I mean, that just goes to show you the impressive effort underway in the state of Florida after Hurricane Ian.
Again, think about that's the kind of vehicle that's not built for this, but it's the kind of vehicle that you would want to have in this situation, and they're having to push. I'm guessing they're getting close to that truck that stopped a little bit ago, and the truck probably stalled out because it wasn't made for this either. Nothing is at this point.
I mean, even the rescuers need help.
Are getting stuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, and that's not a truck that's easily, that you can easily move.
They're made for this type of stuff.
Wow.
But again, okay, so there's the truck off to the side. This goes back to what they've been talking about. Don't drive, because then you can't get through if the emergency vehicles have to get through, and they're pushing it. But
and it does look like as they push, it does look like there appears to be at least a little shallow spot right there, maybe closer to the pickup truck that National Guard vehicle is approaching right now. But just past these two vehicles, I believe, is a neighborhood where we saw some of those developments, that maybe new developments like you were talking about, as they continue to build out parts of Florida here. But this is in the Sarasota area, one of the areas hit very hard by Hurricane Ian, that continues to deal with the cleanup effort and what appears to be still recovery efforts underway right now.
And if they're going in, obviously they got called to come in and help out. And Skyfox zoomed way out. There we go, zooming back in at this point. But it looks like, I mean, you can see by the color of the water, it's about to get even deeper. They're waist deep right now. So get it through there, but they're not just bringing in one vehicle. I assume there are a lot more behind this one.
I assume this is one of many, one of many trying to get to anyone who needs help who didn't evacuate that area. But it does look like some of the water is getting, you know, less deep as they push forward, which is impressive. Well, scary and impressive.
Right. The other good thing here is the water is moving, right? So there's a current, which means the odds are the tide is going back out.
Yeah,
otherwise,
receding.
the water wouldn't be moving at all. So hopefully the water is getting out of there. And by
they're trying to get in. Oh, and there is another vehicle right there. So I'm wondering if they were trying to rescue whoever is in this vehicle, if that person is still stuck in the vehicle. But that is an impressive picture right there. The water past the tires, it looks like, halfway up the car. Wow. I mean, these pictures are very impressive. And someone's walking right there.
That may have been the guy that got out of the truck. So, wow. But I do also want to point out, if you look at the scene in Sarasota right now, it's beautiful. Right, this is that after the storm situation where the sun comes out, the winds calm down.
So actually, there are several cars that are stuck. And is that I can't tell if that is a person or some paper in the driver's side seat of that vehicle that we see right now on the screen. But it looks like several vehicles are stuck in the water. And that person that was walking there was on a concrete median. So we at least know that much as far as this area. As you zoom out, though, you can see
it's a creek there.
Yeah, you can see it's a creek, and you can see kind of the fact that it is. Oh, another car. Wow. Well, oh my goodness, look at that.
This is one of those streets. I mean, they're still, well, they can't tell if they're trying to drive through it, but this just goes back to the fact. So many times they say, do not go out. And obviously those cars weren't sitting there when the storm came in, so they tried to drive through this at some point, not realizing how deep it was. The Humvee couldn't even get through.
And then there you see where they're trying to get to, which is a community. And there are more what appear to be National Guard vehicles in that community. This looks to me like they're trying to get to a neighborhood there on the other side of what now looks like a little river.
And the water's come down.
And the water's come down, but you could just see, you know, John, this goes to show that probably a construction site here where they're building more houses.
I mean, again, they're filling up every part of Southwest Florida because it's so popular. I mean, everybody's moving here for a reason, and
that building just wiped out.
Something's gone. Yeah, that one may have been gone a while from the looks of it. There's a lot of stuff around that one.
There.
But yeah, so many people moving here, and people have said, okay, we're building in these areas, maybe we shouldn't. I don't know this area in particular. I'm just speaking in generalities here. But so many houses in flood zones.
Wow. And there is
All right, our Fox 35 team here reacting to this live picture coming in from our chopper up above as it is surveying just some of these damaged areas. You can see homes ripped apart, trees knocked down, and flooding. Definitely a dangerous thing, as they've been saying and pointing out. Some of these areas that are flooded, you just don't know how deep that water could actually get in specific spots, especially when it's such murky water and it's dark colored. You can't tell ahead of time. And for those folks who were trying to drive through it, obviously the National Guard was there. They're hopefully keeping that area blocked off from those residents who may be making their way back to this area to assess their damage. So we will continue to take these live pictures here for our viewers, continue to listen in with our Fox 35 team as they're also reacting here to what we have been seeing. And they're still looking ahead to what's still to come here in this evening and tomorrow, especially as we know tomorrow our South Carolina folks are going to be seeing Ian return at a Category 1 hurricane possibly. So we'll be giving you much more coverage right here with Ian as we continue to track it along the East Coast on Live Now from Fox after we come back from this 2-minute break. You are back here live taking a look at St. Augustine, which has definitely felt the force of Ian as it made its way across Florida. They are still dealing with, you can see here, a lot of wind and rain. And yes, the ocean looking very ferocious here today, as again, they are still dealing with the aftermath of Ian. Now, this is an area that has continued to see flooding. It also saw a huge storm surge, worse than Hurricane Matthew. Let's go ahead and get back into our Fox 35 weather coverage as they're giving us some more updates, this time with Nassau County sheriffs who have been doing some rescues.
Is not the place I would want to be to wait out the storm. Yeah. Also, some all-new video from just into the Fox 35 newsroom. Tropical storm Ian damaging the exterior of the Westgate Palace Resort on I-Drive. I was talking about this one just a little bit ago. You got a lot of tourists staying in the Westgate properties right now, and so one, they're scared. They haven't seen this before, and then parts of the building just take off flying. This video shared by someone vacationing in Orlando from England. It also shows an entire parking lot submerged in floodwaters. Now, for reference, Westgate just south of cross I-4 from Universal Orlando. Oh, by the way, we did get a message just a little bit ago from the PR person over at SeaWorld, and they said they're doing okay. They may be opening up tomorrow, but they had people staying with the animals all night. So they all stayed there and said...
That actually makes me happy.
Yeah, right?
I'm glad
Same
that
here.
someone was watching those animals, those sweet animals.
The commitment of those people to stay at a theme park all night. And I'm sure the same thing happened at Animal Kingdom and some of the other animal parks around Central Florida. But yeah, so the parks are probably going to open up tomorrow.
Gosh, but how scary for tourists to come visit and then to have to live through this and see part of their resort fly away like this.
Well, one of the people we spoke with last night, Valerie Boy, spoke with someone at a shelter.
Yes.
Their son had cancer. They were Make-A-Wish, but that got canceled because of COVID. And then they finally make it over here, and they're in a shelter.
And here they are in a shelter. That was one of the most heart-wrenching stories we heard last night.
All right, so we're going to check in on the forecast here. Luann's going to slide in. I'm going to take a quick break. We have Ian over there in the Weather Center giving us the update.
Yes, so we are seeing still conditions that are not ideal, especially closer to the coast. If you live in Volusia County right now, or if you live in Flagler County and stretches to the north, and also in Brevard County, you're still seeing these conditions. This is our camera, our Launch Credit Union camera. It's a little frozen right now, possibly just down, but it is showing you what it looks like. This is probably going to be what your Thursday is going to look like if you live in Canaveral and stretches to the north, as we are experiencing still strong winds that are pushing through that are up to 34-mile-per-hour winds. That's the last measurement that we had there, but we're still seeing some very strong tropical storm force winds. These winds, they're going to be an issue because they're going to continue to push onshore all this water. We have a large system with a large wind field, and that all pushes this water into the land. That is what the storm surge is. So the forecast storm surge is looking pretty high. We are expecting storm surge to be as high as 6 to 9 feet up to Georgia for our area. Even stretches beginning in Flagler County, you could see up to 6 feet of storm surge, at least nearing 6 feet of storm surge up to Flagler County and to the south. So that is going to be an issue that will continue as we are looking at this storm to move to the north and strengthen. This storm is expected to strengthen back into a Category 1 storm as of the 2 o'clock update that just came in. Down to Volusia County, we're looking at likely 3 to 6 feet of storm surge through the course of this afternoon, as those winds are still expected to be up to 50, 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour. Ormond Beach, Daytona, New Smyrna Beach. If you are a visitor to Florida, maybe you came down to have a beach week and you were here in the early part of the week. A bit unfortunate because the end of the week ended like this with conditions showing you that not the best, where we do have strong storm surge and a lot of rain. Volusia County got plenty of rain. We are talking about totals that were ranging 15 to 20 inches of rain. Probably going to be the highest rain totals we see in our area. Wind gusts currently, we are still looking at those strong winds that are around the northern part of the system. We have seen these strong winds wrapping around the system. The northern side of the system looking a lot more impressive than the southern side because it's that dry air pulling in. But 65-mile-per-hour wind gusts being reported right now in Palm Coast and Flagler County, 62-mile-per-hour winds in Daytona Beach, 27-mile-per-hour winds in Ticeville. We will experience the strongest wind gusts closer to the storm, so they're going to continue along from Jacksonville to the south, where we will have these 60-plus mile-per-hour winds. Farther west, still expected to see some tropical storm force winds. We have tropical storm warnings that are going to continue into tonight. So 32-mile-per-hour winds in Orlando and 45-mile-per-hour winds right now in Claremont.
And thank you to our Fox 35 team for always keeping us up to date, especially as we're continuing to track Ian. It is still making its way, affecting Florida, and it's going to be headed northwards along our east coast as well. A live look in St. Augustine. You can still see the weather still being impacted by Ian here in St. Augustine, Florida, and Florida really going to have a huge cleanup effort to be taken underway. Now, even though Ian is now a tropical storm strength, its impacts, well, they're far from over. Today, the northeastern coast of Florida will take a hit before the storm goes back out into the ocean. We do have Fox's Rebecca Castor. She's joining us live from Atlantic Beach, which is near Jacksonville. And Rebecca, I know I can see the wind there. Talk a little bit about what you guys have been seeing here over this last 24 hours.
Well, Christy, just all day today, it's been some really powerful winds out here. I want to show you what we're seeing out here from Atlantic Beach. I mean, just check out those waves. Just all day today, we've just seen a really angry ocean as Ian makes its way back out towards the Atlantic. We've seen the waves come up real close to shore. I mean, there's really no beach out there to stand on at this point as the water has just come up further and further. Now, I mentioned the winds. We've been seeing tropical storm force winds out here all afternoon. They could get over 70 miles per hour, so we're bracing here for that. Now, obviously, the beaches out here, they're closed to the public today, and we have seen a few onlookers come out to check out the waves, but for the most part, people are heeding these warnings and staying away from the ocean, which is the best thing that you can do at this point with storm surge. You know, it's really dangerous. You could be standing on a beach, and just in a few seconds, the beach you're standing on could be swept away with water, so definitely good that people are heeding those warnings. Now, we're not expecting the Jacksonville area to take a direct hit from Ian as it goes back out to the shore, but as you can see, Christy, the impacts here are still pretty significant.
And I'm sure, Rebecca, officials are reminding people that even though you see the radar, it's moving away from Florida, there's still not a clear way to be safe out and about here. They're probably advising people to still stay inside today.
That's exactly right, Christy. You know, this area is not going to be, seeing calmer conditions until, tomorrow at this point. So staying inside is definitely still the message from officials at this point. Jacksonville does have 4 shelters open that people that live in areas that are prone to flooding definitely took advantage of today.
And finally, Rebecca, when you've been possibly speaking with some people in the area, what have they been saying and their thoughts about Hurricane Ian, especially since this was a huge storm to hit the Gulf side? They're not usually the ones who take the first impact from these hurricanes.
That's exactly right. And I think that once people saw the images that were coming out of Southwest Florida and that they knew the storm was coming towards them, I think that they really decided to take this a little bit more seriously. You know, this side of Florida doesn't get hit by hurricanes as often as Southwest Florida, but they saw those images and they knew what was headed their way. Obviously not as severe of an impact on this side of the coast, but they did heed those warnings and shelter in place and take advantage of those shelters that the city set up as well.
And hopefully people will still continue to listen to the officials. I know you guys are right there in the thick of it still, so we do appreciate you checking in with us here on Live Now from Fox. Fox's Rebecca Castor joining us here. Hopefully you guys can continue to stay safe as you give us more updates on the damage. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thanks, Christy.
And don't forget, Live Now going to continue giving you more coverage throughout the day, continuing to track Ian, especially as we just heard Rebecca mention. It's still going to be impacting Floridians, especially as we know there's still power outages and flooding concerns to be had as well. Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead. We'll take our first break of this hour. We'll continue giving you more coverage, especially as we have more counties continuing to give us updates on damage and recovery. Some viewers going out to that 2-minute break. Our other viewers who aren't going to that break, we're going back into our Fox 35 coverage as they're getting Volusia County giving us an update on recovery efforts.
And stormwater systems. As the assessments progress, information will be disseminated to the public, including notifications on when those roads are safe for travel. By staying off the roads, you can help create a safer working environment for all emergency crews working to restore services. Even once road conditions have improved, you may still come across hazards and need to act accordingly. First, if you approach standing or running water over the road, turn around. Numerous variables dictate the probability of successfully navigating through water, such as the depth of the water on the road, underwater debris, your vehicle type, and the condition of your tires. It is best not to take the risk. Please turn around, don't drown. Secondly, you may approach non-working traffic signals. In this situation, follow the same rules as if you were approaching a four-way stop. Always come to a complete stop, look twice, as other motorists may not follow this rule associated.
And we just got an update from Volusia County. The big takeaway there, 247,000 people are still without power. They are assessing the damage still on the roads, trying to make sure the roads are clear for emergency vehicles, telling folks to stay in place. Don't go out there yet.
Yeah, and they're also reminding people to not put the generators in their garage or in their homes if they have lost power, because of course that always causes a problem. Carbon monoxide can seep into your home, and almost every time we have a hurricane and people lose power, there is a tragedy because people put that generator way too close to their home or inside their home, and we see death. So we're hoping this time that does not happen.
People listen and heed those warnings. Well, our live team coverage continues with Fox 35's Deborah Cho, who is live in Daytona Beach.
So Deborah, there have been several rescues where you are out there.
Yeah, there have, and you can probably see why, just how strong the waves are behind me. I'm going to step out and get actually a little bit closer to this restroom area that we have, so I blocked by the wind. But take a look at what the current waves look like right now here at Daytona Beach. We were listening earlier to what Storm Team Meteorologist Ian Cassette was saying, with just how strong these storm surges could be, and obviously with the wind gusts that we're seeing here in Daytona Beach. I've seen a couple people just stop on by just to get some video of what this looks like. And of course, you know, the eye of the hurricane is off into the ocean at this point. Tropical Storm Ian's, though, remnants are still absolutely being affected here at Daytona Beach. And I've also been driving around in the area. We were staying right out down the road at the Hard Rock, and there are signs everywhere. There are some palm trees out in the road. You can just see the debris all over the place. I was talking to some people that were staying there, and they're asking, is this going to be over soon? And so, of course, this is still happening here in Daytona Beach. Obviously, you can see the waves behind me. A lot, very, very strong. Definitely do not want to be out in this. Luckily, since I've been here for the past about 20 minutes or so, I haven't seen anybody try to go out and be a daredevil per se. But of course, it's very dangerous, and you want to stay away from the beach area. And of course, if you can stay inside and stay home, that is what officials are urging you to do. Reporting here in Daytona Beach, Deborah Cho, Fox 35 News.
Yeah, Deborah, thank you. Volusia County's been hit really hard. You were out there yesterday at this time, and it doesn't seem like it's changed much. You're still seeing a lot of wind, and it looks like maybe the rain has eased up for now, but they cannot catch a break out there.
No, that's a really good point, Luann, is that the wind yesterday was bad, but the rain hitting against it was also just really bad. But today, I can say the rain is really not the issue. It's the wind that's been the issue. And I was talking to our photographer, Evan, and I said, was the wind just as bad yesterday? Because our car is still kind of moving. And it really does seem like that wind has not let up here. I know last night, Brooks Gardner was saying that some of the wind gusts, I'm going to come in a little bit, it's getting a little stronger. Some of the wind gusts reported were almost over 80 miles an hour. So that just goes to show you how strong the winds are here at Daytona Beach.
And she had to go in there to shield herself from the wind that is not giving up just yet. Deborah, thank you so much. Lots of water rescues complete in Kissimmee, but some people refuse to leave their homes despite the flooded roads surrounding them.
Fox 35's Valerie Boy is hearing from the sheriff there, who says there is a curfew in place tonight to help keep everyone safe.
I'm here at the Pebble Point subdivision, where you could see the whole neighborhood is just flooded out. In fact, if you take a look over here, there's a car that's trying to get through in this very deep water. They say this is what you should not do because it is way too dangerous. Not only that, it creates a wake. The sheriff was telling me that they've been rescuing people like the person that you see going down this road because they get stuck. Now, the National Guard is here. A lot of the rescues have been by airboat that you see right over there. The sheriff tells me that around 200 people have been rescued from their homes so far. And joining me right now is Sheriff Marcos Lopez. Sheriff Lopez, can you tell me What has this all been like for you?
Well, since we woke up, at the crack of dawn, we've been out here because we wanted to do our assessment after the storm. And this is one of the areas that was affected with a lot of water that went into the residences. And it's actually, some of the homes have about a foot of water in them. Toward the back, they're not as bad. It's mostly the roadway. So we've been out here with the National Guard. They just got here a little bit ago. They're doing an assessment and knocking door to door with their ton trucks. We had FWC here, Florida Highway Patrol, the fire department, and the sheriff's office. And we also have the utilities out here. And we're just going to continue we're doing a final assessment to knock on doors to see if anybody else wants to be evacuated, and then we shuttle them down to the shelter.
How are these people doing?
Some were crying, a lot were upset, some were shaken, some really didn't want to go, and we're not forcing them, but they were concerned about standing. Some people still have power, so they were standing in water and electrical, and they were just really scared, so they were coming out of the house and standing on the side of the road, and we were just bringing them rather quickly. One had open heart surgery, so he needed out. Everything was wet. So little by little, we're just taking the people who call, we'll go in and grab them, or people who have the emergencies, we'll go in and bring them out. Other than that, now we see a lot that want to stay because they have their own generators, and they're self-sustained, so they're fine. But other than that, we're just going to do a final sweep, and people who don't want to leave, they stay at their own risk. We just recommend they don't drive through this because it's still about 3 or 4 feet deep.
You were telling me that you had to rescue a lot of people in their cars, correct?
Yes, earlier, all over. I mean, people just, I don't know what they're thinking, a little small compact car is not going to make it through 4 feet of water. And then, you put yourself at risk, and then you put us at risk because we have to come out and get you, and you pull away from someone who really needs it. If you don't have to leave your house, and you're in something like this, just don't leave. Hopefully the rain will stop and this water will subside maybe by tomorrow or late this evening, and we'll pretty much be back to normality.
So you think around 4 feet deep right over here?
Yeah, it's probably about 4 feet, 4.5 in some spots. It's just that lake was really overflowed earlier. It seems that it's subsided a little bit, but if it continues to rain, that's what our concerns are.
Okay, thank you very much. And a curfew will go into effect starting at 9 p.m. tonight, and that will run to 6 o'clock in the morning. Again, take a look. It looks like they're about to take that airboat out in just a few minutes to do more rescues. But just to recap, the National Guard is going door to door rescuing people from their homes. Reporting from Kissimmee, Valerie Boy, Fox 35 News.
All right, and we want to get over to Fox 35's Connor Hansen now, who is live outside of the Arden Villa Apartments in Orlando.
Connor, what are you seeing over there?
Well, we're seeing some really bad flooding really all over this area near UCF, and I'm going to step aside so you can see it. The whole entrance to the Arden Villas here, it's flooded. Now, some people are trying to drive, but you can also see these are all students for the most part who live here. They're trying to wade through the water. They've got all their stuff, and some of them tell us, their apartments are flooded. Their cars are flooded in here, and this is really the main way to get in and out of here. We've been talking to some of the people who live here, too. I'm going to bring one of them in right now. It was Colby, right?
Correct.
So you live right here in the building. Tell me what you saw in there.
Absolutely, yeah. So it just kept on flooding, man. And his car was actually over here, and it wasn't too bad. And then 30 minutes later, it rose like 2 feet, and it was almost underwater. And luckily, we were able to get it out before anything like crazy happened to it. So
are people's actual apartments starting to flood in there?
So yeah, people's on the first floor, their apartments are going down, and then also people's cars are legit fully submerged underwater.
So it's pretty much all students here. I mean, what's the mood like? We've seen, you guys seem like you're doing okay, but we've seen a lot of emotion out here, people crying, calling people on the phone, trying to get help. I mean, what's going on there? What's the emotion like?
Just no words. I've been in Florida all my life, and this has been some of the craziest stuff I've ever seen. So my heart goes out to everyone that's been affected, and just thankful I'm okay, my apartment's okay, but really just hope everyone else is going to be okay.
Right, and no classes today, right?
No classes today. Praise God. There we go.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and stay safe out there. And again, guys, Arden Villa's apartment, I'm going to walk a little bit closer to this so you can see it. Someone with their dog trying to get out right now, but it's pretty deep water here right by the entrance and the gate. Cars are still getting in and out, but it's deep, and it's probably not safe. So for the most part, again, people waiting with all their stuff, kind of a difficult situation for the people who live here, because we're seeing people with things like plastic bins, their clothes, belongings they'll need for the immediate future just getting out of here. Some of them might have their apartments flooded. Some of them might have their cars flooded. And again, we're off University here, not far from UCF. We've seen flooding really all over the place in, different streets, storefronts, cars flooded out, and a couple blocks away from here. You can see this even extends all the way to this parking lot off to the side. So it's really widespread. There's a river not too far from here too. So just really, really bad. A recipe for lots of flooding. You heard from that student we talked to a second ago. He's never seen anything like this, but we'll continue to monitor this, talk to people here about what they're going through, and keep you updated. Back to you.
Hey, Connor, I was going to ask you, you've been in Orange County for the last 24 hours. What was it like getting to those apartments? Because I know there's been considerable flooding in that area.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we didn't see a whole lot of really unusual flooding until we got to the couple of blocks around here, but more of the same, and actually even deeper flooding. Police had a couple of roads closed off. They had cars they had to push out of the roads, cars that were totally flooded out in parking lots, storefronts that were flooding out. Seeing a lot of this around here for now. The interesting thing, though, people who live here tell me they actually still have power in here. And
wow.
for example, I mean, 20 minutes from here in Orlando, I don't have any power still. So it's just interesting how that works, Ray.
Yeah, it's been all very haphazard in Orlando.
Yeah, Connor, as you've been driving around, have you seen anything back open? I was surprised by how many cars were on the roads when I was coming to work. Are there any stores or anything open where people could be going to?
Well, we haven't seen much open, but it was funny. We actually saw some people walking back in with some supplies. They told us a Wawa down the street is open and their deli and coffee is open, so maybe we'll even stop for coffee soon because I didn't have any of that at home. But I think it's actually over here. I don't know if we can see it, but I'll take a look for you. But other than that, no, we really haven't seen much open. I mean, you heard from the students there. There's no class today, so they're just busy dealing with all this right now.
Well, Connor, you're holding up well despite not having the coffee. We appreciate your hard work, you and your photojournalists there. Thank you so much. And we want to get to some breaking news now from Lake Mary Police. A warning to anyone living along Crystal Lake Heights near Crystal Lake, specifically on Linda Lane. Stay indoors for now. Lake Mary PD says there are multiple live power lines down towards the entrance of the neighborhood. Standing water could be electrified. The power company has been alerted. It is in the process of fixing it. So this, of course, is always a good reminder for folks about standing water, power lines. That is always an issue to be concerned about.
No reason to go out today, so stay safe and stay inside. Fox Weather's Mitty Hicks is up in Tallahassee today.
They were spared from the impacts of the storm, but ready to respond to other areas in need of help.
I'll tell you that people here in Tallahassee are just counting their blessings because this is one area here in Florida along the panhandle that just didn't get hit by Hurricane Ian. So we're here at the state capitol because we are at the Emergency Operations Center. Now, this is the staging center for all of those critical resources making its way down to places that was hit hard by Hurricane Ian. So here is FEMA, the U.S. Coast Guard, the National Guard, the American Red Cross, these people deploying out to places like Tampa and Fort Myers to send help and food and rescue. Governor Ron DeSantis is also making his way around the state, touring some of those areas, and we'll hear about 1:45 Eastern time his thoughts on what he's seeing so far. He's been talking a lot about rescue and recovery efforts, and what I can tell you is there are about 40,000 linemen and women ready to deploy to get to those places. Craig just mentioned that there are about 2.6 million people without power. And again, a part of the rescue and recovery plan put on by the state, Governor DeSantis says he has about 40,000 to 50,000 linemen and women ready to go to restore power. We also learned that there are about 26 states that sent critical resources, including fire, rescue, and EMT. So again, right here in Tallahassee, it's the staging center for all of those critical resources deploying to those people that need it the most, Amy and Craig.
Really a great point there that this is an area that was spared, Mitty, that could have been very vulnerable, but instead this is now a staging area for sending out the resources that are going to be desperately needed. We're hearing as many as 26 states are also helping, coming in from the outside into Florida. As far as the resources go, it's not just Florida that will be helping itself. It will be states from more than half the country coming in to aid in some of the recovery.
Yeah, Amy, that's exactly right. Some of those states are the states that know exactly what to do during that danger. We're talking about Mississippi, places like Louisiana have all deployed those critical resources to help Florida. Again, these are states that know what to do. They're no stranger to hurricanes, so it's much needed for people here in Florida.
And that was Mitty Hicks reporting from Tallahassee. Well, Fox 35's Marie Ettinger is out in the Orla Vista neighborhood.
Marie, there is a massive rescue effort underway out there right now. That's an area that always floods, even when we see heavy rain.
Yeah, dozens of people had to be evacuated, and they'd been warned ahead of time that they should probably get out before something like this happened, but many chose to stay. I did talk with the Army National Guard, who said they'd taken out about 30 people. That was a few hours ago, and they said they still had more that they were going to try to evacuate. They went through with massive trucks just to do that, and we'll flip the camera around to show you why they had to. Just look how high this water has gotten. You can see that fire hydrant there just as a point of reference. This blue house that you're looking at, I talked with the owner of that house. They had evacuated to Tallahassee during the flood last night. They came in today to check on their house, and boy, did they get some bad news. They said that it had flooded up to 4 feet through the majority of the home, and that was actually after the water had gone down. So what's interesting is you can see the water just clears out, and there's a tiny, tiny hill, and then it is just gone. This street is clear. You can see further down the road that there is quite a bit of debris in the street, but then it kind of varies as you go street to street and home to home. You can see the water pooling up along the sides. Any area that has a good bit of drainage did a little bit better, and the county did try to pump out water in the past couple of days just preemptively, just preparing for this storm, but it was not enough. You saw all that flooding, and street to street, as I mentioned, it varies quite a bit. So although this road is clear, just down a couple of streets over, a couple of blocks, we saw just massive flooding like what we just drove you through. I did talk with a few people who said that they just went through this a few years ago. This area seems to have gotten a bit harder hit by Hurricane Andrew than it did Irma. So Andrew was the one that people have been really bringing up a lot, but they said just a few years ago it flooded, and they were expecting this, but expecting it is really not the same as living it. So some people said they were left homeless after that, but they were able to pump out the water and eventually move back in. They said they aren't able to afford to move out, so they had to come back to the same place, and now this has happened again. We'll flip the camera around again so that we can show you this downed tree over a house we're just passing by. And we did see a couple of those. You can see it there on the side. The roof does fortunately look okay. A few of the people I'd spoken with said they had gotten new roofs recently, and that kept them safe, but still that is going to be quite a bit to deal with. As we're coming up around the corner here, I want you to pay attention to the amount of debris that's in the road right now. This has been giving people some trouble too. So as the Army National Guard has been coming through, they have these gigantic trucks that can deal with this. In the more flooded areas, they actually had to bring in boats to get people out. The Army National Guard said it's not forcing anyone to evacuate, but that they definitely recommend it because we don't know what's in these floodwaters. The debris can be dangerous. We've seen people wading through. We've seen people walking out with their belongings even through the floods. We've seen people risking their cars, risking their own safety driving through this sort of thing. It's definitely a dangerous situation. It's one that people were warned about, but there's just something about knowing it could happen and actually experiencing it, and I think that's part of what people have been dealing with right now. Interestingly, some parts of this neighborhood, even those that are flooded, do still have power. Others, where there's streets all over the place that are flooded out, are without power, and there's really no telling when that's going to get back. This right here is a comparatively minor flood zone, and it's still enough so that a regular sized car would probably want to be careful going through. You might lose some traction. You can see just the neighborhood is in complete disarray. All this debris along the side that's already been hauled out, that is good news, but again, there's just been so much confusion, so much heartache in this area of Orla Vista. Back to you guys in the studio.
Hey, Marie, you made a great point. Expecting is not the same as living it. And we saw someone walking by with a blanket wrapped around them. That was the only person I saw in your shop. But have you seen more people coming out of their homes?
Yeah, We have seen people all out and about all through the day. The area that we just drove you through earlier that had all of the water was actually, we saw a bunch of people wading through, carrying things over their heads, trying to get out some of their belongings. Some people told me that they had, in anticipation of this, put their belongings on higher shelves to a higher elevation to keep it safe. But I know some people did say even in doing that, it wasn't enough. Talking with the Army National Guard and some neighbors, some of the homes here had water up to their chest, or in some cases up to their waist, up to their chest, that whole range. So this is nothing minor here. I know the area that we just drove you through, you might be thinking, oh, that doesn't look so bad. The first place that we drove you, where that entire street is flooded, is just one of many in this neighborhood. And we've been here for several hours. It has not gotten any better. That water is not draining out.
Wow.
All right, Maria, thank you.
And you know, Marie brought up a good point too. She was talking about power outages. The last update we got from Orlando was 67,000 people without power in Orlando. So she was saying, you know, one street has power, another street doesn't. So those crews are still making their way out there.
Oh, it's going to take days, for that power to be restored, if not up to a week or more.
And 200 additional crews are headed down here to Orlando specifically. So that just goes to show you, and that's just Orlando. I mean, a lot of other people.
Yeah, we still have more than 2 million people statewide without power.
Correct.
So now that the waters are starting to recede, now that Ian is moving offshore, those extra crews, can come in and start helping out. The linemen will be moving in from other states trying to get power restored all across Florida, most specifically that west coast of Florida was hit so hard. The governor was saying earlier today the grids are knocked out in Lee and Collier County. So that is going to take probably weeks, if not months, to get everyone back online over there.
Because if you think about it, there are still houses that are completely underwater. The water is up to the roof. So it's going to take a while for that water to start receding. And we actually saw in the Sarasota area a little while ago where they were still trying to get to some of those neighborhoods that have been flooded out. The roads are not passable.
Yeah. And that's not even the hardest hit area. Yeah, they were still probably about 60 miles away from the eye of the storm. So just imagine what Fort Myers and Naples looks like right now.
It's going to be devastating for quite some time. All right, well, we want to get to some more breaking news out of Orange County. Memorial Middle School, which we were at last night, says it is no longer accepting people in its shelter.
Yeah, that school says it's at full capacity and they cannot take anyone else in. So do not go there today. We have a list of other Orange County shelters that do have room on our website. Just go to fox35orlando.com. And we also want to get to some drone video. Take a look at this. This is out of Lee County over in the Fort Myers area. Homes there are devastated by the flood damage. And you can see smoke coming from at least one house there. Around the city, now that the floodwaters are starting to recede a bit, you can see all sorts of destruction and debris just scattered everywhere. Yeah, and we were talking earlier to Sanibel Island. Right there, I think this is it.
Yeah,
the bridge is gone. And there's only one way in and out of Sanibel Island and Captiva. So if those people didn't evacuate, they're stranded on the island.
And you can see these streets they now look like murky small rivers instead of streets. You can't even see the pavement anymore because the water has flooded that much. And some of these homes, I mean, look at these homes along the beach. These are some expensive pieces of property.
Very expensive, yeah.
And they are now dealing with quite some damage.
And the sheriff over there says, quote, our hearts go out to every resident who is impacted. The Lee County Sheriff's Office is mobile and will stop at nothing to help our residents.
But the pictures coming out of there with the sunlight are truly impressive. Well, Disney World will reopen the park tomorrow in what's really a promising sign right there. According to a Disney World spokesperson, the park, along with Disney Springs, will reopen in phases on Friday. That is tomorrow. The company expects the weather conditions to improve later today. It will release the weekend's hours later in the evening. Universal Orlando Resort will stay closed today. The park will conduct detailed inspections to ensure a safe reopening.
Well, the northeast part of the state is still feeling the impacts of Tropical Storm Ian at this hour.
Yeah, Fox Weather's Jonathan Seri is in Atlantic Beach. That's near Jacksonville. He shares the conditions up there.
Take a look behind me. You can see the Atlantic Ocean, the waves just churning out there. And late yesterday, some heavy equipment came in, started shoring up these sand dunes, in particular this public access area, shoring it up with sand in hopes of preventing the waves from crashing over. Well, just minutes before we came on, a large wave came and a small amount of water spilled over. We're not experiencing any flooding in this city just yet, but it's certainly certainly a concern along these coastal areas, the beaches off the coast of Jacksonville. And although there are no mandatory evacuations here in Duval County, the mayor of Jacksonville is urging people in low-lying areas, such as these beachside communities, as well as parts of downtown Jacksonville that flooded back during Hurricane Irma in 2017, to take the threat of this storm seriously, to safeguard their lives and property, and consider voluntarily evacuating any flood-prone areas. Take a look at these palm trees blowing in the wind. They've been doing this since yesterday afternoon, well in advance of the arrival of the brunt of this storm, Ian, as it continues to head across the state of Florida. A weakened version of what it was when it hit the West Coast, but still a formidable threat. Back to you.
Well, now we want to get out to Fox 35's Jessica Ely. She is live in Winter Springs.
And Jessica, a road collapsed there.
Yeah, I'm here on Shore Road in Winter Springs, and just take a look at this. Shore Road, it's collapsed. It's what one neighbor described as a waterfall. You can see the asphalt has kind of gone into the dirt right here, and it's a sinkhole. So it's kind of just really scary. We've seen a lot of people driving up to it, driving away, and a lot of people, as you can see, even coming up just to take pictures. But I'm not sure if this is a creek right here, but there is a lot of water, and just we've been driving around this entire neighborhood. A lot of water is collected all over the place, so you could see why something like this would happen with the erosion of the road. But yeah, it has turned into some sort of a waterfall. There is a drainage system right there. Just the road is collapsed. No one can get through. There's really only one way in and out of this neighborhood right now, but just pretty incredible to see what happened from Hurricane Ian. So yeah, lots of people out here. This is Shore Road in Winter Springs. We're going to get another look at this collapsed road safely, though. Look at that drainage. Lots of water. The sidewalk has even collapsed. There's a railing over there that has collapsed. People cannot get through the street, and just water keeps coming and collecting in this area. But we are going to take a look at this safely. It looks like a creek or something back there by people's homes. But like I said, we are in Winter Springs. People coming up to look at this and just to see, because you don't see something like this very often. But people are coming up, driving back, trying to stay safe. Lots of collected water in this neighborhood. But that's all for now from Winter Springs, from Shore Road. Jessica Ely, back to you.
And Jessica, I see some people right behind you there. Are they trying to get into that neighborhood, or what's the deal with those folks there? I see right in your background.
Yeah, well, yeah, like I said, people, they keep coming up here. We actually got tipped off by some of the neighbors. We were in another part of this neighborhood, and they're like, hey, you have to go down the Shore Road to check this out because the road is collapsed. It's completely eroded. So people are just coming up. You can see them with their cell phones taking pictures, even smiling at our camera. But people are just in awe of this because the road is collapsed. No one can get through. So just a pretty dangerous situation in this neighborhood.
Yeah, Jessica, I was going to say it does look dangerous. I don't know if it's safe for people to be standing on the road there. It looks like it could give way at any time. Have we heard from city officials about a time frame to get this road fixed?
Yeah, we have not yet. We were tipped off by some Fox 35 viewers about this, but we are reaching out to officials about the timeline for when this will get fixed. But it could take a while just because the road is eroded. Like I said, no one can get through. There's even, if we take a look right here, someone drove up here on Shore Road. They were trying to take a picture of this because it's just such an incredible sight. You don't see something like this every day, and the wind is starting to pick up. There's lots of rain out here.
All right, Jessica, thank you for that report. Alarming to see a road giving way, a sinkhole, it appears to have opened up there.
And as the day continues, it seems like we're just getting a better idea of the damage that we've gone through here in Central Florida.
As people drive around and the neighbors are going, go over there, go over there. Yeah, destruction a little bit everywhere.
A little bit of yep. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Ian Cassette is joining us now.
So Ian, we are seeing more and more cases of roads like that being washed out.
Yeah, this is very common when you have this much rain in a short period of time. We got it plenty when I was in Southwest Virginia, especially when you had the mountains but they're very prone to flooding there. And when you have so much rain at once, it has to go somewhere. So I was looking at the map trying to figure out what was there, and it looks like there are some creeks that run through Winter Springs with Lake Jessup right there, and it's probably filled up and the creeks are overflowing, and that erosion over time very quickly can take out some of those roads that run with the creeks by them. So that is going to be unfortunately commonplace across our area given the levels of rain that we have seen. And the winds are still continuing. We are still seeing those very strong winds today. The rain is starting to fall apart, or at least it's starting to move away as the system moves away from us. But we have tropical storm warnings that continue. Even with the storm offshore, we are still experiencing tropical storm, even hurricane force winds, that hurricane warnings that run all the way down to Brevard County along the shoreline to the north. If you're inland, you're not going to experience as strong of winds as you are closer to the shoreline. That has a lot to do with the lack of friction. Once you get that land involved, it actually just slows those winds down. But undisturbed towards the coastline, that is where we're going to see those strong winds. So let's look at Ian right now. It's a tropical storm, a strong tropical storm, but it is expected to intensify into a hurricane as it moves to the north. The southern end of it doesn't really look like much. That's because it's got some dry air that's pooling in behind it, and that was also a part of the forecast as we went on into yesterday. But now we're seeing that system turn to the north, leaving behind the strong winds. It will likely intensify to a Category 1 storm, 75-mile-per-hour winds, and then through this evening and into tonight, make landfall early Friday morning, possibly right near Charleston. So if you have family in Charleston, or maybe you visit Charleston, they're definitely going to be seeing the brunt of the system. It may not be as strong as when it made landfall in southwest Florida, but it's still a hurricane that's going to bring in strong storm surge up to 6 feet minimum there. So that's going to lead to some issues along the shoreline there in South Carolina, even down to the south over Georgia and northeastern Florida, where we are looking at those strong winds and the storm surge. And here is a view right now. This is a camera in St. Augustine that shows you that water that has pushed onshore from that storm surge. We've got strong winds of 60+ mile-per-hour winds that are moving onshore, and that's leading to the water that's gone over the streets. So this is an area that has experienced some flooding. The infrastructure there in St. Augustine, obviously it's a very old city, and a common issue when you have major flood events. Of course, this is a historical flood event, and you have factor in about 15+ inches of rain there in St. Augustine and a storm surge, and you'll get results like that. So hopefully they're able to clear things out once the system moves away. Now, the storm surge is expected to be as high as 6 to 9 feet, going up to Savannah and Jacksonville, and possibly as far south as Volusia County. I think down to Flagler County will be as far south as we'll see those winds, or at least those storm surge, and then farther to the south, things will clear up there. But our top wind gusts that we've experienced through the storm, we had 86-mile-per-hour winds recorded in New Smyrna Beach, 81-mile-per-hour winds at Daytona, and Orlando topping out at 67 miles per hour. Not expected to see any more of these type of winds, or at least of that magnitude, but we certainly are seeing those gusty winds through the rest of today. The 7-day forecast, let's get some good news in here. We've got things that will be calming down, and hopefully we're looking at some quieter weather heading on into the weekend. Definitely is going to be drier with those temperatures back in the 80s, and a break from all the rain for all of Central Florida and Florida in general to dry out.
All right, Ian, thank you. And even though Hurricane Ian is now at tropical storm strength, its impacts are far from over.
Yeah, the northeastern coast of Florida is still getting hit by a lot of rain and wind, even though the storm has now moved offshore. We want to get out to Fox 35's Rebecca Castor. She is live up in Atlantic Beach, which is right near Jacksonville. So, Rebecca, show us what you're seeing out there.
Well, Luann, Ray, we're still seeing some pretty severe impacts here from Tropical Storm Ian, even though, like you said, it is back in the water. But take a look at what it's doing to Florida's east coast. The waves out there still really angry. We have seen the storm surge subside somewhat through this afternoon. Earlier today, it was coming up closer to those sand dunes, and so we are seeing it subside somewhat right now. But we're still feeling those tropical storm force winds. I'm sure you guys can hear it through my microphone, but but if you take a look at those palm trees, that can give you a pretty good visual of the wind that we're facing out here. We've been bracing all day for winds that have been going over 70 miles per hour. Now, of course, the beaches on this side of the state are closed today. We have seen a few onlookers come out and take a look at the waves, but no surfers, and people are really heeding the warnings from officials here to stay away from the beaches, and they are sheltering in place for the most part. Jacksonville did open 4 shelters throughout the area for people that live in areas that are prone to flooding, and we know people took advantage of that. So we are expecting conditions to simmer a little bit in the evening as Ian makes its way further away from Florida. But right now we're still feeling pretty strong winds and just some light rain. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Rebecca Castor reporting for us live in the northeastern part of the state. And in another round of...
And thank you not only to Rebecca, who also had just talked with us, talking with the Fox 35 team, but also thank you to our Fox 35 team in Orlando. They have been giving us some great coverage, a new video, and of course, all their reporters sharing all the latest updates with us here. Let's go ahead and send our viewers off to a 2-minute break. We'll continue to keep you posted on the very latest when it comes to Ian as it continues to track towards the Carolinas. More to come right here in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Boy, we've been giving you so many different looks of Ian as it has been making its way into the Gulf Coast, across Florida, and now up along the East Coast. It is going to be exiting Florida, going back into the ocean before then making landfall in South Carolina. That's expected to take place tomorrow. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest track here, especially since it has been downgraded into a tropical storm, but now it will also gather a bit more strength before hitting South Carolina and coming back, returning to landfall as a Category 1 hurricane. Of course, a lot of damage and destruction has already been talked about here, especially as we do have now officials as well as some homeowners starting to get back to some of those locations where they had been evacuated from. Let's take a look at some of this video coming to us from Lee County Sheriff's Department. They had their drones up in the air giving us a look at where the hurricane had first made impact. So this right here, for our viewers to know about, Lee County, that includes that Fort Myers area, Cape Coral, Sanibel Island, Captiva Island. So that area that really had seen that storm starting to come through. So this again was just taking a look at just some of that damage that they had, especially as now homeowners are going to try to start to go back to areas. You see this, that water that had come up and now it's gone. It's leaving behind piles of sand, and that's not going to be easy to move out of the way, nor is all of the debris that's mixed within it. You can see buildings ripped apart, as well as roadways that are just not going to be able to be gotten through. And then also I want to make a note of here, I'm glad that they got video of the bridge that goes out to some of those islands. You can see here just how much destruction there is. So some of those people who are on some of those islands, if they weren't able to get off, they're going to be stranded there until they're able to be rescued because of all of this damage and destruction to those roadways that were going back and forth between the pair. So let's go ahead. I want to give you the very latest update from our Lee County officials. They were just speaking moments ago. Let's go ahead and give you their assessment and their latest press conference on how they're going to be recovering, as well as possibly rescuing more people.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being with us today. We'd like to provide an update on response and recovery efforts to this latest storm, Hurricane Ian. Lee County and all of its partner agencies are actively engaged in damage assessment today, along with search and rescue operations. Earlier today, the sheriff provided helicopters for us to fly in and around Lee County to do our very first aerial assessment to try and get a handle on the magnitude of the damage for Lee County. And I can tell you that in all these years, I've not seen damage to Lee County from a storm like this. When you take a look at the barrier islands, particularly from the air, it's very clear to see where the storm came on shore and then just churned with 140-mile-an-hour winds over the islands for some period of time. Probably the greatest amount of damage and decimation is at Fort Myers Beach. There's extensive damage to the buildings on Sanibel, and the Pine Island. The bridges to Pine Island have all failed. So right now you cannot get to Pine Island by vehicle. Likewise, there are 5 structural failures on the Sanibel Causeway. There are 5 sections of roadway that have just fallen away. We are working with those cities to make sure that we're getting proper resources to the islands. The sheriff will talk with you in just a moment about some of his rescue efforts that are underway. So as the day progresses, we have more and more resources coming to Fort Myers that include, the sheriff's office, of course, has been active since before the wind quit blowing. And we are working with the urban search and rescue teams from Florida, including fire, law enforcement, and EMS personnel. That all began before daylight. And the federal urban search and rescue teams from across the country have been deployed as well, and we anticipate they will be in Lee County sometime today and into the early hours tomorrow, and they are prepared to go to work right away. It's important to remember that Lee County government, along with the sheriff's office, executed a countywide curfew last night at 6 p.m. That curfew applies to not just unincorporated Lee County, but to all of the cities as well. It started at 6 o'clock last night, and it is in effect until it is changed by local government. All 15 shelters in Lee County remain open. As of yesterday, late in the day, there were only still about 4,000 people in those shelters. Given the amount of damage in the community, I think it's reasonable to expect that those shelters will begin to fill up a little more. We have space for about 40,000 people. So if you need sheltering and you can't make your way out of town to more comfortable accommodations, then you can come to these shelters. The emergency management operation, along with other partners, are working to increase water, ice, and food supplies in Lee County. So over the next several days, you'll see more and more of semi-tractor trailers loaded with water and ice and food showing up in Lee County, and we will publicize to the best of our ability so that everyone will know where they can pick up water and those supplies. Infrastructure continues to be assessed. We know that the utility systems countywide, potable water and water treatment systems have failed. We are searching for the source of those failures today, and I would hope that we would have those resolved over the next day or so. But in the meantime, there's a boil water order countywide. Bridge inspections are across the county are underway as we speak. We're receiving help from the Florida Department of Transportation bridge engineers along with our own engineers, and we hope to have all the bridges inspected, by sometime tomorrow. In the meantime, avoid them if you can. We cannot guarantee safety on all of them, and when you think about the failures that have taken place on the Sanibel Causeway and the bridges on the way to Pine Island, I would never have thought that those bridges would fail the way they have. So exercise an awful lot of caution. We are assessing more than 400 traffic signals in Lee County. Some of them at the intersections remain in place. Some of them even have electricity, but we have to inspect every one. Just about all of them require repair, and many are just simply missing. They were by the storm. They were torn from their places where they're attached in the intersections, and they're just gone. So over the next week or so, we'll be rebuilding and fixing all of those traffic signals. Lee County has a debris removal contractor. Some of you may recall after Hurricane Irma 5 years ago, there was hundreds of thousands of cubic yards of vegetative debris on the ground in Lee County. But it doesn't appear to be as much this time, but we have a contractor in place who is in town today assessing the amount of debris that's going to have to be removed, and over the next day or so you'll be seeing that contractor with very large tractor trailers picking up debris all over the county to make sure that the roadways continue to remain open. Our Department of Natural Resources and our Department of Transportation are continue to monitor the flooded areas and assessing infrastructures that assist with drainage of roadways and low-lying areas. You all probably know by now that we had a very significant storm surge in some areas of the county. We saw about 10 feet of water come on shore. Some of those areas remain flooded, but most of that water is now receding. But we'll still see low-lying areas where it's going to take some time for that water to drain, and we will we'll be working in all those areas to facilitate that drainage of that water. Please do not bring your yard waste from the storms to the solid waste facilities right now. Take it to the curb, and we can pick it up there. Collection of trash, recycling, and yard waste is suspended today and Friday. And so we're asking you not to place those materials at the curbside just yet. Wait for those announcements through local media and social media and some of the other platforms that we will use to tell you when we'll start picking up solid waste again. Except the next bullet point says the solid waste garbage collection will resume Monday, October 3rd. So that decision's been made, and that was new for me. Last but not least, county is working with United Way and the Collaboratory to provide people a way to make donations of cash and to help those in our community who have been impacted. Once details are worked out, we will post them on our website and Facebook page. So please stay tuned. We have a lot of local residents who have lost their homes. Yesterday, during one of our press conferences, I mentioned that it's just heartbreaking to see the amount of damage that's taken place for Lee County. Today, I got a really good look at it from the air, and the sheriff can speak to this because he has some firsthand knowledge of some of the devastation out there. Our community really looks like some of the disasters we see periodically throughout the year that have taken place in other parts of the country, whether it's the wildfires or floods or tornadoes. Our community looks like it's been hit by a very large tornado. So you have a lot of neighbors who are going to be in need of resources. Be patient, be kind, and if you're able to donate, please do. It's going to take a while for us to recover, but we are well organized, and I think situated as well as any county in the state of Florida might be. So please stay tuned, and you'll see in the coming days an awful lot of activity that will begin to help us get back to normal. Sheriff?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. DiGiorgio. Thanks for being here today. Obviously, we've been hit very hard. This morning I got up in the helicopter. I know the county managers, the county commissioners, we got up there and we got to see the eye in the sky and really get to see what this county looks like. And I can tell you from the heart, there are no words that can describe what we got to see. As you see some of the Barry Islands, they got hit very hard. But when you look at Fort Myers Beach in particular, there's no words to describe it. It does look like a large tornado did go through it. Homes that would stand tall, buildings are completely gone. When you look at the Bayside, which obviously was washed into the Gulf and back and forth, you have vehicles that are submerged, barely showing. Again, we haven't been able to get to that vehicle or those vehicles or those boats that are upside down inside the bay. This is a long-term commitment that we have here. Last night, special operations units and patrol deputies were out. We were all out in full force, and we're going to gain access to the people that called 911 in priority to make certain that we help everybody as quick as possible. I know that dozens, firsthand dozens of rescues were made in waist-high water where my family members and other responders were able to access people in need and safely get them out of their house and rescue. When we look at the storm, before the storm, during the storm, and after the storm, those three parts, now that the storm has passed us, what we ask, if you don't have to be out, don't be out. There's a reason for that. Although there's no more storm and it looks like the sun is shining, there are so many challenges and there are things that could truly hurt you. In the water, there could be electricity, there can be downed power lines. We don't want you to be out and get hurt. And we also want you to stay clear so we can properly get out there and assess what we have. For those of you that are absolutely heartbroken over what you've lost, my heart goes out to you and your families. We're in this together. If you're worried about welfare checks and your loved ones, I know when you call our local hotline number, unfortunately, you get sometimes disconnected. There's such an influx of calls coming in. Just be patient and keep calling. We're going to get to you. We are going to help you. Teams are out there firsthand right now doing exactly what we need to do, and that is get out there and make things happen. Prioritizing calls. Okay, we had a couple thousand plus calls that we're holding. And what did we do? The second we could, we were out there answering those calls immediately with teams, both from the local, state, and federal side. Governor DeSantis has been a blessing. He has truly been in touch with us completely. I mean, I can't tell you numerous times every single day the First Ladies contact me to say, look, these are the assets that are coming to you. My fellow brothers and sisters in the Florida Sheriff's Association, sheriffs from North Florida, this state is great for a reason, and that is because this whole team comes together and we make things happen. And we're always going to protect and serve the great citizens of this county and this state. I also want to tell you that when you come to an intersection, we have down power lines. We're out of electricity. It's difficult to communicate. Please, please stop and take an extra minute to be certain when you cross an intersection that you don't just assume you got the right of way. Things are very difficult. There's major intersections that don't have any lights. There may be a stop sign on the pavement, but you got to stop and really pay attention if you are going to be out. Again, don't go out unless you really have to. understand that we are in full force. There's the search, there's the rescue, and the recovery. And we are rescuing as we speak. I'm getting briefed continuously. My family members are out there working with everyone you see here. This county has come together. We are going to work together. Don't panic. We're coming to help. Help is on the way, and we are going to be there for you. This county at every level knows exactly what we need to do, and we're going to make it happen. And lastly, the message is going to be very clear when we talked about a curfew. It's our responsibility and our duty to protect those that cannot protect themselves right now. When you have homes that cannot be secured, when you have businesses that if they're not washed away, they can't be secured. So from a law enforcement perspective, anyone or any persons that think they're going to loot or do anything like that, I can tell you with certainty, we have deployed hundreds of deputies strategically along this county everywhere you look. We have the latest and greatest technology at the Real-Time Intelligence Center. Don't do it in this county. Don't make that mistake. Because one thing we do have is vacancy at the jail. And I guarantee you, if you try to prey on one of our great residents, you will find yourself in that jail. Right now, let's all be kind to each other, and let's all help each other. Help your neighbors and help people and be kind. Let's get through this together, and we will get back on our feet. I am more than confident, and I appreciate you very much. County Manager, you want to take some questions?
Well, I'd like to introduce County Commissioner Brian Hammond, County Commissioner Ray Sandelli, and County Commissioner Mike Greenwell. Commissioners, did you have some comments you'd like to make?
Yeah, just briefly.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. County Manager. Thank you, Sheriff Marcino, and I apologize for the appearance. I was out, like many of you this morning, picking up debris, picking up what was left of my roof and many other people's roof. I got to tell you, my heart is with all of you. I am so confident in the team that we have assembled here with the Sheriff's Office and the federal and state partners who are coming to help us with our county manager and the team that we have here working for you in the Emergency Operations Center. Trust me, we know and we see and we feel every bit about as bad as it is out there. We see how bad it is out there. I got a chance to drive through my district on my way from North Cape Coral into the Emergency Operations Center today. I can tell you the mobile home villages did not fare very well. There is metal everywhere wrapped all over the trees. I saw shopping center Merchants Crossing where the fabric store, the front of it just completely came off. I would say the biggest thing that I want you to remember if you're going to leave your house, and really we don't want you to leave your house right now, but is treat every intersection like a four-way stop sign. That is probably the most dangerous thing that I encountered right now is just driving. And so it is not a safe time to drive, so really don't do it if you don't have to. And we are here for you, and we are going to rebuild. Absolutely. Commissioner Sandelli?
Thank you for being here, and I just want to reiterate two things. I did the same thing that many of us did this morning. I was up early, wanted to visit some of my constituents and see things as they unfolded. We come to work every day motivated to get things done, but patience right now is really key. Be thoughtful, be courteous. That second that you're going to try to go through an intersection stuff could be more costly than some of the other things that are happening. So please be patient, be kind, and if you see somebody that needs some help, that's what makes us the community that we are. And we are, as the sheriff always says, we're a family. Let's keep it that way. Thanks.
I think the same thing. I think we all need to have patience. I know driving over here, everybody was pretty courteous, using every stop, major intersection as a four-way stop. This is the time to come together as a community. We have a wonderful sheriff out there doing everything they can, city manager. We're truly a family here, and it's time to be county strong. Let's get strong and work together and help our neighbors, and we're going to get through this, so let's make sure we have patience and we're taking care of our neighbors. Thank you.
All right, thanks again to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox, hearing from multiple counties about what is still to come here in these next 24 hours and into the weekend as well. You can see by some of the damage we've been showing you, especially from that press conference, Lee County, they got hit so hard on areas like Captiva Island, Fort Myers. You heard them speaking about how they're going to have yet more rescues to be doing here today and into the weekend as well. So a lot of warnings still to be given to all of the residents who are there and being impacted by Ian, and even those who are still in the path of Ian. It's still making its way towards the Carolinas. As we know, it is supposed to re-strengthen as it heads back up along our east coast. Live now from Fox, we'll step away for a brief break. We'll bring you out to our Fox 13 news coverage after we return here in just a moment with more on Ian as it continues to leave behind damage. The death toll still rising. We'll give you those updates here after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, taking a live look at some drone video. We have our drone up over Punta Gorda right now in Florida. This is exactly the same area that Governor Ron DeSantis had just given his briefing with his Florida officials. We know that FEMA's working with all the state officials as they now try to do a lot of cleanup and recovery. But this drone video, a little deceiving compared to what some other areas across Florida are still seeing here with this tail of Ian. So while we are giving you these live pictures, let's go ahead and just take a live look also at what St. Augustine is seeing here at this time. This is similar to what we just had with Rebecca Castor. She had joined us here on Live Now from Fox from Atlantic Beach, which is near Jacksonville. They're still getting a lot of strong wind gusts. She was even saying up to 70 miles per hour. They're still getting rain that's coming down. And look at the ocean right now, because it is still having white caps, massive waves still coming and crashing through here. Once in a while, we'll see officials come and stop on this road here, take a look, assess things, make sure no one's out and about here in this area. But it is definitely a tale of what's still happening here in the Florida area. They're still getting some remains of this storm from Ian here. So it's not out of the woods yet for residents in Florida. And as we mentioned, for those who are in areas like here where they are getting a look at some of that damage, we know that flooding's a huge concern. Already here this morning, we saw our choppers up in the air Even with some of the National Guard trying to get through some of that water. You saw 7 people pushing that vehicle through the water. So it is definitely something that they're advising residents. If you don't have to come back to look at the damage, stay away for a few days, especially if you're in one of those areas that really has seen a lot of damage and destruction. Our teams are continuing to give us coverage and giving us different looks around these areas and who was impacted with what kind of damage. So we're going to go back out to our Fox 13 team. They're just they have just begun their 4 p.m. newscast. I want to bring it from the top here for our viewers, especially since they've been giving us a lot of different looks. Let's go ahead and bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox.
And Ian's rains are causing problems still. The severe flooding Central Florida is now facing. And what about the power outages in our area? Crews are on the job fixing lines. All next at 4.
Are you in a family dispute? Go to judgejudy.com. Like us on Facebook and follow.
Range for you, assuming half the. After Hurricane Ian hammered southwest Florida, the governor described the storm as a 500-year flooding event as the storm flooded communities all across the state, forcing some to climb on top of the roofs. 911 centers received thousands of calls for help. And one of the hardest hit areas was Fort Myers, where the storm collapsed homes and buildings, leaving a real debris field behind. Boats were tossed around and pushed onto shore, with some now left on city streets.
Look at this. This is one of the big visuals coming out today. The wind and storm surge so intense that it took out a section of the only bridge to Sanibel Island, which is just about where Ian made landfall. And look at this road here. This is a toll road leading to the island. Hardly any asphalt left. And officials say there may be thousands of people on Sanibel who didn't evacuate, who are now stranded, possibly thousands. Now, this mobile home park in Charlotte County was destroyed by Ian's winds and storm surge. Block after block just tumbled in a jumble there. It's unclear if anyone was hurt. Hopefully everyone got out of there before the storm hit. Communication in this area is a problem now. Cell phone towers are down, phones are down. Satellite phones are the only way people can communicate in that area.
And look at this. The hurricane ripped off part of the roof at Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. Caused a lot of damage inside as well. The ceiling tiles caved in over the ticketing area. A lot of water got inside. Several emergency personnel were staged there throughout the storm. Thankfully, they were not hurt. Despite the damage, the airport is planning to be up and running again by tomorrow or early Saturday at the latest. Governor DeSantis says crews will be working around the clock to help Floridians. The governor took a trip down to the hard-hit area of Charlotte County, and he's advising those who evacuated not to rush home as crews work to clear the roads and restore power. The Coast Guard also made dozens of rescues overnight.
From the wee hours of the morning, there have been people that have descended on Southwest Florida to be able to offer assistance. And so we've seen a number of efforts on the barrier islands to bring people to safety.
And there are more than 40,000 linemen responding to the more than 2 million reported power outages across the state.
Now, along with all the water damage inland, there's also fire damage in Wauchula. Look at this video. This blaze last night left 16 families homeless today. A utility pole snapped in the high wind and it fell into the apartment building. And today the ruins are still smoldering. This is at the Valencia Gardens apartment complex. It happened around 10 p.m. last night. The utility pole smashed through the window of one of the units there, sparking the fire, which, as you saw, led to the entire building burning to the ground.
I got out of there with just about what I have on right here. Everything else is in the house, lost everything, and so is everybody else. They got all their pets and stuff out, so we safe, but all our belonging and memories are up in smoke.
Yeah, really sad for those people there, thinking they've dodged the worst of the storm, and the wind takes out their apartment building through a fire. Everyone did get out safely. That's the good news, but all of them are now looking for a place to live and clothes and other necessities.
Sarasota County is cleaning up after the hurricane, and while there is damage, downtown Sarasota was spared from flooding, something people were a little worried about 24 hours ago. Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon joins us live from a mobile home park just north of Venice this evening. What's it like there, Kim?
Well, Linda, this is Spanish Lakes, and we're in Nokomis, just a few miles away from Venice. And I'll show you what we've been seeing all day long. These mobile homes, just standing up to the winds, were not an option in these cases. You can see the metal just peeled right off of these homes. In some cases, some of the rooms have collapsed on these mobile homes. This is a scene that we have seen all the way from Nokomis here all the way down into Venice. But I want to show you some video from downtown Venice. This is off of Tampa Avenue. These are businesses there as well that are long established businesses that had their roofs ripped off as well. One of them is Barclays Pharmacy. The rainwater was going inside. We could see in there early this morning around 4 a.m. Some images that you're not seeing right now that you will later on today. Venice Theater as well, completely destroyed on the outside. Just very sad things that we have seen all day long. Of course, it could have been much worse compared to Fort Myers. People are saying that they are still lucky to have their lives. And I want to go ahead and give you some sound to hear about how people are now trying to help and just what they saw this morning when they first went out.
Like looking at a war zone this morning. It's scary. I've never seen my town, because I grew up here, look this. I don't know how people are going to rebuild. I'm worried for everybody.
Well, I'm up and early, ready to help clean up. I've seen a lot of trees down, and there's going to be a lot of damage inwards.
We were just ready to go once we knew that we could get out there and do what we need to do. So, yes, I'm very proud of the crew that's working here, and everybody in Venice is really chipping in so far to get things going. Just really, we need our community to be safe. Be safe. If you need help, call us.
And one of the things that kind of surprised my photographer, Travis, and I, early this morning, 4 a.m., we already saw crews with Venice Police Department going out, helping with downlines, assessing damage. And now some of the images that you're seeing right here are from Country Club Estates. It's another mobile home park in Venice. At the time, the winds were still howling, and we did not want to get out of the car, so we took these images with our cell phones. Now, unfortunately, after Ian blew through, the mobile home park there experienced a fire as well. So on top of those winds, they also had a fire. But you can just see, again, the metal that is in the lakes. The metal is everywhere. And as you heard there from Venice Police Chief Charlie Thorpe, that's part of the reason we see a lot of cars, a lot of people going out. We know that there's still not a lot of power, but that's why they're asking people to kind of stay away from some of these areas where you don't need to go. They're concerned that some of these pieces of metal could hurt someone. There are still down lines that the power operators still have not gotten to. And something that I do want to say, gotten a lot of emails from people in Venice, Nokomis, talking about cell phone service. A lot of people saying that they have not been able to get in touch with their relatives. Got to tell you right now, if you have Verizon, you're basically out of luck. Have two cell phones with Verizon on it. We've only been able to use a T-Mobile phone, which is Travis's phone, to get IFB, to call people, to get updates. We did see that down tower as well, so hopefully crews will be out there working to fix it. But City of Venice also gave out some good news. They said as of yet, they have not had any reported injuries from the storm. Of course, there is loss of homes, especially with the mobile homes, but they say as of now, they have not had any reports of anyone being harmed. Linda, Chris, back to you.
Wow, Kim, that's the best news I've heard all day. No injuries where you're at. I love that. Also love to see neighbors eager to help their neighbors. A little bit of positiveness. Thank you.
Well, let's get back now to what is just about ground zero for this very powerful Category 4 hurricane. The Fort Myers area, destruction there is just absolutely devastating. In fact, the sheriff says he believes there's going to be a loss of life, possibly in the hundreds, when everyone is accounted for, because people did stay behind. The damage is far and wide in Lee County, and to say it's catastrophic is not hyperbole for sure. The reality is that the hurricane took anything that wasn't bolted down and some things that were and just carried it off. And you can look at a marina we saw earlier. These are streets here where there's massive damage to buildings in downtown Fort Myers. There is debris everywhere. Thousands of trees down. Debris in all of the roads there pretty much. Power lines down. In fact, Florida Power and Light said that basically Lee County and Charlotte County are off the grid, and that entire systems will have to be rebuilt for them to have power again. It's not just a matter of putting some lines back together. They're going to have to recreate the infrastructure there. They're under a curfew in Lee County until 6 p.m., starting at 6 p.m., I should say. They don't want people out on the street or trying to do anything. There's also a boil water notice in effect because of the contamination. And we've seen that there are a few neighborhoods there that even today are still underwater. And some folks, many folks, lost everything.
What's everybody going to do? How is anybody going to recover from this? I mean, I don't have the money to go anywhere.
When I saw this thing over a week ago, it was following Charlie's track from 2004. Those of us who went through that remember it vividly. And I kept saying, it's Charlie, it's Charlie, it's Charlie. And sooner or later, people started like, wait a minute, this is following Charlie's track. So we were as prepared as we could be.
And it turned out to be worse than Charlie. Here's this video from a hotel just before you get to the Sanibel Bridge. You can see the water coming up to almost the second floor. Storm surge. It's going to be curious to see what the official storm surge there was. And all of the workers' cars that were in that parking lot were just swept away, many of them smashing into things. Again, the sheriff of Lee County said earlier today that he expects the loss of life to be in the hundreds when it's all said and done. His words, Hurricane Ian crushed us.
That's really the worst part of this, too, thinking about the lives lost.
As the storm moved inland, last night was also rough for people who were listening in the dark to the wind roaring outside, wondering what was going on. This is the Peace River Village in southwestern Polk County. It's right next to the Peace River, which was already at flood stage before the storm started. And so just what people expected happened. They woke up this morning and their neighborhood was flooded, streets underwater. Some homes had roofs torn off. Trees also just toppled over, their roots pulled out of the ground, which was already saturated. As all this was going on in the dark again, Jessica Seifalu was huddled in her mom's mobile home, one of the last places you want to be, praying for this to pass.
The whole house is shaking. The windows are rattling. The rain's coming in on me. The wind is coming in on me. The animals are freaking.
And rightfully so, but they're okay there. No injuries reported in the Peace River Village. That's the good news there. Power companies are trying to restore electricity for tens of thousands of people in Polk County, and it may take a while. Emergency managers are asking people to have patience, and if you're using a generator, be safe with it. Boy, it was such a long haul for so many people yesterday. Just the storm took forever, it seemed like, to make landfall and then cross the state. And as it did, it left more damage.
Yeah, so let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Paul Delgado for the latest on Ian. And I don't know that Ian is finished, is it, Paul?
Yeah, it really isn't. You know, you think about it. Whenever you go across the state and you try to do it at 8 miles an hour, it's going to take a long time. It's still on the map, and unfortunately, it's producing kind of like some storm surge on the East Coast and some flooding with strong northeast winds. It's heading up to the Carolinas, probably making landfall up in Myrtle Beach as a Category 1 hurricane. Let's look back on the track, and we'll go back in time. This is Friday at 4 o'clock. That strong tropical wave became a tropical storm. Took a while to get going in the northwestern Caribbean Sea. This is the point the forecast got a little bit tricky, kind of waiting for a trough and how that would interact with high pressure east of us and then across Cuba. Once it passed Cuba, it really got going, and then it kind of locked in on a track just south of Tampa Bay, making landfall on the northern tip of Captiva. And people that are making the Charlie kind of reference, I mean, there's Charlie's track on top of Ian's track, and they really are pretty similar. Wind speed gust around Tampa Bay, about 75 to 85 on average, less north, more south. Peak winds, Cape Coral 140, Punta Gorda 124, Venice 104, and of course the rainfall really was a story. We look at the rainfall numbers, and this is incredible. Big swath of between 1, in some cases near 2 feet of rain. That went all the way up to Orlando, and now some trouble setting up for the Carolinas. We'll talk about that. We'll look way out in the Atlantic. Anything else coming our way? We'll discuss that in about 10 minutes. Back to you.
Paul, thank you. Good news for drivers who use the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. It is back open. Troopers reopened it to traffic earlier this afternoon after winds dropped to 30 miles per hour. However, they are asking drivers to use caution because there's still debris along the highway shoulders.
Well, coming up here at 4, millions of people are still without power across Florida. We'll look at why this hurricane is proving to be extra challenging for the crews that are trying to get that electricity back on.
And thank you to our Fox 13 team as they continue to keep us up to date on everything surrounding Ian after it came and hit Florida at a Category 4 hurricane. Let's go ahead, send our viewers out to a 2-minute break. We'll continue giving you more coverage. We have reporters who are out there down in multiple different locations all across the state, giving us some different looks at the damage and destruction left behind. We'll be showing it to you right here after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Damage and destruction and yes, even loss of life all being reported here with Hurricane Ian. It is expected now, as it is a tropical storm, to move back into a hurricane status. So it's going to re-strengthen ahead of its landfall in South Carolina. So that is something that is going to be watched for these next 24 to 48 hours very closely by all of our meteorologists as well as experts when it comes to this hurricane. Lee County, Florida, well, they had multiple people talk about just some of the damage and destruction that they had seen. I'm playing out now some video from Lee County sheriffs as they were able to fly up above areas like Captiva Island as well as some other areas, Fort Myers. You can just see all of the damage and destruction from the hurricane landing right here in this area at a Category 4. Some of these areas even look wiped out completely, whereas other buildings have roofing as well as other items just ripped off of the buildings. And then you think about the roadways that are going out to some of those islands, like I mentioned, like Captiva Island. That is an area where roadways are completely washed out. We just heard our Fox 13 team speaking about this here a little bit ago, as now that means there is still hundreds, if not thousands of people on some of those islands who did not evacuate, who are possibly going to need some rescuing. Water rescues underway for multiple areas all across Florida. Let's go ahead and get back into some of our coverage, as we do have our Fox 35 team speaking with Austin Westfall. He's giving us some details on some of those rescues underway.
Areas here, nobody's parked. Everything's empty. You know, we see the odd car come through every now and then, but I'm not exactly sure where they're going. They're not going to any of these businesses. If you drive around, there's plenty of fast food joints that are closed, some of them even damaged here in the Venice area. For the most part, though, it appears most businesses are shut down.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Do appreciate your time today. And again, Ray, it's beautiful there. That's what comes after the storm. That's what we're going to see.
And he was
just
west. He was just west of Northport.
Yeah, and it's also interesting. So people are out there driving right now, and there's no idea how long it's going to take for gas and fuel supplies to get back down there. So they're burning through fuel right now just to take a look around when you might need it later. All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Ian Cassett joins us now.
Ian, we are seeing more and more cases of roads washing out in our area.
We are. We're seeing those because we had so much water that's still feeding into the creeks and streams. Those run through the roads, and then that creates the erosion, and hence you have the impassable roads, which we were talking about with the storm. That always looked like it was going to be a case that for us here in Central Florida, the flooding would be one of the most common issues, and it was, as we saw rain totals that we haven't seen in many, many years. Some have never seen this much rain over a span of a few days. Now, with that, we also have still tropical storm force winds over our area. We are looking at a storm that's offshore, but pulling those winds around, with tropical storm warnings running over northeastern Florida and stretching down to the south, where it's covering anywhere from Osceola County to Brevard County. And we are going to continue to see those tropical storm conditions here for the rest of today. Even possible hurricane gusts, hurricane force winds along the coastline where the system is pooling around. And it's going to be continuing to move away from us slowly, and then we'll gradually see things improve as we go on into tomorrow. We'll finally see some of that sunshine and our weather will improve. But let's talk about the update. Tropical storm Ian right now with 70-mile-per-hour winds moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. It's been jogging since it made landfall. It's been a slow mover. That was going to be part of its legacy as well, how much rain it dumped and the winds that it brought out. But notice the south end of the system on Saturday isn't looking impressive at all because it's pulling some of that drier air around it and into the system, which is allowing us to dry out here. But on the north end of it, it's bringing plenty of rain. So a closer view where we do have those warnings in place, that stretches to the north. It's going to be a Category 1 storm by this evening in all likelihood as it intensifies. Remember, you got the Gulf Stream that runs right along our eastern coast, and that allows it to fuel a little bit more before it's going to make landfall, likely tomorrow morning or at least midday somewhere along the coastline close to Charleston in South Carolina, and bring winds and storm surge there with flooding as well. Closer to home here, St. Augustine. This is what it looks like right now. It actually has improved, and Brooks and I were talking about this, that the winds have shifted a little bit, probably a little bit more of a
breaking news.
The storm is passing is basically a 500-year flood event.
Ian devastating Florida.
This could be the deadliest hurricane in Florida's history.
Cutting a path through the state, taking out almost everything in its path.
I feel devastated. I feel like I'm lost. I don't know if there's no words.
Stay indoors, y'all. Don't just go out there like that.
Stay inside!
Now, the state turning to rescue and recovery efforts. Millions of people without power, first responders wading into the waters to get people out of their homes.
This is a terrible situation.
Fox 35 is live with team coverage of Ian's aftermath.
A 500-year flood event. Ian dumping rain across central Florida. Thanks for joining us. I'm Luann Sorrell.
And I'm John Brown. Much of our region now underwater. And at this hour, the storm is back out at sea where it is once again a hurricane. We have live team coverage of the aftermath. But first, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins us with the very latest. So, Brooks, you have the latest rain totals.
Yeah, John and Luann, 15 to 20 inches with a couple of spots getting even more has fallen from southwest Florida all the way through Daytona with Orlando and Kissimmee included. But the latest 5 o'clock advisory, as you'd mentioned, has now upgraded Ian from a tropical storm back to hurricane force, and it's heading for the Carolinas. Conditions here will improve. It's still windy out there, but it's only going to get worse for areas to the north. Category 1 Hurricane Ian has winds of 75 miles per hour, so it's a minimal Cat 1. By 2 o'clock, it'll ramp up with winds of 80 miles an hour. It's sitting over very warm waters of the Gulf Stream, and that's how it was able to get itself a little stronger than otherwise after interacting with land and weakening. But it's going to make another landfall, this time near Charleston, South Carolina at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, winds of 80 miles an hour. That's the low country, and they could see 4 to 7 feet of storm surge anywhere from Beaufort, South Carolina through McClellanville into the Grand Strand of Myrtle Beach, followed by flooding rains up and down the PD region. That's the PD River region here of eastern South Carolina, the Midlands, as well as the upstate and into the Piedmont of North Carolina. So Ian is not done yet, but for us, conditions will start to improve. We're still under tropical storm warnings for Seminole, Orange County through the evening, with right along the immediate coast hurricane warnings as hurricane force wind gusts continue over 75 miles per hour. Fox 35 storm tracker radar detailing also a continuing flash flood warning for St. Augustine down to Palm Coast. A lot of this having to do with storm surge that's being forced ashore. I'll show you the cameras here coming up in just a bit. A couple of diminishing showers around the region. Overall, though, things are drying out. Look at these peak wind gusts. 86 miles per hour near Smyrna Beach, 67 miles per hour in Orlando, with the rain totals ranging from 15 to 20 inches. We'll get the new totals coming out soon. This was preliminary as of the last official update this morning. Lo and behold, we've got flooding all around the region. And there's one more thing that we hadn't really thought of, and that is the cool weather being pushed in behind the system. These are current temperatures, and this will take you by surprise. If you haven't stepped outside by Florida standards, it's cool outside. You'll want to have a sweatshirt on. It's 63 in Sanford. It's 65 in Orlando. And when the wind is blowing, it feels like it's in the 50s. It feels like you got off an airplane in Cleveland after being in a warm Florida sunshine. Coming up, we'll talk about how this will lead to actually a really nice weekend, which is good news for any recovery efforts that continue through the next couple of days.
Thank you, Brooks. We'll take a look at these aerials from Fort Myers. Some now calling this ground zero of Ian's wrath. Ian, one of the most powerful storms to ever hit Florida. More than 2 million people left without power, and officials fear, especially in that area you're looking at, many could be dead.
We have live team coverage tonight of Ian's destruction. Neighborhoods underwater, roads washed out, and people are being rescued from their homes. We begin with Fox 35's Marie Ettinger. She is live in Orlando.
Yeah, Marie, that area you're in right now, no stranger to flooding. That's the bad news there.
Yeah, so right now I'm near near UCF, and what we are seeing here, we just drove up on it. We were not anticipating this at all. We were on our way to an area where we heard they were evacuating 150 people from a senior living facility, and by they, I mean the Army National Guard just got that word in, so we headed straight over, but I wanted you to take a look at what we just drove up on. This entire street is completely flooded out, so that explains why those people need rescuing right now. You can see the Orange County Fire Department is already here with several different rescue teams. On our way over, we noticed tons of people coming over with lights and sirens blaring. We were not sure why, and of course now we see it. They're blocking off this road, making sure people do not take the risk trying to come down. You can see them still coordinating, going out, and we'll shift you over so you can see a boat they've got at the ready to pull people out. We know the Army National Guard is already headed over here. They plan to be here in maybe about 15 minutes more, but they are going to have to be up against this as well. They're in extremely large trucks that could likely brave the water, but again, we are not sure how deep it is over there. It's enough so that the Orange County Fire Department isn't using their trucks to get through. They're just going to be going on those boats. We did see them elsewhere in Ora Vista earlier today rescuing. The Army National Guard said they took out 45 people from that neighborhood. That's on top of Orange County Fire Rescue and on top of what the Orange County Sheriff's Office was able to pull out. So that's 45 people from this one neighborhood. They did 30 from another neighborhood, and now 150 people at this senior living facility, which is called Bridge Assisted Living, by the way. They are going to need rescuing. You can also see these buses ready to cart those people out. 150 people, as I mentioned, are going to be needing evacuation. So it's going to take several trips to get them, I'm sure. And then after that, it looks like they'll be loaded onto those buses that these crews have at the ready to take them out. And again, those buses are having to park fairly far away because the road is so very flooded, and it started pretty abruptly. I mentioned that we were surprised when we drove up on it because it was completely fine. Road's pretty clear right up until we saw this. The spot we're in now, we actually weren't sure we were going to be able to get to. That's just in this parking lot here, let alone the road. That is all lanes of that road blocked off right now.
All right, Marie, live for us. Thank you. In Volusia County, a pier in Daytona Beach Shores is damaged. Take a look at the end of the Sunglow Pier here, and you can see it's starting to fall apart as waves hit it. The city is asking people not to go to the beach to sightsee. We have a crew on the way, and we're going to have a live report for you coming up in the next half hour.
Also, check out this video from Osceola County. The National Guard now there rescuing hundreds of people from their homes. Lots of water all over, cars right in the middle of it as well. And you can see volunteers started going out on airboats at around 5:30 this morning, and they haven't stopped since then. Fox 35's Valerie Boyd joins us live from Kissimmee. And Val, you've been seeing person after person get rescued out there.
That's right. In fact, an airboat is coming in right now with people being rescued from their homes. I'm here at Pebble Point. There's around 600 homes in this subdivision where I'm standing. It's around 12 inches up to my boots, but I understand it's around 4 feet deep in certain areas. It's very loud. When you see that airboat, you go like this because it starts getting really, really wet. All right, so we actually went out on an airboat ride with them earlier, with Osceola County Sheriff's deputies earlier, and we saw them rescuing people. You can see they come all the way up here, and then the people are taken off of the boat. So we have Meredith and David Butler. They have been waiting for her aunt and uncle who did not want to leave their homes when the hurricane was coming in. So she is understandably so excited that they are okay and that they have been rescued. Meredith? Hi. So, hey there. So tell me, how happy are you to see your aunt and uncle?
Oh, we're very happy, very happy. I know their daughters are extremely happy.
Why didn't they leave?
I'm not sure why. We had to leave. We're from Toronto, so this is all new. They've been here many years, so I'm sure they have a lot of experience with the hurricanes.
So, David, what is this like for you?
This whole thing is a little surreal. We're just taking it in stride and just thankful everyone's healthy, and you know, your instincts kick in. You just want to do the right thing and just get through it and make sure you're safe and sound.
Okay, and it looks like her aunt and uncle, you guys going to be taken back to your place then?
Back to our cousin's house who lives in Winter Garden.
Okay, great. Well, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so had that aunt and uncle not had relatives waiting for them, they would have gotten to a van like this one, where deputies would then take them to a shelter or even the hospital. Take a look at this. It's a Jeep, a pink Jeep. It's coming up. I will tell you, I talked to Sheriff Marcos Lopez earlier today. He asked that people not do this because it makes it even more difficult for the rescuers. Although this Jeep is getting out safe and sound, we have seen people getting stuck. And so they're saying they already have their hands full trying to rescue people. They don't need more people out and about so-called sightseeing. And anyway, there's a curfew here in Kissimmee from 9 p.m. to 6 o'clock in the morning. Again, the sheriff is asking for people to stay off the streets. Live in Kissimmee, back to you guys.
Great reporting, Valerie. Fox 35 News at 5 just getting started. Still ahead, a woman falls into the floodwaters. How neighbors then came to the rescue.
And Ian wiping out bridges. This is the Sanibel Causeway. People on that island now stuck there. We are getting a closer look at the damage.
Graves underwater and damaged by falling trees. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith, and coming up, I'll take you to the Oakland Cemetery, where families are now trying to lay their loved ones back to rest.
And you're watching Fox 35 News at 5 as we go to break. Live look at New Smyrna Beach, where we've gotten some word of some neighborhoods flooded and people can't get out. We'll have a live report from the scene coming up.
20-something chefs versus 40.
All right, thanks again to everyone who's here with us on Live Now from Fox. So we are taking some live looks here of damage that's been left behind by Hurricane Ian. Do want to let everyone know it has regained its strength. It is now being described as a Category 1 hurricane. So that is something that we wanted to report here to everyone watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Ian is a Category 1 hurricane again here as we're taking a look at just some of that damage left behind. This is some live video from Hardee County, Florida. So this is some aftermath. You can see there's multiple officials, first responders, but then also people out here trying to help lend a hand as well. Now, when it comes to assistance, we heard Governor Ron DeSantis say that earlier here today, that if you want to help, the best thing to do, not send supplies, not come down here yourself, but to maybe send money donations to secure sites, of course. But they wanted to make sure that everyone knew that there's a lot that has to be done. They want their first responders to be the ones who are there to do it. Looks like we're showing a home that is completely surrounded by water here. You can see the stream that continues to move here across this area. Looks like that stream obviously flooded and expanded all across this area. For those of us who might not be familiar with Hardee County, they do have Hardee County is kind of a little bit in central area of Florida. So it's just a little bit southeast of Tampa. And so we do have that area that's being assessed here at this time. Rescues also still underway, not only here in Hardee County, but in multiple areas all across Florida. Let's go ahead and send you out to a 2-minute break. We'll be back here with more on Hurricane Ian. It has regained strength to a hurricane. We'll be bringing more coverage right here in just a minute. back out here live with us on Live Now from Fox, taking a look at just some of the efforts underway here in Hardee County as we continue to see people dealing with flooding, winds. You can even see trees down, debris spread everywhere, and rescues underway, not just here, but all across the state of Florida. Let's go ahead and get back into our coverage with our Fox 35 Orlando team as they are giving us some more looks at operations underway.
Using that to get into that really high water. They even have a boat on the back when it really, really gets deep. And I'll tell you what, coming into the new Smyrna Beach area, it was treacherous. Coming in on State Road 44, lots of flooding. Everywhere we looked, businesses, schools, homes were flooded. And we saw cars, we saw people being rescued, we saw fan boats, we saw more high water vehicles just going to these neighborhoods, getting people out of there. So again, just from talking to a couple of people here on the scene, we heard there might have been more than 100 people back there in this neighborhood. I'll give you another look at what we're seeing behind me. There's a shopping center, I believe, Winn-Dixie, I believe, right here. You can see some of the cars just for reference. That looks like a camper. Likely stuck there in the floodwaters. You can just see the trees for reference. We have a gas station here that's all completely flooded out. So definitely still treacherous out here. And again, I'm going to give you another look at a truck coming out just to give you another reference. Over here to the right, it's hard to tell if that's a utility truck or what that is, but they're still able to get through. Like I said, we've seen some regular type pickup trucks getting in and out of here, but for the most part, it seems like first responders are wanting to use these big high water vehicles. That's their best chances. And just a few minutes ago, a whole truckload of people, maybe a dozen people being rescued. We're told they're just doing rounds, going in there, getting people and coming back out. But we'll continue to keep an eye on this situation. But for now, this has been about as deep as we've been able to go as these trucks start to kick up waves here. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Connor. Wow, a lot of flooding right there, and still more rain to come in that county. Sky Fox also flying over Hardee County, which is just south of Polk County, and you can see high water surrounding homes there. Hurricane Ian, pretty much the eye, moved practically right over this area after making landfall on the southwest coast of Florida yesterday.
Wow, that home is now an island.
That's something, right?
Yeah.
I hope they're gone, because there's nowhere to go at this point.
No, you need a boat.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins us once again.
So, Brooks, the storm is moving away from us, but it just became a hurricane again.
Yeah, it did, and that intensification offshore as it heads northward through the Carolinas is one of the reasons we've seen gusty winds all day today, and one of the reasons why our coastline, Daytona Beach, maybe up toward Flagler Beach, has seen wind gusts routinely approaching hurricane force. Oftentimes with a tropical system that's actually in the strengthening phases, the impacts can be a lot worse. It's flexing, if you will. This is also heading northward toward Charleston, South Carolina, the low country. By 8 o'clock tonight, it'll be up to winds of about 80 miles an hour. Currently at 75 miles an hour, a minimal hurricane, but it's going to become possibly a strong Cat 1 at worst case scenario, maybe winds about 80 to 90. Landfall tomorrow happening in pretty short order, so it's not going to have a lot of time over the water, but these Gulf Stream waters where it's sitting right now are pretty warm, not giving it the gasoline it needs to revitalize, but it's going to make a landfall here and bring with it storm surge between 4 and 7 feet to South Carolina's low country, all the way up to the Grand Strand of South Carolina, and also bringing some heavy rain to the Piedmont of North Carolina in the mountains. Now, as it departs, we are still looking at a lot of wind here through at least tonight, about 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts around Orlando and Sanford. But along the beaches, hurricane warnings remain in effect for those rogue gusts, which could exceed 75 miles an hour. Here's a live shot from St. Augustine, an area along A1A right here. The cars are going up and down, but earlier today, people were kayaking on. It was about 24 to 36 inches of standing storm surge water that blew in right from the ocean there. The winds have shifted now to more of a north-northwest, allowing the waters to recede back into the ocean, but quite the sight to see there, and the wind continues. The camera shaking. And over in Volusia County, Daytona Beach, this is one of the surviving cameras. The wind knocking a couple of them offline, and you can see the water is still lapping up against those trees, and the palm trees are waving in the wind. Downtown right now, Orlando, skies are gray. The camera's shaking. There's still a little bit of a wind-driven drizzle going on out there. And the other part of the story today that is definitely taking a lot of us off guard is how it feels outside. It is cold outside. These are temperatures you'd see during the heat of the day in the winter time. Actually, our average high in January is like 70. It's 63 in Sanford, 64 in Orlando, and by our standards, you step outside with that humidity in the air and the wind blowing, And this feels downright chilly, especially if you're out there for more than a few minutes in a t-shirt and shorts. You need a sweatshirt to get out there, or at least a windbreaker, and it's going to be like this through the evening. Actually, we may see the temperatures warming up a little bit overnight once the cooling effects of the passing hurricane move away. But regardless, the rain's going to start to move out of the region after about 10, 11 o'clock at the coastline, and then finally it will dry out and the winds will ease back and the sky should clear out. So by tomorrow morning, we're back to the sunshine, and you know what? We're actually going to face some really nice weather. Face is the wrong word. We're going to enjoy some really nice weather as we face the cleanup. And that cleanup, unfortunately, is probably going to extend for many communities into the weekend. But at least, John Lewin, it's going to be pretty nice outside with very low humidity and highs in the low to mid 80s. It really will actually be one of the nicest weekends we've had all summer long and now all fall, unfortunately at the expense of a major hurricane making landfall in Florida and providing just such hard times and hardships for the next several days for a lot of folks here. All right, toss it back to you.
All right, yeah, what a nice change. Unfortunately, we had to go through what we did to get to that point. Well, coming up next, the president promising help for Florida. We're going to hear from the governor ahead.
Fox 35 Plus, your home for Orlando City.
And thank you to our Fox 35 team. They've been giving us some great coverage, especially as their teams are there down on the ground, giving us some different looks at the damage and destruction that's been left behind. Want to remind everyone when it comes to coverage of breaking news events, not only weather breaking news events, but just breaking news all across the country, you can count on us to be there giving you live looks and the latest press conferences and interviews as well. So you can always go follow us on social media if you need to go and stay up to date on the latest top stories happening all across the country and yes, even around the world. These pictures coming in here from Hardee County giving us just some really great visuals as far as some of that flooding damage that we've been talking about. We know the storm surge and it's still raining in some areas of Florida, so they're still feeling the impact from Ian as it has now made its way out to the ocean. It's going to be going now to Georgia and the Carolinas, but this flooding shows you just how different areas can be impacted when you just move slightly over one area to the next. So some homes look like they're completely surrounded by water. Then you have other homes who thankfully were on a little bit higher ground and didn't look like they had any water damage. Now, that doesn't mean they couldn't have had it and the water started to recede already. But here are these pictures at least giving us an idea on some of these areas in central Florida, what they've been dealing with. Now, again, this is in central Florida, so you think about our friends on the West Coast, just how much more damage we have had coming from them. We're going to be getting more updates here along the way, not only from county officials, but also Governor Ron DeSantis expected to speak at the top of the next hour. We're also going to be speaking with the National Hurricane Center in the next hour or so as well. So live now, still reaching out to multiple people who are there being impacted the most from this storm. So we've been speaking with our reporters down on the ground, reaching out to some of those social media influencers who also are living in these areas. And as I've said before, I have family members who were there on the West Coast. They had evacuated to Orlando for a few days. They're expected to go back tomorrow to assess damage, hoping that they'll be able to join us here and talk about some of that damage that they had seen as well. But right now, these different looks are being brought to us by Skyfox as they are flying up in the air. We appreciate everyone who's been tuning in here with us for our coverage, especially as we've been having multiple updates along the way, and do appreciate everyone who's been already subscribing to those social media pages. If you haven't yet, encourage you to do so you can stay up to date with local news as well as national news and worldwide news as well. Let's go ahead. We'll step away for a brief break, bring you more content from our Fox teams in Florida when we return here in just a few moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Some different live looks that we're continuing to keep an eye on here for you. This one from Fernandina Beach in Florida. This one, again, is coming to us from our WFOX team as they are giving us some different live looks. We still have our St. Augustine shots coming in here as well with those major flooding issues that we've seen all across Florida. So Ian's impacts are stretching wide all across the state. Let's go ahead and get back into some of our coverage that we have coming in with our Fox 35 team as they're keeping us up to date on the very latest with our path and track of this storm. Actually, let's go ahead. We have a reporter live out in the field with our Fox 13 team. Let's bring you their coverage as we jump into it right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Locally, people are helping. The Tampa Police Department planning to send 40 to 60 officers down to Southwest Florida to help with the cleanup and the recovery.
Well, still ahead in our next half hour, we'll check in with Polk County, where all eyes are on the rivers.
Yeah, one in particular that's notorious for flooding, but at this time has neighbors cautiously optimistic.
All right, so our Fox 13 team going to take a quick break, but you can see here vehicles in St. Augustine now finally starting to arrive in some of these areas. These are some roads that have been flooded. You can see people driving on the wrong side of the lanes just to try to make it their way through this area. Again, a lot of our officials are going to continue to remind people that as you're starting to make your way back to your home, if you are seeing some of these waters, you're not going to want to try to drive through them, especially when we don't know how deep they are. You can even see here we do have one of our authorities stopping here at this stoplight. Now, power also down in multiple areas, especially in those counties on the southwest side. I just spoke with some of my family members who are on Holmes Beach, Anna Maria Island, that Bradenton area. They do actually have power restored back on. We know that that number is now down under 2 million for power restored in the state of Florida, under 2 million for people who don't have power. So they do have crews out there working on things. They also had reported to me that as far as damage goes, they've lucked out because it did go a bit south from Anna Maria Island. They said that it sounds like they have a lot of debris, branches down, of course, some structural damage, but the flooding, it sounds like it wasn't as bad as what it could be. And that's surprising to hear because it's a place that I grew up going to as a child, and just knowing from sometimes some of those rainstorms, unfortunately with rain, when it comes to these areas that are right along the coast or those islands like Captiva Island, those aren't going to have the best drainage systems as well. And then you think about people who are right there on the water's edge. My family's on a canal side of the island. They had water already raising ahead of this storm. So now you think about how much rain had fallen in the area. They were concerned about getting water damage. They placed sandbags all around our home there. And thankfully, they said they haven't been able to make it back yet to see it in person, but they did say from some of the other people who've made it back onto the island that they were saying that it's not as much flooding as what they thought they were going to be seeing. So that is one piece of good news for that. But again, it's many other areas just south of there. When we talk about the St. Pete's area, Daytona Beach, we know that there's a lot of people along the West Coast who've been giving different damage instructions. And you think about just what we've been seeing here with all of our chopper videos too. Unfortunately, there is going to be a huge road to recovery for all of these folks. And I do want to also just say our thoughts and prayers going out to those who had gotten stuck behind, who didn't evacuate in time, because we do know that there's already some damage and destruction that's been reported all across the state of Florida. A couple of our shots coming in here frozen. Let's go ahead. We're going to run another brief break. We'll bring you back into more coverage right here on Live Now from Fox when we return.